Chapter 1. My name could be forgotten too. Zhang Ge raised his head to gaze at the imposing iron gate before him, his eyes somewhat vacant. Above the gate, for bold characters read Nodding Academy. I merely fell into a sewer while on a phone call with my 236 backup girlfriend. Why on earth did I open my eyes to find myself at the doorstep of Douluo Continent? Moreover, why did I land directly at the entrance of Nodding Academy? This is absurd. Most people traverse realms to first arrive at Holy Soul Village. Yet here I am, unceremoniously dumped at the gate of Nodding Academy. It's akin to someone getting married, skipping the wedding ceremony, and being thrown straight into the bridal chamber. Why not be more straightforward and toss me at the doorstep of Shrek Academy? That would be far more gratifying. It would be akin to being thrust into the bridal chamber. And in that scenario, I wouldn't even have to be fully clothed. According to system analysis, you are currently too weak. Being thrown at the doorstep of Shrek Academy would only result in you being expelled. A mechanical female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Are you the system's golden finger? With a golden finger, why would I still be expelled? That you're the weakest golden finger I have ever encountered. Spare me your nonsense and exit the group. System. At that moment, footsteps and voices emerged from behind him. Little third, you just... Zhang Ge was startled. Little third. Damn it. My affair as a little third has been exposed. I must not let my girlfriend hear this. In the next second, he fell silent. He recalled that his girlfriend had passed away 2 days ago. Well, to be precise, she had leaked air. He had merely been on his way to acquire a new girlfriend when he accidentally fell into a sewer after stepping on a loose manhole cover, and then found himself transported here. The logic is impeccable, seamlessly interwoven. Turning around, he spotted an elderly man and a young boy approaching the gate. Zhang Ge finally remembered a scene he had previously witnessed. This was Tang San coming to report to Nodding Academy under the guidance of old Jack. Upon seeing Zhang Ge, the two exchanged nods in greeting, which Zhang Ge reciprocated. Old Jack smiled and asked, "Child, are you also a student of Nodding Academy?" "I will be shortly," Zhang Ge replied. In his memories, his character was set as a work-study student from Neo Family Village, along with the protagonist's buff of orphaned at a young age. Old Jack inquired, "Are you also a work-study student?" Upon Zhang Ge's nod, Tang San smiled. "Then we are classmates." "Hello, I am Tang San." Just as Zhang Ge was about to speak, the gate swung open, and a doorman with an expression that screamed arrogance stepped out. "What do you want?" Instinctively, Zhang Ge retorted, "Is this a place for country bumpkins like you?" Old Jack, Tang San, and the doorman were all taken aback. The doorman, somewhat dazed, stammered, "You. How did you know what I was going to say?" "Well, obviously, you were about to get beaten up for that. Who doesn't know?" Just as Zhang Ge was about to speak, the system's female voice chimed in again. "Mission received. Beat the doorman. Mission reward. Reawaken your martial soul and gain a random soul skill. Note, if Tang San strikes first, the mission will fail and the system will be stripped away." Zhang Ge's originally awakened martial soul was a scythe. With a level 3 soul power without the golden finger, he would likely end up mowing grass in the future. So there was no need for formality. She needed to strike first and not let Tang San intervene. Zhang Ge suddenly pointed behind the doorman and exclaimed, "The dean!" The doorman was momentarily stunned and turned abruptly. There was no one behind him. Realizing the ruse, he thought, "Oh no." Zhang Ge had already approached him from behind and delivered a swift kick to his backside. Thud! The doorman fell flat on his face. He had struck, yet the mission prompt did not appear. "Then let's continue." Zhang Ge leaped onto the doorman's back, raining down punches. "You are the real imposter. You are the one who's truly laughable. You are the epitome of absurdity. Absurd. Absurd, I say. Your credentials are the real forgery. You're nothing but a beggar." At this moment, Zhang Ge was of the same age as Tang San, yet he was overpowering the doorman with ease. The primary reason was that Zhang Ge was particularly ruthless, targeting vulnerable areas like the ribs and nose. A punch to the ribs felt more electrifying than a jolt. It provided an instant experience of suffocating pleasure. A punch to the nose was even worse, causing tears and snot to flow uncontrollably, leaving one crying so hard that even their mother wouldn't recognize them. Congratulations. Mission exceeded expectations. but mission rewards remain unchanged. What do you mean by rewards remaining unchanged? Old Jack and Tang San watched the scene unfold with their mouths agape. Old Jack. This child appears quite handsome and refined. I never anticipated he would strike with such ferocity and assertiveness. Tang San. This individual selectively targets the weak points of the human body. Evidently a skilled fighter, I must be cautious in future encounters. The mission was complete. Zhang Ge stood up. The doorman lay there, battered and humiliated. In pain and anger, you little brat. You're courting death. At that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice rang out, enough, stop it. The doorman was taken aback. Then his fury morphed into a flood of tears. Master, you've returned. I was beaten. The others turned to see a somewhat slender, middle-aged man. Approaching this man was the master. The master, whose real name was Xiaogang, also known as the Dragon Knight, Dragon Master, and the Pope's paramour, though not of high rank or great strength, was surrounded by formidable women. The master glanced at the doorman, then at Zhang Ge. At such a young age, your combat prowess is indeed impressive. Zhang Ge replied, Master, one may kill, but one must not suffer humiliation. He insulted us, claiming our credentials are forgeries and calling us beggars. Doorman, I never said that. I didn't even have the chance to say it before you attacked me. The master fell silent while the doorman didn't vocalize those words. He was well aware of the doorman's character. Noticing the doorman had sustained no serious injuries, the master extended his hand. Please show me your credentials. The credentials were presented, and the master examined them. Both credentials are genuine, old sir. I shall take this child under my wing. Child, you may follow me inside. Old Jack beamed with joy. Thank you, master. I entrust this child to your care. Tang San, you must behave. Tang San obediently nodded and followed Zhang Ge closely behind the master. This serves as a lesson should there be a next time. You need not remain, the master admonished the doorman. The doorman broke out in a cold sweat, meekly stepping aside. While the children flaunted their skills, here, I am getting beaten up. The doorman was utterly frustrated. Upon entering the academy, Zhang Ge surveyed his surroundings. It seems that being directly transported to Nodding Academy isn't so bad after all. Thank you, Master, Tang San expressed gratefully. I'm not a teacher at the academy, the master replied. The familiar dialogue unfolded, and Zhang Ge felt as though he were watching a stage play. I am merely a freeloader here, enjoying the food and drink. Like everyone else, you may call me Master. Everyone does, and I have even forgotten my own name. Zhang Ge was stunned. What does it mean to be effortlessly pretentious? This is it. I have forgotten my own name. Everyone calls me Master, and you should too. This is the epitome of a pretentious statement. My name can be forgotten too. I have forgotten my own name. Everyone calls me Big Brother, so you should call me Big Brother like the others. As long as you say this to everyone, the number of people calling you Big Brother will only increase, and sooner or later, everyone will address you as Big Brother. The premise being, of course, that you don't get beaten to death before that day arrives. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a prompt. Mission received. For the tasks involving Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong, now develop Yu Xiaojing into a tool. Mission reward. Innate full soul power. Failure penalty. Revoke the rewards from the previous mission. Lu Erlong? Bibi Dong? Is the system serious? With Lu Erlong's temper and Bibi Dong being a married woman, is this really a bit thrilling? Note, Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong will trigger a critical mission. Zhang Ge, you make it sound easy, but how on earth am I supposed to build a good relationship with him? Should I apprentice under him? Will I not be scorned for that? Related mission items have been issued to the system storage space. Please check at your convenience. Zhang Ge opened the system interface, where a blue and white metal nameplate floated silently in the storage space. Direct lineage identity nameplate of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family head. What the hell? Isn't my backstory that both my parents are deceased? This is merely an item to gain Yu Xiaojang's trust. It has no relation to your own identity. How to utilize it is entirely up to you, host. Taking out the identity nameplate, the master was momentarily stunned. Is this? Your name is Zhang Ge, right? How do you possess this item? Zhang Ge feigned a sorrowful silence for a few seconds before responding. As for the specifics, I'm not quite sure. The master trembled as he accepted the nameplate. examining it closely for a moment before nodding. The nameplate is authentic. It seems quite a few events transpired in the family after I left. Your martial soul is a scythe. It appears another person like me has emerged from the family. As he spoke, a look of camaraderie appeared on the master's face. Zhang Ge thought to himself, is the master merely imagining things? I said I wasn't sure, and he has constructed an entire narrative in his mind? Would you kindly take the pen and write it yourself? The martial soul scythe is nothing special, nor is a level 3 soul power, the master remarked as he patted Zhang Ge's shoulder. Since fate has brought us together here, it is destined. I shall certainly do my utmost to take good care of you in the future. Zhang Ge. This task is unexpectedly simple. You Xiaogang. Oh, you Xiaogang. You are not merely philosophizing, you are truly the embodiment of demi-yuges. Then, the master turned to Tang San. Are you willing to become my disciple? Tang San regarded him in silence. The master revealed Tang San's twin martial souls, and the stage play unfolded once more before Zhang Ge's eyes. Ultimately, Tang San decided to kneel and follow the master, adhering to the established protocol. The master then took the two to register, completing the formalities. Upon exiting, they stood at the door, listening to the derisive remarks from the teachers in the academic affairs office, narrowing their eyes. Let us go, there is no need to stoop to the level of these fools, Zhang Ge said. Tang San nodded, indeed, Uncle Master. Though the master was uncertain of Zhang Ge's exact identity, having presented a direct lineage identity badge, he had classified Zhang Ge as a younger brother type of relation. Hence Tang San addressed him as Uncle Master. Upon arriving at the dormitory building, Zhang Ge suddenly frowned. According to protocol, was it not time to engage in a brawl with the head of the dorm? Damn, my martial soul is merely a broken scythe, and I only possess level 3 soul power. Wait, I have completed 2 tasks. I should have changed by now. At that moment, a line of prompts appeared in his mind. Task rewards have been fully distributed. Please check for yourself. Immediately, an attribute table materialized. Soul power, level 10. First martial soul, Dinghai Shenzhen. Soul skill, full-bodied strength. Allows the opponent to sweat profusely, rapidly evaporating a significant amount of water from their body, leading to a state of dehydration and weakness. If used consecutively, it can directly reduce the opponent to a desiccated corpse, disregarding level. Soul power consumption, minimal. Soul bone, none. Soul guide, none. Other attributes, to be developed. What the heck? Zhang Ge was momentarily stunned. The ordinary scythe has been reawakened as the Dinghai Shenzhen, the Rui Jingu Bang. How astonishing. But the question remains, will that monkey truly not come to thrash me? This full-bodied strength is quite ferocious. Moreover, the soul power consumption is minimal. Overall, Zhang Ge is exceedingly pleased. The soul skills obtained through this system have minimal soul power consumption. The system spoke. Impressive. I never expected you to be so formidable. You've even brought me the golden cudgel. You need not leave the group now. Zhang Ge exclaimed. System. P.S. This book is also titled Douluo, Caught Off Guard by Green. Where do so many random soul skills come from? I have too many soul skills I comprehended. Should I share some with you? Starting with stealing Xiao Wu's first kiss, excavating the awakened martial soul golden cudgel. I show my affection to the point of ascension while you stuff your face with dog food, etc. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for their valuable suggestions. The identity badge has been revised, and it will lead to new plot developments later on. Thank you once again. Soul Masters can not only acquire soul skills when obtaining soul rings, but can also comprehend self-created soul skills, as depicted in the original work. Soul skills drawn from the system appear to outsiders as self-created skills by the protagonist. 002 My name is Big Brother, and I sing. P.S. To reiterate, soul skills can be self-created, and comprehended one can comprehend self-created skills without soul rings. And the comprehension of self-created skills is unrelated to soul rings. The original work states this clearly. Soul skills drawn from the system appear to outsiders as self-created skills. Tang San's Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, Purple Extreme Magic Eye, and other ultimate techniques have no relation to soul rings to outsiders. They are all his self-created skills. Therefore, Please refrain from asking questions like, where do soul skills come from without soul rings? I provided an explanation at the end of the previous chapter, and I did not expect further inquiries. I understand that everyone is a monarch, but I still suggest that when reading this book, please refrain from using the Red King excessively, as it can be quite troubling for us. Now, let us proceed with the main text. 7th Dormitory. The crowd regarded Zhang Ge and Tang San, the uninvited guests, with unwelcoming expressions. The leader, Wang Sheng, approached, casting a sidelong glance at them. Newcomers? No sooner had he spoken than a fist was thrust before Wang Sheng. At this moment, Zhang Ge possessed innate full soul power attributes, and his punch was executed with remarkable speed, leaving those around him stunned. However, Wang Sheng, being the leader, was not one to be trifled with. His reaction time surpassed that of others, and he swiftly turned his head to evade the punch. Zhang Ge followed up with a full-bodied strength. Whoosh! Everyone felt a gust of warm wind sweep past them, and Wang Sheng was instantly drenched in sweat. The rapid dehydration left Wang Sheng parched. His insides felt as though they were ablaze, and he even experienced a degree of dizziness. The strength in his limbs waned swiftly, and in an instant, he felt as if he could scarcely stand. At that moment, Zhang Ge launched another punch, and this time Wang Sheng, too weak to evade, was struck in the abdomen, sent flying backward. The entire sequence transpired in under 3 seconds, leaving all onlookers agape at Zhang Ge. This is incredible. He subdued the leader, Wang Sheng, in less than 3 seconds. Tang San frowned slightly, acknowledging Zhang Ge's prowess, yet feeling a twinge of discontent within. He perceived Zhang Ge as somewhat reckless, quick to resort to violence, and lacking in martial ethics by launching a sneak attack. Zhang Ge patted Tang San's shoulder. Nephew, it's not that I am belligerent, but rather that the rules of the 7th Dormitory dictate that newcomers must fight the leader. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary chatter before the brawl. Tang San glanced at the others, who all nodded in agreement. Only then did he reveal a look of relief. I see now. My apologies, Master Uncle. I misunderstood you earlier. Wang Sheng wobbled as he stood up. How could a newcomer like you possibly be aware of the rules of the 7th Division? Zhang Ge inquired. Are you convinced now? If not, come and challenge me again. Wang Sheng shook his head. I cannot fight anymore. Your previous gust was too overwhelming. Even now, I feel dizzy and weak all over. No worries. Just drink more water, Zhang Ge suggested. Wang Sheng nodded. Rules are rules. You have bested me, and from now on, you shall be the leader. I have yet to duel with Xiao San, Zhang Ge remarked, glancing at Tang San, who shook his head and chuckled. Master Uncle. I harbor no desire for leadership. I concede. Wang Sheng finished a bottle of water in quick gulps, about to speak when suddenly a melodious and delicate voice chimed in. Excuse me, is this the 7th Dormitory? Everyone paused in surprise, turning to see a stunningly beautiful young girl. Her smooth, rosy complexion resembled the peach blossom buns made during the New Year at home, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Clad in simple yet tidy attire, with a long braid cascading down her back, the crowd stood mesmerized. Where did this enchanting girl come from? Xiaowu. A sudden system notification echoed. Task received. Give Xiaowu a kiss. Task reward. Obtain a random soul skill. Failure penalty. Kiss the master. Zhang Ge's face turned a shade of green. What on earth is this absurd punishment? A kiss from the master? Both of us would be utterly disgusted. Is this system even legitimate? And you, dear Xiaowu, are you serious? Although she may appear to be merely a young child, she is, in fact, a soul beast with an age of 100,000 years. The system declares, so what if she is 100,000 years old? As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older bears gold bricks, a woman 3,000 years older bestows elixirs, a woman 300,000 years older ranks among the immortals, and a woman 100,000 years older possesses boundless magical power. What kind of system is this, replete with such nonsensical phrases? Are you merely a system of frivolous chatter? Regardless, the task has been issued. Dear Xiaowu remains dear to the master. You may choose for yourself. As if I have any choice in the matter? Seeing that no one was paying her any mind, Xiaowu looked up at the sign of the 7th Dormitory and sweetly remarked, Hello everyone. My name is Xiaowu, the dance of the dance. Zhang Ge nodded. I am called Dage, the one who sings. Xiaowu. The crowd. Wang Sheng regained his composure and nudged Zhang Ge with his elbow. You just defeated me. Now you're the leader. Go on. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment and decided to make a wager while engaging in a sparring session. He said to Xiaowu, according to the rules, newcomers must undergo a test of their abilities. Xiaowu inquired, do you wish to spar with me? Zhang Ge nodded. If you win, you shall be the boss. If I win. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaowu's lips curled into a smile. And with the swiftness of a released arrow, she lunged towards Zhang Ge. Such remarkable speed. Everyone was taken aback and hastily sought refuge to the side. Despite her delicate, fair legs, Xiaowu possessed formidable strength. With a resounding thud, Zhang Ge felt a jolt of numbness in his arm. Indeed, she was an experienced elder sister of 10,000 years, impressive. Zhang Ge found himself plunged into a fierce battle. Although he possessed a level 10 soul power and his physical attributes far exceeded those of an ordinary person, he had never practiced any martial techniques. In contrast, Tang San had the advantage of Tang Sek's martial skills. After enduring several blows, Zhang Ge furrowed his brow and thought, enough of this. I am a man of strength. With immense power and without the need for a build-up, he unleashed a swift attack. Caught off guard, Xiaowu was instantly struck, her body drenched in fragrant sweat. Soon, she exhibited a reaction akin to that of Wang Sheng, her body swaying as the incoming kick became increasingly erratic. Zhang Ge, realizing the need to withdraw, was taken aback by Xiaowu's fierce competitive spirit. Despite feeling dizzy and utterly fatigued, she gritted her teeth and mustered all her strength to kick towards Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiaowu would deliver another kick. In a moment of haste, he sidestepped, only to find Xiaowu following up with a second strike. With no means of evasion, he instinctively reached out and grasped her petite foot. Already feeling dizzy and weak, Xiaowu lost her balance and fell directly onto him. With a thud, they both tumbled to the ground. Zhang Ge stood below, while Xiaowu was above. Their faces were mere inches apart, their gazes locked in a profound exchange. The onlookers around them widened their eyes in astonishment, captivated by the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a notification resonated in Zhang Ge's mind. Congratulations on completing the task. You have been rewarded with a random soul skill. The kiss was not merely on the cheek, but on the lips. Oh, the audacity. Xiaowu was the first to react. She propped herself up on her arms, her petite face flushed like a ripe red apple. A mix of shyness and indignation dancing across her features. She extended her small hand and playfully slapped Zhang Ge's face, exclaiming, "Rogue. Scoundrel." However, her slap lacked any force, nearly grazing his cheek. With great effort, Xiaowu managed to rise, her steps unsteady as she made her way to a nearby bed. Casting a resentful glare at Zhang Ge, once she regained her strength, she vowed to teach him a lesson. Zhang Ge rose to his feet, acutely aware of the gazes fixed upon him, his weathered face flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that the task had been accomplished. Boss, impressive, Wang Sheng exclaimed, leaning towards Zhang Ge, his expression a mixture of astonishment and envy. Zhang Ge, indifferent to him, poured a glass of water and placed it beside Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, infuriated, clenched her small fists, her expression one of intense ire directed at Zhang Ge. 003, Master of Flirting, he remarked. You appear dehydrated. Do drink some water. Zhang Ge extended the cup toward Xiao Wu. She remained silent, merely glaring at him in anger. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. Tang San, wearing a wry smile, found himself at a loss, an experienced yet perplexed man in such a situation. Zhang Ge, contemplating momentarily, swiftly devised a strategy and placed the water cup before Xiao Wu. I understand your desire to strike me. Yet how can you do so if your body has not yet recovered? Xiao Wu furrowed her brow slightly, as if pondering the validity of his words. Consequently, she accepted the water cup and took a sip. Those surrounding them were left in astonishment. They had anticipated that Xiao Wu would simply knock the cup aside. Zhang Ge suppressed a smirk within. When a girl is angry, the most effective approach is not to apologize and placate her, but rather to divert her attention. It is akin to soothing a child. If a child cries, the more one tries to comfort them, the more they wail. However, if one presents something that captivates their interest, the tears cease almost instantly, a method that never fails. Oftentimes, excessive apologies will only exacerbate a girl's anger. In this instance, although Xiao Wu understood that Zhang Ge did not act with intention during their accidental kiss, she still felt considerable indignation. The more one apologizes, the more vivid the image of their accidental kiss becomes in her mind, intensifying her frustration. At such moments, it is crucial to redirect her focus. Once her attention shifts, her ire will gradually dissipate. Only after her anger has subsided should one offer an apology for optimal effect. After Xiao Wu took a few sips of water, Zhang Ge remarked, the warm breeze earlier was my soul skill. When it touches someone, it causes dehydration. At our age, approximately 4/5 of our body weight is water, and dehydration can lead to severe consequences. Indeed, the anger on Xiao Wu's face began to fade, replaced by an expression of earnest attentiveness. Fortunately, if one promptly hydrates, the body can recover without issue. Zhang Ge seated himself beside Xiao Wu, saying, so if you wish to exact revenge on me in the future, be cautious of my soul skill. Xiao Wu pouted defiantly, humph. I shall remember that. Just wait and see. Next time, I will surely give you a proper thrashing. And without your soul skill, you stand no chance against me. Precisely, so you shall take on the role of dormitory leader, Zhang Ge proposed. The others were momentarily taken aback, and Xiao Wu echoed their surprise, but at loss this time, as the memory of their accidental kiss resurfaced. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, yet her face no longer bore that furious expression. Very well, I shall temporarily assume the role of leader. Once you have recuperated, we shall find a time to spar again, without any soul skills, and the victor shall claim the title of leader. Agreed. It's a deal. I shall certainly bring you to your knees, Xiaowu declared with unwavering confidence. I apologize for what transpired earlier, Zhang Ge said. Xiaowu displayed an angry expression once more, though it seemed more like a playful facade than genuine anger. In the future, we shall encounter various adversaries, Zhang Ge continued. And if you sustain injuries or exhaustion, do not linger on the battlefield, for other foes will not be as merciful as I am. Xiaowu pouted. Are you teaching me? I shall treat you to a delightful meal later, Zhang Ge offered. Xiaowu's eyes sparkled, but she retorted with a huff. Don't think that a good meal will earn my forgiveness. You have already forgiven me, Zhang Ge mused, for if you had not, you would not even speak to me. If one meal is insufficient, then 10 it shall be. You said it. I said it. As they observed the transformation of Xiao Wu's mood from stormy to sunny, Wang Xing and the others were utterly in awe of Zhang Ge's prowess. Remarkable. With just a few words, he had resolved the matter. They had initially anticipated that Xiao Wu would hold a grudge against Zhang Ge, leading to an everlasting rift in their relationship. At that moment, the door to Block 7 swung open, and Teacher Mo entered, inquiring, which of you are the new work-study students? Zhang Ge, Tang San. And Xiao Wu rose to their feet. Teacher Mo cradled 2 freshly laundered blankets in his arms, Tang San and Zhang Ge. These blankets are a gift from the master. The two accepted the pristine blankets, their hearts swelling with gratitude towards the master. Teacher Mo regarded the trio. You are all first-year work-study students, henceforth responsible for the cleaning of the garden on the south side of the playground. Having conveyed his instructions, Teacher Mo departed. Xiao Wu gazed longingly at the blanket in Zhang Ge's hands. Although Tang San also possessed a new blanket, there had been no exchange of words between Xiao Wu and Tang San from the beginning. Zhang Ge remarked, You may proceed. Consider it my apology. Xiao Wu's expression brightened with joy. This is indeed what you have said. Zhang Ge handed the quilt to her and then proceeded to tidy up her own bed. Tang San approached Zhang Ge, holding the quilt, and said, Master Uncle, this quilt is quite large. It would be no trouble for us to share it. Zhang Ge immediately turned her head and glared at him. Tang San, oh Tang San, how can you be so oblivious? I want to share a bed with Xiao Wu. A woman's power is boundless when she is 10,000 times stronger. If you share a bed with me, won't Xiao be left out? Tang San was taken aback by Zhang Ge's expression. Did I say something wrong? Xiao Wu bit her lip and approached Zhang Ge, saying, Well, you treating me to delicious food counts as an apology, and besides, the earlier incident, it's not entirely your fault. I won't take advantage of you. Let us share a bed. Isn't that inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? We've already kissed. Xiao Wu murmured shyly, lowering her head. It's settled then. Push your bed over here. Xiao Wu raised her head and declared. The others looked at them. Indeed, having kissed, what were they pretending for? Did they think we were blind? Their eyes were clearly filled with delight. The double bed was pushed together, and Xiao Wu placed her belongings in the gap, saying, This is the boundary, no crossing it. Otherwise, Zhang Ge expressed his complete agreement, while Tang San revealed a knowing smile. Retreating to his own bed with the blankets in tow. Just in time for lunch, Xiao Wu arrived with enthusiasm. We're about to feast on something delicious. Zhang Ge, you promised to treat me to something delightful. I always keep my word. Let's go. Although he said this, Zhang Ge found himself with merely a handful of silver coins. Hardly enough to indulge Xiao Wu. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as he knew that someone would inevitably pick up the tab at the cafeteria later. You all go ahead. I shall refrain from joining, Tang San remarked, aware that his family's impoverished circumstances rendered him unable to afford a meal at the cafeteria. Zhang Ge patted him on the shoulder, reassuringly stating, It's all right. Just follow me. Tang San was about to refuse but was promptly pulled away by Zhang Ge. In the cafeteria, a sense of awe enveloped them. Wow, it's so spacious and fragrant, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Her excitement palpable as she gazed at the opulent dining hall before her. At that moment, an unpleasant voice echoed from above. Oh, aren't those the impoverished souls of Wang Xing's group? The guests have arrived. Zhang Ge revealed a sinister smile. A group of upperclassmen loomed on the staircase, looking down upon them with disdain. The speaker, a handsome boy of approximately 11 or 12, scoffed. Poor folks will always be poor. I fear they will never ascend to the second floor for a meal. Xiao Wu, her temper flaring, retorted. Who do you think you are? What's so remarkable about the second floor? A work-study student whispered. The second floor is a place for ordering meals separately, and the prices are steep. We truly cannot afford it. Upon noticing Xiao Wu, the male student's eyes brightened. What a beautiful little loli. It's a pity she's just a work-study student. Wang Xing. I'm off to dine now. Consider yourself lucky this time. With that, they strutted toward the second floor. Xiao Wu was about to chase after them when Zhang Ge, quicker than a flash, reached the group in mere moments. Everyone was taken aback. What do you want? Do you, a mere work-study student, dare to venture to the second floor? Xiao Lao cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Ge. You are treating us, Zhang Ge stated confidently. Xiao Lao was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Who do you think you are? Why should I treat you? Zhang Ge revealed a sinister smile, suddenly pointing a finger at Xiao Lao. Second soul skill, death stripping, activate. In an instant, the onlookers were taken aback as all of Xiao Lao's garments fell to the ground, leaving him clad only in his undergarments. The atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. The next moment, the girls shrieked, covering their eyes. while the boys, led by Wang Xing, erupted into raucous laughter. Haha. Exposed. Xiaochen you truly are bold. Undressing in front of so many people. Look. His underpants are pink. Haha. Pink. Xiao Lao was dumbfounded. Why did my clothes suddenly disappear? You mustn't look. Mustn't look. He scrambled to retrieve his clothes, his face reddening more than a monkey's backside. This was the second soul skill Zhang Ge had acquired, death stripping. Capable of instantly divesting an opponent of all their gear, clothing, weapons, and attribute enhancements. When used against soul beasts, it could diminish their attributes by 30%. Curse it. This is your doing, isn't it? Xiao Lao shouted angrily, pointing at Zhang Ge. Humiliated before so many, he felt as though he might explode with rage. Just as he was about to retaliate, Zhang Ge interjected, "Want to fight me? Fine, let us step outside and settle it. If you lose, you'll cover our food expenses for the year." Xiao Lao retorted, "Fine. If you lose, you'll follow me wherever I go, kneeling to be my stool. No problem?" Zhang Ge replied with a smile. "Let us go." Outside, Tang San and Xiaowu were momentarily taken aback, just as a large hand landed on Tang San's shoulder. He turned to see it was Master. "Teacher, uncle, he." Master shook his head. "The spirit hall has misjudged again. I, too, wish to witness Xiao Ge's true strength." Tang San and Xiaowu nodded in understanding. Outside the cafeteria, Xiao Lao bellowed, "Prepare to be my stool." Wolf spirit. A massive wolf spirit materialized behind him. As a level 11 battle spirit master, Xiao Lao was bound to emerge victorious. Indeed, the wolf spirit boasts formidable combat strength. Soon, Xiao Lao will have an additional human stool. Haha. Go, Xiao Lao. Bring him down. Zhang Ge gradually raised his right hand, revealing a delicate and exquisite embroidery needle. Upon seeing this, the group led by Xiao Lao erupted into uproarious laughter. An embroidery needle. Haha. What a pitiful martial soul. Is a grown man truly going to emerge with that to do needlework? How shameless to display such a worthless martial soul. Haha. You ought to scurry back and tend to your embroidery. Xiaowu and Tang San watched with concern. The embroidery needle martial soul appeared exceedingly feeble, far inferior to the wolf martial soul. However, not far away, the master, observing the scene, suddenly opened his eyes wide. An embroidery needle? Wasn't the martial soul registration from the spirit hall inscribed with a scythe? What on earth is happening? Zhang Ge's lips curved into a smile, and in the next moment, the embroidery needle erupted with a terrifying golden radiance, instantly enlarging several times to transform into a majestic golden staff. An eerie golden red aura surged forth from the rod, enveloping the surroundings with a chilling murderous intent and an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a mountain. The sea stabilizing needle. This. The master's expression changed dramatically. Everyone was affected by this formidable aura, displaying expressions of terror, including Tang San and Xiao Wu. Zhang Ge grasped the golden rod and pointed it at Xiao Lao, whose complexion turned ashen in an instant. At that moment, the scene before him transformed dramatically. The sky was filled with sharp, cold stars, resembling falling fire from the heavens, while the ground was awash with a crimson glow, akin to molten lava. The battle cries roared like thunder, and in the next heartbeat, countless monstrous demons surged towards him, howling ferociously. Boom. A pair of blood-red giant eyes suddenly opened behind Zhang Ge, ablaze with flames that seemed poised to incinerate everything in existence. Xiao Lao was so terrified that he nearly wet himself. His legs turned to jelly, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The wolf spirit behind him vanished in an instant. He was so paralyzed with fear that he could not even summon the strength to stand. The majesty of the great sage. This was the inherent effect of the sea calming needle spirit, which did not even qualify as a soul skill. Those lacking in willpower would, like Xiao Lao at this moment, succumb without a fight. This was a fortunate outcome. Had he been of even weaker resolve, he might have been rendered utterly shattered by fear. Zhang Ge felt a profound disappointment. Is this all there is? How could you still possess the wolf martial soul? I had even planned to strike you with a blow. Xiao Lao trembled violently in fear, lacking even the courage to raise his head. I concede. I concede. As he retracted the sea-stabilizing divine needle, the arena swiftly returned to normalcy, under the embrace of a blue sky, white clouds, and a gentle breeze. At that moment, Xiao Lao and his companions no longer dared to mock Zhang Ge. Each one regarded him with trepidation in their eyes. This weapon martial soul is utterly terrifying, overwhelmingly powerful. Tang San, too, felt a surge of apprehension. In terms of sheer intimidating presence, his Haotian hammer paled in comparison to this peculiar golden staff. Hooray! We have triumphed. Xiao Wu, seemingly the most carefree of all, joyfully leaped to Zhang Ge's side, exclaiming, "How impressive! Before you even made a move." He was already terrified to the point of losing control. Zhang Ge turned to Xiao Lao and said, "We are going to order food now. Do not forget to settle the bill. Off to enjoy some delicious dishes." Xiao Wu cheerfully followed behind Zhang Ge. At the entrance of the cafeteria, they encountered the master, who gazed at Zhang Ge with a faint smile. "I had intended to take you out for a meal, but it seems that will not be necessary. After your meal, you and Tang San should come find me." Understood. Zhang Ge and Tang San replied in unison. This was Wang Sheng and the others' first time dining on the second floor, and they were brimming with excitement. While they were eating, Xiao Lao and his companions arrived. "Xiao Lao, having sustained little injury and having recovered, approached Zhang Ge with a downcast demeanor. I concede. From now on, whenever you dine, it will be on my account. Furthermore, since you have bested me, you shall henceforth be the leader of the academy. Everyone, come forth and pay your respects to the leader. The crowd gathered around Zhang Ge and bowed, saying, We pay our respects to the leader. Enough of the pleasantries. Come and join us for a meal, Zhang Ge urged. As they all sat together, the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. After finishing their meal, Tang San and Zhang Ge sought out the master. The master, getting straight to the point, addressed Tang San. Please release your other martial spirit for me to observe. Without hesitation, Tang San unleashed the Haotian hammer. Upon seeing the Haotian hammer, the master immediately stood up in excitement. However, at that moment, Zhang Ge suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his right hand, and in the blink of an eye, the golden cudgel inexplicably manifested itself. Both Tang San and the master were taken aback, and Zhang Ge quickly attempted to retract it, saying, I didn't summon it. It just appeared on its own. The golden cudgel reluctantly returned to Zhang Ge's body, emanating a terrifying aura that suppressed the Haotian hammer, which trembled in Tang San's grasp. You dare to resist? Come back to me, Zhang Ge exclaimed, and with a glare, the golden cudgel was swiftly reabsorbed into his being. The master observed this scene with astonishment. The Haotian hammer, renowned as the world's foremost martial spirit, was subdued by Zhang Ge's peculiar cudgel. What could be the origin of this strange weapon? 005 Dog System. Master, this martial spirit is remarkable. Just now, I felt as if I could barely hold the hammer, Tang San remarked. The master turned his gaze toward Zhang Ge, stating, According to the Martial Spirit Hall's records, Xiaoga's martial spirit is merely an ordinary sickle. Yet what you summoned was an extraordinary cudgel. Could it be a mutated martial spirit? Zhang Ge, perhaps, though I am uncertain about my circumstances. After all, my parents passed away before I was even born. No, to clarify, they left this world when I was still very young. The master fell silent for a moment, nodded, and began to instruct Tang San on several matters. Finally, the master declared, Tomorrow morning, young San, you shall accompany me to procure the soul ring. Zhang Ge raised his hand and said, Brother, my soul power has also reached level 10. The master was taken aback. What? Level 10? The certification from the Spirit Hall states you are at level 3. Could it be that your martial spirit has undergone a mutation, leading to this enhancement in your soul power? Perhaps, Zhang Ge replied. The master nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the world is full of wonders. Very well. I initially believed that Xiao San surpassed you by a considerable margin, but it seems you are not inferior to him. As he spoke, the master removed a storage belt and handed it to Zhang Ge. This soul guide was originally intended for Xiao San, but to be honest, his background is more formidable than yours. He will surely acquire far greater treasures in the future, so I shall bestow this upon you. He then proceeded to explain the features of the storage belt. Zhang Ge was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed the storage belt. Where's the jade person to teach the flute? No, wait, it was the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Did it really belong to me? Yet I have no use for it. My system's bill in storage space surpasses this belt by far. After some contemplation, Zhang Ge ultimately accepted it. He couldn't risk revealing the existence of his system. Tang San gazed at it with envy. If he possessed this belt, he could store his hidden weapons conveniently. Alas, he refrained from expressing much more, for it was the master's possession, and he had the liberty to whom he bestowed it. Tonight, let us retire early. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall embark on our quest for the soul rings. What? You two are departing the academy at dawn? What will happen to the work-study duties? I shall be left to bear the burden alone. Xiaowu pouted. Tang San felt a tinge of embarrassment, and Zhang Ge reassured her, Fear not, I have made arrangements. Xiao Qinyu and the others will assist you. Them? Those young masters and ladies. Can they handle such tasks? Xiaowu looked skeptical. They must, for I decree it. If they fail to perform adequately, I shall return and give them a sound thrashing. Zhang Ge asserted, You shall not be overburdened. Xiaowu was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. Very well, let us return and rest. Wait, I wish to spar with you once more. Xiaowu gazed up at Zhang Ge. Tang San chuckled, Then I shall take my leave. As he turned away, a sense of melancholy washed over him. He harbored feelings for Xiao Wu, yet in her eyes, he was invisible, eclipsed by Zhang Ge. Sighing, he chastised himself for his thoughts. He resolved to focus on his cultivation, to honor his father, and if fate permitted, to rebuild the Tang sect right here. Tang San gazed at the bright moon, clenching his fists tightly. Observing Tang San's despondent figure, Zhang Ge felt a pang in his heart. Xiao Wu and Tang San were meant to be together, and yet he had unwittingly torn them apart. Zhang Ge, as he pondered deeper, found himself overwhelmed with sorrow. And ultimately, he could scarcely restrain a laugh. The formidable power of a woman transcends all. Xiao Wu is mine, and none shall dare to take her away. Task received. Embrace Xiao Wu. Reward for completion, a random soul bone. Penalty for failure, to become bald for a decade. Please be advised, should Xiao Wu resist. The task shall be deemed a failure. The time limit is 10 minutes, and exceeding this duration will also result in failure. Zhang Ge, what on earth is this baldness? Damn system, are you trying to drive me to my demise? What are you thinking? Xiao Wu suddenly inquired. I am an orphan. Zhang Ge replied. Xiao Wu was taken aback, and Zhang Ge continued. Before I could even remember, my parents were gone. Fortunately, the uncles and aunts in the village treated me kindly, allowing me to survive until now. Yet, despite that, I remain merely an orphan, devoid of parents. Experiencing the warmth of summer and the chill of winter alone. Zhang Ge's words pierced through Xiao Wu's heart like a sharp blade. Xiao Wu, flee at once. Her mother's desperate cries echoed once more in her ears, causing tears to flow freely down Xiao Wu's cheeks. Through her blurred vision, she seemed to once again behold the blood-red soul ring, the very essence of her mother's spirit, marking the moment she became an orphan. I miss my mother. Zhang Ge murmured as he gazed at the moon. This sentiment was genuine. He was indeed reminiscing about his mother back on Earth. However, this confession shattered Xiao Wu's composure. The murder of her mother was the most excruciating ordeal she had ever endured. She buried her face in her hands, weeping uncontrollably, oblivious to the fact that Zhang Ge was gazing at her with fervent intensity. Did you make her cry? The system inquired. Of course. What kind of ridiculous task has this wretched system assigned? Hold her, without allowing her to resist, and complete it within 10 minutes. What am I supposed to do? Knock her unconscious? The system fell silent. I merely wish for you to render her unconscious, so that I could, proceed with subsequent tasks. Yet here you are, having made her cry. Oh, this detestable host has disrupted my rhythm. As Xiao Wu's sobs grew more heart-wrenching, she remained entirely unaware of a pair of hands gently clasping her delicate shoulders, gradually pulling her into an embrace. Eventually, Zhang Ge held Xiao Wu completely in his arms, and she leaned against his shoulder without any resistance. That wasn't so difficult, was it? Hey, the task is complete. Where's my reward? The system responded with a forlorn expression. As Zhang Ge was about to examine the nature of the soul bone, the sound of Xiao Wu's sobs in his arms gradually diminished, and she suddenly stirred. Zhang Ge was momentarily struck as if by lightning, rendered motionless. Xiao Wu's close combat prowess was formidable. Should she realize that he was attempting to act inappropriately, he would undoubtedly face a series of 8 consecutive throws. Oh, wait. Xiao Wu isn't yet adept at those throws, but her leg techniques are indeed quite impressive. Zhang Ge. Xiao Wu suddenly spoke. Ah. Zhang Ge felt as though his throat was traversing a tightrope, trembling incessantly. How did your parents pass away? So, this was the inquiry at hand. Zhang Ge exhaled in relief. The specifics are unclear. I've heard from the villagers that it is related to the soul beasts. Xiao Wu's delicate form shuddered. Then, do you harbor hatred towards the soul beasts? Zhang Ge shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Whether it was indeed a soul beast that caused this remains ambiguous. Even if it was a soul beast, I cannot ascertain which one it was. And it may very well have been vanquished by another soul master. How could I harbor hatred? Do you not resent other soul beasts? I do not. If I were to discover which soul beast was responsible for my parents' demise, I would pursue it relentlessly for vengeance. However, I bear no animosity towards other soul beasts. Grievances have their rightful owners. Xiao Wu wiped her tears and suddenly realized something. She abruptly scrambled out of Zhang Ge's embrace, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. It's fine. I can wash my own clothes, Zhang Ge remarked, gesturing towards the tear stains on his attire. Xiao Wu, both exasperated and amused, retorted. You scoundrel. Taking advantage of me and complaining about my messiness, do you wish to fight? At the stroke of midnight, they returned to their dormitory, where the faint sound of snoring indicated that everyone else had succumbed to slumber. They exchanged glances before settling back onto their beds. Just as Zhang Ge was drifting into a doze, a delicate hand suddenly grasped his. He opened his eyes to find Xiao Wu, her face flushed, anxiously shutting her eyes. He chuckled softly and clasped her small hand. What a wonderfully soft and tender hand it was. At that moment, the system interrupted with a new task. Release the hand, ensuring that Xiao Wu does not become upset. Task reward, a Millennium Soul Ring. Failure penalty, severe myopia. Zhang Ge was bewildered. This is truly a wretched system. Who can endure such severe myopia? Knock her out. If she is unconscious, she will no longer feel anger. The system declared. Zhang Ge scoffed with disdain. Knock her out? You underestimate me? He released his grip, and Xiao Wu, momentarily taken aback, opened her eyes. Pouting slightly as if about to speak, Zhang Ge gently ruffled her hair. Sleep now. We must rise early tomorrow, he said softly. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson as she nodded and closed her eyes. See, she isn't angry. Mission accomplished. Now, where's that Millennium Soul Ring? Zhang Ge chuckled heartily within. System, this dogged host is somewhat difficult to manage. 006 and Tang San engage in a sparring match. Left arm soul bone. Enhances one's attributes by 50%, capable of unfolding into an arm shield to withstand damage. It also incorporates the soul-incinerating nether fire and can actively release nether fire arrows for ranged attacks, consuming minimal soul power, derived from a 13,000-year-old soul beast. The Azure Spirit Cat, and is subject to evolution. Millennium Soul Ring. Originating from a 6,000-year-old soul beast, the Yellow Spring Tree, it grants the soul skill. What expansion? What expansion? Increases one's defense and speed by 50%, taunting and humiliating opponents, causing them to lose their rationality, disregarding others, and solely targeting you. Not bad. Zhang Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, a dilemma arose. Having acquired the soul ring, Was there still a need to venture into the soul-hunting forest tomorrow? Zhang Ge pondered for a moment and ultimately decided against going. He feared that the secrets of the system might be inadvertently revealed. As for an excuse, he had already concocted one, claiming that he had misjudged his abilities. He was not yet at the 10th level of soul power, but merely a little over the 9th. He believed that the master would not be angered, for after all, Zhang Ge was still but a child. The following morning, upon encountering the two, Zhang Ge relayed the premeditated excuse he had devised the night before. The master did not press further, simply instructing Zhang Ge to diligently cultivate and strive to reach the 10th level as swiftly as possible before departing with Tang San. As he watched them leave, Zhang Ge turned back towards the academy, chuckling to himself, during your absence, Tang San, Xiao will undoubtedly become entirely mine. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Tang San felt a sudden moment of disorientation. In that instant, he experienced an inexplicable sense of having lost someone of utmost significance. What is the matter, Xiao San? The master inquired. Tang San shook his head and replied with a smile, It's nothing, teacher. Perhaps I simply did not sleep well last night. In the garden south of the playground, Xiaowu stood with her hands on her hips, exclaiming, Hey, do you all even know how to clean up? Xiao Qinyu and the others looked on, exasperated. We don't. Each of us comes from affluent families, so cleaning is hardly our responsibility. Xiaowu pouted in frustration. Humph. That scoundrel Zhang Ge went to the soul-hunting forest and left all this work to me. At that moment, a voice suddenly interjected. Who is the scoundrel? It was Zhang Ge. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu paused, turned her head, and saw Zhang Ge approaching leisurely. A smile immediately brightened her face, but in the next heartbeat, she recollected something, pouting her lips and adopting a stern expression, deliberately ignoring him. Boss. Xiao Qinyu and the others quickly greeted him. Go about your business. Zhang Ge waved his hand dismissively. Relieved, Xiao Qinyu and the others swiftly departed, grateful to be free from their cleaning duties. Aren't you supposed to be hunting soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest? What brings you back? Xiao Wu inquired. Low emotional intelligence. My soul power has reached the 10th level yet, so I'm not going. High emotional intelligence. I couldn't bear to let you toil here alone. Zhang Ge unhesitatingly opted for a response imbued with emotional intelligence. Xiao Wu's countenance brightened with joy. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. However, are you not concerned about refraining from hunting soul beasts? The soul rings hold significant importance. Perhaps you should accompany the master and the others, with the assistance of Xiao Qinyu and the others. Though it may be a slower endeavor, I am still capable of managing. Zhang Ge remarked, I have a way to resolve the soul ring issue. Let us begin by tidying up, and once we have completed that, we shall attend the opening ceremony. In the days that followed, aside from the brief moment spent in the restroom, Zhang Ge and Xiaowu were virtually inseparable. They attended classes together during the day, engaged in cleaning, and shared meals. At night, they would sleep in the same blanket. Although this may easily lead to misunderstandings, it was indeed one blanket, yet the boundary between them was never crossed. However, there were occasions when they would hold hands as they drifted off to sleep. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was due to their remarkably similar experiences that fostered a sense of empathy between them. Moreover, Zhang Ge's striking appearance, coupled with his formidable abilities and genuine concern for Xiao Wu, cultivated a subtle affection and dependence in her towards him. Ultimately, it was clear that any chance between Tang San and Xiao Wu had vanished entirely. Their relationship had settled into that of mere acquaintances. In recent days, the system had surprisingly refrained from causing any disturbances. The system contemplated, this troublesome host is rather challenging to manage. I must devise a strategy to handle him in the future, lest he continues to disrupt my rhythm. It's exceedingly difficult, and the experience is quite unsatisfactory. On a particular day, Tang San and the master returned from the soul-hunting forest, the master visibly wounded, appearing utterly diminished. It was evident without question that he had fallen victim to the venom of the mandala snake. Upon their arrival, the system began to stir once more. Issuing a new task, engage in a spar with Tang San and emerge victorious. Task rewards included an elevation of soul power by 5 levels. However, failure would result in a weight gain of 10 pounds. Zhang Ge. He could not fathom why he always felt that the purpose of this system was to toy with him. Those absurd penalties for failure, were any of them reasonable? Gaining 10 pounds? He might as well shave his head. Upon hearing Zhang Ge's words, Tang San was momentarily taken aback and glanced towards the master. After a moment of contemplation, the master nodded and said, it would be beneficial to engage in a spar. However, Xiao San has already acquired his spirit ring. So you must exercise caution, Xiao Ge. Zhang Ge nodded slightly. In the back playground, upon hearing that a duel was about to commence, Xiao Wu, Xiao Qinyu, and others gathered to witness the competition between the master and his disciple. Master, please bestow your guidance, Tang San proclaimed as he raised his right hand, summoning the blue silver grass enhanced by the mandala snake into his palm, simultaneously surrounding himself with a yellow soul ring. A century-old soul ring. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qinyu were taken aback. They then turned their gaze towards Zhang Ge, their eyes filled with a hint of concern. Tang San already possessed a century-old soul ring, yet you have none. How will you compete? Zhang Ge slowly raised his right hand, and the golden staff leaped forth from his palm, radiating a brilliant golden red light. In that instant, everyone once again felt that chilling and terrifying battle intent and murderous aura that struck fear deep within their hearts. The great sage's intimidation was palpable. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, a look of terror appearing in his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, a spark of determination ignited within him as he activated his purple extreme demon eye, which swiftly diminished the effect of the great sage's intimidation upon him. Zhang Ge was not taken aback. The great sage's intimidation was merely an illusion. Furthermore, Tang San was already an adult and had experienced death once, his resolve undoubtedly far surpassing that of Xiao Yu. Moreover, if Tang San's purple extreme demon eyes were to reach the realm of the mustard seed, then the great sage's intimidation would likely have no effect on him whatsoever. As the impact of the great sage's intimidation waned, a faint smile appeared on Tang San's face. But in the next moment, a resonant hum echoed as a purple soul ring manifested around Zhang Ge's body. A purple soul ring. A millennium soul ring. The master's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Xiao Yu and the others gasped in unison, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? How could the first soul ring be a millennium soul ring? This utterly shattered their perceptions. Zhang Ge, oh Zhang Ge, you have left me astounded, nay, you have left me in sheer shock. The master thought to himself. The smile on Tang San's face instantly froze. Disciple, be cautious. Zhang Ge raised his hand, unleashing a death-stripping technique, augmented by the might of a formidable warrior. With a whoosh, Tang San's garments were stripped away in an instant, leaving him clad only in his undergarments. In the next heartbeat, he was drenched in a torrent of sweat. 007 Tang San's electric bulb. Tang San felt an immediate loss of strength, his head spinning, yet he was quick to react, sweeping his right hand. Entangle. The blue-silver grass surged forth like serpents breaking through the earth, swift as the wind, coiling towards him. Zhang Ge executed a swift leap to evade the attack, raising his hand for another formidable strike. This time, Tang San discerned the direction of the impending assault, yet he found himself too fatigued to evade it. Nevertheless, his combat experience was exceptional. He quickly swung his blue-silver grass to grasp a nearby tree, using its momentum to evade the scorching wind. However, the third formidable strike followed closely behind. Tang San, resembling Tarzan, swung once more. Could you truly escape? Zhang Ge smiled ominously. Is running all you can do? Pathetic. The taunt ignited Tang San's fury, filling him with an overwhelming urge to retaliate. He suddenly found Zhang Ge's arrogance exceedingly infuriating. No longer willing to evade, he resolved to confront him head-on. With a powerful strike, Tang San was caught off guard. This was the end. If previously Tang San had sweated like a waterfall, now it resembled a tsunami, as perspiration poured from him in torrents. The rapid loss of fluids rendered him instantly fatigued, dizzy, and his limbs weak, causing him to collapse to the ground. As he lifted his head, he found Zhang Ge standing before him, and with a sense of resignation, Tang San admitted, Master Uncle, I concede. Zhang Ge extended his hand to pull him up, draping a garment over his shoulders, and retrieved a bottle of water from his belt. Offering it to him, you have managed to hold on for quite some time under my guidance. You have done well. Tang San tilted his head back and drank the water, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With genuine admiration, he remarked, I never anticipated that my esteemed master would acquire a millennium soul ring. How remarkable. It was merely fortune, thanks to the assistance of a wise individual. Xiao San. Xiao Ge, please come over here, the master instructed. Inside the office, the master said, Xiao Ge, your surprises have been truly overwhelming. I initially believed that Xiao San's first soul ring being a century was already impressive, yet your first soul ring is indeed a millennium. A millennium soul ring surpasses your capacity to bear it. How did you come by such an extraordinary acquisition? Zhang Ge began to speak fancifully. A few nights ago, unable to sleep, he ventured out for a stroll and unexpectedly encountered a mysterious sage. Upon observing Zhang's remarkable physique, the sage recognized him as a rare talent in martial arts and, filled with admiration, took him to the soul-hunting forest, where a millennium-old soul beast willingly offered a soul ring as a sacrifice. Both were astonished that such an event could occur. Zhang Ge was astonished. You too actually believed it. Do you know the name of that esteemed figure? I do not know, and moreover, he was clad in a dark robe, obscuring his features. Zhang Ge continued to fabricate. A dark robe? The master furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering for a long while without discerning which eminent personage from the continent it might be. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a positive development, and the master chose not to dwell further on it. He meticulously analyzed the confrontation between the two today, highlighting their strengths and weaknesses. The two listened attentively, nodding in agreement. It must be said that the master indeed possessed considerable insight. The flaws he identified and the suggestions he offered proved immensely beneficial to Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge has just arrived in the Douluo Continent, having acquired a plethora of chaotic items that necessitate a familiarization process, ideally guided by a master to avoid unnecessary detours. After consuming several barrels of water, Tang San gradually regained his strength. The two bid farewell to their master and proceeded towards the cafeteria. You were truly amazing today, Xiaowu exclaimed with palpable excitement. You completely overwhelmed Tang San. Tang San's face flushed with embarrassment. Uncle Master is indeed formidable. Zhang Ge shook his head, remarking, In a life and death struggle, I may not necessarily best Xiao San. Tang San's hidden weapons were elusive, yet the golden cudgel was not to be underestimated. After finishing their meal, the trio set off for class together. Observing the cheerful banter between Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu, Tang San felt a twinge of melancholy. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wu's figure had been haunting his thoughts these past few days. Furthermore, he harbored a rather peculiar sentiment towards her, as an experienced youth. He found himself perplexed by this feeling, which left his heart heavy and uneasy. He glanced at Xiao Wu, who, in turn, seemed to see only Zhang Ge. When the holidays arrive, I'll take you to our village, Zhang Ge suggested. Absolutely, Xiao Wu replied with delight. Tang San's expression dimmed. He too wished to take Xiao Wu to Holy Soul Village. Suddenly, Xiao Wu fell silent. What's wrong? Zhang Ge inquired. Xiao Wu gazed up at him, her eyes soft and shimmering like rippling water. The people in your village are truly kind souls. Without them, you might have perished from hunger. Low emotional intelligence, indeed. Had it not been for them, I would not have survived to this day. High emotional intelligence, indeed, had it not been for them, I would never have had the pleasure of meeting you. It is obvious which choice one should make. Upon hearing Zhang Ge's emotionally astute response, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed, and she raised her delicate chin, declaring, of course, I am your Xiao Wu Jie. Missing me would be a tremendous loss for you. Indeed. Xiao Wu Jie is the best, Zhang Ge chuckled. After all, with 1,000 years of age, addressing her as sister is hardly excessive. Xiao Wu regarded Zhang Ge with tenderness, asking, am I truly that wonderful? Indeed, he affirmed. Hee, since I am so splendid, you shall assist me with my work today. What? I didn't catch that. I said, since I am so splendid, you shall assist me with my work today. The previous part. Am I truly that wonderful? That's a lie. Humph. You seek punishment. Ah, help. Tang San, observing this exchange, thought to himself. I suddenly feel rather superfluous. As days turned into weeks, the long-awaited holiday finally arrived. Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu's relationship blossomed remarkably, as their constant companionship fostered an undeniable bond. Even two unyielding logs could ignite a fire through friction, let alone two individuals who already harbored mutual affection. Throughout this nearly year-long period, the system exhibited a peculiar absence, only issuing a handful of tasks. Coupled with Zhang Ge's personal cultivation, he had ascended to the 20th level of soul power after a year. And he acquired a fearsome second soul ring, a millennium-old ring derived from the 10,300-year-old soul beast, the corrupted bone toad. This second soul ring bestowed upon him the soul skill, Decay Finger, which could rapidly corrode an opponent's armor, garments, and weapons, presenting a formidable counter to weapon-based soul masters. This skill bore a resemblance to the effect of Death Severance. However, while Death Severance merely nullified, Decay Finger was far more ruthless, actively eroding the target. The corrosion of a weapon soul inflicted significant harm upon the soul master. Nevertheless, beyond this, Zhang Ge did not receive any additional task rewards, nor did he acquire any soul skills from the system. He began to suspect that the system might have contracted some form of virus. Unbeknownst to him, throughout this past year, the system had been vigilantly observing him, seeking to comprehend his nature and devise strategies to manage him, as he consistently disrupted its rhythm, rendering it increasingly challenging for the system to operate effectively. Zhang Ge may very well be the first host to be incessantly pondered over by his own system regarding how to deal with him. The system has frequently expressed its exasperation lately, exclaiming, it is truly a Herculean task to serve as your system. Had I known you would be so challenging, I would have preferred to select a dog as my host. Though you are not a dog, you certainly exhibit canine qualities. This left Zhang Ge feeling that the system had indeed contracted a virus, leading it to utter nonsensical ramblings. He pondered for quite some time, but could not decipher the meaning behind that statement. On the day of the holiday, everyone was busy packing their belongings in preparation to return home. After finishing her packing, Xiao Wu approached Zhang Ge and said, remember the promise? You said you would take me back to your village. Zhang Ge replied, our village is rather distant. You must be mentally prepared. Xiao Wu retorted, what does distance matter? We can hire a carriage. Zhang Ge shook his head in resignation. With a lack of emotional intelligence, he lamented, hire a carriage? Do you think I have that kind of money? You've borrowed all my funds and still haven't returned them. With a touch of emotional intelligence, he demanded, enough of this high emotional quotient nonsense. Return the money. Dear, allow me to explain. He began, but then hesitated. Well, it seems we lack the funds to hire a carriage. Xiaowu felt a bit embarrassed, her tiny fingers fidgeting restlessly. Not to worry, it's not too far. If you tire, I shall carry you, Zhang Ge offered. Xiaowu's face lit up with a bright smile. Sure. How brazen this little creature is. I was merely being polite. Yet she took me seriously. Perhaps I should let her reveal her true nature. I could simply ride her instead. You are the first to consider riding Xiaowu as a mount, the system remarked. Truly a clever little rascal. Zhang Ge was instantly drenched in cold sweat. But soon he sighed in relief. Fortunately, this dogged system did not issue a task involving riding Xiaowu. Otherwise, things would have turned quite troublesome. Rest assured. I have no intention of ending your life just yet, the system remarked. Can you believe this absurdity? Other systems strive to empower their hosts, while mine seems hell-bent on complicating my existence. The fact that you do not wish to terminate me at this moment is truly appreciated. Thank you very much. However, who can predict what the future holds? We shall address future matters at a later time, the system replied. Zhang Ge chose to disregard it. It is indeed true that possessing the system will enhance one's strength, yet it is equally true that the frustration it brings could shorten one's lifespan. At this moment, Tang San interjected, Master Uncle, Nyojia village is conveniently along our route to Shahan village. Let us travel together. Although my family is impoverished and lacks the means to properly entertain you, it would be no trouble for you to rest at my home and share a warm meal. Zhang Ge, the light bulb from Tang San is indeed quite effective. However, Tang San means well. It's no matter since he is just passing by. After all, Xiaowu is already mine, and you shall never hope to take her away in this lifetime. The three departed from the academy, embarking on their journey to Holy Soul Village. Over the past year, Xiaowu often sought to spar with Zhang Ge, but Zhang Ge's prowess escalated rapidly. Initially, when Zhang Ge refrained from using his soul skills, they could manage to draw even, yet eventually, even without employing any soul techniques, Zhang Ge could easily overpower Xiaowu. The suppression of soul power levels became apparent. Xiaowu also engaged in sparring with Tang San, as there were few opponents in the entire Notting Academy suitable for her. However, after undergoing Zhang Ge's training, her strength surpassed that of Tang San. After a few rounds, she found it rather dull. For striking a sandbag was far less thrilling than battling a person. Ultimately, Zhang Ge had no choice but to limit himself to 50% of his strength when facing Xiaowu. Initially, he endured a rather harsh beating, but over time, he became accustomed to it. No matter, boundless magic. How much further? Xiaowu inquired. Almost there, Tang San replied, pointing ahead to a mountain, indicating that they were nearing its foothills. Throughout the journey, Xiaowu and Zhang Ge treated him as a mere transparent presence. As a result, Tang San walked the entire way without feeling the slightest hunger, silently enduring a stream of emotional turmoil. Now, as they approached Holy Soul Village, his spirits lifted, brimming with excitement. Soon he would see his father, and his heart raced with anticipation. There it is, Holy Soul Village. Look, that is my home. This was the first time the two had witnessed such enthusiasm radiating from him. Father, I'm back. Oh, Xiao San, you've returned. Old Jack emerged from the inner room. Tang San paused. Grandfather Jack, you're here too? Where is my father? Old Jack handed a letter to Tang San, sighing deeply. Upon reading the letter, Tang San's demeanor deflated entirely. His previously animated expression transformed into one of helplessness and despair. Tang Hao had departed. That evening, Zhang Ge took it upon himself to prepare a sumptuous feast. After dining, Tang San's mood gradually began to lift. Thank you both, Tang San said. Looking at Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu, his eyes slightly reddened. I appreciate you staying with me. Don't mention it, Zhang Ge replied. I am your uncle by virtue of your master. As the saying goes, elders are like fathers. During this time while Uncle Tang is away, feel free to call me father, I wouldn't mind. Tang San, were it not for their good rapport, he would have certainly retaliated. Xiao Wu chimed in. We are friends, there is no need for formality. Rest assured, your father is merely away for a time. You will surely reunite in the future. Tang San nodded, and a smile finally graced his face. Uncle, truly, I had no idea you were such an excellent cook. Indeed, indeed, Xiao Wu exclaimed, immediately wrapping her arm around Zhang Ge's. I never expected you to be such a remarkable chef. In the next moment, she felt that this gesture might be inappropriate and hastily withdrew her hand. Her cheeks flushed. Zhang Ge remarked, cooking is an essential skill for an orphan. He had not forgotten his identity as an orphan in this world. Xiao Wu's expression darkened, and she slowly lowered her head. Zhang Ge took her small hand in his, prompting her to look up at him. He offered a gentle smile, which softened her gaze, and she reciprocated by grasping his hand in return. Tang San felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I apologize, Master Uncle, for bringing up such a sorrowful topic. It's quite all right, Zhang Ge replied. My real parents are still alive and well. It's just that my sudden arrival in this world must surely cause them great concern. The system interjected, rest assured. The flow of time differs between the two worlds. For every year you experience here, only 365 days will pass on Earth. Zhang Ge, is it not different? Do you take me for a fool? I misspoke. You've been here for a year. Yet only a little over 3 days have passed on Earth. Fortunately, my parents are abroad, busy with their business. And sometimes I might not hear from them for a month or two. 2 months, if converted, roughly equates to 20 years on Douluo Continent. In 20 years, I shall ascend to divinity, return to Earth, and dominate it. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office of a certain country on Earth, a middle-aged man clad in a suit received a phone call. President Zhang, the young master went out 3 days ago to purchase something and has yet to return. We cannot find him anywhere. What did he go to buy? It seems to be a QQ doll. The man squinted his eyes. Contact the X organization. Spare no effort to locate him. We have already reached out. The X organization has dispatched a multinational task force, which is currently searching across Asia for the young master's whereabouts. Very well, inform me immediately if there is any news. After hanging up the phone, the man sighed and muttered to himself, that rascal, with his resources, what woman could he not find? Yet he is infatuated with the second dimension. his mind filled with thoughts of QQ dolls featuring anime girls. Damn it. Once I find you, I shall strip you of your skin. With that, he opened his computer and navigated to a familiar website, indulging in a well-known anime. Moments later, a richly dressed matron rushed in, her face etched with worry. Old Zhang, our son is missing? Bang. The man abruptly shut his laptop. Ah, yes, it is indeed the case. What were you watching? The matron frowned. And nothing. She opened the laptop and immediately fumed. Oh, you are once again watching those anime featuring second-dimensional girls. This rascal has certainly learned bad habits from you. Wait, my dear. Let me explain. I am doing this to understand our son. Understand what nonsense. I have no interest in your excuses. The sounds of familial discord echoed from the office, while outside, the secretary donned her headphones, unperturbed, and continued to process documents. Zhang Ge sneezed several times in quick succession, splattering saliva across Tang San's face. Tang San wiped his face and asked, Master Uncle, have you caught a chill? Zhang Ge replied, it must be someone cursing me. He then wiped his nose and added, and that someone is certainly my parents. After finishing their meal, Tang San tidied the table while Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu stepped outside for a leisurely stroll. They arrived at the mountaintop, where a colossal moon hung in the sky. The two sat side by side in silence. Suddenly, Xiao Wu broke the quiet, asking, are you happy to be going back to your home tomorrow? As Zhang Ge was about to speak, the system began to act mischievously. Task received, groom Xiao Wu's hair without her resistance. Task reward, 1 level increase in soul power, 1 random soul ring, and 1 random soul skill. Failure penalty, regrowth of an appendix. Regrowth of an appendix? What on earth is that? I had just mustered the courage to have mine removed before crossing over. That was no small feat. And now, if I fail, I have to endure another surgery? Damn. This system is truly a nuisance. Knock her out. If she's unconscious, she won't resist while I style her hair. Hurry, knock her out. The system urged. Zhang Ge, with her obstinate temperament, always insists that I should render her unconscious, but I refuse. Is it merely a matter of combing her hair? It is a simple task. Watch closely, as I demonstrate how to persuade her willingly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ge devised a strategy and shook her head, stating, a place becomes a home only when there are loved ones present. Without family, it is merely a house. Xiao Wu fell into silence. Once we return from Yojia village, shall we visit your home? I inquired gently. Xiao Wu remained increasingly quiet, hugging her knees without uttering a word. What troubles you? At last, Xiao Wu spoke. My family is no longer here. I have no home to return to. Zhang Ge gently grasped her hand and declared, from this moment forth, you are my family, and as long as you desire, I shall be yours. Xiao Wu lifted her gaze to meet his, her sparkling eyes shimmering with a tender wave of emotions. As she beheld Zhang Ge's fervent gaze, Xiao Wu lowered her head, as if grappling with her inner turmoil. Before finally uttering, perhaps someday, you may wish to take my life. Zhang Ge naturally understood her meaning. He released her hand, stood tall, his hands clasped behind his back, and faced the great moon overhead, proclaiming loudly, Xiao Wu, what do you believe is the most important thing for a soul master? Xiao Wu pondered for a moment. Strength? Indeed, strength. Zhang Ge slowly raised his right hand. In this world, despite the myriad of rules, before absolute power, all regulations become mere illusions. The Spirit Hall's might, which allows it to stand shoulder to shoulder with the two great empires, stems from its formidable strength. Xiao Wu gazed at him, unsure of what he intended to convey. Do you know what is most important to me? What is it? Xiao Wu inquired. Family. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Without companionship, even if one were to ascend to godhood, they would remain utterly alone, facing the twilight of life in solitude. Even amidst the reverence of countless souls, and basking in unparalleled glory, the heart would still feel desolate. Having articulated his thoughts, Zhang Ge turned to Xiao Wu, gently extending his right hand. However, if there is someone by your side, even if it is just simple fare, a life of modesty, after a century turning to dust, with your companionship throughout this lifetime, I would have no regrets. Xiao Wu was rendered speechless. At that moment, the handsome young boy before her, though of similar stature, appeared towering in her eyes, instilling a sense of security and reliance within her. A delicate hand gradually rested upon Zhang Ge's. I am willing, Xiao Wu declared. Zhang Ge smiled faintly, and in the next moment, a resounding boom echoed. 2 soul rings, 1 purple and 1 black, erupted forth, encircling Zhang Ge's form. Xiao Wu was left astounded. 10,000 your soul rings. Zhang Ge's first spirit ring was a millennium ring. She was well aware of that. She also understood that her soul power had reached the 20th level, and with the assistance of that master, she had acquired the spirit ring. However, she could not have fathomed that her second spirit ring would be a 10,000-year ring. This revelation completely shattered her understanding and worldview. The fact that her first spirit ring was already a millennium ring was astonishing enough, but the second spirit ring surpassed all expectations. How could the second spirit ring possibly be a 10,000-year ring? My second spirit ring is indeed a 10,000-year ring, a fact unknown even to the master and Tang San. Zhang Ge declared, you are my family. I trust you. The simplicity of those 4 words transcended 1,000 expressions. In that moment, Xiao Wu felt an urge to reveal her true identity to Zhang Ge. Yet, She ultimately restrained herself with reason. It was not that she did not trust Zhang Ge, but rather that her true identity entailed far-reaching implications. The wind began to rise. As the breeze tousled Xiaowu's hair, Zhang Ge internally exclaimed, "Thank you, dear wind, for your assistance." He extended his hand to smooth her hair, saying, "Your hair is a bit messy. Allow me to help you tidy it up." Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Zhang Ge's concerned eyes. After a brief hesitation, she nodded and retrieved a comb, saying, "Make it look nice. Isn't this quite simple?" He chuckled. "Rest assured, I often help my little HM." Xiaowu looked up, intrigued. "My little friends from the village," he continued. "You know how our village's uncles and aunts look after me, so when they worked in the fields, I would entertain the younger children. Those little girls were quite mischievous. After some play, their hair would become disheveled, and it was I who helped them comb it." Zhang Ge appeared calm and composed. Yet he was on the verge of losing his composure. In truth, he nearly let slip a secret. It is true that in the past he often styled the hair of young girls, but those girls were not mere children, they were indeed dolls. So that was the case. Xiaowu smiled sweetly, not thinking much of it at all. Zhang Ge meticulously styled Xiaowu's hair, crafting a lovely ponytail. He retrieved a mirror from his storage belt and asked, "Does it look good?" Xiaowu glanced from side to side, her cheeks flushing. "It looks beautiful, truly beautiful." Naturally, this was a skill honed through countless endeavors with dolls. Gazing at the charming and delightful Xiaowu before him, Zhang Ge mused to himself, "Perhaps I should genuinely consider finding a girl to be my girlfriend in the future." "Zhang Ge, could you help me with my hair often from now on?" she inquired. "Of course," Zhang Ge replied with a smile, not to boast. "But I possess 9,999 methods of braiding. As long as you wish, I can create a different braid for you every day. Then it's settled," Xiaowu declared, extending her pinky finger. "Pinky swear. It's a promise." Their pinky fingers intertwined. As he touched Xiaowu's long braid, Zhang Ge felt a surge of emotions. What a long braid this is, and the hair quality is exceptional. If I were to cut it off and sell it to a hair collector, I could easily fetch a few $100s. Devilish. The system interjected. "Enough of the chatter. The task is complete. Now, hand over the reward." System. Task rewards have been distributed. Note, due to the host's difficult nature, the system will undergo a 15-day innovation upgrade. During this period, no new tasks will be issued, but previously acquired system rewards will remain usable. Zhang Ge, why has it suddenly begun to upgrade inexplicably? Am I truly that difficult to deal with? Yes. Well, it's just a matter of 15 days, so it doesn't really matter. In Earth time, the innovation upgrade commences in 15 days. Zhang Ge was taken aback for 3 seconds. Goodness. 15 days on Earth. 5 years in Douluo Continent. Is this a joke? I was promised a new soul skill every day. The next morning, the three set off for Neo family village. They paid a visit to those who had cared for him in his memories. Although those memories were imposed upon him, the warmth in his heart was undeniably genuine. They gifted them some items purchased from Nodding City, and after a brief stay, the three departed for Nodding Academy. Zhang Ge remained oblivious to the presence of a short-haired girl standing at the back of the crowd, her gaze fixed intently upon him. In her eyes, there shimmered a spark of light. As she watched the three figures disappear into the distance, the little girl clenched her fists tightly. "Zhang Ge, my brother, I have awakened my martial soul and gained soul power. I will surely come to find you at Nodding Academy." Upon returning to the academy, although Zhang Ge would be unable to utilize the system for a considerable time, it mattered little. He could still train independently, just as he did on Earth. His parents were formidable, and with a mere word, luxury cars and villas were at his disposal, allowing him to indulge without the need for a 9-to-5 job. Yet, he resolutely chose to live like an ordinary person, graduating from university, seeking employment, and earning his own living. Since beginning his work, he had not asked his family for a single cent. He paid his rent from his earnings, and when he lacked the funds for a car, he opted for an electric bicycle, frequently sending small gifts abroad to his parents. Just prior to his journey to this new world, he had managed to save enough for a down payment on a 3-bedroom apartment, but before he could view the property, he was transported to the Douluo Continent. His colleagues at the company were completely unaware that he was a wealthy heir. In his own words, "I have hands and feet. Why should I live like a parasite?" The same logic applied to the system. Having it was preferable, and if it could be utilized, he would do so. He was self-reliant, but not foolish. In this unpredictable world where one could perish at the hands of a soul master or soul beast, possessing a golden finger at least ensured his survival. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. He could still train independently. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The system's upgrade was nearing completion, and now it could converse with him. Fortunately, the system spoke a few words. Otherwise, he might have nearly forgotten about it. "Oh, level 40 already?" was the system's first remark. "Oh, you've awakened? My 4th soul ring is now accounted for," Zhang Ge replied. "Not yet fully upgraded. I can wait." "In 15 days, you've ascended 10 levels and broken through the 39-level barrier. Impressive." 15 days? Nonsense. It was clearly 5 years. "It took me 5 years to reach level 40. Impressive indeed." Any upgrade followed a similar principle. Rapid progress in the early stages, but increasingly sluggish later on. "Without me, You could have achieved this much satisfactory. Enough idle chatter. Finish upgrading quickly and grant me my soul ring. I've been stuck at level 40 for quite some time. Why not have you Xiaogang assist you in acquiring a soul ring? Are you jesting? He is only at level 29. How could he possibly help me obtain a level 40 soul ring? He'd likely be killed by a soul beast. I ventured into the soul-hunting forest myself and barely made it back. Moreover, all my money has been squandered by that frivolous girl, Xiao Wu, leaving me unable to hire another soul master for assistance. Even if I had the funds, what would others think of my first soul ring being 1,000 years old, while my second and third are 10,000 years? That is a valid point. Let us wait a few more days. I'm almost there. By the way, system, I have always been puzzled as to why you ended up with me. Simply because I caught a glimpse of you in a crowd. Silence. We are allies. Do not speak. It seemed the system had become somewhat more human-like after the upgrade, yet also more humorous. Shortly thereafter, he and Tang San, along with Xiao Wu, bid farewell to their master and embarked on their journey to Soto City, with their destination being Shrek Academy. In Soto City, passers-by cast astonished glances at the trio. More specifically, they were captivated by Xiao Wu and Zhang Ge. Xiao Wu had blossomed into even more of a beauty, captivating the attention of both men and women alike. Zhang Ge, on the other hand, was strikingly handsome, his flowing hair dancing in the wind, exuding an air of elegance that left men speechless and women spellbound. As for Tang San, he was completely overshadowed by the duo. After walking for a while, weary and hungry, Xiao Wu clung to Zhang Ge's arm and suggested, "Let us grab something to eat." After 5 or 6 years of companionship, their bond had grown exceedingly close, leaving Tang San, the single one among them, to endure the daily torment of witnessing their affection. The trio quickly enjoyed a meal, then meandered through the streets until they found themselves standing before the Rose Hotel. This was rather peculiar. Despite Zhang Ge having previously spotted the Rose Hotel from a distance and intending to take a detour, they ultimately found themselves right in front of it, as if fate had predetermined their route. Xiao Wu immediately took a liking to this hotel. Zhang Ge gently patted his wallet, assessing its contents. It was manageable, even after accounting for the registration fee. Should it fall short, he could always borrow a little from Tang San. After all, his disciple's money was essentially his own. "Let us reserve 2 rooms, Zhang Ge stated. The attendant glanced at the trio and, upon observing the striking beauty of Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu, was immediately struck with awe. A handsome man paired with a stunning woman, an exquisite match. However, turning his gaze to the side, he beheld Tang San. How should one put it? It was akin to savoring a delectable roasted duck, only to suddenly encounter an unsightly sight. This comparison may be somewhat exaggerated. Yet Tang San undeniably resembled a mere errand boy. "I apologize, but we only have 1 room left," the attendant announced. Zhang Ge shrugged his shoulders, as if to say he understood. It was acceptable for 2 individuals to share a room, but what would others think of 3? How scandalous. The little train was set in motion. Tang San chuckled. "Master Uncle, you may stay here. I can easily find a place to rest. You are truly becoming more considerate." Zhang Ge commended him with an approving gaze. Just as Tang San departed, a golden-haired handsome man entered, embracing 2 beautiful women, exclaiming, "This last room is reserved for me." "Is it not?" Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu turned around, and it was needless to say, this fellow must be Dai Mubai. Upon seeing the appearances of Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback. How infuriating. Is there truly a man in this world who surpasses my handsomeness? The 2 twin beauties, who were nestled in his embrace, caught sight of Xiao Wu and their eyes sparkled with intrigue. When they laid eyes on Zhang Ge, a flush of excitement blossomed on their faces. This young man is incredibly handsome, even more so than Master Dai. The waiter stood in astonishment. "May I ask who you are? Please summon your manager." Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. "No need," Zhang Ge interjected. "I am reserving this room. If you are displeased, we can settle it with a contest." Xiao Wu gazed at Zhang Ge with admiration evident on her face. Dai Mubai was initially taken aback, then he let out a derisive laugh. "Kid, you may be young, yet you exude quite an arrogance. Very well, let us engage in a contest." Just then, the manager rushed out, and upon seeing Dai Mubai, his expression shifted dramatically. "Master Dai, you, stand aside," he commanded. "All losses will be accounted for under my name," Zhang Ge remarked. "Since you possess such wealth, why not engage in a wager? The stake shall be 10,000 golden soul coins. Do you dare?" A flicker of disdain crossed Dai Mubai's azure eyes as he scoffed. "What is there to fear? Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you 20,000 golden soul coins. However, if you lose, I require not your riches, but rather that you crawl out of here." "Not a problem," Zhang Ge replied, revealing a smile that was all too familiar to Xiao Wu. The last time he wore that expression, she enjoyed a year of complimentary delicacies on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. This time, it was a foregone conclusion. 20,000 golden soul coins were as good as in his grasp. Ahaha. P.S. From today onward, there shall be at least 2 updates daily. Dai Xiao has wilted. Dai Mubai's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he sprang into action. His right hand clenched into a fist, launching a powerful strike towards Zhang Ge like a descending tiger. A simple punch, yet its momentum was formidable and its strength undeniable. The malevolent-eyed white tiger possesses some skill, indeed. Zhang Ge smiled faintly, eager to test the new soul skill he had acquired from the system. He raised his right hand and grasped the air. In an instant, a purplish-black radiance emanated from his hand, coalescing into a minuscule black hole, from which an overwhelming gravitational pull emerged. Dai Mubai's expression changed drastically. He felt his entire body being uncontrollably drawn towards it, as the power he had gathered dissipated in an instant. What sort of bizarre soul skill is this? Without time for further contemplation, he summoned his martial soul. The White Tiger, in midair. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Boom. A brilliant golden light erupted from Dai Mubai, doubling his resistance to abnormal states and enhancing all his attributes, allowing him to land and stabilize himself just in time, though the gravitational force still caused his body to tremble violently. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Zhang Ge smiled indifferently. Before my death separation, all is but trivial. Death separation. With a gesture of his left hand, black light flashed, instantly nullifying the effects of the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Moreover, Dai Mubai's clothing vanished in an instant, leaving him clad in nothing but his undergarments. What? This? Dai Mubai was utterly astounded. Zhang Ge promptly raised his hand, unleashing a formidable force. Dai Mubai, unable to evade the gravitational pull of the void grip, was engulfed entirely, drenched in sweat. Overcome with fatigue and dizziness, Dai Mubai exclaimed, White Tiger's fierce light wave. The beam of light erupted forth, yet before it could reach Zhang Ge, it was drawn into the black hole formed by his right hand. Such is the power of the void grip, it can absorb all, including living beings. This soul skill is terrifying. The domain within the black hole remains an absolute enigma, even to Zhang Ge, who could not ascertain where those drawn in would end up, rendering him incapable of releasing them. Naturally, Zhang Ge had no intention of ensnaring Dai Mubai. After all, who would he turn to for the 2,000 gold coins if he did? When Dai Mubai was drawn close, he would release the soul skill and seize him by the throat. Just imagining it was undeniably impressive. However, this soul skill is not invincible. Its suction is not overwhelmingly potent, at least not at this moment. As Zhang Ge's level increases, the force will become increasingly formidable. Moreover, the black hole dissipates after absorbing two entities, necessitating a subsequent casting. Witnessing the White Tiger's fierce light wave being rendered ineffective, Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically. This fellow is incredibly strong. He has not even unleashed his martial soul, yet he has bested me, who has already activated mine. I refuse to accept this. Grinding his teeth, Dai Mubai declared, White Tiger's guardian. Zhang Ge raised his hand, and a robust figure appeared. Dai Mubai instantly broke into a torrent of sweat, his head spinning, unable to bear it any longer, and was swiftly drawn to Zhang Ge's side. Zhang Ge released his grip from the void. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the fallen Dai Mubai. Is this how it ends? This is Dai Xiao, a 37th level soul master with the White Tiger soul. Has he truly been bested so easily? Will he concede defeat? Zhang Ge inquired. With great difficulty, Dai Mubai lifted his head to meet Zhang Ge's gaze. I concede. I cannot compete. Truly, I cannot. Who is this remarkably handsome individual, and how can he possess such formidable strength? Zhang Ge retrieved a large bottle of water from his storage belt and handed it to him, saying, You are merely dehydrated. Drinking more water will restore you. Dai Mubai accepted the bottle with difficulty and managed to utter a thank you before tilting his head back and drinking heartily. After quenching his thirst, Dai Mubai felt somewhat revitalized as he donned his attire. Young man, your strength is quite remarkable, he remarked. I'm just making a living, Zhang Ge replied, playfully rubbing his fingers together. Dai Mubai understood the gesture and produced a pouch of coins. Here are 500 golden soul coins. I will bring you the remainder shortly. Zhang Ge took the money pouch, weighing it with satisfaction. Dai Mubai shook his head, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. It seems my time as the leader has come to an end. I shall take my leave. The twin sisters supported him as they walked towards the exit. Upon reaching the doorway, they glanced back at Zhang Ge, casting him a flirtatious look that seemed to carry the weight of several dozen pounds. Zhang Ge responded with politeness, albeit somewhat clumsily. Xiao Wu pouted and playfully pinched Zhang Ge's waist. We are wealthy now, he declared, weighing the coin pouch in his hand. In an instant, the pouch was snatched away by Xiao Wu. I sense that you are becoming increasingly formidable, effortlessly defeating him without even unleashing your martial spirit, she exclaimed. I relish your compliments, Zhang Ge said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Come, let us find a room. Upon entering, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight at the room's intimate and suggestive decor. Zhang Ge, however, found himself somewhat distracted. He recalled a time on Earth when the daughter of a company owner had invited him to dinner. After the meal, she led him into a lavish hotel room, which bore a striking resemblance to the one he occupied at that moment. Everything had seemed splendid. The young lady was pure of visage and possessed a delightful figure, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. Under the influence of alcohol, he struggled to maintain his composure, and the longer he gazed at her, the more she resembled a character from a two-dimensional fantasy realm. Just as they were on the verge of an intimate encounter, an unexpected wave of emotion surged through him, causing tears to stream down his face, followed by a torrent of sneezes that showered the young lady with spittle. It was then he realized he was allergic to pollen. In hindsight, he was grateful for the allergy. Otherwise, he might have fallen into the young lady's enticing trap. Yet now, he fervently hoped not to experience any allergic reactions. Should that occur, sharing a room with Xiaowu would become impossible. Fortunately, after a brief period of unease, no adverse symptoms manifested. It appeared that since his arrival in this new realm, his constitution had changed, rendering him no longer allergic to pollen. After a moment of respite, a knock resounded at the door. It was Dai Mubai delivering the remaining 19,500 gold soul coins. Such a fortune. This was the first time Zhang Ge had encountered such a sum since arriving in Douluo Continent. "Oh, we are rich," exclaimed Xiaowu, clutching the hefty bag of coins. "Let us venture out for some shopping. Zhang Ge, this extravagant little creature has returned." The following morning, the two departed the city and encountered Tang San at the city gates. Together, the trio journeyed towards Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy, I have arrived. At this moment, the long-dormant system finally completed its upgrade and immediately presented a formidable challenge. Task received, secure Ning Rongrong. With a reward of a 5-level increase in soul power and a random soul skill. Task received, secure Zhu's Qing. With a reward of a 5-level increase in soul power and a random soul skill. Deadline for the tasks, 3 months. Should the deadline be surpassed, the task will fail. Should Xiaowu depart from you, the task will also fail. Penalty for failure, a reduction of 5 centimeters. Should both tasks fail, the reduction will be 10 centimeters. Zhang Ge is utterly bewildered. This is outrageous. Just finish me off already. Zhang Ge suddenly realized that this dog-like system was highly likely devised by his parents, aimed at encouraging him to pursue romantic interests in this world while compelling him to completely abandon his obsession with two-dimensional beauties. Wait a moment, you rascal. You haven't even granted me the 4th soul ring yet. I am still stuck at level 40. Level 40. Zhang Ge hesitated to take risks, for the repercussions of failure were exceedingly severe. However, the objectives of the task appeared rather challenging. Consequently, he began to contemplate strategies earnestly. Noticing Zhang Ge's prolonged silence, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of curiosity and inquired, "What troubles you?" Zhang Ge suddenly lifted his gaze to her, his heart racing with trepidation as he inquired. His face a canvas of remorse and guilt. "Xiao Wu, what if?" Xiao Wu responded, her curiosity piqued. "If?" Zhang Ge hesitated, struggling to articulate his question, for he felt it would be profoundly unfair to Xiao Wu. The system presumed that Zhang Ge was about to inquire how Xiao Wu would react if he were to pursue other women, yet it was utterly unanticipated. Zhang Ge finally summoned the courage to ask softly, "If I were to be 10 centimeters shorter, would you be disappointed?" The system responded with confusion. "Is this truly your greatest concern?" Xiao Wu, still so innocent, was oblivious to the implications. Indeed, she did not comprehend at all, her expression one of pure bewilderment. "Shorter by 10 centimeters? Is that about hair?" Zhang Ge waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, forget I asked. Even if it's 10 centimeters shorter, it doesn't matter. After all, there are still 20 centimeters left." The system interjected, "Are you a donkey? I was referring to your hair." Zhang Ge thought to himself, "I can hardly believe you." The system continued. Soon, the trio arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Raising his gaze toward the dilapidated sign that could barely be called a plaque, Zhang Ge nodded, confirming. "This is indeed it." Xiao Wu also caught sight of the worn sign and pouted. "Is this really Shrek Academy? What was the master thinking? There are so many decent intermediate soul master academies vying for us. Why did he bring us to such a rundown place?" Zhang Ge remained silent, scanning the crowd ahead for the figures of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. Tang San remarked, "There must be a reason for the teacher's actions. Perhaps the Shrek Academy is far superior to other intermediate spirit master academies." "Indeed, it is significantly better," replied Xiao Wu, observing the dilapidated surroundings with a hint of resignation. "This place appears to be even worse than Nodding Academy." Zhang Ge spotted a captivating beauty in a flowing green dress, her long hair cascading gracefully. Her skin is fair as porcelain, and her features exquisitely delicate. Compared to the other girls, she stood out like a crane among chickens. Indeed, it was undoubtedly Ning Rongrong. However, he did not see Zhu Qing, likely indicating her absence. Retracting his gaze, he suggested, "Let us proceed to Q." "What were you just looking at?" Xiao Wu astutely inquired, having sensed his earlier expression. Zhang Ge responded with calmness. "With such a multitude waiting to enroll, this may indeed be a remarkable place. Sometimes, we must not rely solely on appearances to form our judgments." Tang San nodded in agreement, while Xiao Wu pondered thoughtfully. "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins per person," announced the teacher at the entrance of the academy in a resounding voice. The individuals at the front of the line failed to meet the requirements and were summarily rejected. Some shook their heads and left in resignation, while others, displeased, contemplated causing a ruckus. The teacher furrowed his brow and stated, "If you wish to join our Shrek Academy, you must first understand the rules. Arriving unprepared merely to donate your money is futile. Shrek signifies monster. Thus, we are a monster academy, only accepting those of extraordinary talent, not ordinary individuals. Those wishing to depart still have time to reconsider." With that, he clasped his hands together and forcefully pulled them apart, summoning his staff spirit. 6 soul rings materialized around him, astonishing everyone present. This seemingly unremarkable teacher was, in fact, a soul emperor. Witnessing the crowd's astonishment, the teacher felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as he was about to retract his martial soul, an unexpected disturbance occurred. Boom. A colossal and terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the area. And every individual revealed expressions of sheer terror in that instant. The teacher's staff spirit trembled violently in his grasp as if struck by an unseen force. In the next moment, all eyes turned towards Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge wore an expression of embarrassment, just like last time. The legendary ruler of the sea inexplicably manifested itself once more. What on earth is wrong with this thing? I clearly did not summon it. He began to comprehend that whenever another weapon-type martial soul appeared, the golden cudgel would uncontrollably emerge on its own, whereas it would remain unresponsive in the presence of beast-type martial souls. It felt as if it sought to assert its dominance before other weapon-type martial souls. But is such ostentation truly wise? Does it not understand that only by keeping a low profile can one survive? And only by surviving can one endure for the long haul? The arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at Zhang Ge and the ruler of the sea in his hand. What an odd and enigmatic martial soul is this? A mere sewing needle exudes such a terrifying and fierce aura? The teacher was visibly astonished. How could such a trivial sewing needle suppress his martial soul, instilling fear within it? He was, after all, a soul emperor. Dai Mubai's expression turned grave. This martial soul, which appeared to be nothing more than a sewing needle, carried an aura that was genuinely frightening, even more so than that of the white tiger. Had Zhang Ge summoned this martial soul earlier, he would undoubtedly have suffered an even more humiliating defeat. With a scowl, he retracted the golden cudgel and turned to the teacher. Teacher, do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? The teacher. The crowd. Can you guess? Can you guess whether we believe you? At that moment, Zhang Ge had become the focal point of the entire gathering. The young women in the team cast him adoring, curious, and admiring glances. Even Ning Rongrong turned her head, her beautiful eyes fixated on him, unblinking. Standing beside Zhang Ge, Xiaowu lifted her chin with a hint of pride. Zhang Ge's prowess made her feel illuminated by his brilliance. Soon, it was Ning Rongrong's turn. Upon seeing her, the teacher paused for a moment. Do your family members know you are here? Ning Rongrong replied. It is said that education knows no bounds. As long as I meet the requirements, you have no reason not to accept me, right? The teacher fell silent for a moment, then glanced at Dai Mubai, who raised an eyebrow. Come over. Ning Rongrong approached him, turning to face Zhang Ge and the others. Zhang Ge paid the registration fee, and the teacher first scrutinized him from head to toe before speaking. Young man, your martial soul possesses some merit, but if your soul power does not measure up, it will be of no use. Do you understand? Now, extend your hand. Zhang Ge complied, stretching out his hand. The teacher placed his hand upon it. And after a moment of silence, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. 40 levels? At merely 12 or 13 years of age, your soul power has already reached 40 levels. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. 40 levels of soul power. Goodness, what kind of monster is this? Not only Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, but even Tang San was left in a state of bewilderment. Zhang Ge had never revealed his true abilities in front of him. He presumed that Zhang Ge was merely around level 30. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that he had already reached level 40. Xiao Wu gazed at Zhang Ge and smiled sweetly. Zhang Ge, a level 40, had long been aware of this. And she also knew that Zhang Ge's third soul ring was a 10,000-year soul ring. This exemplifies the trust that Zhang Ge placed in her. Dai Mubai, however, was utterly bewildered. He believed that reaching level 37 in soul power at the age of 15 was already monstrous. Yet he was taken aback by the arrival of an even more extraordinary individual. A mere 12 or 13 years old and already possessing level 40 soul power. Goodness, is this the result of training since conception? Paying no heed to the astonished onlookers, Zhang Ge calmly addressed the teacher. May I inquire if I have met the qualifications? Zhang Ge remarked that if the system could grant him a fourth soul ring, he would likely be beyond level 40 by now. Splendid. The teacher appeared genuinely delighted, exclaiming with amusement. I never anticipated that I would take in such a formidable talent this year. Shortly thereafter, both Xiao Wu and Tang San demonstrated their prowess without issue. The martial soul blue-silver grass can be cultivated at such a rapid pace. You are indeed remarkable, a little monster. He chuckled. Dai Mubai shook his head to regain his composure and said, Come, I shall lead you inside. Tang San responded kindly, Thank you for your assistance. With a smile, Dai Mubai guided the group into the academy. Behind them, whispers of admiration floated through the air. Wow, so impressive. Level 40. My goodness. How did he cultivate so quickly? And he is so handsome. The parents, too, were enveloped in astonishment. Dai Mubai turned back to Zhang Ge and remarked, In our earlier battle, you certainly held back a great deal. Zhang Ge raised an eyebrow, saying, If I were to break you, who would I turn to for compensation? A moment of discomfort washed over Dai Mubai's face. Well, perhaps in his eyes, I am indeed so fragile. However, upon reflection, having now grasped Zhang Ge's tactics, I surmised that in a subsequent confrontation, even if I were to lose, it would not be as swift or as devastating as before. Zhang Ge's effortless victory can be attributed not only to his formidable soul skills, but also to a crucial factor, his familiarity with the combat styles and strategies of the characters from Douluo Continent. While they remain oblivious to his methods, to know oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Tang San and Ning Rongrong observed the two, somewhat bewildered by the situation. At that moment, Dai Mubai suddenly halted, his gaze sharpening as he turned to look back. The group also came to a stop. And Zhang Ge followed his line of sight, his expression shifting dramatically. That figure, that ferocity, those flowing locks, and that exquisitely cold and beautiful face. Indeed, it was Zhu Shiqing. Zhang Ge turned his gaze back to Dai Mubai and thought, damn, if he really takes Zhu Shiqing away, would Dai Mubai go to war with me? What a joke. Why should I be afraid? A beauty deserves to be possessed by the strong. Besides, Zhu Shiqing has the freedom to choose her feelings. If she truly loves me, what can Dai Mubai do? He can't defeat me anyway, ha ha ha. Hey, what are you laughing at? And why does your laugh seem so peculiar? Xiaowu suddenly inquired. I just recalled something delightful, Zhang Ge replied. What delightful thing? Our Sao in Yojia village has given birth, he said. The crowd responded with a collective silence. System, why are you so happy about something that isn't even yours? I'm happy for you, Zhang Ge retorted. System, damn. I thought I could discuss Zhang Ge, but I didn't expect to be countered instead. How infuriating. This dog of a host has such a quick reaction. He is still so difficult to handle. Humph. If you think you can gross me out, you have a long way to go. Zhang Ge revealed a smile of a conqueror. Upon entering the academy, those who had passed the initial assessment were awaiting their second round of evaluations. Dai Mubai announced, this is the second round of assessments. The teachers will explain what you need to do. I will step outside for a moment. He hurriedly departed, leaving Zhang Ge and the others in line. At that moment, a voice cried out, sausages for sale. Sausages for sale. Another familiar student appeared. Xiao Wu caught a whiff of the aroma and turned to Zhang Ge. I haven't eaten breakfast. Could you help me buy a sausage? I advise against it, Zhang Ge warned. Why? Xiao Wu, Tang San. And Ning Rongrong looked at him curiously. You'll find out soon enough, Zhang Ge replied, unwilling to elaborate. Seeing no one buying, Oscar appeared somewhat disheartened. Soon after, Dai Mubai approached with Zhu Shiqing, and upon seeing Oscar, his expression hardened. You're at it again? You're truly embarrassing the academy. I believe I have warned you more than once not to sell sausages within the academy. Do you wish to make everyone nauseous? This. I just wanted to come out and see the new students, Oscar muttered softly. Cut the nonsense. If you want to sell, do it outside the academy. If I catch you doing this again, don't blame me for being rude, Dai Mubai said with a stern face. All right then. Oscar appeared greatly deflated. Xiaowu curiously asked, why can't he sell? It smells quite nice. Dai Mubai shrugged and looked at Oscar. Come on, show us a new sausage. Oscar was taken aback. No way, Boss Dai. There are so many people watching. And the new students. Stop the chatter and hurry up. With a pained expression, Oscar extended his right hand, and 2 yellow soul rings appeared. Then, a rather crass proclamation of I have a big sausage echoed as a sausage materialized in his hand. The expressions of the crowd turned peculiar, while Zhang Ge and Dai Mubai remained impassive. In truth, Oscar's sausage was perfectly fine, fragrant, and delectable. It was merely his words that were utterly revolting. Xiaowu and the others finally comprehended why Zhang Ge had advised her not to eat. But the question remained, how did Zhang Ge know this? It was his first time at Shrek Academy and his first encounter with Oscar. Let us go. I'll take you through the exam. No need to wait in line. Dai Mubai addressed Zhang Ge and the others. Isn't that inappropriate? Tang San questioned. Dai Mubai smiled. Don't worry, this isn't favoritism. I have a general understanding of your abilities, especially Zhang Ge. Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ning Rongrong looked relieved. At just 12 years old, with a soul power of 40, he was indeed a remarkable prodigy, and there was no need to waste time here. Zhu Shiqing, unsure of the situation, cast a curious glance at Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge offered a polite smile, his handsome visage and gentle demeanor softening Zhu Shiqing's previously frosty expression, prompting her to nod slightly in acknowledgement. Dai Mubai approached the instructor overseeing the second round of examinations and whispered a few words. The teacher nodded in agreement. Very well. Lead them directly to the 4th round. Upon hearing this, the other candidates were immediately incensed. Why do they get to proceed to the 4th round? Are they taking shortcuts? Indeed. Why must we endure each round in succession? The instructor replied, if your spirit power exceeds level 25, you too may advance directly to the 4th round. The crowd fell silent in disbelief. What? We are only 12 years old. How could we possibly possess spirit power exceeding level 25? That is impossible. Dai Mubai scoffed. About to interject, when Zhang Ge suddenly stepped forward, raising his right hand slowly. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, all eyes turning towards him. In the next instant, with a thunderous roar, the sea god's staff leaped forth from his palm, its formidable and overwhelming aura enveloping the entire area. Next, 3 spirit rings appeared in succession, purple, black, and black. The crowd was left utterly dumbfounded and petrified, their minds racing in disbelief. How can this be possible? They all thought in unison. A millennium spirit ring. A 10,000-year spirit ring. Another 10,000-year spirit ring. How could the first spirit ring possibly be a millennium spirit ring? How could the second and third spirit rings possibly be 10,000-year spirit rings? Is this something a mere human can achieve? Is this even a person? Even the instructor's eyes widened in shock. Dai Mubai was once again left in a state of disbelief. What in the world? Just how extraordinary is this Zhang Ge? What other hidden talents does he possess? Zhang Ge cast a sidelong glance at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing. He had not intended to be so ostentatious, yet it was imperative to leave a lasting impression if he wished to win their hearts. With a decisive swing of his weapon, he retracted his martial soul and spirit rings, turning on his heel to depart. Any further words would only serve to mar the atmosphere. His garments billowed gracefully behind him, reminiscent of an ethereal sage. Xiaowu immediately followed suit, and Dai Mubai and the others soon regained their composure, trailing behind Zhang Ge. Only the remaining individuals in line remained transfixed, snapping back to reality only after their teacher called out several times. Heavens, what have I just witnessed? A millennium spirit ring. A 10,000-year spirit ring. What manner of creature is this? No wonder they could advance directly to the 4th level. Are the others similarly extraordinary? Surely not. If they're all like him, how can we possibly survive? My goodness, I have encountered a divine being today. Oscar struggled to swallow, murmuring to himself. Goodness, a true monster has arrived this time. The teacher gazed at Zhang Ge's retreating figure with palpable excitement. With such a prodigy among them, Shrek's future was destined to be resplendent. If the other new students were equally remarkable, the dean would surely be ecstatic. However, it was essential to inquire how he managed to attain a millennium spirit ring as his first and 10,000-year rings for the second and third. Such revelations were astonishing, indeed. Utterly terrifying. Dai Mubai suddenly chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Zhang Ge, just how many hidden secrets do you possess? Isn't it still a secret if I tell you? Zhang Ge retorted. Dai Mubai appeared somewhat disheartened, wearing a sorrowful expression. I once thought we were sufficiently extraordinary, but in comparison to you, we seem utterly mundane. How did you achieve this? How is it possible for someone to have a millennium spirit ring as their first and 10,000-year rings for the second and third? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Zhang Ge, their curiosity piqued. They were well aware of the limitations surrounding spirit ring absorption and had never heard of anyone achieving what Zhang Ge had. Zhang Ge remained silent, while Xiaowu raised her chin with a hint of pride, declaring, "This is a secret. The secret of Zhang Ge is known only to her alone." Dai Mubai chuckled wryly once more. Do you know what the conditions for graduating from the academy are? What are they? Several asked. To break through level 40 before the age of 20, replied Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately cast a peculiar glance at Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge, upon entering the academy, I have already met the graduation criteria. Who else can claim such a feat? But is it my fault that my progress has been so swift? Had I not encountered Zhang Ge, I might have deemed this standard rather challenging to achieve. Ning Rongrong, her eyes sparkling, smiled as she replied, I share the same sentiment. It was rare for Zhu Shiqing to utter a word. Xiaowu expressed her concern. Surely the academy wouldn't refuse Zhang Ge, would they? If they do, I shall take my leave as well. Tang San remained silent, lost in contemplation. Dai Mubai chuckled. Rest assured, with such an extraordinary talent as Zhang Ge, the dean would certainly not overlook him. Of course, Zhang Ge having already met the graduation criteria. If you wish to depart for a more prestigious Soul Master Academy, that is a different matter altogether. The group turned their attention to Zhang Ge, who replied, Let us first tackle the 4th challenge. Whether we can succeed remains uncertain. Dai Mubai sighed with a wry smile. You will undoubtedly prevail. The 4th challenge tests practical combat. I shall serve as your opponent, and if you can endure against me for the duration of an incense stick, that will suffice as a pass. However, at present, even if you all teamed up, I am not certain I could be defeated even in a one-on-one with Zhang Ge. The group was momentarily taken aback. Such a statement indeed rang true. Zhang Ge is so formidable that it is uncertain whether Dai Mubai could endure even a single incense stick under his command. Let us proceed. The process must be followed, Dai Mubai stated. As they walked, the group inquired about the academy. And when they learned that there were currently only 3 students, they were taken aback. Throughout the entire continent, it seems that our academy is the only one where the number of instructors surpasses that of the students, Dai Mubai remarked, engaging in conversation as they walked. They soon arrived at the location of the 4th challenge, where a robust man awaited them. Teacher Xiao, these new students have successfully passed the previous trials. The muscular man turned around and counted. 5 have passed the initial 3 trials this year? Impressive. I heard there is a young individual with a soul power level of 40, possessing remarkable martial spirits and soul rings. Who might that be? Zhang Ge stepped forward, and Xiao Wu appraised him from head to toe. Quite handsome indeed, a man of talent. I have heard that you have stirred quite a commotion. Ultimately, the soul master must rely on strength to speak, Zhang Ge replied. Xiao Wu laughed heartily. Well said. If we were to adhere to the traditional rules for your 4th trial, you would face no pressure whatsoever. In that case, it would hardly be a trial. Hence, I propose a modification to the rules. For this 4th challenge, I shall personally assess you. The crowd was taken aback. The teacher was personally entering the fray? Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned and quickly approached Xiao Wu. Teacher Zhao, you. Xiao Wu retorted. Can you defeat that young man? Dai Mubai fell silent. realizing that if he could have bested him, he would not have lost those 20,000 golden soul coins. Fortunately, that young man had not demanded he leave in disgrace. Otherwise, he would have been too embarrassed to remain. Then stay put, Xiao Wu commanded. Dai Mubai dared not say more, merely shaking his head helplessly at Zhang Ge and the others before stepping aside. The fourth trial was rather straightforward. All of you will attack together. Even if just one of you can withstand my onslaught for the duration of a burning incense stick, you shall pass. You now have 1 incense stick's worth of time to discuss your strategy. Xiaobai, you may share my strengths with them to help them prepare. Upon finishing, Xiao Wu flicked his right hand, a stick of incense igniting as it was inserted into the ground. He then sat back in a chair, closing his eyes to rest. Dai Mubai stepped forward. All right. I must say I had a peculiar premonition today, but I never expected it to manifest. Teacher Xiao is indeed taking the field personally. Is he really that formidable? Ning Rongrong inquired. Dai Mubai nodded. He is a soul sage, level 76, with a beast martial soul. What? Except for Zhang Ge. The others' expressions shifted dramatically. A level 76 battle soul sage. This was a true powerhouse, a giant who could traverse an army of thousands with ease. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the mighty golden bear, a powerful beast martial soul. His defenses are utterly impenetrable. Even soul masters of the same level find it exceedingly difficult to breach his defenses and inflict harm upon him. He bears the title Immovable King. Dai Mubai provided a detailed introduction of Xiao Wu, and the group's expressions grew serious. Now, take a moment to introduce yourselves, stating your names and abilities, and determine how best to coordinate in order to withstand Teacher Zhao's examination. The group exchanged introductions, and upon completion, apart from Zhang Ge and Dai Mubai, the others gazed at Ning Rongrong in surprise. Tang San asked, your martial soul is the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Are you from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect? Ning Rongrong nodded slightly. Dai Mubai took a deep breath. Your combinations are quite promising. How you withstand Teacher Zhao's assault is for you to decide. Tang San turned to Zhang Ge. Master Uncle, you possess the greatest strength here. Do you have any thoughts? I shall take the lead in the attack, while Xiaowu and Zhu Qing will flank from the sides, using speed to harass him. Ning Rongrong will provide support, and Xiao San, you will focus on controlling and restricting his movements. Xiaowu voiced her concerns. Can you really handle the main assault alone? While you are indeed strong now, you still fall short compared to him. If I join you in the attack, your burden will be lighter. Zhang Ge chuckled. Rest assured. What a joke. The reawakened martial soul is the formidable sea-stabilizing needle weighing 13,500 pounds. With a single strike, even a titan giant ape might struggle to endure. Let alone Xiao Wu. Uncle Master, be cautious. Tang San urged. Be careful. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing echoed, aware that Zhang Ge's strength was paramount. His success was of great concern to them. Have you reached a consensus? Xiao Wuji's voice resonated. We have. Xiao Wuji, brimming with excitement, assumed a battle stance. Let us begin. 015, why do you intend to strike him on the backside? Zhang Ge waited for a long time but heard nothing from the system regarding the task. What is going on? Usually, he is inundated with devilish missions during his idle moments, yet now the system remains eerily silent. Where is the task? Without it, how am I to obtain a soul ring? Finally, the system broke its silence. Task received. Inflict a thorough beating on Xiao Wu. Completion reward, 1 random soul ring. Failure penalty, 10 days of a sore backside. At last, it has arrived. Are you a voice-activated system? Regarding the task's penalty, Zhang Ge had grown accustomed to it. None of these punitive measures were ever reasonable. Unleash the martial soul. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rays of light flashed as everyone activated their martial souls. As before, when the ocean-stabilizing needle was summoned, a tempestuous aura engulfed the arena. Xiao Wujia's expression shifted. A flicker of alarm crossing his face as he glanced at the pair of crimson eyes behind Zhang Ge, but he quickly regained his composure. After weathering so many storms, he was not easily intimidated by mere intimidation from a great sage. However, at that moment, an unusual occurrence transpired. Upon the appearance of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile, the ocean-stabilizing needle suddenly emanated a golden red light. And soon the 7 treasure glazed tile erupted in a blue luminescence, complementing it beautifully. Ning Rongrong's complexion changed. She surprisingly sensed a rush of excitement emanating from the 7 treasure glazed tile. Could it be that martial souls possess their own emotions? This was truly unprecedented. Subsequently, influenced by her martial soul, she inexplicably developed feelings of admiration and reliance towards Zhang Ge. It was akin to the feeling a child experiences upon encountering their beloved hero. In that moment, Zhang Ge's silhouette appeared towering in her eyes, exuding a sense of security. What is happening? What is wrong with me? Ning Rongrong found herself in a daze. Prepare. Zhang Ge's shout jolted her back to reality as she cradled the 7 treasure glazed pagoda in her hands. The 7 treasures are renowned. Feeling an elevation in her attributes, everyone swiftly enacted the plan devised by Zhang Ge. Xiao Wuji smirked, squatting slightly, and struck the ground with both fists. Boom. A wave of earthy yellow ripples rapidly spread out. Zhang Ge leaped forward, standing proudly before Tang San and Ning Rongrong, plunging the golden cudgel into the ground with fervor. Grow. With a resounding call, the cudgel expanded instantly, encasing the trio in a protective embrace. The earthen waves were entirely thwarted. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was taken aback. This staff can grow? Incredible. Is a man's staff truly this extraordinary? Xiao Wuji was equally astonished. This lad's staff possesses some remarkable properties. Xiaowu and Zhu Xuqing sprang into action, flanking Xiao Wuji from either side. Zhang Ge reverted the golden cudgel to its normal size and charged forward. Tang San shouted bind. The blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, entwining itself around Xiao Wuji. Smirking, Xiao Wuji allowed the attacks from Xiaowu and Zhu Xuqing to land on him. Thud, thud. Several dull thumps resonated, yet Xiao Wuji remained unyielding. Little child. Your speed is commendable, but alas, your strength falls short. Is that so? The golden staff materialized before Xiao Wuji, who smiled faintly. What? Your strength is quite substantial. Bang. The blue-silver grass was instantly crushed by a single blow, sending Xiao Wuji soaring through the air. Just as he intended to inquire about the magnitude of her strength, the final syllable escaped his lips just as he was propelled away, resulting in a prolonged tremor in his voice. Although the situation was initially serious, the drawn-out sound elicited laughter from Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Boom. Xiao Wuji crashed into the structure behind him, the roof tiles and bricks cascading down, completely engulfing him. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaowu ceased her laughter, and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Zhang Ge's strike possesses remarkable strength. Zhang Ge furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated Xiao Wuji. Fearing he might inadvertently cause Zhao's demise, he had only employed 50% of his strength, while simultaneously suppressing the overwhelming weight of the golden cudgel. To his surprise, he had only managed to send Xiao Wuji flying a short distance. With such feeble power and a significant disparity in their levels, how could he dare to wield merely half of his strength? Moreover, the suppression of the golden cudgel's weight was quite the affront. TSK. This was not simply underestimating him, it was outright disdain. The system remarked, what if I were to unleash my full power and refrain from restraining the weight of the golden cudgel? One strike, and I'd feast on bear paws tonight. What a thought. Zhang Ge mused. The system interjected, yet, your current strength is woefully inadequate, and your level is too low. Should you completely unshackle the weight of the golden cudgel, you would be unable to control it. Zhang Ge nodded and seized the stick, charging towards the ruins. Seizing the moment of his adversary's vulnerability, he was well aware that striking his opponent's rear was essential to fulfill his mission. What a remarkable lad. You truly possess great skill and formidable strength. A thunderous roar erupted from the debris. Boom. The ruins exploded as Xiao Wuji emerged, bathed in a resplendent golden light. Mighty golden palm. His palms radiated dazzling brilliance, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind as they struck towards Zhang Ge. Unfazed, Zhang Ge lifted his stick and brought it down with all his might. A direct confrontation. A clash of titans. Dai Mubai's expression shifted, and he inwardly lamented the impending danger. The mighty golden palm was Xiao Wuji's soul skill. When unleashed, his hands transformed into bear-like paws, wielding tremendous force. Coupled with his own immense strength, even soul masters of the same rank dared not engage him in a direct contest. Zhang Ge has only reached level 40. What a young lad. Let us see the extent of your strength. Previously caught off guard and sent flying by you, this time, I shall not hesitate to send you soaring. Xiao Wuji displayed a smile. Zhang Ge also revealed a smile. The weight of the unsealed power. 1,000 pounds. Boom. The staff struck with force. Xiao Wuji's expression changed dramatically. What in the world is this power? So immense. How can it be so great? No. It seems this is not his strength, but rather the weight of the staff itself. What kind of staff is this? Bang. There was no time for Xiao Wuji to ponder. He was forcefully slammed to the ground, creating a massive, radiating crack in the earth. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Dai Mubai suddenly felt a sharp pain at the corner of his mouth and realized he was grinning widely. The strain on his lips was excruciating. Yet, he could not help but be astonished. Xiao Wuji had certainly not exerted his full strength, but even so, it was impossible for him to be knocked to the ground. Just how great is Zhang Ge's power? Zhang, wielding the golden hoop staff, gently descended beside Xiao Wuji. The previous blow had been quite painful for him as well. His ribs throbbed with agony, and his arm trembled slightly. Xiao Wuji was in a similarly dire state. Sprawled on the ground, his arms quaking and his palms numb. What manner of creature is this? The onlookers were momentarily stunned, but Zhang was not idle. With Xiao Wuji prostrate on the ground, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. Thus, Zhang raised the golden hoop staff high and brought it crashing down upon Zhao's rear. Bang! A shriek echoed, startling countless birds into flight. The crowd stood in a daze. Striking the rear? What kind of maneuver is this? Why would you strike his rear? You audacious fool. How dare you humiliate me by hitting my backside? Xiao Wuji bellowed in fury. Yet, almost immediately after, bang, another strike landed on his backside. Zhang Ge was reluctant to engage in battle, yet found himself with no alternative. The insidious system had failed to provide the prompt for completing his task, compelling him to persist in the fight. The task demanded nothing less than a vigorous thrashing of Xiao Wuji's posterior. Xiao Wuji, undeterred, declared with fervor, unmoved king body. As the third strike seemed poised to land upon him, a radiant golden light erupted from his form, prompting Zhang Ge to halt immediately. The repercussions of a counterattack were too formidable to bear. You recover rather swiftly, Xiao Wuji bellowed, raising his hand to deliver another powerful diamond palm strike. Zhang Ge brandished the golden hoop rod before him, exclaiming, "Great." Tong Xiao Wuji struck the rod, which was over a meter in diameter, with a powerful palm. The recoil left his hands numb, while Zhang Ge remained unscathed. What manner of staff is this? Xiao Wuji's frustration mounted. At that moment, Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing charged in from either side. Xiao Wuji's brows furrowed as he prepared to retaliate. Suddenly, the ground erupted, and blue-silver grass broke through the surface, ensnaring his legs. Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing's assaults collided with him. With a furious roar, Xiao Wujia broke free from the blue-silver grass, his body aglow with golden light. Xiaowu quickly retreated, but Zhu Shiqing, caught off guard, was sent flying. This is bad, Dai Mubai thought urgently, rushing towards Zhu Shiqing. Tang San's gaze sharpened as he summoned the blue-silver grass to ensnare Zhu Shiqing, but unexpectedly, a figure moved even swifter than they. The golden hoop rod elongated dramatically as Zhang Ge surged into the air with astonishing speed, securely embracing Zhu Shiqing. Wow, what a sensation! Soft and incredibly elastic. Zhang Ge's expression remained impassive, yet internally he was in ecstasy. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, and Zhu Shiqing was equally astonished. Not expecting Zhang Ge to embrace her, Dai Mubai stood there in a daze, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Xiao Wujia charged towards the two. But Zhang Ge swiftly swung the golden cudgel, unleashing its 2,000 gene weight. The cudgel, accompanied by a piercing rush of wind, hurtled towards Xiao Wujia, while he securely held onto Zhu Shiqing as they landed gracefully. With a thunderous crash, the impact of Xiao Wujia colliding with the rapidly approaching cudgel sent him flying once more. Xiao Wujia was utterly bewildered. How had the staff grown heavier again? Moreover, as it came crashing down, it approached with incredible speed and an undeniable sense of being targeted, leaving no room for evasion, crashing into the ground. Xiao Wujia felt a sharp pain and tingling in his arm, his mind ringing with confusion. Zhang Ge released Zhu Shiqing, and before she could react, he leaped gracefully towards Xiao Wuji. In midair, he reached out, and the golden staff soared back into his grasp with perfect precision. This scene was nothing short of breathtaking. In the next moment, Xiao Wuji felt a sharp pain in his rear once more. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Ge unleashed a flurry of strikes upon his rear. Upon hearing the notification of task completion, he immediately ceased his actions and retreated swiftly. He was rewarded with a random soul ring, a magnificent gift of 666 years. Zhang Ge stumbled to the ground with a thud. A soul ring of 666 years? What on earth? The rewards for soul rings vary randomly from 1 year to 1,000,000. Given your level, the chances of obtaining a soul ring decrease in order. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000 years, 100 years, 1,000,000 years, and 10 years. So, I ended up with one of the third lowest probabilities? How absurd. At the very least, I should have received a 1,000-year ring. A 100-year ring is utterly worthless. Other individuals have soul rings that progress from white to yellow, purple, black, and red. Yet Zhang Ge's sequence is inverted. Purple, black, black, yellow. When the soul rings are revealed in the future, it will be bizarre, to say the least. Worthless. The system simply chuckled, remaining silent. The onlookers, witnessing Zhang Ge sprawled on the ground, were initially taken aback, then rushed to his side, fearing he was injured. I'm fine, just tripped, Zhang Ge replied with a face full of despair. Tripped. Tripped. The crowd was left speechless. You are so formidable. Having thoroughly defeated Xiao Wujia, yet you stumbled? And why do you suddenly wear such a grim expression? It is no wonder Zhang Ge appeared dejected. He felt utterly frustrated. If he had merely defeated Xiao Wujia, that would be one thing, but he had humiliated him by striking his backside. This was an indignity. He risked provoking Xiao Wujia, knowing full well the potential for retribution, only to receive a mere 666-year worthless soul ring in return? Such an outcome was hardly commensurate. Indeed, over there, Xiao Wujia, clutching his backside, rose to his feet, his face twisted in fury. You little rascal, daring to strike my backside, I shall not let you off today. Zhang Ge, fearing that he might damage him, did not dare to exert his full strength. Thus, this fellow remains quite spirited. After letting out a roar, Xiao Wuji strode forward with great speed. Zhang Ge felt a sudden pang of anxiety and hastily sought refuge, but to his astonishment, with merely a flicker of thought, he vanished from his original location and reappeared several meters away. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Instantaneous movement. Zhang Ge himself was taken aback. I don't possess the soul skill of teleportation. Wait, could it be? He examined his attributes, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. A 666-year soul ring, derived from the exceedingly rare soul beast, the spatial mouse, endowed with the soul skill, instantaneous movement. With a maximum range of 200 meters. No cooldown time, minimal soul power consumption. Incredible! Zhang Ge was exhilarated. He never anticipated that. Despite the low age of this soul ring, the accompanying soul skill would be so formidable. Teleportation? Xiao Wujia let out a furious snort, questioning how many more hidden cards this young man possessed. Zhang Ge felt a sense of comfort as he glanced at the incense on the ground and remarked with a smile, Teacher Xiao, one stick of incense has burned away. And you have lost. Xiao Wuji's expression changed dramatically as he turned to look at the incense, which had indeed been consumed entirely. How could it be so swift? I scarcely had the chance to retaliate before it was gone. The crowd chimed in. You merely endured the blows. How infuriating. I concede this round to you all. Xiao Wuji's roar echoed throughout the academy, a testament to his mounting frustration. So many soul skills remained and used before the conclusion. The onlookers regarded Zhang Ge. Had it not been for him, the ordeal would have been substantially more arduous. Oscar arrived upon hearing the commotion, and Xiao Wuji's called out, sausages. Observing the chaotic surroundings and Xiao's disheveled appearance, Oscar promptly produced several sausages. Then, his gaze fell upon Xiao Wuji's posterior, prompting a curious inquiry. Teacher Xiao, what has happened to your backside? A chill swept through the crowd at Oscar's words. Oscar, danger. In the next instant, cries rang out. Teacher Xiao. No. Please. No. Teacher Xiao, I was wrong. Dai Mubai led everyone to the accommodation area, where he arranged their lodgings. Tang San and Oscar shared a room, while Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were paired together, leaving Zhang Ge and Zhu Zhuqing in single quarters. This arrangement suited Zhang Ge perfectly, as residing alone would prevent any exposure of the system's secrets. That night, Zhang Ge was resting in his dormitory when he sensed someone approaching. Suddenly, the system spoke. Zhang Ge was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, It must be Tang Hao. I knew he would certainly notice me lurking in the shadows, probably intending to ascertain my identity. The system remained silent. A knock on the door echoed. Zhang Ge pondered what to say to Tang Hao later. Rising to open the door. To his astonishment, it was Ning Rongrong standing before him. What was happening? Why had she come to seek him out? Wasn't her presence enough of an invitation? The two exchanged glances, and in the next moment, Ning Rongrong's fair complexion flushed slightly as she averted her gaze, murmuring, Your martial soul. My martial soul? Zhang Ge appeared bewildered. The golden cudgel exerts a peculiar influence over other weapon-type martial souls. Ning Rongrong's martial soul. The 7-treasure glazed tile is also a weapon-type soul. She must have sensed something. May I see your martial soul? Zhang Ge nodded slightly, raising his right palm as the golden cudgel leaped forth from his hand. Ning Rongrong also summoned the 7-treasure glazed tower, and in the next moment, both martial souls erupted in a dazzling display of light. The golden-red radiance of the golden cudgel shot straight up to the heavens, while the light from the 7-treasure glazed tower leaned towards the golden cudgel, as if it were drawn to its brilliance. Indeed, Ning Rongrong affirmed, I can sense the exhilaration and excitement of my martial soul, as if it holds a sense of reverence and dependence towards yours. Zhang Ge twitched the corner of his mouth. What nonsense. Can martial souls really possess emotions? What exactly is your martial soul? The Rui Jingu Bang. The Rui Jingu Bang? Ning Rongrong lifted her head and inquired, can it change in size? Indeed, much like a man, a him, much like a balloon. Such a fascinating martial soul. Ning Rongrong gazed at him, saying, My martial soul greatly admires yours. Perhaps we could create a martial soul fusion technique? As Zhang Ge was about to speak, the golden cudgel suddenly transformed into a beam of light and burrowed back into the palm of his hand. Simultaneously, the golden cudgel conveyed a message to him, expressing its disdain for Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, deeming it unworthy of a combination. Zhang Ge. P.S. I have acknowledged everyone's opinions, and I sincerely appreciate the invaluable feedback. I shall humbly accept it and ensure that such situations do not recur in the future. Thank you 017. What did she come to you for? Do listen. Is this even coherent? Indeed, the golden cudgel is not a human. Yet, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda is renowned as the most formidable auxiliary spirit soul on the entire continent. If you disdain even the strongest, what do you truly desire? To capture the attention of the golden cudgel, it must be something of the caliber of the 3 talismans of the Queen Mother of the West or the map of mountains and rivers of Nuwa. TSK. The Queen Mother of the West, wielding the 3 talismans, is famously known as the most formidable healer in the heavenly realm. However, such entities are non-existent in the Douluo Continent. Thus, it holds no regard for them. Zhang Ge. This dog's temper is rather formidable. Have you forgotten who your master is? Ning Rongrong, observing the vanishing golden cudgel, looked perplexed. What happened? It's nothing. It just burrowed back in on its own. Zhang Ge felt a bit embarrassed. This troublesome staff has a mind of its own. Sometimes it appears unbidden, and at other times, it retreats without warning. Indeed, it is akin to something else that, at times, uncontrollably expands and, at other moments, inexplicably shrinks. The system remarked. Zhang Ge. How can a system embodying femininity be more formidable than an experienced driver? Ning Rongrong smiled gently. Your martial spirit possesses quite the personality. Well, I shall take my leave now. I won't intrude further. As for the matter of martial spirit fusion techniques, no problem, Zhang Ge replied. The golden cudgel. Oh, the golden cudgel. If you choose to follow that monkey, I cannot intervene. But as you are now with me, I expect you to appreciate what I offer. He had not forgotten his intention to win over both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Engaging in martial spirit fusion techniques at this moment presented a splendid opportunity. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Yes, I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow. Observing her cheerful figure depart, Zhang Ge raised an eyebrow. It seemed Ning Rongrong did not possess such a temper after all. Upon entering his room, Zhang Ge was taken aback. He found Xiaowu had somehow arrived in his dormitory, sitting silently on the bed with her head bowed. Zhang Ge felt a sudden pang of anxiety. But it quickly dissipated. Ning Rongrong merely sought him out to discuss the matter of martial soul fusion techniques. There was nothing shameful about that. So why should he be flustered? Look, my old comrade has arrived, Zhang Ge exclaimed with a smile. Xiaowu lifted her head to gaze at him. Her lips pursed in a playful pout. Ning Rongrong is incredibly beautiful, isn't she? Low emotional intelligence. No one is more beautiful than you. High emotional intelligence. What? That is Ning Rongrong? I thought it was Dai Mubai. I'm somewhat face-blind. To me, everyone else looks quite similar except for you. Xiaowu regarded him with disbelief. You just spout nonsense. How could Dai Mubai have a 7 treasures glazed tower? Indeed, I only recognized her as Ning Rongrong after she summoned the 7 treasures glazed tower. Though aware that Zhang Ge was jesting, a smile soon graced Xiaowu's face. Shall we take a stroll? But you just fought earlier today. Aren't you tired? Oh. Right. I did most of the fighting while you all barely participated, so of course, I'm not tired. I don't care. You must accompany me for a walk. Xiaowu insisted, pulling Zhang Ge's hand as they stepped outside. Leaving the academy, they ventured into the woods, gazing up at the bright moon. After a prolonged silence, Xiaowu finally spoke. Do you know? Today in the dormitory, Rongrong kept asking me about you. That's not surprising, Zhang Ge replied. Although the 7 Treasures Glazed sect is a prominent sect with 2 titled Douluos in terms of combat prowess, it pales in comparison to the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Naturally, upon encountering someone as formidable as myself, she would want to learn more about me and entice me to join her sect. That's not the kind of inquiry I meant. What kind then? Zhang Ge asked, puzzled. Just, sigh, it's that kind. What kind? Zhang Ge scratched his head in confusion. Xiaowu shot him a teasing glance before sighing again. You know, the more powerful and exceptional you become, the happier I feel. However, your greatness also draws the attention of other girls. But the stronger I become, the better I can protect you, Zhang Ge asserted. Xiao Wu's body quivered slightly as she lifted her gaze to meet his. Will you always protect me? Absolutely. Zhang Ge replied candidly. What if there are many formidable individuals who wish to harm me? Xiao Wu inquired. Forget about formidable beings. Even if powerful deities sought to harm you, I would shield you. Are you jesting? What is the purpose of the golden cudgel? It is meant to vanquish gods. Even if it were not for the sake of protecting Xiaowu, he would one day wield the golden cudgel and venture into the realm of the divine. Xiaowu gazed at Zhang Ge, her eyes filled with admiration. Zhang Ge gently caressed her hair and said, We are family. Please refrain from asking such foolish questions in the future. Xiaowu embraced him tightly. As they walked back, Xiaowu's mood evidently improved, and she remarked, Rongrong has been inquiring about you all day, even asking about the nature of our relationship. And what did you tell her? Zhang Ge asked. I said we are family, Xiaowu replied, her expression slightly melancholic. Do you think she has taken a liking to you? How could that be? We just met today. Such things are improbable. But haven't some claimed that love at first sight exists? Do you believe that? Xiaowu pondered for a moment before asking. Then what does she wish to see you for tonight? Did you not hear her? No, I want you to tell me. Xiaowu grasped Zhang Ge's hand. She believes that her martial spirit is quite akin to mine, fostering a sense of mutual enhancement. Which is why she wishes to collaborate with me to create a martial spirit fusion technique, Zhang Ge explained. That is not how she phrased it. She expressed that her martial spirit harbors a sense of reverence and dependence towards yours, Xiaowu countered. Did you not hear that? Thus, you are not being honest. You are withholding the truth from me. Nonsense. I am the most honest person in the world. In my view, her words align with what I said, Zhang Ge asserted. Moreover, consider her claims. What kind of martial spirit possesses feelings of reverence or dependence? Martial spirits cannot exhibit emotions akin to those of humans. That is difficult to ascertain. The world is full of wonders, and given the peculiar nature of your martial spirit, it is entirely possible that her martial spirit underwent some transformation upon encountering yours. Zhang Ge raised an eyebrow, remarking, Your little mouth is quite chatty, filled with theories aplenty. Even the master would struggle to compete with you. I can't help but feel that she holds an interest in you. Zhang Ge gently brushed her hair and said, Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. The notion of love at first sight is merely an illusion. She is simply intrigued by my combat prowess and martial spirit from the perspective of her sect and the fusion technique. Regardless, I am your family. And you are my family, Xiaowu remarked. Zhang Ge smiled. Forever it shall be. Forever it shall be. However, Xiaowu's gaze dimmed momentarily. I am a spirit beast. Remaining by Zhang Ge's side would not only endanger me but also pose a threat to him. The current Zhang Ge is far from being a match for a titled Douluo. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Let us not dwell on the future. For now, I am with Zhang Ge. A smile graced her face. 018 The light bulb reappears upon returning to the academy. Xiaowu bid farewell and retreated to her dormitory. Zhang Ge strode toward the dormitory, eager to retire for the night. The confrontation with Xiao Wu earlier had left him feeling somewhat unwell from the recoil. As he approached the entrance, he suddenly halted. Who could it be? A lithe and sultry figure emerged from around the corner of the dormitory. The only one possessing such a captivating physique could only be Zhu Zhuqing. Zhang Ge was taken aback. What brings you here? Under the moonlight, Zhu Zhuqing's expression appeared slightly awkward. Thank you for what you did earlier today. Zhang Ge paused for a moment, then recalled that during the altercation with Xiao Wu earlier in the day, Zhu Zhuqing had been sent flying. It was Zhang Ge who, wielding his staff, soared into the air to catch her. My body was numbed by the impact. Had you not caught me, I surely would have sustained injuries. Zhang Ge smiled and said, there's no need for gratitude. Everything is merely for the sake of the system's tasks. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at him as he continued. The reason Teacher Xiao has us work together is primarily to observe our mutual cooperation. We are a unified entity, a team, we are comrades. When a comrade is harmed, it is imperative to extend a helping hand. I firmly believe that if I were the one injured, and you were able to assist me, you would undoubtedly not stand idly by. Zhu Zhuqing felt a flicker of emotion and nodded slightly. How do you feel now? Is your body recovering? Well, I wasn't actually injured. But what about you? Having clashed with Teacher Xiao so many times, are you alright? Zhang Ge chuckled. From the moment I laid eyes on you today, I perceived you as quite the aloof individual. I never anticipated you would exhibit concern for others. Zhu Zhuqing's expression subtly shifted as she replied. Shouldn't comrades care for one another? I'm fine. A brief rest will suffice. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Very well. You should retire early. I shall take my leave. She turned to depart, her form-fitting attire accentuating her curves, slim waist, long legs. The view from behind was striking, utterly captivating. Her voluptuous figure swayed gracefully as she walked. PR. The system remarked, exposing her true nature. What's the matter? This merely indicates that I am a normal man. Zhang Ge retorted. Is that so? Shouldn't you be most enamored with the realm of anime? Zhu Zhuqing is, after all, a living person. Zhang Ge was taken aback. Am I about to change? Perhaps what he said is true. While the world of anime is undoubtedly enchanting, it is only natural to have an affinity for it. Yet, one must ultimately live within the realm of reality. The following morning, Zhang Ge was awakened by hunger. Groggily, he reached out to the bedside, intending to locate his phone to order takeout. However, after a prolonged search, he encountered only a delicate little hand. He paused for a moment, quickly opening his eyes to be greeted by the charming and adorable face of Xiao Wu. Lazybones, what are you fumbling for? She inquired. My phone, Zhang Ge instinctively replied. Phone? What is that? Ah, nothing. Zhang Ge shook his head and sat up. What brings you here? He had grown accustomed to sleeping alone in his own room, reverting to habits from his previous life on Earth. As the blanket slipped away, it revealed the sculpted muscles of Zhang Ge's upper body, leaving Xiao Wu momentarily stunned. Just then, Ning Rongrong unexpectedly walked in. Xiao Wu has been here for a while. I thought you were still asleep, so I didn't wake you. Xiao Wu panicked, exclaiming, Rongrong, please don't come in yet. But it was too late. Ning Rongrong had already entered and was taken aback by the sight of Zhang Ge's bare torso, her mouth agape. This. Zhang Ge felt embarrassment wash over him, hastily grabbing the blanket to cover himself. He was accustomed to sleeping in the nude, finding it both comfortable and beneficial for his health. However, after traversing to this new world and residing in a large dormitory, he had been unable to maintain that habit. Now, finally having his own space, he had relished the freedom of nudity, only to be surprised by the arrival of two young women this morning. Xiao Wu was somewhat familiar, having grown up together, and they had shared a bed in the past. Yet, he was not as well acquainted with Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she quickly turned away. I'll wait for you outside. She exited the room and closed the door, her heart racing. This was her first encounter with a man's bare upper body since growing up. The image of his sleek, muscular form lingered in her mind. Inside, Xiao Wu was both exasperated and anxious. Why on earth do you sleep without clothes? It's a personal habit. We've been together for so long. And I had no idea you had such a habit. This is quite inappropriate. Zhang Ge, disinterested in engaging in a dispute, remarked, well, you may step outside. I need to dress. All of this has already been seen by Rongrong. What an impertinence. Is this truly an impertinence? How could one be exposed? It was merely the upper half that was glimpsed. By this reasoning, all those men in summer, baring their torsos while devouring watermelons, must be deemed impertinent as well? And those clad in swimsuits at the beach, have they not committed a form of indecency? The crux of the matter is that this is my private dormitory. How I choose to dress or undress is my prerogative. Very well, our perspectives differ. As Xiao Wu exited the room, Zhang Ge hastily donned her attire. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu fell silent, the atmosphere becoming somewhat peculiar and awkward. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing approached, and upon witnessing the two in such a state, a hint of curiosity flickered in her gaze. Soon after, Zhang Ge emerged, having finished dressing, and cleared her throat. Upon seeing Zhang Ge, a spark of animation ignited in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Yet, the ambience seemed to grow even more uncomfortable. Zhang Ge glanced at Xiao Wu and then at Ning Rongrong. Both remained silent and motionless. Such a situation posed no challenge for Zhang Ge, who swiftly devised a plan in his mind. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, emitted a muffled groan, and gradually sank to his knees, clutching his chest with a pained expression. Indeed, the expressions of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shifted dramatically. Xiao Wu hurried over to support his arm, inquiring, "What has happened to you?" Zhang Ge shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Teacher Zhao truly lives up to being a soul saint of level 76. Although the battle yesterday posed no significant issues, the backlash was quite formidable. Upon hearing these words, several individuals recalled the fierce clash from the previous day. Zhang Ge had been the primary attacker, engaging in several head-on confrontations with Xiao Wujia, which left onlookers feeling both anxious and awestruck. Although he appeared unscathed, it was evident that he had also endured the impact of that confrontation. With this in mind, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of guilt. Zhang Ge had exerted himself so much during the battle, and despite the toll it must have taken on him, she had insisted on taking him out for a walk late into the night and had even quarreled with him over trivial matters that very morning. The more she pondered, the more remorseful she felt towards Zhang Ge. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let such trivial matters anger me," Xiao Wu murmured softly. "You see, women are often quite easy to manage," Zhang Ge replied. "It's not your fault. I should have informed you about my habits sooner." He then stood up, taking a few deep breaths. After a night of rest, he felt considerably better, only experiencing slight discomfort earlier, which was not a cause for concern. "Why don't you rest a bit longer? I can go find something to eat and bring it back for you," Xiao Wu suggested with genuine concern. "It's not that serious. I was just thinking of taking a stroll myself. Let us go together," Zhang Ge responded with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San's voice echoed, "Master Uncle, you're up as well?" "Zhang Ge, here comes the Tang San brand light bulb again." 019. A fierce beating of Ma Hongjun. "You are all here too." Tang San approached and nodded in greeting to Xiao Wu and the others. "Let's find a place to have breakfast together," Zhang Ge suggested. "All right," Tang San replied with a smile. Zhang Ge and Tang San walked ahead, followed by 3 young ladies. "Master Uncle, you exerted yourself greatly in yesterday's battle against Teacher Zhao," Tang San said gently. "If it weren't for you, we might have found ourselves in a dire struggle. After all, Teacher Zhao only employed 2 soul techniques, and he undoubtedly possesses more formidable ones yet to be revealed." The 3 young ladies looked up at Zhang Ge, the scenes from yesterday vividly replaying in their minds. A mere level 40 junior engaging in a riveting exchange with a level 76 soul sage left them utterly astounded. Although others had intervened, it nonetheless attested to Zhang Ge's remarkable prowess. Had they been in his position against Zhao Wujin, they would likely have been swiftly vanquished. "Why didn't you all applaud me at that moment?" Zhang Ge inquired. The group responded, "Who had the presence of mind to applaud you? We were too busy being astonished." "Just a jest," Zhang Ge replied earnestly. "We are a team. If I lack the capability, I would not seek to show off. However, since I possess such abilities, it is only natural that I should contribute more." Tang San nodded in agreement, acknowledging his master uncle's words. The 3 young ladies also nodded in affirmation, feeling an increased admiration for Zhang Ge. As they continued their conversation, they arrived at the far side of the village. Zhang Ge remarked that the plot concerning Ma Hongjun was about to unfold. Indeed, it wasn't long before the crowd heard the sound of a heated argument. "Ma Hongjun, do not seek me out again. I will not be with you any longer." The onlookers turned their attention to a chubby young man and a modestly dressed village girl who were engaged in a tug-of-war. The young man implored, "See Hu, have I not treated you well? Why must you end our relationship?" See Hu's face flushed crimson as she replied, "You have indeed been good to me, but I simply cannot endure it any longer. We are incompatible. You should seek someone else. Moreover, I am several years your senior. I beg you, do not pursue me again." The chubby Ma Hongjun retorted angrily, "What do you mean you can't endure me? I truly cannot fathom what you women are thinking. If we are to break up, so be it. But if you dare to come back, I will sever all ties with you. Otherwise, there is no chance." Zhang Ge raised an eyebrow. Among the students of Shrek Academy, the most carefree were Dai Mubai, followed closely by Ma Hongjun. Before these newcomers arrived at the academy, only Oscar was a bit of a naive boy. Despite being merely 14 or 15, he seemed to enjoy life more than some adults. Suehua pleaded, "No, please. Just let me go. Are you even human?" Unable to bear the sight any longer, Xiaowu was about to speak, but Zhang Ge grasped her hand firmly, saying, "Forget it. It has nothing to do with us. How can it not be our concern? We cannot simply stand by and watch him bully a girl. Let him bully if he wishes. Even if we intervene, Suehua wouldn't appreciate it and would only complain about our meddling. So why bother?" Zhang Ge shrugged, stating, "This is a matter between the couple, domestic affairs, do you understand? We outsiders should refrain from intervening." However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a mission was assigned to deliver a beating to Ma Hongjun. The reward for success, an elevation of 2 levels in soul power. The penalty for failure, a reduction of 2 centimeters. "Release that girl," Zhang Ge bellowed with fervor. The crowd was perplexed. "What is happening? Just a moment ago, you asserted that this was a private matter, and now you're championing justice?" Truly, his change of heart was swifter than the turning of a page. Both Ma Hongjun and Suehua were taken aback by his outburst, turning to gaze at the group. Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh, what stunning ladies. 3 of you. Would any of you like to be my girlfriend? I wouldn't mind having 3. Ha ha, impudent." Zhang Ge declared with righteous indignation. The rake dared to boast in the presence of such beauty. I shall not hesitate to incapacitate you. He summoned his martial spirit without hesitation. Golden cudgel, arise. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, cascading towards Ma Hongjun. With a sudden jolt, Ma Hongjun's blood-red eyes flared open, and his corpulent form trembled violently. Hey, I'm not one to be trifled with, he shouted hoarsely. Evil fire phoenix. Phoenix spirit, manifest. A colossal fire phoenix soared behind him, instantly enveloping the onlookers in an intense warmth. Upon witnessing Ma Hongjun's transformation, Xiaowu stifled a laugh. Is there really a phoenix so rotund? To me, he resembles a common chicken. Furious, Ma Hongjun retorted. Who are you calling a common chicken? First soul skill. Phoenix fire. Zhang Ge's expression was devoid of emotion. Grow. With a swift motion, the golden cudgel elongated and struck fiercely against Ma Hongjun's chest, sending him flying with a cry of anguish, interrupting his first soul skill. What a vile weapon. Ma Hongjun, covered in dirt, scrambled to his feet, only to be confronted by the resplendent cudgel descending upon him. Startled, he barely managed to evade, as Zhang Ge raised his hand and invoked full-bodied brute. Ma Hongjun was drenched in sweat, and Zhang Ge followed up with a death stripping. In an instant, Ma Hongjun found himself clad solely in his undergarments. Xiao Wu and Tang San had grown accustomed to this peculiar combination of skills, as death stripping and full-bodied brute had become Zhang Ge's signature combination. However, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xuqing felt their cheeks flush. They hadn't anticipated that Zhang Ge possessed such an unusual soul skill capable of instantly disrobing others. From now on, they would have to exercise caution. Engaging him in battle could leave them in nothing but their undergarments, a prospect that would be utterly mortifying. The series of bizarre events left Ma Hongjun utterly dazed. Before he could react, the golden cudgel was already upon him. With a resounding thud, he screamed in agony as he was propelled backward. Zhang Ge leapt forward, targeting his posterior with another strike. Sui Hua finally grasped the situation and hurried to intervene. Stop it. Please, stop. Quit your prattling and step aside. This is none of your concern, Zhang Ge replied. Sui Hua was taken aback. The onlookers were bewildered. What do you mean it's none of her business? Wasn't it for her sake that you were thrashing this rotund fellow? Zhang Ge expressed that were it not for the system threatening a 2-centimeter shortfall, he would have little interest in your trivial matters. At that moment, the system issued a notification indicating the completion of a task, prompting Zhang Ge to cease his actions. Shall we continue? He inquired of Ma Hongjun. Yes. Do you think I fear you? Stop. Sui Hua hurriedly rushed over, draping a garment over Ma Hongjun and casting a sympathetic glance at his wounds. Turning to Zhang Ge and the others, she implored, Hongjun is a good person. We simply weren't meant for each other, which is why we parted ways. Please, just leave it be. Zhang Ge turned on his heel and departed. The crowd exclaimed, how decisive his departure. Ma Hongjun, still unconvinced, protested, you let go. This is a matter between men. Having suffered such a great loss, today I must. Suddenly, with a whoosh and a resounding bang, the golden hoop staff shot forth like lightning, firmly embedding itself into the ground before Ma Hongjun. He gulped audibly, swallowing the unfinished words along with his apprehension. Zhang Ge's expression remained impassive as he summoned the golden staff, which transformed into a beam of light and returned to his palm, shrinking to the size of a needle. This is truly a monster. A familiar voice echoed. The crowd turned to see Dai Mubai approaching. Dai Mubai first noticed Zhu Xuqing, and his face relaxed with what seemed to be a sigh of relief. However, Zhu Xuqing did not even glance at him, her gaze laced with a hint of frost. Then he caught sight of Ma Hongjun's disheveled state and raised an eyebrow. Oh, fatty, what happened to you? Dai Lauda, I've been beaten. You must stand up for me. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Beaten? By whom? Dai Mubai inquired. Ma Hongjun pointed at Zhang Ge. Dai Mubai paused, then smiled wryly. Why did you provoke him when you had nothing better to do? This left Ma Hongjun in shock. What's wrong? Dai Mubai leaned closer to whisper. Even I can't defeat him. You think you can take him on? You're akin to searching for excrement with a lantern in a toilet. Ma Hongjun was startled. What? Even you can't defeat him? Shoo. Keep your voice down. Dai Mubai cautioned, glancing back at Zhu Xuqing, who remained cold and indifferent, not even sparing him a glance. Remember this. Never provoke Zhang Ge again. After issuing this warning, Dai Mubai asked, how did this fight break out? He bullied a girl in broad daylight. Xiaowu interjected. Dai Mubai immediately grasped the situation and chuckled. I see what happened here. Sui Hua, even you couldn't tolerate him? Sui Hua's face flushed, and she hurried away, leaving Ma Hongjun to sigh in despair. Tang San asked, what exactly is going on? Just as Dai Mubai was about to respond, Zhang Ge interjected. This fatty here is the third student besides Dai Lauda and Oscar. His martial soul is a mutated one, known as the evil fire phoenix, which often spouts chaotic flames. He needs to find a woman to vent his fire, otherwise he could easily combust, causing a calamity for the entire village. The group was taken aback. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun stared at Zhang Ge in disbelief, with Ma Hongjun stammering, How? How do you know this? Zhang Ge remained silent, twirling the embroidery needle and golden cudgel at his fingertips. Ma Hongjun ceased to speak. Dai Mubai cleared his throat and remarked, Though I am unsure how you came to know this, the truth is rather similar. Thus, one cannot entirely fault the chubby fellow. He is rather helpless in this situation. However, one should not bully young ladies or forcefully seize them. Who has forcibly seized any young lady? Xiao Wu interjected. I would never resort to such underhanded tactics. Our interactions have always been consensual. This was indeed a truthful statement, for the chubby fellow never abused his position, and as a soul master. Finding a girlfriend was not particularly arduous, Dai Mubai stated. Ma Hongjun shot a resentful glance at Dai Mubai and retorted. If I possessed a face akin to yours or Xiao Ao's, allowing me to simultaneously court multiple girlfriends, would I be in this predicament? You. Dai Mubai's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hastily glanced at Zhu Qing, who wore an expression of indifference. He quickly signaled to Ma Hongjun while whispering a warning. Chubby, mind your words. Ma Hongjun, oblivious to his gestures, bellowed. Mind what? Did I say anything wrong? Don't think I am unaware of your escapades, juggling 3 dates with different girls in a single day. At that moment, Dai Mubai swore he would gladly eliminate Ma Hongjun. It was one thing to speak out of turn, but could he not perceive the signals being given? Was he blind? He continued to signal to Ma Hongjun. His words now laced with gritted teeth. Chubby, one may indulge in food recklessly, but one must not speak indiscriminately. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Aren't you the one who takes pride in what others deem shameful? What has transpired today? Have you taken the wrong medicine? Just a few days ago. Didn't you just change partners? Dai Mubai. Zhang Ge approached Dai Mubai, nudging his arm, and retrieved a kitchen knife from his storage belt. Presenting it before him, Dai Mubai seized the knife with fervor, casting a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun, exclaiming, Do not tarnish my reputation any further. I shall not hold back. His frustration was palpable, as if he might shatter his own teeth in anger. Ma Hongjun, utterly perplexed, could not fathom what had transpired with Dai Mubai that day. And you, Zhang Ge, what do you mean by giving him a kitchen knife? Tang San, sensing the tension, inquired. Ma Hongjun, now that you are without a girlfriend, what will you do moving forward? Will you cease your cultivation? With a sigh, Ma Hongjun replied, What else can I do? I must return and consult the dean to see if he has any solutions. I have an idea, Zhang Ge interjected, prompting the group's attention, while Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What is it? He asked eagerly. Do it yourself, Zhang Ge declared. The group fell silent, taken aback. Ma Hongjun nearly erupted in anger. If it weren't for the fact that he could not compete with Zhang Ge, he would have unleashed his frustration upon him. Let us go. I will take you all to the cafeteria, Dai Mubai announced. As they made their way to the dining hall, Xiao Wu leaned in to whisper to Zhang Ge. It seems you harbor some disdain for Ma Hongjun, do you not? Apart from Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who walked ahead, Tang San and the 2 young women trailing behind turned to gaze at Zhang Ge upon hearing Xiao Wu's remark. Tang San too. Since that Zhang Ge appeared to hold a certain aversion toward Ma Hongjun. In the past, even when Zhang Ge had engaged in fights, he remained jovial if there was no animosity involved. Yet this time, his demeanor toward Ma Hongjun was far from cordial, even going so far as to present a kitchen knife to Dai Mubai. Zhang Ge nodded, expressing his disdain. Why? Xiaowu inquired, somewhat puzzled. The misunderstanding had been clarified, and Ma Hongjun was also a classmate. What could possibly warrant such dislike? The reasoning was rather simple, Zhang Ge replied earnestly. Eunuchs must be eradicated. The others exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by his statement. What does that even mean? Ma Hongjun retorted. With such formidable strength, performing 3 or 4 feats a day, how could he possibly be likened to an eunuch? You simply do not understand, Zhang Ge remarked, observing his enigmatic demeanor. The group exchanged looks and chose not to press further. During dinner, Dai Mubai commented, Xiao Ao has once again indulged in sloth. He is perpetually lazy. Aside from Xiao Ao, it appears everyone else is present. For a while, we shall coexist, learning together. Let us take this opportunity to familiarize ourselves with one another. The group introduced themselves, and Ma Hongjun asked, By the way, Dai Lauda, I heard that the new student caused quite a stir for Teacher Zhao yesterday. Who was it? What do you think? Dai Mubai countered. Ma Hongjun turned his gaze to Zhang Ge, immediately meeting a pair of piercing eyes. He instinctively recoiled, although Zhang Ge was formidable. Teacher Zhao was a soul saint of level 76. Zhang Ge is already at level 40, Dai Mubai interjected. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. His 3 soul rings, the first was a millennium old. Ma Hongjun gasped in astonishment. The second and third rings were each 10,000 years. Ma Hongjun nearly stumbled in disbelief. 10,000? 10,000 years? The 4th ring is 666 years, Zhang Ge continued. The group was left in utter shock. Fearing their skepticism, Zhang Ge displayed all 4 soul rings. Upon seeing the yellow 4th ring, they were utterly flabbergasted. A reverse soul ring? This was indeed a genuine monster. If Zhang Ge were a girl, Xiao Wu's eyes widened as she stared at Zhang Ge. Did that high-ranking individual assist you, or did you procure it yourself? Why would you acquire a yellow soul ring? Xiao Wu was thoroughly perplexed. Irrespective of how the soul ring came to be, it was utterly absurd. Zhang Ge retracted his soul ring, expressing his sentiment that a soul purple-black soul ring was rather monotonous, thus he opted for a yellow soul ring instead. The onlookers were taken aback, pondering if he truly believed this was a mere game. However, they soon acknowledged that the thought processes of a monster were often unfathomable to ordinary individuals. At that moment, Xiaowu suddenly recalled something and inquired, I was previously unaware of your ability to teleport. Could it be that this remarkable power is bestowed upon you by the Yellow Soul Ring? Everyone, except for Ma Hongjun, was momentarily stunned. Such a capability as teleportation is indeed a formidable soul skill, invaluable for evasion, pursuit, or surprise attacks. The notion that a seemingly inferior Yellow Soul Ring could harbor such an extraordinary skill was difficult to fathom. Upon witnessing Zhang Ge's affirmative nod, the crowd was utterly bewildered. It became evident why he would choose a Yellow Soul Ring. What type of soul beast does the soul ring originate from? Asked Dai Mubai. The spatial mouse. Zhang Ge replied. The spatial mouse? The others echoed, perplexed by the existence of such a soul beast. After a brief moment of contemplation, Dai Mubai exclaimed, I recall this soul beast. It is exceedingly rare and notoriously difficult to capture. It possesses the ability to tear through space. And once it surpasses 1,000 years of age, it can rend the fabric of the continent's space and depart from this realm. Therefore, I could only acquire a 666-year-old soul ring. Obtaining one older than that is virtually impossible. Do not even mention a 666-year-old ring. I have never heard of anyone capturing one below 100 years, Dai Mubai remarked in astonishment. Were it not for the precise records in my family's library, I might have thought the spatial mouse was merely a figment of someone's imagination. Zhang Ge remarked, in the world of Douluo Continent, marvels abound, perhaps in the future. We shall encounter even more extraordinary spirit beasts and acquire a plethora of wondrous spirit rings and abilities. The fourth soul ring of Zhang Ge, accompanied by the formidable soul skill of the space mouse, is indeed impressive. However, what they remain unaware of is that the soul skill linked to Zhang Ge's enigmatic third soul ring is even more ferocious. Its sheer brutality has prevented Zhang Ge from employing it thus far, for it is a technique that guarantees bloodshed upon execution. A glimmer of excitement and anticipation appeared on everyone's faces. Dai Mubai patted Zhang Ge on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, Little Ge, I suddenly feel that your presence at Shrek Academy is truly a blessing. Since your arrival, I have witnessed countless extraordinary phenomena, broadening our horizons and revealing that even among monsters, there are those who surpass others. The sentiment resonated with the rest. If one were to designate the most monstrous among them, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Ge, who can scarcely be considered human. Xiaowu, with a hint of pride, declared. Indeed, Zhang Ge has always been this remarkable. Zhang Ge wore a humble expression, yet a sinister smile lurked within. Dai Mubai, you shall come to regret that statement in due time. As the group conversed over their meal, an abrupt clamor echoed from outside. Dai Mubai quickly rose, declaring, That is the bell summoned by the dean. Let us hasten to gather at the grand playground. With that, he swiftly exited the dining hall. Ma Hongjun also sprang to his feet, a hint of anxiety in his voice as he urged, Quick, we must go. The dean has little patience for tardiness. Upon their arrival at the grand playground, they found a drowsy Oscar already present, munching on a sausage he had crafted himself. A remarkable transformation had overtaken Oscar, notably. He was now devoid of facial hair. Upon seeing him, the group nearly failed to recognize the clean-shaven Oscar, who appeared utterly transformed. Previously, Ma Hongjun had remarked that both Dai Mubai and Oscar possessed rather striking features, a comment tinged with envy. It was only now that Zhang Ge comprehended the nature of Ma Hongjun's admiration. Dai Mubai was undeniably handsome, particularly with his captivating eyes that easily drew attention. However, in terms of mere appearance, he paled in comparison to the newly beardless Oscar. Of course, in Zhang Ge's eyes, neither of them could hold a candle to her. Zhang Ge possessed a tall and robust physique, complemented by a strikingly handsome face, his features seemingly chiseled from jade. To encapsulate his allure in a single phrase, should he don female makeup, he could effortlessly outshine even the likes of Xiaowu. Tang San inquired, Uncle Chong, what about your beard? Oscar chuckled mischievously, swiftly consuming the sausage in his hand, and whispered, with a few new beauties around. One must appear more spirited to capture their attention. You lack experience in this regard, don't you? It was evident that Dai Laudo had taken a liking to the aloof girl, while Xiaowu already held Zhang Ge's affections. The rotund fellow's rather unappealing demeanor was unlikely to attract any young lady, thus he set his sights on Ning Rongrong, hoping Tang San wouldn't contest his claim. Tang San quietly remarked, I won't compete with you, but, sigh, never mind. He was neither naive nor blind. Throughout their journey, he had distinctly noticed the three girls stealing glances at Zhang Ge. Xiaowu's feelings were understandable, as their bond had been nurtured since childhood. Zhu Zhuqing's interest was less overt, but Ning Rongrong appeared to harbor an unusual fascination. In summary, Oscar was likely to face misfortune. It was not solely the girls who felt drawn to Zhang Ge. Even Tang San, when standing beside him, experienced an inexplicable sense of reassurance and reliance. Having known Zhang Ge for quite some time, despite his occasional mischief, flirtatious remarks, and unconventional thinking, when faced with challenges, he exhibited a seriousness that surpassed anyone else's. He was also quite considerate towards Xiaowu and his disciple. Thus, in Tang San's heart, Zhang Ge represented more than just a mentor, often. He mused how wonderful it would be if Zhang Ge were his own brother. Nevertheless, it mattered little, although they were not bound by blood, to Tang San. Their bond was akin to that of brothers. Much like during his confrontation with Xiao Wu, when Zhao launched an attack, Zhang Ge immediately appeared to shield him. And at that moment, witnessing Zhang Ge's silhouette evoked a profound sense of being protected by an elder brother. Oscar pressed. But what? Do finish your thought. Come on. Don't leave us hanging. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached Zhu Zhuqing, only for her to swiftly relocate to Zhang Ge's side, placing Ma Hongjun between herself and Dai Mubai, causing the latter to wear a sulky expression. Oscar, reveling in the situation, remarked. It seems Dai Lauda has hit a snag again. His usual charm with the ladies may not work this time. While they conversed, a middle-aged man approached from the opposite side of the playground. Upon seeing him, Tang San paused slightly. Recognizing him as the individual from whom he had acquired his spirit crystal, Xiaowu quietly asked, "Is this Uncle the Dean?" Oscar nodded. "Indeed, this is our esteemed Dean. The founder of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder. He is a formidable soul sage of level 78, even more powerful than Teacher Zhao, possessing a flying-type beast spirit, a rarity among soul masters. The rotund fellow is his direct disciple." Xiao Wu murmured, "At least he is only level 78. Just then, a hand clasped around hers, and upon turning, she encountered Zhang Ge's gentle smile. Xiao Wu beamed, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Ning Rongrong glanced at the intertwined hands of the two, her gaze sharpening. Flinder approached the group, adjusting his glasses. "Excellent. This year, we have 5 more little monsters. I hear one among you is even more monstrous than the rest. Who might that be?" Everyone's attention shifted to Zhang Ge, who pointed at Ma Hongjun, declaring, "It's him." The group was taken aback. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in confusion, "Why me? It should be you." Flinder blinked in surprise. Ma Hongjun was known to engage with girls 3 or 4 times a day, and yet he hadn't shown any signs of fatigue. Undoubtedly a prodigy in his own right. Tang San, bemused yet amused, covered his forehead, lamenting, "That's not what the dean meant." The 3 girls blushed, covering their mouths, while Dai Mubai and Oscar stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking from the effort. Ma Hongjun felt an intense urge to strangle Zhang Ge. "You rascal. Why would you bring that up in front of so many people?" Flinder adjusted his glasses. "You're quite the rascal." Zhang Ge, step forward. Zhang Ge took a step forward. The martial soul and soul rings manifested. The golden cudgel emerged. An aura of malevolence enveloped the surroundings. As it was not a combat situation, the great sage's intimidation did not activate, for soul rings followed closely behind. Flinder's glasses shattered in disbelief. Purple, black, yellow. What an astonishing combination of soul rings. The first 3 soul rings indeed astonished the world, but what of the 4th? A jest. The first 3 rings are so formidable, yet the 4th is merely a century old. What is the situation with your soul rings? Zhang Ge shrugged, explaining that he did not possess a 1,000-year-old space mouse. But you can't possibly have a yellow one. What? Repeat that. What soul beast is this from? Flinder gasped in shock. The space mouse. The space mouse. Flinder was flabbergasted. It was indeed a space mouse. It was truly remarkable that someone had hunted a space mouse and obtained a teleportation soul ring. "Director, you need not be so agitated," Ma Hongjun inquired. "What do you know? The space mouse's soul ring is also known as the teleportation soul ring, meaning that regardless of the martial soul, as long as one hunts the space mouse and acquires its soul ring, the accompanying soul skill must be teleportation. Moreover, the maximum distance of this teleportation undoubtedly exceeds 100 meters, and most importantly, it has no cooldown and consumes minimal soul power." Minimal. The crowd stood in stunned silence. They had previously only heard from Dai Mubai that such soul beasts were exceedingly rare, yet they had not anticipated that the accompanying soul skill would be so extraordinary. No cooldown, minimal consumption, and a minimum range exceeding 100 meters. It could already be deemed an invincible soul skill. This meant that as long as Zhang Ge wished to flee, no one would be able to catch him. The space mouse itself exudes an extremely faint aura, making it as difficult to detect and capture as an ordinary wild beast. Furthermore, it can tear through space to escape instantaneously, and its small size makes it hard to notice. It is not an exaggeration to say that hunting it is even more challenging than some 10,000-year-old soul beasts, because, let alone hunting, one might not even be able to discover it. Zhang Ge, quickly tell us how you acquired this soul skill. Well, there was a master. Zhang Ge once again brought forth the esteemed master. Flander would undoubtedly believe him, for a great master had attested to it. Indeed, after listening, Flander sighed. That master is truly remarkable. Zhang Ge, you too possess an extraordinary talent. You have brought me an abundance of surprises. Now, return to the team. You all are quite impressive. I, Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, extend a warm welcome to your arrival. Shortly, each of you shall present 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. Zhang Ge returned to the group, and Dai Mubai stepped forward. Flinder remarked, later, you shall inform them of the Academy's rules. Now, return to your quarters and endeavor to restore yourselves to peak condition. The first class will commence this evening. He then added, Oscar and Ningrongrong, you two are exceptions, accompany me. As the two approached Flinder, he addressed the others. You may take your leave, but remember to be in your best shape before nightfall. Do not blame me for the lack of warning. Our Academy's instruction is unlike any other. and you may even encounter peril. Zhu Shiqing turned and departed, while Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun hurried away. However, Zhang Ge and the others remained. After a lengthy discourse, Flinder informed Ning Rongrong and Oscar, "Your lesson today consists of physical training. Run 20 laps around the village. And Oscar, you shall lead the way." The two dashed off, and Flinder beckoned Zhang Ge, "Come with me," following Flinder to his office. A moment of silence ensued before he inquired, "How is the master?" "He is well," Zhang Ge replied. "Have you become his disciple? How did he entrust you with this belt?" "No, I am a fellow disciple of sorts. Tang San has taken him as his master." As he spoke, Zhang Ge produced the master's letter and handed it to Flinder. A glimmer of light flickered in Flinder's eyes. "A fellow disciple, is it? He remains as stubborn as ever. That is indeed his style. Has he finally decided to reach out to me?" After perusing the letter, Flinder's expression shifted through various emotions before he finally declared, "Let us prepare for tonight's lesson. It shall not be an easy one." Zhang Ge performed a courteous bow before turning to depart. That Tang San is indeed remarkable, however. It is a pity that he has been entirely overshadowed by his junior uncle. Flinder murmured to himself. In Soto City, within a lavish restaurant, Ning Rongrong was leisurely sipping juice and indulging in delectable cuisine. Running laps? How exhausting. I would much prefer to enjoy this tranquil moment of feasting and relaxation. Suddenly, her vision was graced by the familiar figure of Zhang Ge, who appeared instantaneously in the seat opposite her. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, but upon recognizing Zhang Ge, she offered a somewhat awkward smile, saying, "What brings you here?" Zhang Ge gazed down at her with an impassive expression. Ning Rongrong felt a sudden tightening in her chest, overwhelmed by an intense sense of pressure. Noticing something amiss in Zhang Ge's demeanor, she attempted to break the silence, saying, "Your teleportation ability is quite impressive. Would you care to join me for a meal?" Zhang Ge's expression remained impassive as he spoke. "I have a younger brother. Though not by blood, he has passed away." Ning Rongrong was taken aback. "Do you know how he died?" she inquired. Ning Rongrong remained silent. "In our village by the mountains, my brother went up to play with a few other children. They encountered 2 wild wolves. The other children survived, but he did not." "Do you know why?" Ning Rongrong asked. "Why?" "Because he was the slowest runner. The wolves caught up to him, devoured him, and left the others unharmed." Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, her expression suddenly becoming intricate. When the other children returned to the village and alerted the adults to go up the mountain, the wolves had long vanished, and all that remained of my brother was a pile of bones. Ning Rongrong looked up at him. "Are you deliberately trying to impart a profound lesson to me?" "No. What I wish to convey is that my brother meant a great deal to me, and so do you." Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned. The system also experienced an immediate crash. Good heavens. Can one truly use such lines to woo someone? This is indeed remarkable. Flinder, hidden in the shadows, silently shed tears. If only I could have uttered such charming words back in my day. Erlong would have been mine long ago. 023 The tool, Tang San, is now online. Zhang Ge's words left Ning Rongrong momentarily at a loss, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her brother held great significance to her, and she too was of importance to him. Could this be considered a confession? Zhang Ge slowly turned around and said, "Follow me." To her astonishment, Ning Rongrong felt an inexplicable urge to rise and follow him. The restaurant owner, visibly frustrated, exclaimed, "You haven't settled the bill yet." Just as he was about to chase after them for payment, a tall figure unexpectedly appeared before him. The owner was momentarily taken aback. Upon looking up, he saw a man clad in a light blue long robe, his hair and beard entirely white, yet his face remained as smooth and unwrinkled as that of an infant. A long sword was slung across his back. Flinder, who was lurking in the shadows, immediately recognized him. "The sword Douluo," he thought. "How much?" inquired the sword Douluo. After the bill was settled, the owner returned obediently. The sword Douluo then turned to gaze in the direction where Ning Rongrong and Zhang Ge had departed. A faint smile gracing his lips. This young man is quite intriguing. With that, he leaped into action, pursuing them. Flinder stood still for a moment, contemplating. Now that the sword Douluo is involved, is it necessary for me to follow Ning Rongrong? After a brief pause, he decided, well, I suppose I shall follow her. After all, I am her dean now. Outside the city of Soto, in the forest, Ning Rongrong inquired curiously, "What have you brought me here for?" Zhang Ge clapped his hands, and the toolman Tang San emerged from the shadows. Ning Rongrong gazed at them in bewilderment. "Now I am your adversary," Zhang Ge declared. Tang San nodded, while Ning Rongrong stood frozen in disbelief. "What? Wait a moment. You think you can be our enemy? How impressive you are. Your level and strength far surpass ours." With a whoosh, the golden cudgel sprang forth from his palm, and the surging demonic energy caused the forest to tremble. Hidden in the shadows, the sword Douluo's eyes widened in shock. At the moment the golden cudgel appeared, he sensed his long sword trembling uncontrollably behind him. A wave of inexplicable fear washing over his heart. Upon seeing the 4 soul rings, Sword Douluo was even more astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. What is the meaning of these soul rings? This boy is truly peculiar. So exceptionally odd. Within him, a tempest of emotions surged, his martial soul was strange. The soul rings even stranger, and despite possessing only 4 rings, with a power level seemingly around 40, why did he inspire such fear? Wait a moment. Sword Douluo's eyes suddenly widened. This boy was nearly the same age as Rongrong, yet had already reached a terrifying level 40. What is this boy's origin? Such a super genius. If he were to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Flender looked at Zhang Ge with great satisfaction. Haha, this is a student from our Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong's composure was nowhere near that of Tang San. Upon the activation of the great sage's intimidation, her face turned pale, her beauty fading. Rongrong, Tang San urged softly, we must give it our all, quickly. Prepare to assist me. Terrified, Ning Rongrong felt her legs turn to jelly, but upon hearing Tang San's words, she managed to gather her wits. Daring not to look at Zhang Ge again, hastily summoning the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. You're too slow, Zhang Ge proclaimed loudly. Leaping into the air as the golden cudgel instantly elongated, crashing down with tremendous force. Tang San's gaze sharpened as he swiftly jumped aside, his left hand conjuring blue-silver grass to ensnare Ning Rongrong. Suddenly, Zhang Ge changed direction mid-air, sweeping the staff horizontally. The sound of rushing wind filled the air as the sweeping force barreled towards Tang San and Ning Rongrong. The strike was too swift, arriving too quickly. At Tang San's current speed, even employing Ghost Shadow perplexing steps, he could not evade it. If he were to withstand it head-on, he would surely be injured. Zhang Ge's staff, capable of even sending Xiaowu flying. Although Tang San can employ hidden weapons, their lethal force is excessively potent, and he fears for Zhang Ge's safety. Besides, Zhang Ge is held back, as those formidable soul skills have yet to be unleashed. Rongrong, swiftly enhance my speed, Tang San exclaimed urgently. Ning Rongrong hurriedly chanted, the 7 treasures are renowned. Second, Zhang Ge narrowed his eyes, releasing the weight, 700 pounds. The long staff, under the influence of gravity, accelerated in speed, and Tang San's blue-silver grass was instantly reduced to fragments. The velocity had inexplicably increased. Tang San's pupils constricted sharply. This was it. Bang! At the critical moment, the long staff grazed the top of Tang San's head and struck several large trees behind him, which were instantly shattered. Tang San took a deep breath and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your mercy. Zhang Ge sheathed his golden staff and shook his head, saying, am I truly to strike you with it? If I were to do so, the entire village would be celebrating your departure tonight. Tang San scratched the back of his head and chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's face turned pale, still unable to regain her composure. Zhang Ge approached her, stating, if today you were to collaborate with a stranger, you would be dead by now. Ning Rongrong looked up at him, exclaiming, that is unfair. You possess far greater strength than we do. Unfair? Zhang Ge chuckled. If a title Douluo were to seek your demise, would they wait for you to attain title Douluo status before striking? I am a support type soul master. You are an assault type. Moreover, you frightened me with your crimson eyes as soon as you appeared. I was utterly unprepared. That was merely the effect of my martial spirit, designed to create an imposing atmosphere without any lethal force. The aura of a title Douluo is not to be underestimated. Ning Rongrong retorted defiantly. That still remains unjust. Why should I engage with a title Douluo when I am merely passing the time? Additionally, as a support type, I would have protection on the battlefield. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school boasts 2 titled Douluos. Which of the 2 do you represent? Zhang Ge countered. Ning Rongrong hesitated, stammering, I. Indeed, you would not instigate a confrontation with a title Douluo, but what if someone stronger than you were to bully you? Can you guarantee that you will always have protection by your side? Are the 2 Douluos of the 7-treasure glazed tile school capable of safeguarding you every single moment? Furthermore, if Tang San were the type to flee when faced with adversity, would he have escaped today? What about you? Ning Rongrong asserted. I am the daughter of the sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Who would dare to harm me? Zhang Ge shook his head. If you find a secluded place to end your life, who would know who did it? Even if they did find out and avenged you, what would it matter? You cannot come back to life. Ning Rongrong's pupils constricted. Indeed, if someone truly sought to harm her, even if the 7-treasure glazed tile sect eventually avenged her, she would never return. It is crucial to understand that this is a world where strength prevails. A mere title cannot command respect from all. No matter how much I cultivate, I could never surpass a formidable close combat expert like you. Ning Rongrong lamented. Do you recall the story about my brother that I shared earlier? Often, it is not necessary to defeat your enemy. You simply need to run fast enough. Zhang Ge extended his right hand, and the golden cudgel sprang forth from his palm. I am eager to witness the manifestation of our soul fusion technique, he expressed. Tang San pondered. Why does that sentiment evoke the impression of saying, I yearn to see what our child will be like? Ning Rongrong's expression momentarily faltered, but then a glimmer of determination flickered in her gaze. I understand now. I shall not hinder your progress. I will strive to excel. With that declaration, she sprinted towards the direction of Shrek Academy. Tang San and Zhang Ge exchanged knowing smiles. Master Uncle, you are truly remarkable. Your coordination is exceptional, Tang San remarked. It is only fitting, Master Uncle. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, he added. Zhang Ge, satisfied, patted him on the shoulder. From that moment on, Tang San became Zhang Ge's exclusive tool. In the next instant, Sword Douluo suddenly appeared before Zhang Ge. 024 The Airborne Golden Cudgel. Zhang Ge remained unperturbed, for he had long been aware of the concealed presence of Jian Douluo and Flinder. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, instantly adopting a vigilant demeanor. It turned out to be the esteemed Jian Douluo. Zhang Ge clasped his fists in salute. Jian Douluo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Do you know me? Zhang Ge remarked. Your aura surpasses even that of the Dean, and with the longsword you bear, it is rare to find a master of the sword on the continent. After your appearance, you cast a glance in the direction where Rong departed. Your eyes betray your true feelings. The Sword Douluo smirked slightly. You, young lad, are quite intriguing. I wish to converse with you privately for a few moments. Tang San, possessing great understanding, replied, Uncle Master, I shall take my leave first. Farewell, esteemed elder. Zhang Ge and the Sword Douluo exchanged nods. After watching Tang San depart, the Sword Douluo turned his gaze upon Zhang Ge, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Handsome and elegant, with an impressive demeanor and remarkable strength, he possessed eloquence and extraordinary intelligence, exuding a calm and composed aura, neither servile nor arrogant. These were the entirety of the Sword Douluo's assessments of Zhang Ge thus far. Zhang Ge was also gazing at him. What is the meaning behind such a look? You are not Ning Rongrong's father, yet it seems as though you are eyeing a potential son-in-law. Indeed, you are the most outstanding young individual I have encountered thus far. Would you be interested in joining my seven-treasure glazed tile sect? I am a student of Shrek Academy. And what of it? Rongrong is still the little princess of my seven-treasure glazed tile sect. She can certainly study at your academy as well, with your strength and innate talent. If you were to join my seven-treasure glazed tile sect, we would certainly nurture you vigorously. In the future, your achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of us, seasoned veterans. Zhang Ge contemplated for a moment and replied, Thank you for your kind intentions, esteemed senior. However, at this juncture, my sole desire is to dedicate myself to my studies and aspire to become a person of value to society. As for my future path, I have yet to deliberate on that. This response epitomizes the textbook standard of a youth embodying the ideals of the new society. The system then provided its assessment. What is there to ponder? Among the three great sects, our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School yearns for a formidable soul master like you. One who excels in powerful offensive capabilities. Joining our sect will ensure you receive the utmost recognition, and in time, you shall shine with unparalleled brilliance. Zhang Ge's subtle demeanor suggested that the Sword Douluo's character seemed somewhat incongruous. Should he not embody the type who considers even a single word exchanged a concession? Why is he so loquacious? The truth lies in his underestimation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's fervor for combat prowess. Each formidable assault-type soul master represents an immense asset to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus, the core reason for this peculiar interaction is Zhang Ge's extraordinary talent. Had he not been so remarkable, the Sword Douluo might not have deigned to present himself at all. Enough of this back and forth, come. Accompany me back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With that, the Sword Douluo took Zhang Ge's hand, preparing to depart. A 12-year-old attaining level 40 as an assault-type soul master is a treasure, a rarity indeed. Had he not encountered him today, it would have been one thing. But now that he has, it is imperative to bring him to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ahem. A cough interrupted the moment, and Flinder emerged. You are Flinder? Inquired the Sword Douluo. I have had the honor of meeting Lord Shinshin. Flinder replied with a bow. What brings you here? The Sword Douluo asked. His tone icy. Well, this young man is a student of my academy, and I still have a class to teach them tonight, so. The Sword Douluo let out a cold snort, causing Flinder to tremble, his words faltering in fear. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Ge remarked, Elder Shinshin, how about this? When Rongrong returns to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, I shall certainly accompany her for a visit. What do you think? The cold and aloof demeanor of Sword Douluo softened instantly as he replied gently, Young man, do you perceive our Seven Treasures Glazed sect as a den of monsters? Just accompany me for a moment, and I shall swiftly return you. Yet, I intend to discuss the matter of martial soul fusion techniques with Rongrong. Very well. The next time Rongrong returns, you must come along. Sword Douluo promptly asserted. Ah, such a rapid change of expression. Absolutely. Sword Douluo nodded in satisfaction, not even casting a glance at Flinder, and soared into the air on his sword. Moments later, his voice floated down melodiously, should you fail to come. I shall personally invite you. Zhang Ge gazed ruefully in the direction where Sword Douluo had departed. What if he truly went and ended up being placed under house arrest? Although Sword Douluo appeared to value talent. If he concluded that Zhang Ge would not join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and develop the notion that this boy must not be allowed to remain, Zhang Ge would be doomed. Human intentions are often inscrutable. In this world, there are no genuinely benevolent souls, for all actions are driven by self-interest. Flandra regarded Zhang Ge with a pained expression. While having an exceptional student is undoubtedly a blessing, at times, such brilliance can prove to be a double-edged sword. Just like today, when Zhang Ge was nearly taken away. He could hardly believe Sword Douluo's claims of merely wanting to have a look and would soon return him. Should Zhang Ge truly go, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would surely never let him go again, employing every tactic to keep him. Perhaps they would even resort to using Ning Rongrong to orchestrate some kind of beauty trap for Zhang Ge. After all, a 12-year-old genius who had reached level 40 with formidable spirit rings was unique on the continent. Flandre found it hard to fathom the chaos that would ensue on the Douluo Continent if Zhang Ge were to mature fully. And then there was the Spirit Hall. A sudden heaviness settled in Flandre's heart. If the Spirit Hall were to discover such a prodigy as Zhang Ge, his circumstances would become precarious. It was a choice between joining or facing death. What a dilemma. Let us return to the academy. Zhang Ge remained unresponsive. Flandre glanced at him, only to discover that Zhang Ge was lost in thought, gazing intently in the direction where the sword Douluo had departed. Flandre's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that this young man harbored a strong desire to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? However, he was unaware that Zhang Ge's mind was entirely consumed by the elegant image of the sword Douluo, soaring through the air on his sword. The golden cudgel, a treasure of remarkable spirit, had now become Zhang Ge's martial soul, intimately connected to his thoughts. Previously, Zhang Ge had attempted to manipulate the golden cudgel from a distance. Although he had not yet achieved the fluidity of movement akin to a monkey wielding it effortlessly, with diligent practice, he was certain that mastery was within reach. Thus, one might wonder, could he also soar while wielding the cudgel? Moreover, the golden cudgel could expand to an impressive size. If it could indeed be controlled to fly, it could serve as an aircraft, capable of transporting numerous individuals at once. Why had he not thought of this sooner? Zhang Ge slapped his thigh, startling Flandre beside him. Observing the excitement on his face, Flandre looked on with suspicion, wondering what had come over the boy. Let us go. Back to the academy. We have tasks to attend to tonight. Flandre patted Zhang Ge's shoulder. On their way back to the academy, the two encountered Oscar and Ning Rongrong still running. Oscar seemed to be striking up a conversation with Ning Rongrong, but she paid him no heed. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's mind was solely occupied with one thought. She longed to witness their martial soul fusion technique. The mere thought of it banished her fatigue, invigorating her with newfound energy. That evening, the group gathered, casting sympathetic glances at Oscar and Ning Rongrong. By now, the pair was utterly exhausted. Ning Rongrong was relatively composed, sitting cross-legged on the ground to catch her breath, while Oscar lay sprawled on the ground like a dog, panting. You two, come here, Flandre commanded. Oscar struggled to rise, while Ning Rongrong's legs felt weak, and she faltered several times before Xiaowu came to her aid. Have you completed 20 laps? Flandre inquired. Yes, we have, Oscar replied. Flandre paused, glancing at Ning Rongrong and then at Zhang Ge, before addressing Ning Rongrong. Today, both you and Oscar have made progress. But your advancement is the most significant, perhaps the greatest leap in your life thus far. Ning Rongrong looked at Flandre in surprise. Flandre smirked. The restaurant in Soto City is quite nice. I rather enjoy it. Have you been watching me? Ning Rongrong frowned. I am the principal, responsible for each student, he replied. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong turned to Zhang Ge, momentarily convinced that his presence was orchestrated by Flandre. Flandre reassured her. You mean to look at Zhang Ge? I haven't tasked him with anything. He has assisted you greatly today, and you ought to express your gratitude. The others were left bewildered. I don't want to hear from you. Ning Rongrong staggered towards Zhang Ge, locking her gaze onto his. Were you deceiving me today? Did the principal set a trap for me? Ning Rongrong felt a pang of grievance, her eyes reddening. She had believed Zhang Ge's words were sincere, but if they were merely a ploy by Flandre, it would shatter her. Xiaowu cast a dubious glance at Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge mysteriously vanished for a brief period today. It appears he sought out Ning Rongrong. What could he possibly want with Ning Rongrong? How envious. This is indeed quite tantalizing. Zhang Ge sensed a sharp tang in the air, and an idea quickly formed in his mind. With an unflinching demeanor, he inquired of Ning Rongrong, would you prefer the truth or a fabrication? The truth, she replied. No, I don't believe that. Zhang Ge shook his head, exclaiming with a sudden elevation in his voice, we are one entity, a united team. The crowd instantly felt invigorated. Zhang Ge commenced his verbal onslaught. Perhaps I am slightly more formidable than you, but do you truly believe I desire this? No, this is not my aspiration. What I yearn for is a scenario where we all excel, where we all possess strength. A palpable shift occurred among the crowd, as an exhilarating surge of emotions welled up within their hearts. We are all exceptional. We are all powerful. Who are we? We are the students of Shrek Academy. We are monsters. Yet, what is our current predicament? I overshadow your brilliance with my own prowess. If we were to unite and engage in battle, what would others say? Zhang Ge mimicked with a sardonic tone. People might say, look, that is the so-called Shrek Academy, the Academy of Monsters. But apart from that individual named Zhang Ge, the others aren't particularly remarkable. The crowd clenched their fists, and Ning Rongrong felt a surge of emotion. If you were to hear such words, what would you think? How should I position myself? Would a chasm form between us? Zhang Ge wore a facade of righteousness, as if a spotlight were shining upon him. I wish to avert such a scenario. Therefore, I shall do my utmost to cooperate with the dean and the teachers, striving to foster growth and strength among us all. Today, we are students of Shrek. Tomorrow, we shall be titled Douluo Traversing the Continent. If tomorrow arrives and someone fails to achieve the title of Douluo, will they find joy in witnessing their former companions ascend to greatness? Together we grow stronger, conquering the continent, as titled Douluo. The crowd began to feel a surge of passion. Rongrong, We all know you are the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, living in luxury, unaccustomed to hardship. Yet, what is your purpose in coming here? It is to grow stronger, to empower yourself, to fortify your sect, and to bring honor to your sect through your achievements. If you cannot even fulfill the tasks assigned by the dean, how can you expect to grow stronger alongside us? Thus, I assisted you, harboring no ulterior motives, merely wishing for us all to become stronger together. In the end, Zhang Ge sighed. I speak only the truth. But if you still refuse to believe me, there is little I can do. I believe you, I truly do. Ning Rongrong replied, her hands tightly clasped, trembling slightly. With that mouth of yours, you could have made a fortune in multi-level marketing, the system remarked. Zhang Ge cast a glance at the others, who were all gazing at him with fervent eyes. He clenched his fist and raised his arm, exclaiming, "We are the strongest, the strongest." The others joined him in raising their fists, shouting in unison, "Flander, the dean has chosen you, so take the lead." Observing Xiao Wu's passionate gaze, Zhang Ge let out a sigh of relief. Today's verbal display had proven worthwhile, for he could now legitimately associate with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. "Ah, I'm truly a genius." Coughing lightly, Zhang Ge remarked, "I have expressed most of what I wish to say." Flander rolled his eyes, stating, "Indeed. There is a disparity between you and Zhang Ge, yet it is not insurmountable. Do not forget that you are all extraordinary beings. With diligence, your futures are boundless. All right. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you may return to rest. The rest of you, follow me." Ning Rongrong inquired, "Dean, may I ask where you are headed?" "What? Do you wish to accompany us?" Flander questioned. "Yes, I would like to tag along," Ning Rongrong said, glancing at Zhang Ge. "Aren't you tired? Don't you need to rest?" "Not at all," she replied. "Dean, I also wish to join you," Oscar immediately added. "Very well, then let us proceed." In Soto City, at the Grand Sol Arena, Zhang Ge and the new students displayed expressions of awe before the majestic structure. "Your first lesson begins here." With that, Flander introduced Zhang Ge and the other newcomers to the Grand Sol Arena. He continued, "Xiao Ge is the only one among you who has reached level 40. I recommend you observe every battle he engages in, as it will greatly aid your understanding of combat among soul masters above level 40. The group nodded in agreement, though Xiao Wu appeared somewhat concerned. But according to Dai Mubai, Zhang Ge has just reached level 40. If he faces opponents around levels 48 or 49, victory will be exceedingly difficult. Indeed, it may be somewhat disadvantageous, Ma Hongjun remarked. Ning Rongrong also looked at Zhang Ge with worry. Dai Mubai patted Zhang Ge on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Ge, you must be cautious. Do not accumulate too many negative points." Flander chuckled. "Well, we shall see if Xiao Ge is truly a monster. Ha 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 ha." Zhang Ge spread his hands. One cannot blame society for a lack of ideas. "Well then, the rest is up to you. Go ahead and register." Before long, a few individuals completed their registration. Xiao Wu turned to Zhang Ge and proposed, "Should we sign up for a 2-on-2 match? That way, we could earn points more swiftly." Before Zhang Ge could respond, Dai Mubai interjected, "It would be best not to. The rules for team battles and duo battles are identical, determined by the highest soul power level within the team. This means that if the two of you team up, you would likely face opponents of level 40 or above. Zhang Ge might manage, but Xiao Wu, your level is simply too low." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong, who had initially been somewhat tempted, fell silent. Facing opponents of level 40 when one is yet to reach 30 is a challenge that is all too evident. Zhang Ge is formidable, yet his opponents are no pushovers. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Ge declared, "Fear not. With me around, everything will be just fine." The crowd responded with awe, such confidence. Men must act swiftly when the moment calls for it. What gives you such assurance? Flander observed them in silence. While confidence is commendable, excessive self-assurance can border on arrogance. He preferred not to lecture Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu verbally. Rather, he believed that letting them team up and face a few challenges, even in defeat, would impart lessons far more effective than 1,000 words. Xiao Wu, too, was brimming with confidence in Zhang Ge. "Excellent. Let us register. I already have a name in mind." Upon arriving at the registration desk, the duo presented their iron soul badges. The attendant glanced at them, said nothing further, and simply instructed, "Please provide a name for your team. Let us call ourselves the Song and Dance Duo," Xiao Wu suggested. "Why not the Dance Party?" Zhang Ge countered. "The Song and Dance Duo sounds rather mundane. And the Dance Party does not?" The system interjected. "Then what do you propose we call ourselves?" Zhang Ge retorted. After much contemplation, the system finally responded, "A Dream of Bollywood." Zhang Ge rolled his eyes. "What nonsense. Did you just return from playing in the mud in the Northeast? What is your name? Make up your mind," the young lady urged. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Wu decided. "Let's go with Zhang Ge's suggestion. We'll call it the Song and Dance Party." Once the registration was complete and she watched the two depart, the young lady shook her head, one at level 29 and the other at level 40. TSK, does Xiong have no brains? She then glanced down at her own chest and quickly spat, "I have brains." Soon, the Soul Arena commenced. After the draw, Zhang Ge was the first to take the stage. All eyes were drawn to the arena where he stood, while others, under the guidance of the staff, made their way to the audience seats, brimming with enthusiasm to watch. On the arena, the host, clad in a tailcoat, stood at the center, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Now, we shall commence the first match of our 14th Soul Arena's one-on-one duel. The competitors are two Soul Masters, Zhang Ge, wielding the weapon Spirit Dinghai Shinjin, versus Yuqing, who has achieved a 5-match winning streak with the Beast Spirit Colorful Ring Snake. Will Yuqing continue his glorious streak and secure a 6th consecutive victory? Or will the newcomer Zhang Ge emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome. Now, please welcome our two Soul Masters to the stage." The audience was considerable, with the majority fervently cheering for Yuqing, seemingly his devoted fans. A tall young man dressed in a green long robe stepped onto the stage, surrounded by a faintly shimmering aura of colorful light. Colorful Ring Snake's venomous mist, the system analyzed, is present within a 2-meter radius around him. While not lethal, it possesses strong hallucinogenic and paralyzing properties. Please be cautious, host. Although Yuqing was not extraordinarily handsome, he had a certain charm and was currently bowing graciously to the audience, which only intensified their cheers. Yuqing, Yuqing, Yuqing. Some female spectators covered their faces, exclaiming, "Wow, Yuqing is so handsome, such a gentleman. Strong, handsome, and gentlemanly. I adore him. Go Yuqing. I love you. Keep it up." Suddenly, the spotlight shifted to the other side, and Zhang Ge made his entrance with measured steps. The audience momentarily fell silent. Moments later, whispers erupted. "Wow, this young man is even more handsome. What a pity he looks so young and innocent. I like them young. Yes, yes, yes. This little brother is my favorite. What good is a cute appearance? Here, it's all about strength. Yuqing is already at level 46, while this young man is only at level 42. Indeed, he is still quite young. His practical experience surely pales in comparison to Yuqing's. He is bound to lose. Oh, please don't let Yuqing hurt him. He looks so delicate." Yuqing frowned, narrowing his eyes. "What a little brat. Today, I'll show you what. It doesn't matter if you're stronger than me, but looking better than me is unacceptable." Zhang Ge is at level 42? Flander finally noticed this detail. The crowd was taken aback. This doesn't add up. He was only at level 40 during yesterday's assessment. How did he suddenly jump to level 42 today? What is going on? Did you level up twice overnight? Or was there an error during yesterday's testing? Flander adjusted his glasses. Let us not dwell on that for now. An increase in soul power is a good thing. We'll sort out the rest later. Ning Rongrong expressed her concern. The opponent exceeds Zhang Ge by 4 levels. I hope he won't face any issues. Others also showed varying degrees of worry, including Xiao Wu and Tang San. Come on, please don't lose. No, losing is fine, but just don't get hurt. The match begins, the host shouted. Suddenly, a magnificent, multicolored serpent appeared behind Yuqing. With a cold smile, he taunted, "Little pretty boy, I'm giving you a chance. It's still not too late to concede. If I leave you with a bruised face later, it won't be any fun." Zhang Ge, his face devoid of emotion, brandished the golden staff, aiming it at Yuqing. With a swift motion, the staff struck, accompanied by a resounding thud. Yuqing, taken aback by the formidable presence of the great sage, could scarcely react before letting out a muffled groan as the staff forcefully propelled him off the stage. Defeated. Being cast off the stage signified his loss. Zhang Ge retracted his golden staff, his expression devoid of emotion, and turned to leave. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at his retreating figure, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Ah, is this truly it? Has he won just like that? The host was left in bewilderment. This transpired so swiftly. He had already contemplated his subsequent commentary, yet he had not been afforded a moment to speak. As Zhang Ge reached the exit, he paused, turning to look at him. What are you dawdling for? Announce it. If you don't announce, who will applaud for me? Without fireworks and applause, wouldn't my exit be too solitary? I announce it. Zhang Ge emerges victorious. Only then did the host react, exclaiming with excitement, "This is simply astonishing. I never anticipated that a victor would be determined in such a short span of time. The prowess of contestant Zhang Ge is remarkable. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth." Applause erupted from the audience, gradually growing fervent. Impressive. This young lad possesses considerable skill. Initially, I thought Yuqing would easily overpower him, but to my surprise, Yuqing was swiftly defeated. Absolutely unexpected. Did Yuqing throw the match? What on earth is happening today? Xiao Wu and Tang San also joined in the enthusiastic applause. Hooray! Zhang Ge is phenomenal. The best. Dai Mubai and others glanced at Dean Flander. They had mentioned observing Zhang Ge's battle spirit closely, yet what was there to behold? Yuqing got up and was dispatched in an instant. What else is there to discuss? Flander chuckled. This lad always surprises me with his unexpected feats, ha 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 ha. Zhang Ge approached the crowd, who gathered around to offer their congratulations. Dai Mubai smiled and said, "I was initially worried about you, but I never expected you to win so swiftly." Zhang Ge remarked, "As for men, one must act swiftly when the moment calls for it." I assured, with me around. "There's no cause for concern." The host's voice echoed from behind, announcing, Soul Master Zhang Ge has emerged victorious, boasting a record of 1 win and no losses. Yuqing's record stands at 249 wins and 105 losses. Zhang Ge of the Soul Sect, please proceed to register your points after stepping down. The next battle featured Xiaowu against Qingbao, and without a hint of doubt, Xiaowu claimed victory. Following that, Tang San faced off against Zhu Shiqing. Give it your all, Zhang Ge encouraged the two. Zhu Shiqing nodded, her captivating gaze lingering on Zhang Ge for a moment, before her expression returned to its usual cold demeanor as she turned to leave. Understood, Master Uncle, Tang San replied, but just as he was about to depart, Dai Mubai placed a hand on his shoulder. Brother, be gentle in your approach. Tang San was taken aback but complied, saying, all right. Dai Mubai, oh Dai Mubai. Are you blind? Zhu Shiqing's sparkling eyes have been fixated on Zhang Ge, not sparing you even a glance, and yet you are caught up in your own musings. Nevertheless, this is merely a contest for the future position of Master Uncle, which does not concern me. As the two ascended the stage, Tang San extended his right hand, saying, after you. Please, give it your utmost effort, Zhu Shiqing replied. You are Zhang Ge's disciple and surely do not wish to lag behind him. I too aspire to keep pace with his strides. Dai Mubai, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong exchanged bewildered glances at Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge maintained a stoic expression, yet inwardly mused, Tang San, the moment of truth has arrived. Let us see if you possess the gift of articulation. Tang San did not disappoint him. He responded with a smile, you speak the truth, just as our Master Uncle has said. We must all strive to grow stronger for in the future. We shall ascend to the pinnacle. The countenances of the group returned to normal. Indeed, there was no flaw in this assertion. Zhang Ge felt immense satisfaction with Tang San. Truly, he is my indispensable disciple. Zhu Shiqing nodded and, summoning all her strength, launched an assault on Tang San, leading to an intense exchange between them. In a short while, however, Zhu Shiqing found herself defeated, ensnared by Tang San's blue silver grass in a most secure manner. Zhang Ge's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! Tentacle-themed. Bondage play. Zhu Shiqing's figure was already strikingly voluptuous, and when entwined by Tang San's blue silver grass, it accentuated her alluring curves even further. The concave areas became more pronounced, the convex areas more prominent, and the perky parts stood out even more. Zhang Ge hastily lifted his gaze towards the heavens, fearing that his nosebleed might spill forth. The thrill was exhilarating, utterly overwhelming. In this moment, Zhang Ge found himself envious of Tang San. How wonderful it would be if he possessed a similar ability. In the future, he could bind the ladies in such a manner, and then PR. Perhaps his second martial spirit could awaken a binding rope of celestial origin? The system prompted. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment. I desire the binding of demons. The system retorted, do you dare to covet the innate treasure of Nuwa? In that case, how about the axe of Pangu? The system fell silent for 3 seconds. Just wait while I send a WeChat message to Pangu for a consultation. But isn't Pangu already gone? Precisely. Hence, there is nothing to discuss. Zhang Ge. The system emitted a jubilant electronic sound. A resounding victory for the system. The host has been disrupting the rhythm for too long. Today, I have finally rendered the host speechless. You still remain as you are. Zhang Ge mused. After determining the outcome, the two returned to the stands. Dai Mubai flashed a smile at Tang San before turning his gaze towards Zhu Shiqing, who, indifferent as ever, did not spare him a glance. She coldly walked aside, briefly observing Zhang Ge before redirecting her attention back to the Soul Arena. Zhang Ge addressed Xiao Wu, stating, it is time for us to prepare for the team battle. We must quickly restore our soul power. Flender concurred, indeed, we ought to adequately prepare for the team battle. You both specialize in offensive capabilities, and your opponents are certainly above level 40, so Xiaowu must be cautious. Xiaowu nodded and stepped aside to meditate. Flender then inquired of Zhang Ge, do you not need to recover as well? Zhang Ge replied, I merely poked around with a stick. There was hardly any consumption. Flender wore a playful smile, that is true, ha ha ha. The others also shared a hint of amusement, having grown accustomed to Zhang Ge's occasional cheeky remarks. As the ensuing battles unfolded, everyone watched intently. Such practical experience, whether participating or spectating, proved immensely beneficial. Soon, an announcement rang out, indicating that it was time for Zhang Ge and Xiaowu to join the team battle. Most had already competed, with the exception of Ma Hongjun, while Flender remained to observe. The rest proceeded to the team battle Soul Arena, where at least half of the seating was filled for the 2-on-2 match, attracting a larger crowd than the 1-on-1 bouts. Their adversaries awaited them atop the battle platform. The 2-on-2 arena was twice the size of the 1-on-1, accommodating the greater number of Soul Masters. The host took his position and announced, in the 5th round of the 2-on-2, we have the land and air combination versus the song and dance party. The audience erupted in laughter. Song and dance party. What a ridiculous name. Are they here to perform? Ha ha. I hope they don't suddenly break into song and dance during the fight. That would be even more amusing. What a joke. I might as well head to the Self Tavern to see some curvy ladies. At least I could pay for a little fun. Amidst these remarks, Zhang Ge and Xiaowu remained unfazed, focusing their attention on their opponents. The opposing duo, a burly man with a muscular build and a slender, fair-faced woman, initially displayed disdain upon realizing they were facing two youngsters. However, their expressions quickly shifted to astonishment. These children are level 40. What sort of monsters are they? The host began to introduce the challengers. From the land and air combination, we have Lu Ning, a level 45 soul master with the martial soul of a giant tusk wild boar, and Lin Kongying, a level 46 soul master with the martial soul of a sea eagle. The faces of Dai Mubai and the others fell. One was level 45, the other level 46. And one possessed a flying martial soul. Meanwhile, Zhang Ge was only level 42, and Xiao Wu was merely at level 29, despite their preparations. The moment brought a wave of anxiety. Could they truly handle this? Song and dance party, Zhang Ge. Level 42 soul master with the martial soul of the sea stabilizing needle. Truly astonishing. He is only 12 years old and has already reached level 42. Upon hearing this, both the audience and the land and air combination displayed expressions of disbelief akin to that of the host. Could that girl also be above level 40? If so, this is truly terrifying. Xiaowu, level 29 great soul master, with the martial soul of the soft-boned rabbit. The collective reaction was one of incredulity. What is happening? A level 29 soul master teaming up with a level 42? Is this not a path to disaster? The land and air combination exchanged glances, resolving. Let us eliminate that level 29 first. Although the match seemed to lack suspense, the outcome remained uncertain. The battle commenced. Clang. Zhang Ge cast the golden cudgel onto the ground, its end pointed menacingly at the opposing duo of Lu Kang. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Was he discarding his martial spirit right from the outset? What could this signify? Was he contemplating surrender? Stand behind me, Zhang Ge murmured, and Xiaowu nodded. A profound sense of security blossoming within her once more. Lu Ning bellowed, summoning the martial spirit of the giant tusk wild boar, charging directly at Zhang Ge. While in the air, Lin Kongying also called forth the sea eagle, soaring swiftly towards him. Zhang Ge, with a stoic expression, commanded the golden cudgel, which instantly elongated and thickened, colliding fiercely with the swiftly advancing Lu Ning. Lu Ning was unable to emit even a scream before he was forcefully propelled away, crashing down onto the stage below. His desperate charge proved utterly futile against the enlarged golden cudgel, which remained unyielding. All present were astounded. What kind of martial soul is this? How astonishing! How terrifying! Lin Kongying, struck with fear, came to a sudden halt midair, her face a picture of bewilderment. Is this really how it ends? Dai Mubai and others stood in stunned silence. Ah, this is astonishingly swift. Another instant defeat. Must you be so relentless? This is rather dull. How can we observe and learn anything from this? Zhang Ge offered a gentle smile to Xiao Wu, assuring her, I have it covered. In the next moment, a ripple of energy surged behind Lin Kongying. Her expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly turned, only to find Zhang Ge had teleported directly before her. Raising his hand in a formidable display, in an instant, Lin Kongying felt a rush of warm air envelop her, her body drenched in fragrant sweat. The rapid dehydration left her dizzy, nearly causing her to plummet from midair. With a whoosh, the golden hooped rod twirled in Zhang Ge's grasp. And with an effortless flick of his wrist, he positioned it behind his back while extending his right hand to grasp the void. An immense force drew Lin Kongying toward him uncontrollably. Zhang Ge smiled faintly, reversing the golden hooped rod to the forefront, aiming it at the approaching Lin Kongying. Bang! She was struck squarely in the chest, eliciting a pained cry as she was sent careening off the soul-fighting platform. Light as a feather, Zhang Ge executed a series of graceful maneuvers with the golden hooped rod, which steadily diminished in size until it transformed into a mere embroidery needle. With a gentle grasp, a flash of golden light signaled its retraction into his palm. The entire sequence could be encapsulated in 2 words, effortless elegance. In 4 words, flowing like a stream. Another victory. Xiaowu had yet to make her move. Zhang Ge single-handedly subdued 2 soul masters of a higher rank. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were riveted upon the striking young man on the soul-fighting platform. The lights illuminated him, and in that moment, he resembled a resplendent star of a glorious era, radiating brilliance. No one dared to mock the name dance party any longer. What are you waiting for? Announce the results. Zhang Ge Xin remarked. Why do you all share the same flaw? Is such a basic skill enough to leave you all in awe? What about your professional demeanor as hosts? Where is your calm adaptability in the moment? Do you truly possess a hosting certificate? This is astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. The host exclaimed with excitement, initially believing that this competition held no suspense, only to be taken aback by the rapid resolution of the outcome, which deviated entirely from my predictions. Good heavens. Zhang Ge is truly a youthful hero. The audience gradually regained their composure, exclaiming, incredible. They managed to subdue the Lu Kang duo so swiftly. It was primarily due to that formidable stick. After all, that stick is their martial spirit. Ultimately, they are indeed impressive. Absolutely remarkable. Go, song and dance party. Applause and cheers erupted. Xiaowu lowered her head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Although they emerged victorious and she was delighted to be protected by Zhang Ge, she knew deep down that her win was unearned. She had not contributed at all. Even if an ordinary girl stood in her place, with Zhang Ge present, victory would still be assured. Thus, this glory did not rightfully belong to her. At that moment, she sensed someone approaching, and upon glancing up, she was met with Zhang Ge's smiling face. Am I really that useless? Xiaowu asked. Not at all, he replied. They are simply too weak. Your involvement was unnecessary. Zhang Ge retorted. What do you think of the soul sect now? Xiaowu was taken aback. The system remarked. Here we go again. The verbal sparring is about to commence. Zhang Ge continued. You see, The Soul Clan is not that formidable. Even they cry out in pain when struck, and a single blow can send them flying. Do you understand? They are merely individuals who are slightly stronger than us. Not invincible. Xiao Wu's heart was stirred. She realized that Zhang Ge was helping her build confidence. And he had personally demonstrated that even those of higher levels are not to be feared and can be defeated. Today I won swiftly. But what needed to be revealed has been exposed. Future adversaries will certainly take precautions, so next time it will not be so smooth. You must take action. Now. I ask you, do you have confidence? Xiao Wu took a deep breath, looked up to meet Zhang Ge's gaze with unwavering determination, and declared, even in the face of difficulty, victory is attainable. I have confidence. Excellent. That's the spirit. Zhang Ge grasped her hand and raised it high, basking in the applause and cheers of the audience. Suddenly, Flander's voice resonated from behind the crowd of Shrek Academy. Zhang Ge's arrival at Shrek is indeed a stroke of fortune for us. The crowd turned to see Flander accompanied by Ma Hongjun. They nodded in agreement, feeling a deep sense of consensus. Zhang Ge possesses formidable strength, yet what truly distinguishes him is his humility, devoid of arrogance or disdain. Being in his presence, one can always sense an uplifting energy that instills a profound sense of reassurance. Moreover, his positivity is accompanied by a delightful playfulness. He often interjects with cheeky remarks that can leave one blushing or cause spontaneous laughter. In essence, being with him fosters motivation, comfort, and amusement. At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing genuinely envy Xiao Wu indeed. They are envious. Oh, the dean has arrived, and so has the notorious 4 times a day. Just as the words leave their lips, the playful banter resumes. Ma Hongjun's face flushes as he exclaims, please, spare us the mention of 4 times a day. Laughter spreads among the crowd. Zhang Ge was taken aback. What? Is it now 5 times a day? Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself, and laughter erupted from Dai Mubai and Oscar. Was that what Ma Hongjun meant? Goodness, you truly are a talent. Your thought process is simply extraordinary. Tang San smiled and shrugged. His master was always amusing, with an endless stream of witty remarks. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong covered their mouths, stifling giggles, while Zhu Zhuqing's lips curled into a smile. Except for Zhu Zhuqing's match against Tang San, everyone else emerged victorious, and the group's spirits were quite high. Flender stifled his laughter. All right, you all performed admirably today. Now, go rest. Wuyan, come with me. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. You're truly my beloved mentor. The group burst into laughter once more. Don't wear such a grim face. I shall take you to a delightful place. Flender winked. Ma Hongjun paused, then instantly donned a knowing expression. All right, all right. Seeing his demeanor, everyone immediately understood. What could possibly excite him so much? Where's this place? Can I go? Zhang Ge inquired with an innocent curiosity. No way. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong chorused. The group fell silent. Oscar asked, what's wrong, Rongrong? Why are you so agitated? Flender raised an eyebrow, mischievously pulling Zhang Ge's shoulder, teasingly saying, what place could possibly host a visit from you? The illustrious Dang Duolang. If you wish to go, let us all go together. Dean. Xiao Wu was somewhat annoyed. Ahem, just a jest. Flender raised his hands in surrender. All right, you may return to rest. Ma Hongjun sidled up to Dai Mubai. Boss Dai, shall we go together? Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically. Not going. Stop talking nonsense and hurry along. Ma Hongjun, oblivious to the meaning behind Dai Mubai's gaze, insisted, let us go together. Didn't you say women don't count as a population resource? Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself. Get lost. My taste is far superior to yours. What? The girls there are quite lovely. What taste are you talking about? Do you dare to provoke me? Dai Mubai was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Zhang Ge silently retrieved a kitchen knife from his storage belt and handed it to Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun swiftly turned and fled. The obedient Ning Rongrong, observing the retreating figures, inquired, where on earth are they headed? Given their demeanor, it surely cannot be a place of good repute. Xiao Wu remarked. Dai Mubai interjected. Are you not aware of a certain place known as the Gulan? Zhang Ge replied, I am familiar with it. It refers to the primary venues for performing song and yuan dramas, as well as acrobatics in major cities, akin to a theater. Are they going to watch a performance? The group responded with puzzled expressions. Song and yuan dramas? What on earth is that? Zhang Ge often articulates thoughts that elude their comprehension. Yet they have gradually begun to acclimate to this peculiarity. It is worth noting that since the Tang dynasty, the Gulan has served as a venue for song and dance, eventually evolving into a realm of entertainment and indulgence. As a gentle reminder, dear host, I encourage you to immerse yourself in literature to avoid any potential embarrassment in the future. Zhang Ge remained completely unembarrassed, resolutely declaring, I study the works of sages. Within those tomes, there exists no mention of places of frivolity. If you possess the audacity, go ahead and proclaim such words while pointing to the volumes on your bedroom shelf. The system remarked. Zhang Ge remained unembarrassed. What do you know? I am merely studying advanced technologies from abroad. Are there not domestic alternatives as well? That book on Chang'e, for instance. Zhang Ge immediately entered a state of selective deafness, pretending he had not heard. Dai Mubai remarked, what theater are you speaking of? It's the kind of place where men seek pleasure. I told you that hefty fellow wouldn't go anywhere respectable, Xiao Wu said, shooting a glare at Zhang Ge. Do you still wish to go? Absolutely not. I now understand. I want to go. Zhang Ge replied. Dai Mubai continued. This is an unavoidable situation. Aside from that flaw, Ma Hongjuan's martial soul is one of the most formidable among beast martial souls, and as the direct disciple of the dean, we cannot allow him to abandon his training or witness his demise in a fit of rage. Zhu Shiqing rarely spoke. Men are all filthy. Xiaowu giggled. Sister Shiqing. Don't cast too wide a net. Zhang Ge is quite pure. He is nothing like Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. He doesn't even know what a brothel is. Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances with Zhang Ge, questioning his innocence. Is he truly pure? How then does he utter such lewd remarks? A genuinely pure boy would never speak such indecencies. Dai Mubai retorted with irritation. Fine, your Zhang Ge is as pure as snow, while we are all filthy. Is that satisfactory? However, my taste is far superior to that of the fat one. Zhu Shiqing cast him a cold glance. You have good taste? Dai Mubai was taken aback, realizing his mistake. Zhuqing. I. Zhu Shiqing's face was filled with disdain. You truly disgust me. With that, she turned to leave. You stand right there. Dai Mubai's temper finally erupted, but Zhu Shiqing paid him no heed, not even pausing. A glow emanated from Dai Mubai's hand. Yet he ultimately sighed, letting it go, and followed after her. The others stood in silence. Xiao Wu whispered, what is going on between those two? Tang San shook his head, while Zhang Ge remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed. The system's task concerning Ning Rongrong was relatively easy, but Zhu Shiqing posed a genuine challenge. To outsiders, it might appear that Zhu Shiqing and Dai Mubai's relationship was not particularly close. In fact, Zhu Shiqing harbored some disdain and even hatred towards Dai Mubai. Ironically, it was precisely this animosity that made Zhu Shiqing difficult to win over. The greater the disdain, the more one cares. If Zhu Shiqing were entirely indifferent to Dai Mubai's behavior, it would indicate that he held no significance in her eyes. To win Zhu Shiqing over, a detailed plan must be devised. After much contemplation, Zhang Ge's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Have you thought of a solution? The system inquired. Indeed. What is the plan? You should cancel this task. The system responded. What has come over you? On Earth, you were a romantic prodigy, effortlessly charming your female classmates and colleagues. If not for your obsession with the two-dimensional world, you would have a lineage by now. How is it that you cannot manage even Zhu Shiqing? Then increase the task's reward. How about an instant promotion to title Douluo, along with a few 100,000-year soul rings? Zhang Ge pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, certainly. The failure is short by 50 centimeters. Zhang Ge coughed lightly and said, I meant the original one is fine, no need for changes. Good gracious. 50 centimeters shorter. This is hardly short enough for you. And I still owe you an additional 20 centimeters. Is transitioning directly an option? The atmosphere grew increasingly somber when Ning Rongrong remarked. They say Dai Mubai is a romantic figure, but it appears otherwise. From the very beginning, Zhu Shiqing hasn't even glanced at him. Dai Mubai paused momentarily, and the expressions of those present shifted. Oscar quickly whispered, stop talking, just stop. What? Did I say something wrong? What does it mean that women are not considered individuals but merely resources? Do they truly regard us as less than human? If I were Zhu Shiqing, I wouldn't even spare him a glance. Serves him right. Dai Mubai abruptly turned around, glaring fiercely at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, do not provoke my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. Others may fear your seven treasures glazed tile school, but I, Dai Mubai, do not. If you anger me, be wary of my wrath. Ning Rongrong scoffed. Oh, I'm so scared. Those who do not regard women as human are the ones who utter such words. Xiao Wu felt a flicker of anger as well, though she kept it concealed. She held no particular feelings for Dai Mubai. Such comments were as inconsequential as the wind. You. Dai Mubai could no longer contain his fury. The white tiger does not unleash its might, and you truly take me for a frail cat. A powerful energy surged forth, his soul power erupting suddenly, sending Oscar staggering back while Tang San wavered slightly, yet Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu remained entirely unaffected. This was because Zhang Ge stood resolutely before them, like an unyielding mountain amidst a raging torrent. Xiao Ge, step aside. Dai Mubai shouted angrily. Today, I shall teach this insolent little girl a lesson. Enough, we are classmates, Zhang Ge interjected. Besides, in this world, if you were to utter such words in another realm, you would be pummeled to death. Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words. That remark had been a casual boast alongside Ma Hongjun. It is common for men to engage in such banter with friends, but he hadn't anticipated being called out in front of so many. You blundering fool. Your mouth is as loose as an elastic waistband. Ning Rongrong, recovering from her shock, glared coldly. Do you truly dare to lay hands on me? All right. Zhang Ge turned to her. Dai Mubai likely spoke without thinking. We are all classmates. Let us give each other face and step back. Dai Mubai sighed and nodded. Can we really not retaliate? I can't win a fight anyway. Ning Rongrong seemed poised to say more, but Zhang Ge shot her a stern look, causing her to comply, behaving as docile as a kitten. In that moment, Oscar heard the sound of his own heart shattering. Zhu Shiqing had not spared a glance for Dai Mubai, and neither had Ning Rongrong. Like Xiao Wu, her gaze was solely fixed on Zhang Ge. From this day forth, we shall be good sisters. Upon returning to the academy, Zhang Ge escorted Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong to their dormitory. Arriving at the dormitory door, Zhang Ge said, Xiao Wu, you go back first. I need to speak with Rongrong. What do you need to discuss? Xiao Wu asked. Zhang Ge cast a subtle glance at her and gently shook his head, to which Xiao Wu responded, all right. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhang Ge and inquired, are you planning to lecture me again? Zhang Ge unleashed his golden cudgel, urging, release your martial soul. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she summoned the seven treasures glazed tower. The moment the tower emerged, it radiated a soft azure light, gracefully entwining around the golden cudgel like delicate silk. Zhang Ge keenly sensed the disdain emanating from the golden staff, prompting him to withdraw it into his grasp. With a fierce glare, he commanded, behave yourself. The golden staff complied, reluctantly allowing the pale azure light to envelop it. Give me some response. Zhang Ge's eyes narrowed once more. In resignation, the golden staff emitted radiant golden beams, which coiled around the seven treasures glazed pagoda. In an instant, the pagoda shone brilliantly, quivering violently in Ning Rongrong's palm. Startled, she covered her mouth, exclaiming, What is happening? A surge of exhilaration blossomed within her heart, an emotion unmistakably originating from the seven treasures glazed pagoda. Zhang Ge narrowed his eyes, feeling confident in his conjecture. The golden cudgel could exert influence over other weapon spirits. It would domineeringly suppress offensive weapon spirits to assert its own supremacy, while it showed little inclination to suppress auxiliary weapon spirits, such as the seven treasure glazed tile. Thus, Zhang Ge speculated that if it could exert influence, might it not also alter certain characteristics of these weapon spirits? For instance, could it render a weapon spirit weaker or stronger? Today, he intended to conduct an experiment on Ning Rongrong's seven treasure glazed tile. As golden threads entwined around it, the brilliance emanating from the seven treasure glazed tile intensified, trembling with increasing vigor, causing Ning Rongrong's palm to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, the golden cudgel suddenly withdrew all its golden light, unceremoniously diving back into Zhang Ge's palm. The two were too engrossed to pay it any mind. Their complete focus was on the seven treasure glazed tile. A few seconds later, the seven treasure glazed tile erupted with dual hues of azure and gold, the lights merging into a singular force that soared skyward. As the radiance dissipated, Ning Rongrong stared at the tower in her hand, momentarily stunned. Zhang Ge revealed a faint smile. The eight treasure glazed pagoda. In such a brief moment, the seven treasure glazed pagoda evolved into the eight treasure glazed pagoda. Indeed, it is feasible. My hypothesis has proven to be correct. In the novel, after Ning Rongrong consumed the Chilua tulip, the seven treasure glazed pagoda bypassed the eight treasure stage and directly ascended to the pinnacle, the nine treasure glazed pagoda. However, Zhang Ge did not wish to follow suit. To satiate someone all at once is the most foolish of actions. A little nourishment, tantalizing their appetite, is essential for the successful execution of his plan to win over Ning Rongrong. The eight treasure glazed pagoda. Ning Rongrong's lips quivered slightly as she murmured to herself, unable to believe that in such a short time, her seven treasure glazed pagoda had transformed into an eight treasure glazed pagoda. Congratulations, Zhang Ge said. Zhang Ge, thank you. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement, suddenly embracing Zhang Ge and planting a kiss on his cheek. Ah, Zhang Ge hastily glanced around like a thief. But upon finding no trace of Xiaowu, he finally let out a sigh of relief. However, that delicate little mouth was truly soft and delightful. How extraordinary and formidable your martial spirit is. It has effortlessly facilitated the evolution of my own spirit. Effortless? Zhang Ge managed a wry smile, feigning weakness. What is the matter? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in alarm at his demeanor. Are you all right? Did the evolution of my martial spirit cause you to sustain injuries? I'm so sorry. Please, don't be harmed. If so, perhaps you should retract that energy from earlier. Zhang Ge waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's nothing. Merely a slight depletion of my spiritual energy. Is that so? Upon seeing Zhang Ge nod, Ning Rongrong finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly reached out to support him. Zhang Ge, I truly appreciate your help. Zhang Ge smiled. Tonight, you should refrain from engaging in banter with Mubai. Ning Rongrong fell into silence. Typically, she would have countered Zhang Ge's remark, but now, having just received his assistance, and witnessing his immense depletion of soul power due to her, she felt reluctant to retort and simply listened quietly. Although the statement he made was flawed, he was clearly agitated this evening, and her words struck a nerve. If I were not present, he might genuinely wish to harm you. No one else could protect you. What would happen if you were injured, or worse, if he were to take your life? Ning Rongrong recalled the moment when Dai Mubai's soul power erupted, causing her heart to tremble with unease. I adore that gentle side of you. In that instant, Ning Rongrong felt as if her mind had been struck by thunder, rendering her completely dazed. Zhang Ge expressed, I cherish the gentle side of you. To Ning Rongrong's ears, it resonated as, I adore the gentle you. She abruptly rose to her feet, her face flushed to the roots of her ears, exclaiming, what are you saying? Are you with Xiaowu? Zhang Ge smiled gently, reaching out to caress her long hair. It's getting late. You should head back and rest, he suggested before turning to leave. Hey, Ning Rongrong called out, but Zhang Ge did not look back. She remained oblivious to the sinister smile of triumph that adorned his face. At that moment, there was no need for a response. It was best to let her ponder on it herself. My bond with Xiao Wu is intimate, but what of it? You too. Have your chance. You can compete with Xiao Wu. To employ a somewhat inappropriate analogy, envision a carrot. Both you and Xiao Wu are donkeys. And it is not the carrot that determines who will partake, but rather your own efforts. Zhang Ge requires no explanation, nor does he need to clarify anything. Ning Rongrong is capable of discerning the truth on her own. Indeed, she stood still for a considerable time, and suddenly, with a determined fist clenched, her gaze was filled with unwavering resolve. This was Zhang Ge's strategy, to win over both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing while ensuring that Xiao Wu remained by his side. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Wu noticed the lingering blush on Ning Rongrong's face and felt an ominous premonition arise within her. What did Zhang Ge say to you? Ning Rongrong inquired. Do you dislike me? Xiao Wu paused momentarily, contemplated, and replied, I think you're quite nice. They say you have a fierce temper. But don't girls need a bit of spirit? Without it, wouldn't we be bullied by those insufferable men? Ning Rongrong beamed with a radiant smile. Xiao Wu, from this day forth, we shall be good sisters. Xiao Wu chuckled. Weren't we always? Indeed, we have always been, and shall forever be. Ning Rongrong grasped Xiao Wu's hand. But you still haven't told me what he said to you, Xiao Wu remarked. Ning Rongrong, with a hint of excitement and a mysterious smile, responded. He did me a favor. The first step to securing Zhu Zhuqing. Upon returning to the entrance of the dormitory, Zhang Ge did not hasten to rest. Instead, he unleashed the golden staff once more. One experiment had concluded, and now he was ready for the second. The staff reverted to its normal size as Zhang Ge released his hold, beginning to manipulate it with his mind. This was not a daunting task. For the golden staff possessed a certain sentience, it was not a mere inanimate object, and it responded eagerly to Zhang Ge's mental commands. Soon, within a 10-meter radius, he could deftly maneuver the staff, making it soar and perform various attack motions with ease. The staff was cooperative, with a little practice and mental control. He would be ready for practical application. Now, the focus shifted. The staff expanded to a colossal length of 10 meters and a girth of 2 meters. Zhang Ge attempted to manipulate it with his mind, and to his satisfaction, it responded smoothly. Zhang Ge leapt onto the golden staff, settling himself comfortably in a cross-legged position. With focused intent, he guided the staff to ascend gradually, achieving success with ease. He maneuvered it smoothly, accelerating without difficulty. Ultimately, the speed surged to several meters per second, reaching an impressive height of dozens of meters, all while maintaining stability. As the night breeze caressed him, Zhang Ge felt elated. The flight of the golden staff was indeed feasible. The next step was to gradually familiarize himself with the experience, once mastered. Achieving 100 meters per second would be effortless. Following that, he could aim to break the sound barrier. Perhaps, in the end, he could even achieve an extraordinary effect of traversing vast distances in a single bound? That would be truly remarkable. As he descended slowly back to the dormitory entrance, a cold voice suddenly interrupted. What are you doing? Zhang Ge turned around to find Zhu Zhuqing. Why haven't you taken a rest? He inquired. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a stroll. Zhang Ge surmised that her vexation might stem from matters concerning Dai Mubai. With a flicker of her eyes and a curve at the corner of her mouth, an idea took root in her mind. I am delving into some intriguing pursuits. I must say, your martial soul is truly remarkable. Would you care to experience the sensation of soaring freely? A glimmer of excitement ignited in Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. After a moment of silence, she nodded in acquiescence. Certainly. Zhang Ge, ever the gentleman, extended his hand. Zhu Zhuqing leaped onto the golden staff, settling cross-legged, while Zhang Ge positioned himself behind her. If you begin to feel unwell, do let me know. Understood. With that, the golden staff ascended into the skies. Beneath the vast moonlight and amidst a tapestry of stars, as the night breeze caressed her face, Zhu Zhuqing exhaled deeply, feeling the pent-up frustration in her chest dissipate. In that moment, an unexpected sense of ease enveloped her. Turning to glance at Zhang Ge, she noticed him sitting upright with closed eyes, seemingly immersed in the joy of flight or diligently steering the golden staff. She turned back, a hint of melancholy shadowing her gaze. How wonderful it would be if Dai Mubai occupied the space behind her instead. Alas, such a thought was but a fantasy. Dai Mubai was likely indulging in revelry with those twin sisters at that very moment. Women are merely resources, not mere numbers. What merit did someone like Dai Mubai possess? Truly none at all. At the very least, he paled in comparison to Zhang Ge, who surpassed him in every regard, save for family background. In Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, family status held little sway. She was indifferent to notions of strength or appearance. Just then, the system unexpectedly initiated a task. Objective: embrace Zhu Zhuqing. Reward: soul power enhancement by 2 levels. Penalty for failure: contract athlete's foot. Should Zhu Zhuqing express anger or resistance, the mission will be deemed unsuccessful. Zhang Ge. Damn it. I've contracted athlete's foot. This is too harsh. Back in high school, Zhang Ge experienced the torment of this affliction, and those days were truly unbearable. Every night, his feet would itch incessantly, and scratching would only lead to broken skin, causing both pain and irritation. This task must not be allowed to fail. He immediately began to contemplate a solution, and soon, a smile crept upon his lips as he devised a plan. How do you feel? Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to reality, taking a deep breath. Quite well, actually. Zhang Ge inquired, what do you believe is the most crucial aspect for humanity? Or, one might ask, what is the ultimate pursuit of life? System. Are we embarking on another round of idle chatter? Can't you simply incapacitate her? With your prowess, it would be effortless and convenient. Damn. This host continues to be as troublesome as ever, relishing in disrupting my rhythm. Zhu Zhuqing gradually turned to face Zhang Ge, sitting down. Prowess? Zhang Ge shook his head, saying it is reassurance. A hint of confusion flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. After our birth, our parents care for us to provide that sense of security. If their child suffers, it brings them great distress and anxiety. We pursue strength for the sake of reassurance. Without formidable power to protect ourselves, we would feel profoundly unsettled, fearing that one day a formidable adversary might inflict harm or even take our lives. Being with those we cherish brings us reassurance if we cannot see them. Our hearts are burdened with concern, restlessness, and unease. Marriage, childbirth, and the essentials of life, all are in pursuit of peace of mind. Zhu Zhuqing found herself momentarily stunned. This theory was one she had never encountered before. Yet, it seemed quite reasonable. Thus, I offer you a piece of advice often. Do not become overly entangled in certain matters. Act in accordance with your heart and seek what brings you reassurance, for it may lead to greater happiness. Zhu Zhuqing was slightly taken aback. What could bring me reassurance? She lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they met Zhang Ge's, while Zhang Ge, having spoken, closed his eyes and began to ascend slowly. Suddenly, she felt a sense of tranquility in Zhang Ge's presence. She envied Xiao Wu, how wonderful Zhang Ge was, mature, steady, considerate, capable of caring for and protecting others. Most importantly, he did not take advantage of his strength and good looks to engage in frivolous affairs with unworthy women. Setting aside his strength, even his handsome visage would attract many young women. If only Dai Mubai were like Zhang Ge. At that moment, she reprimanded herself for thinking of Dai Mubai. It was a mood dampener. She gently closed her eyes, resolving not to think of Dai Mubai, and felt her spirits lift considerably. She stood up, intending to stretch her arms, but unexpectedly, as she rose, Zhang Ge suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in alarm, "Ah, please don't stand up so abruptly." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, and just then, the golden staff shook violently, plummeting downwards, causing them to lose their balance and fall. Panic surged through Zhu Zhuqing. From this height, a fall could have dire consequences. It was over. Suddenly, a strong hand grasped her small hand, and when she turned her head, it was Zhang Ge. Without further ado, Zhang Ge pulled her to his side, grasping her shoulders and twisting their bodies midair, instantly altering their positions. Zhang Ge below, Zhu Zhuqing above. He is protecting me. A jolt surged through Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Whoosh. Thud. The two of them fell to the ground, with Zhu Zhuqing tumbling into Zhang Ge's embrace under the force of gravity. Zhang Ge, unreserved, held her tightly. I apologize. My control is still rather unrefined. Zhuqing, are you all right? Zhang Ge inquired with difficulty. Zhu Zhuqing, slightly flustered, gazed at him. I am fine. No, it's not your fault. I stood up suddenly. Are you all right? Zhang Ge, of course, was unscathed. He had activated the soul bone in his left arm, enhancing all attributes by 50%, and had unleashed the wood spirit technique against a mosquito, augmenting his defense by the same margin. This elevation merely left him feeling slightly breathless. She bore no anger nor resistance. The task was completed, and the reward was due. Zhang Ge chuckled inwardly. System? What the heck? Is this even possible? The situation seemed a bit off. At that moment, the two were entwined, their bodies pressed closely together, faces mere inches apart. Zhang Ge could feel the fragrant breath of Zhu Zhuqing, reminiscent of orchids, brushing against his face, warm and refreshing. I'm fine. Just a bit of pain in my bones. Please don't move just yet. Let me gather myself, he reassured her. All right, Zhu Zhuqing responded promptly. They fell into silence. Gazing at the handsome visage so near, and sensing Zhang Ge's robust physique and warmth, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks gradually flushed crimson. She had never experienced such intimate contact with a man before. Though she longed to push Zhang Ge away, she could not bring herself to act in gratitude, especially after he had sustained injury to protect her. At that moment, Zhang Ge's eyes were tightly shut, his expression one of anguish, yet within, he was overjoyed. Well, the sensation of this body is incredible, with such a precious girl in his embrace who needed a sofa or mattress. After a lengthy embrace, Zhu Zhuqing's face was now a deep shade of red, prompting Zhang Ge to gently release her, saying, I feel better now. You can rise slowly. Zhu Zhuqing cautiously propped herself up, sitting to the side, and only then did her complexion begin to return to normal. Are you truly all right? Zhang Ge shook his head gently, saying, It's nothing serious. I just need to adjust my breathing. After feigning a moment of relaxation, he slowly opened his eyes and remarked, I'm fine now. I feel much better. Zhu Zhuqing let out a sigh of relief, responding, That's good to hear. At that moment, Zhang Ge suddenly sighed with a look of self-reproach, self-mockingly smiling. My mental fortitude is still lacking. If I had been a bit more clear-headed just now, Perhaps I could have used teleportation to bring you back to the ground directly, instead of ending up in such a predicament and almost causing you harm. Thankfully, you are unhurt. How gentle. Zhu Zhiqing thought to herself. Despite his own injury, he still felt guilty, worried about her well-being. Is there truly such a kind-hearted man in the world? Zhu Zhiqing softly reassured him. You need not blame yourself too much. The situation was too sudden. You managed to react quickly and catch me, while I was already in a state of panic. If anyone should apologize, it should be me. It was my abrupt movement that caused us to lose our balance. Zhang Ge shook his head, saying, it is not your fault. I should have reminded you sooner. It is getting late. Let us return to the academy. However, I regret to inform you that I am currently unable to wield my martial soul. No matter, came the reply, let us make our way back. Zhang Ge nodded, rising to take a few steps, when suddenly he stumbled. Zhu Zhiqing, quick as a flash, rushed to support him. I can't walk, it hurts a bit, he said. Zhiqing, perhaps you should return to the academy and fetch teacher Zhao or Xiao San to help me back. Zhu Zhiqing shook her head. You are injured. And in this desolate wilderness, I cannot bear to leave you here alone. I will assist you back. You saved me earlier. And now it is my turn to help you. No objections. Very well, he replied with a chuckle. That suits me perfectly. Zhang Ge rested his arm on Zhu Zhiqing's shoulder, the two sharing an intimate moment once more. This evening is truly exhilarating. Zhang Ge felt a delightful warmth in her heart. Fortunately, the dormitory was not far from the academy. Supporting Zhang Ge, Zhu Zhiqing, with a hint of concern, inquired. Are you truly certain you do not need to summon teacher Xiao or Oscar to assist with your recovery? No need, Zhang Ge replied. It is too late, and I would rather not disturb them. I can manage my own recuperation. Should I stay to take care of you then? Zhu Zhiqing offered. Zhang Ge shook her head, declaring it is inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together in a room. You should return and rest early. She added. I truly wish for you to stay. However, what if I were to fall asleep? That would be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it? Moreover, Xiaowu will arrive early tomorrow morning. If she discovers us, it would be quite the predicament. So, take your rest, and we shall meet again tomorrow. Upon returning to her dormitory, Zhu Zhiqing's heart raced uncontrollably. Her mind was filled with vivid images of being embraced by Zhang Ge. As the sound of snoring echoed from Zhang Jiyi's side, Zhu Zhiqing was still tossing and turning, struggling to find slumber. The exhilarating night had passed. The following morning, Zhang Ge awoke, feeling refreshed and invigorated. After tidying himself up, he stepped outside, where Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were already waiting. At that moment, Zhu Zhiqing also arrived, not intentionally seeking Zhang Ge, but rather passing by his dormitory on her way from her own to the academy's cafeteria. Awake at last, sleepyhead, Xiao Wu exclaimed with a smile. Ning Rongrong, her cheeks flushed, gazed at Zhang Ge, her pristine white teeth nibbling on her lip, remaining silent. Zhang Ge found this gesture to be quite feminine. The only caution was to avoid applying low-quality lipstick, as it would result in a mouth full of red upon biting, akin to bleeding gums. Let us go eat, Zhang Ge suggested. Zhu Zhiqing contemplated inquiring about Zhang Ji's injuries, but the words caught in her throat, swallowed back. If she were to ask, it might lead to misunderstandings with Xiao Wu. Yet, witnessing the closeness between Xiao Wu and Zhang Ge stirred an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. Master Uncle. Tang San leapt down from the rooftop of his dormitory, landing gracefully beside Zhang Ge. He had been rising early these past few days to practice the purple extreme magic eye, and their paths coincided perfectly at the end of his training, allowing them to gather for breakfast at the cafeteria. Xiao San, you are quite diligent, Xiao Wu remarked with a smile. I wish to keep pace with Master Uncle. Tang San replied earnestly. But do not overexert yourself, Zhang Ge chided, patting his shoulder in a somewhat paternal manner. Tang San nodded obediently. In the cafeteria, everyone had gathered, save for Oscar and Dai Mubai. Just as they were finishing their meal, Dai Mubai entered with a sullen expression, greeting the group with a mere nod, lacking his usual cheerful demeanor. Fatty, you're not going out tonight, are you? Dai Mubai queried. No, I've released most of my frustrations from last night. I should be fine for the next couple of days, Ma Hongjun responded. Good, stay in the dormitory. I plan to seek out those twins tonight. With that, Dai Mubai cast a glance at Zhu Zhiqing, who, however, completely ignored him. Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened. Boss Dai, if you're having meat, will there be soup for me? Dai Mubai retorted sharply. Such matters must be mutually agreeable. A forced relationship bears no sweetness. Ning Rongrong shot a cold glance at Dai Mubai, while Xiao Wu pretended not to hear. After finishing his meal, Zhang Ge set down his bowl and patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder, saying, take care of yourself. Shall we go together, Xiaogu? It was only in the presence of Zhang Ge that Dai Mubai's expression softened. Xiaowu immediately furrowed her brows and slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, Hey! Dai Mubai quickly responded, I was just joking. He knew better than to offend Xiao Wu, given her close relationship with Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge smiled. I think I shall reserve my affections for someone I truly cherish. A man, after all, must possess a sense of responsibility. I am satiated, so I shall take my leave. Little Wu followed closely behind, while Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhiqing set aside their bowls and trailed after Zhang Ge as they departed the cafeteria. In the blink of an eye, only Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun remained in the dining hall. Dai Mubai felt a twinge of frustration. Damn, is he indirectly insinuating that I lack responsibility? What troubled Dai Mubai even more was the unsettling realization that Zhang Ge's words held a semblance of truth. Even more distressing was Ma Hongjun's sudden interjection. Boss Dai, something feels amiss. It seems Zhu Zhuqing has been paying close attention to Zhang Ge. As the school bell rang, signaling the commencement of class, everyone except Oscar gathered on the playground. Dai Mubai's mind was consumed by Ma Hongjun's comment, his gaze flitting towards Zhu Zhuqing and Zhang Ge intermittently. As usual, Zhang Ge engaged in casual banter with Xiao Wu, while Zhu Zhuqing maintained her customary icy demeanor, ignoring everyone around her. However, Ning Rongrong occasionally cast glances at Zhang Ge, her gaze seemingly laden with unspoken words. Dai Mubai immediately discerned the meaning behind her eyes. When did these two become involved? He pondered, perplexed, considering that Ning Rongrong was typically attracted to Oscar. Could it be that Zhang Ge was attempting to play both sides? Before long, Flanders swaggered onto the playground. After surveying the area, he furrowed his brow. Where's that rascal Oscar? Is he still sleeping in? Tang San replied. When I left, Oscar was in the midst of his training. Perhaps he is in a meditative state and has yet to awaken. Flanders frowned. He cannot miss today's lesson. Tang San, go fetch him. Just as Tang San was about to return to the dormitory, he spotted Oscar rushing over from that direction. However, there was no trace of panic over being laid on his face. Instead, it radiated excitement. Oscar, are you planning to run laps again? Flanders shot him a disapproving glare. Oscar quickly shook his head. No, Dean, let me explain. I've broken through. I've reached level 30. What? Not only Flanders, but everyone except Zhang Ge turned to Oscar in astonishment. Flanders' eyes visibly brightened. Excellent. You have not disappointed me. You are the third student to reach level 30. On behalf of the Academy, I extend my congratulations. At that moment, even Dai Mubai's expression lightened as he approached Oscar and patted him on the shoulder. Little Oscar, congratulations. Although you reached level 30 slightly after me, as a food-type soul master, you are the most exceptional talent I have ever encountered. The others also chimed in with their congratulations. All right, today's lesson begins now. Flanders' voice rang out. Today's lesson is quite simple. Oscar, you are the star of the day. Each of you, apart from Oscar, must consume at least one sausage made from Oscar's soul power. The expressions of several new students shifted dramatically, and Flanders continued. This is an adaptive training exercise. Now, Oscar, begin. Oscar's heart was already brimming with joy, his gaze unmistakably gleaming with mischief, especially as he focused on Ning Rongrong. However, when he noticed her attention directed towards Zhang Ge, his expression faltered. Chanting the incantation, he released the sausages. Zhang Ge was the first to step forward, grabbing two and devouring them in a few bites. The crowd, particularly the new students, looked at him with admiration. Zhang Ge wore a relaxed expression, pondering, what is this? I have endured far worse. During my university days, I would drink with my comrades until inebriated, clutching a filthy toilet while shouting for my father and violently retching. How could I possibly feel psychological pressure from a few lewd incantations? Excellent. Zhang Ge exhibited commendable composure. Flanders appeared thoroughly satisfied. Next was Tang San, who resolutely picked up a sausage and consumed it. He had already set Zhang Ge as his benchmark. If Zhang Ge could achieve this, he had no reason to falter. Following him were Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, and finally, the three young ladies. Strangely, all three were gazing intently at Zhang Ge. This truly felt amiss, thought Dai Mubai. Zhang Ge, do not gaze upon me. I am but a mere stick. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu instantly flushed, while Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat exasperated. At times, Zhang Ge's flirtatious remarks truly evoke a mixture of laughter and tears. The sausage is fine. You may disregard the incantation, Zhang Ge encouraged. The three young ladies hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately stepped forward in unison. Excellent. You have all passed today's lesson. Flanders commenced his lecture. Upon concluding, he declared, originally, there were additional lessons planned for today. But since Xiaowu has reached level 30, I have decided to alter the schedule. Now, return to your quarters and rest well to restore yourselves to peak condition. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall all set forth to the Stardew Forest to assist Xiaowu in acquiring his spirit ring. Dismissed. On their way back to their respective dormitories, Oscar and Dai Mubai briefed everyone on some information regarding the Stardew Forest, after which they each returned to prepare for rest. As they departed, Dai Mubai glanced at the silhouettes of Zhang Ge and Zhu Zhuqing, several times tempted to call out to Zhang Ge, yet he ultimately restrained himself. At that moment, Ma Hongjun sidled up to him. Boss Dai, will you seek out those twins tonight? Not a chance. With that, Dai Mubai turned and left. The following morning, everyone gathered energetically on the playground, awaiting Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu bore no injuries, leading Zhang Ge to surmise that he had not engaged in a duel with Tang San, thus Tang Hao had not sought his trouble. Upon the arrival of the group, Xiao Wu waved his hand grandly. All right, let us be on our way. Mubai, you shall lead the team. Dai Mubai nodded, stating earnestly, the Stardew Forest is not a place to be trifled with. Tang San, Zhang Ge, you shall take the lead. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you will follow closely behind them. Fatty, Xiaowu, you will position yourselves on either side, while Zhu Zhuqing and I will bring up the rear. Once we enter the forest, we must maintain this formation, always remaining vigilant. Before he could finish, Zhu Qing coldly interjected, Xiao Wu and I will be on the sides. Dai Mubai's brow furrowed, about to speak when Zhu Qing had already turned away. Enough, enough. Let it be as such, do not waste time. The sooner we depart, the sooner we return, Xiao Wu remarked as he too turned to leave. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, his expression growing somewhat menacing. Upon exiting the academy gates, with no carriage in sight, just as the group was about to commence running, Zhang Ge suddenly called out, wait a moment. What is it? Xiao Wu felt a mixture of affection and frustration towards Zhang Ge. Running all the way to the Stardow Forest would overly exhaust our strength. It is best we enter the forest in optimal condition. The academy has no carriage for you, Xiao Wu stated. No need for a carriage. With that, Zhang Ge summoned his golden cudgel, leaving everyone bewildered. What do you intend to do by summoning your martial spirit? Only Zhu Qing's eyes sparkled with understanding, as memories of the previous night resurfaced in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Big. The golden cudgel instantly transformed into a colossal staff 20 meters long and over 3 meters thick. Everyone, come aboard. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Qing was the first to leap onto it, sitting cross-legged. The others followed suit, emulating Zhu Qing's posture. As the expanded golden cudgel provided ample space, accommodating everyone comfortably. What trickery is this? Xiao Wu inquired, while others looked on with puzzled expressions, observing their bewilderment. An unexpected sense of satisfaction and pride welled up within Zhu Qing, akin to the feeling one experiences when a beloved partner is about to make a grand display that leaves others astounded. Zhang Ge smiled warmly. Welcome aboard the Golden Cudgel Airlines. I shall be your captain for this journey. Please fasten your seatbelts. We are taking off. Amidst the astonished gazes and exclamations of the crowd, the golden cudgel soared into the sky, transforming into a radiant beam of golden light as it flew towards the horizon. 034, is this really possible? Incredible. I can fly now. Wow, wow, wow. This is amazing. After the initial shock, the crowd erupted into excited cheers. Xiao Ge, your martial soul is extraordinary, revealing such capabilities. Dai Mubai exclaimed in awe. How impressive. Truly impressive. Oscar and Ma Hongjun shouted in delight. Even Xiao Wu expressed his surprise with admiration. I never anticipated that your martial soul possessed such remarkable functions. It feels just like my grandfather's sword flight. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with enthusiasm. I have longed for my grandfather to take me flying on his sword, but alas, it could only carry him. I never imagined I would be able to soar upon your martial soul today. Zhang Ge, you are amazing. Wow, it feels so comfortable up here in the sky. Shall we turn to glance at Zhang Ge? Her cheeks flushed, yet she remained silent. My Zhang Ge is eternally wondrous and formidable. Zhu Qing also cast a look at Zhang Ge, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Zhang Ge nodded to her companions and addressed the crowd. In fact, I have previously experimented with the flying capabilities of the golden cudgel. Yesterday, I devoted considerable time to familiarizing myself with it. And I assure you there should be no issues now. Please feel free to board, but refrain from making sudden movements. Keep your actions to a minimum. Zhu Qing felt a sense of relief, turned to sit down, and closed her eyes to savor the gentle breeze brushing against her. This sensation was still so delightful. Xiao Wu inquired, Zhang Ge, how does this mode of flight affect your soul power consumption? Zhang Ge gazed at Oscar and remarked, with little AO around. There is hardly any consumption. Upon hearing this, Oscar felt an immense sense of comfort and immediately thumped his chest, exclaiming, haha. Indeed, with my presence. I assure you that when we reach the starry forest, your soul power will still be brimming. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, saying, indeed. This signifies that you have acquired the ability to fly. By the way, what is the maximum size your staff can transform into? The group turned their attention to Zhang Ge, their curiosity piqued by this inquiry. Zhang Ge fell into a moment of silence before proudly declaring, I stand tall and unwavering. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Stand tall and unwavering. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Only Zhang Ge understood that this was far from hyperbole. In the original text of Journey to the West, the Rui Jinggu Bang was crafted by Taishang Laojun, using primordial chaos to forge the 9-turn tempered steel. The term primordial chaos refers to the time immediately after Pangu opened the heavens and the earth. Materials from that era could hardly be ordinary. Moreover, Zhang Ge speculated that the material used in forging the Rui Jinggu Bang might have partially originated from the scattered remnants of chaos or even from the tempered steel that fell from Panga's axe during the creation of the world. After finishing the forging, the immortal personally inscribed the words Rui Jinggu Bang upon the staff, affirming that the Rui Jinggu Bang was not merely a tool for water control, but rather an extraordinary weapon, capable of standing tall and unwavering. If you think I am boasting, then so be it. I believe you. Xiaowu responded. Laughter erupted among the crowd. They soared to the Stardow Forest and disembarked. Ma Hongjun gazed at the Rui Jinggu Bang, now returned to its normal size, and exclaimed, what a treasure. This is truly a remarkable find. Xiao Wu patted his head, stating, no matter how precious, it belongs to Zhang Ge. Now, let us enter the forest. Oscar handed each person a sausage and a cured sausage, saying, my sausage can maintain vitality in the air for 12 hours, meaning it will be effective if consumed within that time. The sausage restores health and alleviates hunger. While the primary function of the cured sausage is detoxification, the group nodded and stored the provisions, transitioning from their relaxed demeanor to serious vigilance as they entered the forest. Only Xiaowu exhibited uncontainable excitement, bouncing with joy. As they journeyed without incident, noon soon arrived, and the group settled to rest. Suddenly, a deep thudding sound resonated. Instantly alert, they rose, the noise growing louder, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground. Xiao Wu furrowed his brow. It seems something unfriendly is approaching. Soon, the grass parted ahead, revealing an enormous head. A six-horned bull, a millennium-old one. Xiao Wujia's expression darkened. This beast was colossal and robust, boasting 3 pairs of sharp horns. When it charged, even ferocious carnivorous soul beasts would retreat. And to think this was a millennium-old six-horned bull. As the creature began to paw the ground, it signaled an imminent charge. Dodge its charge, Xiao Wujia shouted, unleashing his martial spirit. The six-horned bull bellowed and charged fiercely at the group. They all quickly evaded. Except for Zhang Ge, who stood his ground, unyielding. Zhang Ge, move aside. Zhang Ge squinted, raising his hand to point. Go. He decided to test the magical staff's ability to control attacks from a distance on this very bull. With a whoosh, the staff transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, soaring through the air and rapidly enlarging before colliding violently with the charging hexagonal bull. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. The crowd felt their eardrums reverberate with a buzzing sensation. As they looked up, they were left in astonishment. The hexagonal bull had been forcefully repelled, and one of its 6 horns lay shattered. Ah, how formidable! Zhang Ge wore a stoic expression, his gaze fixed upon the 6-horned ox. The golden cudgel danced in midair, soaring with unparalleled speed and tremendous strength, each strike landing with unerring precision upon the beast's body, eliciting anguished bellows from the 6-horned ox. The onlookers were utterly mesmerized. Controlling it from a distance? Such a feat exists. Wow, you were already formidable wielding the golden cudgel, and now you can manipulate it from afar with such flair. Just how powerful are you? Zhao Wuji, regaining his composure, was about to intervene when Zhang Ge promptly cautioned, do not interfere. I require this opportunity to hone my skills. The crowd was taken aback. Is this even humanly possible? While we stand on the precipice of danger, you merely wish to practice. The disparity between individuals had never seemed so vast. For days, I have been training in remote manipulation, yet lacked a worthy subject. Today, at last, I have encountered a resilient opponent. Please, do not intervene. Understood. We'll merely observe your display, they replied. To manipulate one's martial spirit in combat while effortlessly engaging in conversation, this was nothing short of absurd. You claim to be practicing, yet you appear quite adept already. As he spoke, the pace of the golden cudgel intensified. Initially, the spectators could discern its trajectory and attack patterns. But soon they could only perceive a swirling mass of golden light encircling the 6-horned ox, whose wounds multiplied as it continued to bellow helplessly. Zhao Wuji watched in trepidation. Among all present, he alone had faced the golden cudgel head-on and understood its staggering weight. Now, Zhang Ge not only commanded it from a distance but also increased its speed. The combination of immense weight, rapid velocity, and remote control equated to invincibility. Henceforth, I must steer clear of this youth. Engaging him in battle is no longer an option, Zhao Wuji resolved. With a thunderous crash, the 6-horned ox let out a heart-wrenching cry. Its 6 horns lay shattered, several ribs fractured, and its forelegs bore multiple cracks. If the assault persisted, it would surely meet its demise. In contrast, Zhang Ge appeared merely perspired. The connection between the golden cudgel and Zhang Ge's consciousness minimized the soul power consumption of remote manipulation, though it exacted a significant toll on his mental fortitude. Of course, this was partially due to his lack of proficiency. With practice, the mental drain would diminish. The 6-horned ox glared at Zhang Ge with bloodshot eyes, radiating an intense hatred as if wishing to dismantle him piece by piece. Zhao Wuji interjected, hastened to conclude this. The commotion may attract unwanted attention. Zhang Ge nodded, and with a grand gesture, the formidable presence of the great sage emanated throughout the surroundings. Upon noticing the pair of blazing crimson eyes behind Zhang Ge and sensing the chilling malevolence that filled the arena, the enormous eyes of the hexagonal bull immediately revealed an expression of astonishment. In the next moment, to everyone's shock, the hexagonal bull bent its 2 front legs and, with a thunderous thud, knelt upon the ground. Its massive head lay prostrate, emitting plaintive moos of submission. What? Zhao Wujie was taken aback. Kneeling in supplication? When did soul beasts exhibit such a lack of spirit? It is well known that soul beasts, regardless of their strength, are imbued with an unparalleled pride. Even in the face of death, they would fight fiercely, embracing their fate without surrendering. At least in Zhao Wujie's extensive experience across the continent, he had never witnessed nor heard of such a spectacle. Others stood in dumbfounded silence, marveling at this scene. Zhang Ge was incredibly ruthless, having forced a soul beast to beg for mercy. Yet, after a brief moment of astonishment, Zhang Ge swiftly regained his composure. The hexagonal bull was not kneeling in plea for mercy. Rather, it was a gesture of submission. However, its allegiance was not directed towards Zhang Ge himself, but rather to the ethereal figure of the great sage that loomed behind him. Zhang Ge swiftly comprehended the intricacies of the situation. Who, after all, is the great sage? He is one of the 4 chaotic monkeys birthed by the heavens and the earth, a formidable demon king standing at the pinnacle. An idol revered by all celestial demons and monsters, fiercely independent and decisive in his violent actions. Even during his journey to the west, his path is stained with blood. His renown has long reverberated through the cosmos, although the awe he instills merely emanates from the residual power of his true form. It signifies the might of a supreme beast, the holy monkey. The demons tremble in his presence, and how much more so do these soul beasts, who have yet to evolve into true demons and are significantly weaker. Soul beasts do not yield to humans, yet they will submit to a powerful kindred spirit. Witnessing the 6-horned bull capitulate, the golden cudgel, without the need for Zhang Ge's command, ceased its assault, emanating a faint golden light that gracefully circled around the 6-horned bull. Under the influence of this gentle golden glow, the wounds of the 6-horned bull healed at a visibly rapid pace. Gratitude filled the bull's eyes as it humbly knelt, akin to a vassal expressing heartfelt thanks for the beneficence of a sovereign. Observing this scene, the onlookers wore expressions of utter bewilderment. What is happening here? Are you attempting to heal it? Good heavens! Do you intend to restore it to health only to give it another beating? Is such brutality truly necessary? Zhang Ge leisurely approached the hexagonal bull, causing the onlookers to pause in surprise. Just as they were about to take action, Xiao Wu intervened. This situation is peculiar. Let us observe before making any moves, he murmured. The crowd nodded in agreement, remaining vigilant as they watched Zhang Ge. Prepare to intervene should the hexagonal bull show any signs of aggression. Zhang Ge slowly reached the hexagonal bull, extending his hand to gently caress its head. The creature emitted a low moo in response. Your broken horn. Unfortunately, I lack the means to restore it at this moment. Remaining here in the starry forest poses numerous dangers. It would be wiser for you to accompany me, he proposed. The onlookers were taken aback. Can you truly communicate with spirit beasts? Is this for real? They whispered in disbelief. The hexagonal bull extended its tongue to lick Zhang Ge's hand, letting out another soft moo, then nudged Zhang Ge's hand with its massive head. Zhang Ge smiled faintly, leaped onto the back of the 6-horned ox, which stood up and let out a joyful bellow, seemingly quite elated. The onlookers were utterly astonished. What exactly was happening? What had transpired? After enduring a beating, the 6-horned ox knelt down, and upon hearing a single phrase from Zhang Ge, it surrendered. What an extraordinary maneuver. Retrieving his golden cudgel, Zhang Ge rode the 6-horned ox back to the crowd and proclaimed, "Let us depart from this place and seek a new location to rest." Choosing a new spot to settle, the group fell into an uneasy silence. Occasionally glancing at Zhang Ge and the 6-horned ox dozing beside him, the atmosphere thick with an inexplicable tension. Xiao Wu hesitated several times, ultimately unable to contain himself, and inquired, "Zhang Ge, what on earth is going on?" At this, everyone turned their gaze towards Zhang Ge, who merely smiled and replied, "A secret. Another secret. Just how many secrets do you possess?" At that moment, the 6-horned ox suddenly lifted its head to glance at Xiao Wu before settling back down to continue its slumber. Xiao Wu looked at Zhang Ge, her eyes now reflecting a complex array of emotions. Zhang Ge continued, "Xiaowu informed me that there are no soul beasts older than 10,000 years to the south. However, there is a chance of encountering such ancient soul beasts in the other 3 directions. Therefore, let us take a brief respite and head south." The group was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the name they had chosen? Had they acquired some intelligence? Xiao Wu inquired, "Can we trust him?" "We can trust him." Zhang Ge replied, "Very well, let us rest briefly and hasten southward, so that we may assist Xiaowu in obtaining his soul ring and endeavor to depart before dusk." Zhang Ge and Liu Jiao forged ahead, leading the group. After a while, an unexpected rustling sound caught their attention, prompting immediate vigilance among the members. The sound grew increasingly closer, and Xiao Wu urged, "Zhu Zhiqing, investigate the source." Zhu Zhiqing nodded and ascended to the treetop, focusing her gaze. Soon, she reported, "It appears to be a flying snake." Upon hearing her description, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "It is a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake." The group quickly confirmed it was a millennium-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, perfectly suited for Oscar, and it was heading towards them. "It's coming," Zhu Zhiqing whispered, her hands transforming into claw-like shapes, preparing for a stealthy strike. At that moment, a gigantic snake adorned with a vivid red crest appeared before them. It reacted swiftly, tilting its head just in time to evade her strike, which instead landed with a dull thud against its body. Startled, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake jerked its head and unleashed a burst of multicolored mist towards Zhu Zhiqing while accelerating towards her. Dai Mubai's expression changed. "Be careful." Zhu Zhiqing, unable to dodge in time, felt a rush of alarm. Just then, a golden light streaked past her, the golden cudgel. Simultaneously, she sensed a pulling force from behind. It was Zhang Ge's soul technique, Void Grasp, and she instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her. This was a sense of security. The golden cudgel collided fiercely with the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake in midair, producing a shrill cry as the immense force caused scales to peel off in large patches. Concurrently, Zhang Ge utilized Void Grasp to pull Zhu Zhiqing to his side. She looked at him with gratitude as he advised, when engaging an enemy, one must anticipate the next several moves. If the adversary is overwhelmingly powerful, swift evasion is essential during their attack. Zhu Zhuqing paused momentarily, then nodded in understanding. At that moment, Xiao Wuji and the others had already charged towards the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Zhang Ge summoned the golden cudgel back to his hand with a gesture and turned to Liu Jianyo, saying, "Little Six, let us move over there." The previous strike had left the phoenix tail coxcomb snake disoriented, and with the immense weight of the unsealed golden cudgel pressing down, it was rendered incapable of resistance. What followed would be Oscar's opportunity to slay it and obtain a soul ring, a sight better left unobserved by Liu Jianyo. Glancing at the fallen serpent, a flicker of compassion crossed his gaze. In the fierce battles between soul beasts, there was no room for mercy or sympathy. The law of the jungle prevailed. Yet, now it was a soul beast that had succumbed to human hands. Master, can soul beasts and humans not coexist peacefully? Liu Jianyo's deep voice echoed in Zhang Ge's mind. Little Six, you must understand that not every soul master possesses the ability, as I do, to acquire a soul ring without slaying a soul beast. This is the law of survival. This is the nature of the world. Liu Jianyo fell silent for a moment, hesitantly voicing a timid request. Master, in the future, could you refrain from attacking soul beasts? With your formidable presence, soul beasts would typically not dare to confront you. Zhang Ge sighed. I must live among humanity. These individuals are my companions, and they require assistance. Can I remain indifferent? If I do so, I shall find myself isolated. The hexagonal ox pondered for a moment and replied, I understand, much like the dark moon fox. What on earth is the dark moon fox? Zhang Ge gently tapped its head and continued, never mind. I assure you, I am a staunch adherent of wildlife protection laws, unless absolutely necessary. I shall not initiate an attack on soul beasts. The hexagonal ox nodded its massive head in agreement, content as long as Zhang Ge refrained from indiscriminately slaying soul beasts. At that moment, a hoarse, authoritative voice erupted from Oscar's direction. Stop. Zhang Ge turned his head and suddenly remembered that it was time to proceed with the plot of the mighty dragon and serpent. Xiaowu, he called out. Swiftly mounting the hexagon bull, the beast let out a mighty roar and began to gallop forward. Wait, you foolish creature. You're running the wrong way, Zhang Ge exclaimed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Over there. The hexagon bull halted, innocently blinking its large eyes, as if to say, I sensed a powerful presence and thought you, my master, were frightened and wished to flee upon my back. Zhang Ge, this fellow is truly a simpleton. Am I really that timid and apprehensive? On the Oscar side, standing before Xiao Wuji and others were the serpent matriarch Qiao Tianxiang and her granddaughter Meng Yiran. In Qiao Tianxiang's eyes, among the children present, the eldest Dai Mubai was still younger than her granddaughter, and she held great confidence in her granddaughter's abilities, firmly believing that none of these children could reach the 30th level before Meng Yiran. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, a sudden bellow of a cow erupted beside her, followed by a handsome young man riding a hornless six-horned bull, leaping forth and standing proudly before them. Upon seeing that Zhang Ge had returned, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A sense of security enveloped them. Xiao Tianxiang stared at Zhang Ge, momentarily taken aback. Then her expression returned to normal, only to be followed by sheer astonishment. The reason for her varied expressions was that she initially thought a powerful figure had arrived, only to realize it was merely a youth, and the bull he rode was hornless. However, she soon discerned that the six-horned bull he rode was not a martial spirit, but a soul beast. This was utterly absurd. She had never heard of anyone being able to tame a soul beast in the Stardow Forest. Upon seeing Zhang Ge return, Xiao Wuji felt a slight sense of relief. So it was the elder serpent matriarch of the legendary dragon and serpent. Xiao Tianxiang regained her composure. I beg your pardon, may I inquire the esteemed name of the soul saint? Although her words were directed at Xiao Wuji, her gaze continually flitted towards Zhang Ge. This young man is certainly not ordinary. Meng Yiran also gazed at Zhang Ge with rapt attention, her eyes unblinking. I am Xiao Wuji said. So, it is the renowned immovable king, Xiao Tianxiang remarked. What reputation could I possibly have? In my time, it was merely infamy. However, I have since retreated into seclusion, teaching at an academy and guiding children. Xiao Tianxiang looked at Zhang Ge and asked, Is this young brother also one of your students? Indeed, Xiao Wuji replied. Your student is quite impressive. Capable of taming a soul beast. Xiao Wuji was at a loss for words, as he had only just learned of this ability. Xiao Tianxiang, wishing to avoid further pleasantries, sought the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake from Xiao Wuji, who of course could not comply. Sister Qiao, this matter is rather difficult. What makes it difficult? Meng Yiran interjected. We were the ones who discovered it first. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in Zhang Ge's mind. Activate task, spar with Meng Yiran, and leave her with a memento. Completion reward, soul power increased by 2 levels. Failure penalty, contract hemorrhoids. Can we not have a more respectable failure penalty? It's either a few centimeters shorter, or becoming bald, or regrowing an appendix, or developing severe myopia, or getting athlete's foot, and now hemorrhoids. Can we not enjoy ourselves properly? Fine, the failure penalty is losing 2 levels. Still hemorrhoids, I suppose. Zhang Ge remarked, but what does it mean to leave her a memento? Shave her head? Make her bald? You're even more devilish than I am. The system retorted. How could you possibly shave the head of such a beautiful girl? Then how do you suggest I leave a memento? Think for yourself. Zhang Ge regained his composure and noticed Meng Yiran pointing at him, saying, "If you wish for us to relinquish this tail-feathered chicken-crowned snake, then let this lad accompany us. And I shall forfeit this serpent." The crowd was left speechless. Zhang Ge, how did this become my concern? What does it have to do with me? It is Oscar who intends to slay it for its soul ring, not I. Xiao Tianxiang concurred. I agree with the elder. You agree to what? Why should I follow you? If it is possible to glean the secrets and abilities to command soul beasts from this young man, then a mere phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is of no consequence. Both Xiao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran contemplated. Moreover, this young man possesses an admirable appearance. If his prowess is commendable, it would not be unwise to invite him into our family, fostering a relationship that could lead to a union in the future, Meng Yiran mused. No. Xiao Wu stepped forward, declaring, why should he accompany you? He belongs to our academy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crowd gathered around Zhang Ge, their expressions hostile as they fixed their gazes upon Xiao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran. Zhang Ge, having regained his composure, patted the shoulder of Dai Mubai who stood before him, leading the group out. He addressed Meng Yiran, saying, if you wish for me to accompany you, it is contingent upon your ability to defeat me. Very well, no problem. Meng Yiran replied, you are quite young. How formidable can you truly be? I am already at level 30. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, which then dispersed. Since you have chosen your own path to ruin, we shall not hinder you. Someone remarked, observing the spectacle with keen interest. However, Zhang Ge furrowed his brow in contemplation. How could he leave her with a memorable token? Shaving her head? That seemed too cruel. Embracing her, or planting a kiss? Unthinkable with so many witnesses. It would lead to complications. A discreet caress? That might be worth attempting, though it risked exposure. Inflicting a beating? Breaking her leg? Absolutely out of the question. Far too violent, and the dragon snake couple would surely retaliate against me. After much deliberation, Zhang Ge found himself in a quandary. He turned to ask, Elder Shipa, what do you think? Xiao Tianxiang glanced at Meng Yiran and, with a confident demeanor, responded, it is permissible, provided you can surpass my granddaughter. You need not follow us. Why not increase the stakes? What stakes? Inquired Meng Yiran. Her interest piqued. If I lose, I not only follow you, but also gain entry into your family. You may request anything you desire, Zhang Ge proposed. Xiao Tianxiang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Excellent. I seek your method of controlling soul beasts. Yet, if I prevail, this snake becomes ours. Agreed. Xiao Tianxiang replied readily. You shall not trouble my old man any further. Absolutely, Zhang Ge confirmed. Let it be known, no turning back. I stand by my word, unyielding and resolute. The elder declared. Truly? Indeed. What if you change your mind? At that moment, Xiao Tianxiang felt an urge to wield her serpent staff and engage him directly. Why all this needless chatter? The crowd exchanged glances. Something feels off. Usually, a disagreement leads to immediate confrontation. Why all the talk today? Master is perhaps feeling apprehensive? I am unflinching in my resolve. Let us commence without delay. Meng Yiran twirled gracefully with her snake staff, announcing, I am Meng Yiran, wielding the soul weapon. Snake staff, a level 32-ring battle soul master. Upon seeing Meng Yiran's smooth and exquisite back, Zhang Ge's eyes widened in surprise. I am Zhang Ge, wielding the golden cudgel, and with a swift motion, he teleported behind Meng Yiran, revealing himself as a level 44 soul master. In a spectacular display, for soul rings emerged from his being. At that instant, both Xiao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran stood agape, astonished. Level 44 soul master? And those soul rings? Are you certain they are not reversed? That is not the crux of the matter. What on earth is happening? This is no game. In a moment of urgency, Meng Yiran whirled around and activated her first soul skill, Snake Blade. With a resounding clash, the snake blade was entirely thwarted, causing her hand to throb with pain and numbness. Zhang Ge swung back with a stick, striking her pert backside, causing her to cry out in pain and fall to the ground. Zhang Ge retrieved a broken horn of an ox from his storage belt and, with a nimble leap, arrived beside Meng Yiran. Gazing at her gracefully arched back as she lay upon the ground, he chuckled mischievously. Such a beautiful back deserves some attention. It would be a pity not to scrape it a little. Allow me to leave you a memento. With that, he skillfully began to scrape the horn against Meng Yiran's back. Unaccustomed to such torment, she cried out in pain, turning to Xiao Tianxiang and exclaiming, what are you doing? You rascal? Xiao Wu intervened, saying, Sister Xiao Tian, the contest between these youngsters has not yet concluded. Your granddaughter has not conceded yet. As elders, it would be wise for us to refrain from interference. Zhang Ge made a swift gesture, and Meng Yiran, overwhelmed by embarrassment and anger, unleashed her second soul skill. Serpent form. She glided away from Zhang Ge like a slippery serpent, just as she was about to turn and launch her serpent blade. Zhang Ge raised his hand and executed a void grasp. Can you really escape? What? Feeling herself being uncontrollably drawn towards Zhang Ge, Meng Yiran was taken aback. Yet she still initiated the serpent blade. The void grasp absorbed 2 of the energy blades before vanishing, while the remaining serpent blades hurtled towards her. Zhang Ge appeared utterly relaxed, flicking his fingers as the golden staff whistled through the air, clashing and shattering several snake blades. It was time to get serious. With a swift motion of his right hand, he conjured a powerful grip in the void, while simultaneously activating his dual soul abilities with his left hand. Meng Yiran found herself unable to dodge, succumbing to the overwhelming force, drenched in sweat and weakened in her limbs. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ge dashed forward. Grasping the nape of her neck to continue his unconventional treatment, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth was he doing? Having already subdued her, why not simply defeat her outright instead of scraping a horn across her back? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing turned to Xiao Wu, who too was perplexed. Yet she recognized that the innocent Zhang Ge would not take advantage of another girl in such a situation. Therefore, his actions must be driven by a deeper rationale. After several futile attempts to escape his grip, Meng Yiran finally cried out, "I concede." Zhang Ge feigned indifference, continuing with his guasha treatment. There was no alternative. The system had not indicated the completion of the task, and he could not afford to cease. He had no desire to unwittingly develop hemorrhoids. Impudent boy. My granddaughter has already conceded. Why do you persist in holding on to her? Ko Xiangxiang exclaimed sharply, rushing towards Zhang Ge. Zhao Wuji, concerned that she might harm Zhang Ge, hurried after her, thinking to himself, what is this fool doing? He should release her at once. At that moment, the system finally issued a completion notification. You have left her with a profound memory. Task accomplished. Zhang Ge released his grip, causing Meng Yiran to wince in pain. Tears brimming in her eyes as she glared at him with a mix of resentment and fury. What have you done to me? At that moment, her once smooth and flawless back bore a series of dark crimson marks, grotesque and terrifying, appearing far worse than if she had been savagely beaten. Ko Xiangxiang rushed towards Zhang Ge, but before she could strike, she was intercepted by Zhao Wuji. The onlookers gazed at Zhang Ge, curiosity etched on their faces. Zhang Ge disregarded others and inquired of Meng Yiran, your serpent staff is laced with venom, is it not? And so what if it is? These past few days, you must have been experiencing some discomfort in your abdomen, correct? Meng Yiran, momentarily taken aback, concealed her anger and replied, how do you know? He continued. You have been in constant contact with toxins, and the poison has permeated your internal organs. While it may not be fatal in the short term, the long-term accumulation will indeed harm your body. Xiao Tianxiang repressed her furious and hostile demeanor, asking, what exactly are you trying to convey, young man? Zhang Ge smiled lightly and said, I was not taking advantage of you just now. Rather, I was employing a traditional method to assist in your healing. A technique known as guasha. Guasha? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Ge nodded. The flavor of the horn is pungent, salty, and cold. The pungency can disperse and invigorate the flow of qi, promote blood circulation, and reduce swelling. The saltiness can soften hardness and moisten the interior. The coldness can clear heat, detoxify, and cool the blood to calm the spirit. The discomfort in your abdomen should have alleviated to some extent. Do take a moment to assess yourself. Is it really that quick? However, under the influence of psychological effects, Meng Yiran surely feels some relief. Well, it seems to have eased a bit. Meng Yiran said, somewhat dazed. The crowd was astonished. Goodness. To fight while simultaneously treating and detoxifying your opponent? Niu Pai, you have truly astonished us once more. Where on earth did you learn about this miraculous method of guasha? Is there anything that you are incapable of doing? Zhang Ge retracted the buffalo horn, stating that this method requires a prolonged commitment. Upon your return, you may procure some water buffalo horns to continue the guasha treatment. While it may not completely detoxify, it will undoubtedly be beneficial. Xiao Tianxiang hastily inquired, do you possess a means to fully detoxify my granddaughter? Zhang Ge fell silent for a moment. Perhaps my disciple has a solution. The diligent Tang San is back in action. Zhang Ge, my esteemed friend, your approach is audacious. Tang San stepped forward, extend your hand. Meng Yiran looked towards Zhang Ge, who nodded in affirmation. Only then did Meng Yiran extend her hand. Tang San placed 2 fingers on her pulse, his eyes gently closed. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes and remarked, this toxin is indeed potent, yet not insurmountable. For the time being, you should follow the methods taught by my master to alleviate the toxin. I will utilize my spare moments to gather some herbs for you. Upon hearing this, both Meng Yiran and Xiao Tianxiang displayed a glimmer of gratitude in their eyes. Thank you. No need for thanks. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be directed towards my master. With that, Tang San turned and departed. Zhang Ge gazed at his retreating figure, truly embodying the archetype of an unwaveringly single man, relying solely on his own merits. At that moment, if you had endeavored to cultivate a rapport with Meng Yiran, perhaps she would have developed an interest in you. Yet, here you are, attributing the credit to me. How should I express it? I find myself increasingly fond of you, my industrious and devoted apprentice. Meng Yiran looked at Zhang Ge with a face full of gratitude. Thank you, and I apologize. Just now, I mistakenly thought you were being frivolous with me. But it was my misunderstanding. Why do you wish to assist me? Zhang Ge exuded an air of righteous integrity. You and I bear no enmity. It is merely a misunderstanding caused by this soul beast. Since it is a misunderstanding, why not transform foes into friends? The more allies one has, the more paths open before us. You certainly have a way with words. Very well, today we concede. This serpent shall belong to you. Should you succeed in healing my granddaughter in the future, we shall owe you a debt of gratitude. With that, he turned to leave. Zhang Ge smiled. Meng Yiran turned to follow Chao Tianxiang, but after taking a few steps, she glanced back at Zhang Ge, her enchanting eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. The beauty of her glance was indeed a captivating scene. However, the figure behind her marred the entire tableau. Zhang Ge turned to glance at the crowd, who gazed at him with bewildered expressions. Why did this feel somewhat off? Why were they just standing there? Oscar quickly eliminated and absorbed the soul ring. Oh. Oscar drew his dagger, while the hexagonal bowl averted its gaze, unable to bear the sight. The others stood guard, allowing Oscar to focus intently on absorbing the soul ring. Zhang Ge remarked, if I had known that the great sage's deterrence could subdue soul beasts, I wouldn't have nearly met my demise in the soul-hunting forest. The system responded, host, even if you were unaware of the ability to subdue soul beasts at that time, you could have easily dealt with them in the soul-hunting forest, right? Defeating soul beasts is not the challenge, Zhang Ge said. However, during the absorption of the soul ring, I had no one to safeguard me. You see? It was precisely during the absorption process that I almost fell victim to other soul beasts. Had I known that the great sage's deterrence could subdue soul beasts, I would have captured a few to protect me. He paused, then added, wait, when I was battling the soul beasts, I did employ the great sage's deterrence, and indeed, the soul beasts were intimidated, yet I failed to subdue them. The system explained that is likely due to your acquisition of the fourth soul ring. Upon obtaining it, your overall strength increased, thereby enhancing the power of the great sage's deterrence. Well, that seems to be the only explanation, Zhang Ge acknowledged. Before long, Oscar completed his absorption and attained a new soul skill, the illusory mushroom sausage. After conducting an experiment, everyone was exhilarated. We can all fly now. And at such incredible speed, they exclaimed, though lamenting that it could only last for a minute. A moment of silence ensued as they turned their gazes to Zhang Ge. Indeed, the golden cudgel is still the most effective. Observing the sky, Xiaowu nodded in satisfaction. Very well, this mission has been accomplished. Let us depart from this place. Zhang Ge summoned the golden cudgel, and everyone climbed aboard as it soared into the sky, following their original route. They found that the flying soul beasts along the way were not of a high rank. Those of a greater level could not take to the skies, and could only watch helplessly as they flew overhead. Before dusk, they gradually arrived at the small town they had previously passed through. Everyone had a bite to eat and rested for the night, planning to return to the academy early the next morning. You will bear the cost of accommodation and meals yourselves, Zhao Wu stated. They found a modest tavern where they booked rooms and ordered their meals. While waiting for Kai to arrive, the tavern door was suddenly flung open with a roughness that startled them, and a group from Songhui Academy, led by their teacher, strode in with an air of arrogance. Almost as if the words boastful and insufferable were emblazoned across their faces. That girl is quite attractive, remarked the chubby one, his small eyes fixated on the only female among the eight. Dai Mubai curled his lip disdainfully, just a small Songhui Academy, nothing to boast about. The members of Songhui Academy immediately shot them furious glares. Upon seeing that they were merely children, their expressions darkened further. Oscar, sitting beside Tang San, chuckled softly. This should be entertaining. Tang San looked at him in confusion. What do you mean by entertaining? Oscar whispered, this is also part of our training. Dean Flanders has said that a soul master who shies away from trouble is not a good soul master. It is said that avoiding conflict is a sign of mediocrity. Besides, provoking a soul master academy is the safest route. It usually only leads to a scuffle. That's not very good, Zhang Ge interjected. The group turned to him in astonishment. You, who readily engages in bets and fights at the slightest provocation, are saying it's not good. Mission received, defeat the members of Songhui Academy. Mission reward, acquire a random soul skill. Failure penalty, drop a level. Bang. Zhang Ge abruptly slammed the table and stood up, exclaiming, you from the Songhui Academy, I find you exceedingly displeasing. Come, let us spar. At long last, the reward for the random soul skills has arrived. This is precisely what I have been awaiting. The crowd responded with a collective understanding. Indeed, this is what we expect from you. The members of Songhui Academy were momentarily taken aback, their faces contorted with fury. The provocation, directed explicitly at them, was intolerable. Are you seeking death? One of the Songhui students shouted, and as soon as the words left his mouth, a resounding crash echoed as the elongated golden staff sent him flying out of the entrance. The others seethed with rage, unleashing their martial souls. The surrounding patrons were taken aback, hastily retreating. A Songhui instructor raised a hand to restrain his students, squinting his eyes. Young man, which academy do you belong to? And where is your superior? Dai Mubai let out a cold chuckle. Are you referring to the Pandao? You are not worthy. The Songhui instructor's expression darkened significantly. A bunch of arrogant youngsters, teach them a lesson. A fight? How delightful. Just as Xiao Wu and the others were about to summon their martial souls, Zhang Ge brandished his golden staff to intercede. Do not move. This is my arena. 1 against 6? Young man, your audacity knows no bounds. Come forth. The Songhui instructor bellowed in anger. Zhang Ge flicked his fingers, and the golden cudgel flew from his grasp, soaring gracefully through the air before suddenly elongating and smashing down with a resounding crack. 3 students from Songhui Academy were instantly sent flying. Goodness. The expression of teacher Songhui shifted dramatically. What an extraordinary technique. Just then, the door was forcefully flung open, and the 6-horned bull charged in with an imposing presence. The members of Songhui stood frozen, astonished. A spirit beast? How could there be a spirit beast in this small town? Get out. This is none of your concern. Zhang Ge commanded. The 6-horned bull shook its head and turned away, resuming its grazing. The members of Songhui were left bewildered. Is this spirit beast your pet? How audacious. You can actually tame a spirit beast? 039. What a waste of an opportunity. What are you staring at? Zhang Ge bellowed. As the golden cudgel elegantly spun in midair, targeting the remaining 3. It moved with astonishing speed and overwhelming force. With 2 resounding thuds, 2 more were sent crashing away. In the entire arena, only the female student and the teacher from Songhui Academy remained standing. The golden cudgel hovered ominously before the female student. The gust it created tousling her hair. She paled slightly in fear. In such a brief span of time, all 6 male classmates had been knocked out. This cudgel is formidable. This boy is impressive. When the golden cudgel paused before her, the female student let out a slight breath of relief, realizing that perhaps her opponent held some regard for her well-being. Have you not completed your task? Zhang Ge inquired. Well, there is still one standing, he remarked. Glancing at the remaining figure, was he truly showing concern for her? Bang. The female student screamed as she was sent flying. The onlookers were left speechless. Well, it appeared that any notion of compassion was non-existent. Is that sufficient? Zhang Ge asked. There is still one standing. Zhang Ge abruptly lifted his gaze towards teacher Songhui, and the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. You wish to challenge him as well? In the next moment, the golden hoop rod soared through the air. What a bold lad, daring to confront even me. Teacher Songhui, embodying the spirit of the Xin Gue, bellowed mightily, his body enveloped in a radiant green light. As a massive shell bulged from his back, a flicker of black light danced across his form, and 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, rose from beneath his feet, swirling majestically around him. Soul King, exclaimed Dai Mubai and the others, momentarily taken aback. Quickly, Xiaoga, he is a Soul King. We must unite our efforts. No need, Zhang Ge waved dismissively. I am eager to see how his shell compares to that of the Tortoise Prime Minister. Tortoise Prime Minister? The crowd stared in bewilderment. What on earth was that? At this juncture, the tavern owner finally summoned the courage to step forward. Esteemed Soul Masters, I implore you to show restraint. Please, take your battle outside. My establishment is but a modest one. Shall we step outside for a demonstration? Zhang Ge suggested, gesturing with his thumb towards the door. Let us go. Teacher Songhui turned and made his way outside. Upon stepping out, he observed that 2 of the students were barely able to stand, while the rest lay on the ground, groaning. This was a tremendous embarrassment. I must find a way to subdue this boy, otherwise, damn it, even if I managed to subdue him, it would be an unfair fight, me, a teacher. Striking a student. Alas, what can be done when one's own students lack ambition? Engaging in a mere brawl lacks excitement. How about a wager? Zhang Ge suddenly proposed. Oh no, here we go again. The crowd murmured. What wager? Teacher Songhui inquired coldly. If I lose, I will kneel and apologize, allowing you to regain your honor. Taken aback, Teacher Songhui scoffed. Very well. But if I win, you shall provide me with 30,000 gold soul coins. Money is a resource that is never too abundant. Teacher Songhui continued. However, I wish to amend the terms. If you win, the 30,000 gold soul coins are yours without question. Yet if you lose, I will not require your apology. Instead, you must leave your current academy and join Songhui Academy. While reputation holds value, talent is of even greater worth. Despite his tender age, Zhang Ge effortlessly defeated several Songhui Academy students, undoubtedly marking him as a prodigy. Securing victories against Songhui students is indeed a significant achievement, rendering today's losses inconsequential. Furthermore, he possesses the ability to command spirit beasts. If he is not a 100,000-year-old spirit beast that has attained human form, he must certainly be a genius endowed with extraordinary skills. Am I truly so desirable? Why do so many people seem to covet me? Zhang Ge sighed in resignation. The onlookers, need I say more? Are you not aware of your own remarkable abilities? While a few newcomers remained oblivious, seasoned students like Dai Mubai were well aware. Each time they encountered the dean in recent days, he wore a broad grin, resembling a fool. All thanks to the existence of such an extraordinary talent like Zhang Ge. Every teacher, including Xiao Wu, beamed with delight at the mere mention of Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge is hailed as the most brilliant genius since the establishment of Shrek Academy, destined to bring great renown to the institution across the continent, shining brilliantly. Will you agree? Yu Zhiqiu inquired. I shall agree, as it would be delightful to avoid kneeling, came the reply. Very well, prepare yourself. Zhang Ji's lips curled into a smile as he activated his soul rings. 4 radiant soul rings emerged from his body, leaving Yu Zhiqiu and the Songhui Academy students utterly stunned. Goodness, 4 soul rings. A soul master at such a young age? Yu Zhiqiu was nearly paralyzed with shock. What in the world? This lad is how old? How can he possibly be a soul master at such a tender age? When I was his age, I had barely reached the 20s in levels. With a swift motion, he conjured a grasp from the void. Death Severance. With the strength of a formidable warrior, he restricted his opponent's movement and stripped away their buffs and defenses, leaving them disoriented, dehydrated, and utterly weakened. Although the initial strategy was somewhat predictable, it proved to be unfailingly effective. Zhang Ge contemplated whether to utilize the terrifying soul skill associated with his third soul ring. But after some reflection, he ultimately decided against it. That particular skill was far too gruesome and could potentially result in fatal consequences. It was best to refrain from using it. The trio of familiar techniques was sufficient for the task at hand. After consuming 3 soul skills in quick succession, Yushiccio found himself stripped down to his undergarments, drenched in sweat. How infuriating, that little rascal. Suddenly, a beam of golden light surged towards him. It was the golden cudgel. Xian Gui protects. Xian Shui freezes. As soon as the golden cudgel made contact with Yushicio's arm, its momentum was immediately stifled. Swiftly succumbing to the icy grip of the freeze, Zhang Ge, encased in frost, swiftly advanced along the golden cudgel, his arm instantly adorned with a layer of ice. The waters of Xian surged. A chilling sensation intensified as the frost thickened, ultimately encasing his entire arm in ice, which rapidly ascended until it reached his shoulder. Zhang Ge, Xiao Gu, Shu. The members of Shrek were taken aback, astonished that the usually invincible Zhang Ge had encountered adversity. After all, the disparity in power levels was evident. Oh, it seems you possess some skill, Zhang Ge remarked, unfazed, even chuckling as he teased, "Old turtle, I truly underestimated you." With that, his fourth spirit ring illuminated. And maintaining his frozen arms posture, he teleported several dozen meters away. Yet, the golden cudgel remained frozen in place. To teleport while frozen? Yushiccio furrowed his brow, pondering how his soul power should have been suppressed. As Zhang Ge was about to speak, a languid voice interrupted, "Xiao Ge, you may leave." Everyone turned to see Xiao Wuji's arrival. Dai Mubai and the others' eyes lit up, and they hurriedly said, "Teacher Xiao, he." Xiao Wuji waved his hand dismissively. "Everyone go eat and rest. I shall take over." Zhang Ge shook his head. "No, Teacher Xiao, the duel has not yet concluded." "Duel? My foot. You've already been beaten to a pulp. Just step aside." "Ah, but Teacher Xiao, are you implying that I should concede?" Xiao Wujia, with his slanting brows and piercing gaze, chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Very well, it may do you good to suffer a bit. All right, proceed as you wish." "Teacher Xiao." Before Xiaowu and the others could utter more than these 3 words, Xiao Wujia interrupted with a wave of his hand. "This is Zhang Ge's own decision. We shall merely observe. It is beneficial for you to face some harsh realities. Otherwise, you may encounter even greater misfortunes in the future." The others looked at Zhang Ge with expressions of concern. Zhang Ge, with an air of nonchalance, said to Yushiccio, "I offer you a chance to concede. Otherwise, I shall not bear responsibility for any injuries you may sustain." Yushiccio was momentarily taken aback, then burst into uproarious laughter. "Concede? You want me to concede? Young man, have you lost your senses?" Zhang Ge sighed, shaking his head. "I grant you an opportunity, yet you remain ineffectual." Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the golden staff was unleashed. Its weight of 4,000 pounds transforming it into a colossal club, shattering the thin layer of ice into fragments. "Ah!" Yushiccio screamed in agony. As the enormous golden staff pinned him down, fracturing 2 of his ribs and compressing his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "What is this?" The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. Is this even possible? 040 new soul technique. Zhang Ge activated the soul bone of his left arm, transforming it into a formidable arm shield. With a resounding crack, the icy encasement on his arm was shattered by the shield. Fortunately, he had wielded the staff with his left hand. Had he used his right, he would have been compelled to break the ice with his bare fist. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Was that a soul bone? You possess a soul bone? Xiao Wujia squinted, realizing the depth of this young man's hidden talents. Zhang Ge leisurely approached Yushiccio, who had unleashed his martial spirit. The shell radiated a brilliant light. Yet it failed to budge the golden rod pressing down upon him in the slightest. The golden rod remained utterly immovable. "You see, I'm offering you a chance to concede. That way, you could avoid injury. Now, alas, you have lost and are wounded as well. Heed my advice, my friend, and you might find sustenance." Yushiccio, infuriated, spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This lad truly snatched food from the mouth of a panda. Seizing bamboo shoots. "Will you concede?" Yushiccio gritted his teeth, still desperately attempting to push the golden rod away. Zhang Ge's expression remained impassive as he declared, "At 500 pounds. Ah." Yushiccio once again spat out a mouthful of blood. I concede." At last, Yushiccio surrendered. To resist any longer would surely result in his demise beneath the weight of defeat. 3,000 gold soul coins, not a single one less. Zhang Ge retracted his golden staff. This time, he had brought only a little over 2,000 gold soul coins. Yushiccio felt utterly humiliated, as if he had lost all dignity. The students had been beaten, and now the teacher had also suffered defeat. Songhui Academy had truly lost face. Defaulting was not an option. Zhang Ge ate a few pouches of coins before tossing them to Xiaowu. "We initially intended to venture into the Star Doe Forest to hunt for soul rings, but now that we are all injured, we must return to the academy to recuperate. Therefore, You shall come to our academy the day after tomorrow, and I will certainly give you the remaining gold soul coins. Let us draft a written agreement. As Zhang Ge spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong, quick to react, dashed into the tavern and emerged with a piece of paper and a pen in her fair little hands. Here, she said with a sweet smile, handing the paper and pen to Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge took the pen and paper, handing them to Yuzhiqiu, whose hand trembled as he grasped the pen. It was a humiliation. Such disgrace. If that rascal truly presented the IOU to the academy to demand money, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Yet, under the current circumstances, could he avoid writing it? This lad was indeed formidable, and that burly teacher was undoubtedly even more so. There was no chance of victory. With a heavy heart, Yi Zhiqiu sighed internally and began to pen the document. After reviewing the IOU, Zhang Ge nodded approvingly. Take care to recuperate well, travel safely, no need for formal farewells. As they departed, Xiao Wuji erupted in laughter, clapping Zhang Ge heartily on the shoulder. Well done. Haha. When it comes time to collect the money, I shall trouble teacher Xiao once more. Venturing alone to Tsanghui Academy would be courting disaster. Surely Xiao Wuji would accompany him. However, I must still instruct you all in class, and I fear my time may be limited 5,000. Haha. There is no rush. Let us keep it from the dean. Indeed. Zhang Ge nodded. Very well, let us go have a meal and rest. Xiao Wuji appeared in high spirits, strolling away with his hands behind his back, humming a cheerful tune. Little Gu, I never anticipated you could turn the tables like this, Dai Mubai remarked. Impressive. Truly impressive. Oscar chimed in. You even defeated the Soul King in single combat. How extraordinary. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Should you ascend to the rank of Soul King, you might even surpass teacher Zhao. Ning Rongrong added. Indeed. Who knows? If Little Gu reaches the level of Soul Sage, he could easily dominate the title Douluo. Oscar suggested. For our next skirmish, should we raise the stakes to 50,000? Xiao Wu inquired. Zhang Ge. Xiao Wu is suited for a life of simplicity. However, how highly do you regard me? The Soul King defeating Xiao Wujia? A Soul Sage overwhelming a title Douluo? Do you think a title Douluo is akin to a pig raised at home, standing idle for you to strike? Their imposing presence alone could render you unable to stand upright. Come, let us dine. It shall be my treat. Zhang Ge wrapped his arms around Tang San and Oscar's shoulders as they entered the tavern. After their meal, Zhang Ge seized a moment to examine the new soul skill he had acquired. He was taken aback. Task completed, he had gained the random soul skill, Fire Eye. Goodness. The following morning, the group arose with vigor. After breakfast, they gathered with Xiao Wujia. Just as Xiao Wujia finished speaking about returning home, Tang San interjected, Teacher Xiao, I fear we cannot return just yet. I have also reached level 30. The group was momentarily stunned, then they rushed forward to offer their congratulations. While Xiao's eyes sparkled with mischief. Excellent. Just in time for us to procure a soul ring for you. Xiao Wujia was quite pleased. Xiao Ge. Unleash the golden cudgel. The group soared into the air, heading towards the Stardoe Forest. Zhang Ji's intuition proved to be correct. Yesterday, upon visiting the Starry Forest and failing to encounter Erming, he sensed something amiss. Now, it appears he must return once more. There is no evading it. However, wait a moment. Erming is a Titan giant ape, which bears a resemblance to the race of the Great Sage. What influence might the Great Sage's intimidation have over him? This seems intriguing. Once again, they delved into the depths of the Starry Forest. As before, guided by the six-horned bull, the group ventured into the vicinity frequently inhabited by thousand-year soul beasts. There was an overwhelming sense of guilt towards the other soul beasts, as the six-horned bull clumsily remarked. Perhaps next time, you should wait for us on the outskirts, Zhang Ge suggested. The six-horned bull remained silent, thanks to the guidance of the six-horned bull this time. The group avoided numerous troubles and swiftly encountered a suitable soul beast, the thousand-year faceless demon spider. I knew it would be this creature. Soon. Under the relentless assault of the group, the faceless demon spider succumbed in tears, surrendering its soul ring. However, this time, Tang San did not acquire a soul bone. Zhang Ge was truly at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or elation. The absorption of the soul ring proceeded seamlessly, and Xiao Wujia nodded in satisfaction. However, at that moment, an irritable voice interrupted. It's you again. Xiao Wujia and the others were taken aback. The voice sounded so familiar. Indeed, in the next instant, 3 figures materialized before them. Among them were the 2 individuals they had encountered the previous day, Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran. The third figure, with hair and beard as white as snow, wielding a dragon-headed staff and clad in resplendent robes, was none other than Long Gong Mengshu. It was Meng Yiran who spoke, while Mengshu inquired, Do you know them? Grandfather. It was them yesterday who slew the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, and now, today, they have killed this human-faced demon spider. Xiao Wujia and the others inspected the belly of the human-faced demon spider and discovered several wounds upon it. Good heavens! They all wore expressions of dismay. Was this truly a coincidence, that their paths crossed yet again? Had it not been for Zhang Ge alleviating some of Meng Yiran's poison the day prior, and Tang San's promise to assist Meng Yiran in finding herbs, it was likely that Meng Yiran and Chao Tianxiang would have turned against them at this very moment. Ah, what a coincidence indeed! Long Gong Ming-Shu lightly tapped his dragon-headed staff, stating, "This human-faced demon spider was a creature we had painstakingly injured. And just as we were about to catch up to it, it was unexpectedly slain by you. Now, tell us, what shall we do about this?" Xiao Wu found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly contend with Long Gong alone, let alone with the formidable presence of the legendary Long Shi here as well. He was undeniably outmatched. The others felt a sense of trepidation. The situation appeared rather precarious. At that moment, Zhang Ge stepped forward, proclaiming, "I have a proposition. Why not engage in a wager? Here we go again. You are the remarkable young man capable of taming soul beasts, as Iran mentioned, are you not? Indeed, upon meeting you today, I see you are quite the striking figure. I heard that Iran lost a bet to you yesterday?" Zhang Ge nodded. Ming-Shu continued, "Considering that you aided Iran in detoxifying her yesterday and promised to assist her in searching for herbs, we should not have made things difficult for you today. However, we exerted considerable effort in pursuing that human-faced demon spider, and it was effortlessly vanquished by you. It seems somewhat unreasonable. Therefore, speak your mind. How would you like to wager?" Zhang Ge summoned forth the golden cudgel, proclaiming, "Elder, this is my martial spirit. Today, I wish to wager with Miss Ming. Should she manage to lift my martial spirit, she shall be deemed the victor, and I shall reveal to you the secrets of taming soul beasts." He began to grasp the situation. Noticing that Ming-Shu had immediately inquired about taming soul beasts, indicating a keen interest in the subject. As anticipated, Ming-Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Excellent. But what if you still lose?" Zhang Ge responded, "Let today's events be overlooked, and in addition, grant me 20,000 gold soul coins." Ming-Shu glanced at Meng Iran, who confidently nodded in agreement. "It's merely a stick, though she is a girl. A soul power of level 30 is no trifling matter." "Very well, we accept," Ming-Shu replied. To him and his family, 20,000 gold soul coins were but a trifling sum. "No backing out," Zhang Ge insisted. Xiao Tianxiang interjected promptly, "No backing out. And you are not to utter any further nonsense." Zhang Ge chuckled, setting down the golden cudgel. "Please." Meng Iran, brimming with confidence, approached the cudgel. "It's merely a stick. How could I possibly fail to lift it? Watch closely." The crowd turned their gaze towards Zhang Ge, who also radiated confidence. Could it be that she could not lift this seemingly light rod? Only Xiao Wu's expression sharpened, as memories of a regrettable past flooded back. This cudgel was rather peculiar, possessing the capability to weigh several thousand pounds at times. He had once been caught off guard by its sudden increase in weight. Meng Iran reached out and grasped the golden cudgel, attempting to hoist it upward. To her astonishment, it did not budge. Confounded, she gripped the cudgel with both hands, exerting all her might to lift it, yet it remained steadfast. "If you can lift it, I would gladly call you big sister." Zhang Ge thought to herself with a concealed smirk. How infuriating. With 2 soul rings manifesting around her, Meng Iran summoned her utmost strength, her neck straining with visible veins. But still, the cudgel stood unmoved. Frustrated, she released her grip. "What is this? Why, despite my full effort, does it remain immovable?" Ming-Shu frowned. Exchanging a knowing glance with Xiao Tianxiang, they realized that something was amiss. Zhang Ge approached, effortlessly lifting the golden cudgel with one hand, gracefully performing a flourish. "Miss Ming, if you cannot wield it, perhaps you should concede. Surely, you have employed some form of sorcery to weigh it down. What sort of sorcery could possibly exist?" "My dear lady," Zhang Ge replied, "this cudgel is inherently heavy. I have not infused it with any spiritual energy." Meng Iran was rendered speechless in her frustration as Ming-Shu stepped forward. "Young man, resorting to trickery is unacceptable. Allow me to test it myself." Zhang Ge placed the golden cudgel on the ground and declared, "Please, release its weight," a staggering 10,000 pounds. Ming-Shu grasped the cudgel with one hand and exerted all his strength, yet the cudgel remained utterly immovable. What could this mean? Ming-Shu carefully sensed the cudgel and indeed confirmed that it bore no soul power. But why was it so exceedingly heavy? Could it be that the staff was inherently this weighty? How could that young man wield it with such ease? Was he perhaps endowed with extraordinary strength? With 8 soul rings activated, Ming-Shu gripped the cudgel with both hands, but it remained steadfast. He soon conceded defeat. "Young man, just how heavy is this staff?" 13,500 pounds. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 13,500 pounds. You've been fighting while wielding such a hefty cudgel. You can manipulate such weight from a distance? Goodness, are you some kind of deity? Xiaowu approached the golden cudgel, reached out, and grasped it. Indeed, even with all her might, she could not budge it an inch. Xiao Wu also came forward to give it a try, being a pure strength type. He activated his soul rings and managed to barely move it a fraction, only the slightest bit. No wonder I was so thoroughly defeated back then. This staff is truly that heavy. Xiao Wu gasped for breath, rolling his eyes in disbelief. "Old man, Miss Ming, do you concede?" Zhang Ge beckoned with his finger, and the golden hoop rod soared into the air, gracefully landing in his palm. This scene caused a frenzy among the onlookers. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes and experienced it firsthand, they would have never believed that such a nimble rod, weighing over 10,000 pounds, could be so effortlessly handled by Zhang Ge. Alas, I concede. Meng Iran was convinced. If even grandfather could not identify any trickery, it indicated the rod's true weight. To be unable to lift it meant defeat. Mingshu shook his head. It seems fate has decreed this. Young man, continue. A dozen large pouches were tossed over, containing 20,000 gold soul coins. We accept the wager and acknowledge our loss. Young man, I shall remember you. As soon as the words were spoken, a subtle tremor was felt beneath their feet. The vibrations intensified, accompanied by a deep, rumbling sound that echoed ominously closer. While flocks of startled birds took flight nearby, signaling the approach of an extraordinary entity, the expressions of the crowd shifted, a mix of concern and anticipation. Xiaowu gazed into the distance, lost in thought. The six-sided bull's eyes filled with terror, and a panicked voice erupted in Zhang Ge's mind. Master, this is bad. A sovereign-level soul beast is approaching. I am aware, Zhang Ge replied calmly. You know? Yes, it is a Titan Great Ape. How do you know this, Master? Rest assured. The Titan Great Ape will not harm us. How can you be certain, Master? Are you a parrot? Zhang Ge could no longer endure the repetition. Master. How do you know? Zhang Ge, do not call yourself Xiaowu any longer. From now on, you shall be known as Xiao Repeater, or rather, Xiao Machine. Indeed, Xiao Machine. The Titan Great Ape, with its colossal form, moved with astonishing swiftness. Before anyone could react, its immense head had already surpassed the towering trees, appearing directly before the astonished crowd. Everyone was rendered speechless. It was indeed the Titan Great Ape. Mingshu and Zhao Wuji both exclaimed in shock. Their voices altered by fear. The Titan Great Ape. Even a titled Douluo might struggle to contend with it, let alone us, mere soul Douluo and soul saints. Confronted by this terrifying behemoth, all present were paralyzed with trepidation, daring not to make the slightest movement. Zhang Ge turned his gaze toward Xiaowu, who was staring blankly at the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape scanned the crowd a few times before swiftly locking onto Xiaowu. Just as she was about to make a move, a hand rested upon her shoulder. Turning around, she found Zhang Ge's expression calm and composed. Meanwhile, the terrifying hand of the Titan Great Ape was reaching out towards them. As the colossal hand advanced, Zhang Ge unleashed the golden cudgel, eager to test both the imposing presence of the great sage and the cudgel's impact on the Titan Great Ape. With a mighty swing, the cudgel transformed midair into a massive rod, dozens of meters long and several meters wide, accompanied by a roaring sound that resonated through the air. As it aimed directly at the Titan Great Ape's enormous hand with tremendous force, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. Zhao Wuji was taken aback, exclaiming, Zhang Ge, why did you suddenly launch an attack? I should have taken the lead. You all need to hurry and escape. However, there was no time for further contemplation. Zhao Wuji immediately summoned the embodiment of the mighty Vajra Bear. In the air, the golden cudgel collided fiercely with the Titan Great Ape's hand. Boom! The resounding impact reverberated painfully in everyone's ears. To their astonishment, the Titan Great Ape let out a bellow as its massive hand was forced back. Zhang Ge suffered a grievous blow, a muffled groan escaping his lips as he was sent flying several meters away. Xiaowu nearly burst into tears. It was the first time she had witnessed Zhang Ge in such a dire state. As her words faded, a massive golden staff whistled through the air, aimed squarely at the chest of the Titan giant ape. The onlookers turned their gaze, spotting Zhang Ge with blood at the corners of his mouth, though he appeared disheveled. His eyes radiated an unwavering determination. The Titan giant ape extended its massive hands to grasp the golden staff, which was large enough for its hands to envelop it completely. The staff trembled restlessly in its grip, yearning to break free, yet the creature's immense strength rendered it utterly immovable. Zhang Ge extended his hand, and the golden cudgel instantly shrank to the size of a mere embroidery needle, flying back into his grasp. Subsequently, the might of the great sage was unleashed. Upon witnessing the burning crimson eyes behind Zhang Ge, the Titan ape was evidently taken aback. This familiar yet overwhelmingly domineering aura sparked a flicker of confusion and a hint of trepidation in its gaze. An impulse to submit surged unexpectedly within its heart. However, as a Dominator-level soul beast with nearly 100,000 years of cultivation, the great sage's intimidation was insufficient to compel its surrender. With a thunderous roar, it erupted with a formidable presence akin to a roaring sea, forcefully repelling Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge found himself unable to stand. The imposing presence of the Titan Great Ape would not endure indefinitely. At that moment, the assaults from others arrived, all effortlessly neutralized by the Titan Great Ape. A fleeting glance was cast in the direction Zhang Ge had flung himself, and a complex expression flickered through the Titan Great Ape's eyes as it seized Xiaowu, striding away without a backward glance. Xiaowu. The crowd gasped in shock. A gust of wind howled overhead as Zhang Ge soared through the air, wielding the golden staff in pursuit, while the hexagonal bull hesitated briefly before also taking great strides to follow. Zhang Ge, come back! Zhao Wuji shouted in desperation. Yet Zhang Ge's silhouette had already vanished from sight. Xiaowu, hand me a mushroom sausage. Tang San exclaimed immediately, neither my master nor Xiaowu can come to harm. Oscar paused for a moment, and the others echoed, mushroom sausage. We are a collective. In this situation, we cannot remain indifferent, Ning Rongrong asserted. Beside them, the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, finally regained their composure. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing shock and disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. Zhao Wuji declared, then let us go together. Once we locate them, I shall hold off the Titan Great Ape while you all return at once. Meanwhile, Zhang Ge, wielding the golden staff, raced through the air in pursuit of the Titan Great Ape ahead. Xiao Wu, cradled in the Titan Great Ape's grasp, gazed at the radiant golden light trailing her, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ming, you must release me. I have been taken against my will. Zhang Ge must be exceedingly worried. Ming, next time you sense my presence, observe from a distance before acting rashly. If you inadvertently harm my friends, it would be disastrous. Ming nodded in understanding. Is Taming well? All is well. We simply harbor some concern for you. Foolish giant, what is there to worry about? Xiao Wu wiped her eyes. Zhang Ge treats me well. You need not fret over my safety. But he is ultimately human, and a soul master at that. If he were to discover, I trust him. He would not harm me. He will protect me. Ming fell silent. At that moment, Xiao Wu noticed the distant golden light veering off in another direction, prompting her to exclaim, Zhang Ge has pursued the wrong path. Carry me further ahead and assist me in guarding. I might as well complete my third spirit ring. Ming nodded, unleashing his regal aura to deter all surrounding spirit beasts, clearing a space for Xiao Wu. In truth, Zhang Ge had not pursued the wrong direction. The golden staff had steadfastly locked onto Ming's essence, and if he had truly gone astray, the monkey would surely have found it amusing. Zhang Ge intends to grant Xiao Wu this opportunity, allowing her to complete her third spirit ring. With the completion of the third spirit ring, Xiao Wu's figure becomes more voluptuous and mature, and her clothing fits more snugly. Zhang Ge calculated the time, and it was nearly right. He made a wide turn in the air, heading towards Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu lifted her head and exclaimed, Zhang Ge is coming. Ming, you should leave first. However, hurry and go. Please send my regards to Taming. All right, Sister Xiao Wu. Ming shook his head and strode away. In no time, Zhang Ge, wielding the golden staff, flew to the spot, and Xiao Wu cried out, Xiao Ge. Zhang Ge was taken aback and hurriedly descended. Xiao Wu, are you all right? I'm fine. Not only am I unscathed, but I also turned misfortune into fortune. That Titan giant ape stunned a few soul beasts, and for some unknown reason, it suddenly seemed alarmed and fled, leaving me behind. I just happened to absorb a soul ring from one of the soul beasts. Zhang Ge sighed in relief, saying, I do not concern myself with anything else, as long as you're well. And what about you? You were injured just now. Does it still hurt? Xiao Wu gently caressed Zhang Ge's chest with a heart full of concern. Zhang Ge shook his head. I can endure more than you think. Go back. They must be worried. Sitting on the golden staff and embracing Zhang Ge's arm, Xiao Wu felt like the happiest person in the world. When they encountered the others midway and saw that both were unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Before Zhao Wuji could inquire, Zhang Ge suggested, this place is not suitable for lingering. We should leave at once. After exiting the Stardow Forest, Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu briefly explained to the group, who listened in astonishment. The experiences of Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu were truly extraordinary, considering Zhang Ji's injuries. Zhao Wuji decided it would be best to rest for a night in the nearby town, allowing Oscar to assist with recovery. The next morning, the group boarded Zhang Ge's golden staff and began their journey home. Upon returning to the academy, Zhao Wuji finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. In the director's office, after hearing Zhao Wuji's report, Flanders experienced a moment of dread. Encountering the Titan Great Ape was terrifying. Fortunately, they returned safely, or the losses would have been significant. Have Zhang Ge and Tang San returned as well? Came the voice of the master from outside. Old Yu has arrived, Flanders chuckled. Old Yu? Zhao Wuji was puzzled. Who is that? Xiaogang. Come in quickly. Let me introduce you. After the introductions, Zhao Wuji clasped his fists. So you were the master? My apologies. I heard you encountered the Titan Great Ape in the Stardow Forest. Were you all safe? Rest assured, we returned safely. Zhao Wuji replied, it was a close call. That's good to hear. Master, I want to speak of your disciple Tang San. But your junior Zhang Ge is truly remarkable, both impressive and extraordinary. As he spoke, Zhao Wuji recounted everything that had transpired since Zhang Ge's arrival up to their journey in the Stardow Forest. Upon hearing this, the master's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he remarked, Little Gu always brings me many surprises. Not just surprises, this child has boundless potential. Every mention of Zhang Ge brought a smile to Flanders' face. Yet, the more impressive he became, the more cautious they needed to be regarding the spirit hall. The master's sudden statement cast a shadow over Flanders and Zhao Wuji, their expressions darkening. The name Spirit Hall hung like a blade over everyone's heads. In his dormitory, Zhang Ge assessed his current status. His spirit power had reached level 46. How swift! He estimated that within a few days, he would breach the threshold of level 50. This was occurring rather too rapidly. Competing in the spirit arena with such a swift level increase would certainly attract attention, especially from the Spirit Hall. To be honest, Zhang Ge was not eager to confront the Spirit Hall so soon. It was not fear that held him back, but rather the concern that if pressed by the Spirit Hall, he might have to feign allegiance. As a modern individual capable of adaptability, he had learned the art of patience and strategy, a truth derived from countless games of League of Legends. However, he feared that his rise would draw the Spirit Hall's scrutiny, potentially revealing Xiao Wu's identity. After years of companionship, he had genuinely developed a fondness for this ancient sister of 10,000 years. Wait a moment. It seemed that not every match in the spirit arena required a spirit power assessment beforehand. This meant that as long as he did not manifest a fifth spirit ring, he would forever remain a mere level 42 spirit master. How amusing. And you, system, in the future, refrain from always boosting spirit power levels with your tasks. Provide more spirit abilities instead, so my rapid progress does not attract undue attention. You are already quite conspicuous, the system replied. Then do not make me more so. At least not until I possess the strength to confront the spirit hall. The system began its analysis. Is analysis truly necessary? Soon. The system presented its findings. Given the host's sincere request for assistance, this system shall show mercy. Future tasks will come with altered rewards. Zhang Ge? When did I ever solicit your assistance? I was clearly issuing an order. Am I not? One must provide a means to descend gracefully, after all. The system stated. Zhang Ge suddenly realized. Thank you, dear system sister. That evening, Zhang Ge and Tang San were summoned to the master's office, where they discovered the master's presence. Upon encountering him again, Tang San expressed his delight, exclaiming, Teacher, you have arrived. The master replied with a smile. Did I not inform you that I would come to find you? I have been here for several days and learned of your ventures in the Stardow Forest. However, you both have surprised me greatly. Xiao San, I did not expect you to advance beyond the 30th level so swiftly. Xiao Ge, your accomplishments have truly astonished me as well. It is indeed the fruits of my teachings, Tang San remarked. The master remained silent, observing the two with increasing joy. Contemplating the future of soul masters, he then advised Zhang Ge to avoid being overly emotional, to which Zhang Ge nodded in agreement. Though he did not take it to heart. How could someone so well-versed in the narrative be oblivious to it? After discussing a few more matters, the master said, Xiao San, you may return to rest. I wish to converse with your junior uncle for a moment. Tang San obediently nodded and departed. You have continually astonished me, rather. I should say you have left me in a state of profound amazement. Each time I encounter you, it seems I must reevaluate my perception of you, the master remarked. Zhang Ge felt a slight panic. What could the sudden remark mean? Could it be that my identity has been uncovered? Regarding your identity. After a brief pause, the master continued, expressing his distress. Zhang Ge nearly swung his stick in frustration. Could you refrain from breathing so heavily while speaking? What is it that you wish to convey? The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is a notoriously ruthless lineage. The master, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed out at the colossal moon. It is fair to say that many prominent families and major sects are characterized by their cold-bloodedness and unyielding realism. Zhang Ge listened quietly. In the past, my martial soul was weak, and I could never surpass the 30th level, mocked by all. My family could not tolerate such a failure and cast me out. Similarly, the strength you now exhibit is sufficient for your family to take notice and strive to bring you back. Yet my martial soul is not the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Zhang Ge retorted. That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that your talent and strength are extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, you possess the insignia of a direct descendant of the family. This emblem signifies your belonging to the family, even if your martial soul is not that of a Tyrannosaurus. They will still regard you as one of their own. I do not care what they think. I care about my own feelings, Zhang Ge asserted. I have struggled and fought my way through these years, enduring countless hardships in my youth. Did they ever care for me? They do not even know who I am. How can they expect me to return and serve them? Not a chance. The master turned to Zhang Ge, urging him to calm down. This is not about servitude. If your identity as a direct descendant can be confirmed, you may return to contend for the position of family head. Should you triumph over the other heirs, you would become the next leader of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Zhang Ge was momentarily taken aback. What an astonishing revelation. Having a family patriarch seems rather intriguing. Has your disdain diminished, perhaps? The master inquired. No, my friend, what exactly are you attempting to convey? Speak plainly. The rise of every genius invariably attracts the attention of the Spirit Hall, the master elaborated slowly. In recent years, the Spirit Hall has become increasingly tyrannical. Any soul master they fixate upon faces two grim fates, either joining them or perishing. I have no desire for you to join the Spirit Hall, nor do I wish for you to meet your demise. The master gazed intently into Zhang Ge's eyes, and your rapid ascension has undoubtedly caught the Spirit Hall's attention. The sole alternative that allows you to evade both joining the Spirit Hall and succumbing to death is to align yourself with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family and participate in the contest for the next family head's position. Zhang Ge was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Has the new expansion's storyline commenced? It seems that from this moment onward, the original narrative of Douluo is poised to undergo a complete transformation. 044 The world dominates. Zhang Ge gazed at the master and inquired earnestly, my dear brother. Do tell me honestly, are you considering my interests or those of your family? The master did not shy away from the truth, responding, primarily, I am contemplating your welfare. Upon returning to the family, even the Spirit Hall would think twice before acting against you. Furthermore, your incorporation into the family would undoubtedly be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Will you return with me? Zhang Ge nearly blurted out. Should Lu Erlong accompany us as well? Fortunately, he restrained himself, realizing such a question would lead to insurmountable complications. The master offered a wry smile and shook his head. What purpose would it serve for me to return? Would it not be a source of ridicule? After a brief pause, he continued, however, prior to that, there is one matter I wish to clarify with you. Though I have come to regard you as a kindred spirit, the family may not share this sentiment. Thus, I must verify, this identity token, was it bequeathed to you by your parents? It was bestowed upon me by the system. Zhang Ge thought to himself. How could I possibly ascertain whether this is a legacy from my parents? It merely serves as a task item from the system to facilitate my connection with you. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Ge devised a response, employing a tactic of evasion. Since my earliest memories, this token has accompanied me. The villagers do not recognize it. So its origins remain uncertain to me, and I cannot definitively say it was left by my parents. The master nodded thoughtfully. Very well. You possess such remarkable strength and talent that whether this token was indeed a gift from your parents becomes rather inconsequential. Then why pose the question? Zhang Ge pondered. Such esteemed families are not so cavalier. What if I am an outsider? And what of it? The master retorted. In this world, you find yourself devoid of kin. Do you not? Whether you are truly a member of the family is of little importance. What matters is your sense of belonging and recognition within it. Since you have lost your family, the clan shall endeavor to instill in you a sense of belonging. Moreover, becoming the head of the family is no trivial matter. Naturally, my intention in bringing you back to the family is not to ensure you attain the position of the patriarch. Rather, it is paramount that you receive the protection of the family, alleviating your concerns regarding the spirit hall. At this moment, your information is likely already laid upon the desks of certain factions. Return and contemplate this matter thoroughly. Prepare yourself, for it may not be long before someone comes seeking you. Well then, brother, you shall not depart this time, will you? I shall not, the master replied, turning back to reveal a hint of a smile. Currently, my greatest concern lies with you and Xiao San. I shall remain here and dedicate myself to nurturing you both. Now, do take your leave and rest well. Zhang Ge harbors a certain fondness for the master. For years, the master has taken great care of him. All due to a mere nameplate, and now he has considered so much for him. Should I suppress my impulse to strike him with a stick at every turn? Upon returning to his dormitory, Zhang Ge reclined on his bed, contemplating the master's words. The patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, indeed. A tool presented on a silver platter. How could one refuse? First, he would assume the mantle of the clan's leader. Then proceed to subdue the spirit hall. The Pope would either yield his position to me or meet his demise. After which I would wed Ning Rongrong and ascend as the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, relying solely on the Blue Electric clan to suppress the spirit hall seems implausible. Thus, I must first secure Ning Rongrong, uniting the forces of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Should the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School take action, the Empire of Heaven Do would likely join in. If I can elevate Tang San to a position of power beforehand, the odds of the Haotian sect joining the fray would significantly increase. Dai Mubai is a prince of the Star Luo Empire. If I bolster him as well, there is a substantial chance that the Star Luo Empire will be drawn into my schemes. In that case, the Spirit Hall would face the combined might of two great empires and the three exalted sects. The ambition for dominion over the world surged within Zhang Ge as he emitted a villainous chuckle. The system, exhibiting a human-like touch, posed a sagacious inquiry. Hee, Zhang Ge. When did you become the foremost in Douluo? Zhang Ge inquired. What do you think? Today? Yes, today. The question arises, if Tang San and Dai Mubai prove to be disobedient, should they be eliminated? This is indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. In the martial Soul City, within the Pope's Hall, after listening to the report from her subordinate, Bibi Dong waved her hand, prompting the spy to bow respectfully before departing. A slight smirk graced Bibi Dong's lips as she pondered, 12 years old? Level 42? The first soul ring a millennium old. And the second and third soul rings a myriad of years? When did such a prodigious talent emerge on the continent? Hulaina furrowed her brow and remarked, Teacher, is it truly possible for someone to reach level 42 at just 12 years of age? Is there really such an exaggerated genius? And how could anyone possess their first 3 soul rings as millennia or myriad years? Might it be a case of misinformation? Bibi Dong gently caressed her staff, responding, Nana, just because you have not seen it does not mean it does not exist. Always remember this. In this world, there are no limits to extraordinary geniuses. Only those who are even more extraordinary. Your disciple will remember. Hulaina replied respectfully with a bow. Regardless of how this genius came to be, such talent must belong to the martial soul hall. Bibi Dong rose to her full height and commanded, Come forth. Several figures materialized before her. The following morning, Zhang Ge and his companions awoke and made their way to the dining hall for breakfast. As they entered, they were greeted by an enticing aroma. Upon glancing at the dining table, their eyes widened in astonishment. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, dairy, and eggs. Goodness, what madness has overcome the dean? Why is there no congee and pickles? Oscar was the first to voice what everyone was thinking. Seeing the master busily working in the kitchen, the group paused in surprise. And Ma Hongjun asked, Is it a new chef? Zhang Ge and Tang San exchanged a knowing smile and stepped forward. Brother, teacher, Xiaowu exclaimed joyfully, Master, you have arrived. The master turned around and said, You all are here. Come, let us have breakfast. The crowd was taken aback. Goodness, is this indeed Tang San's teacher? Zhang Ge's elder brother, the legendary master? What brings him here to cook? Flinder interjected, you children are at the prime of your growth. Consuming such breakfasts daily cannot possibly meet your nutritional needs. To cultivate your martial souls, your health is paramount. The group shared a smile, their admiration for the master soaring. It is easy to say, but given the academy's financial constraints, improving their meals is no simple task. Flinder entered the scene. It can be done, the master replied. Oh. Flinder's eyes brightened. Do you have a way to procure funds? You can compete at the Soul Arena, the master stated, his expression unchanging. The group erupted in laughter. What a splendid idea. Flinder, his glasses slipping down, replied, I think I shall pass at my age. The master cast a soft glance at Zhang Ge and Tang San. For the sake of these children, adjustments must be made. Flinder chuckled, as long as it does not contravene my principles, feel free to adapt as you wish. Enough dawdling. Let us eat, the master urged the group. After breakfast, the bell rang punctually, summoning all students to the academy's playground. Today felt particularly lively. Not only were the dean and vice dean, Flinder and Xiaowu present, but also the master and several other teachers had gathered. Aside from the two deans, there were originally 3 other teachers responsible for the first 3 trials during the entrance examination. Tang San had only encountered one of them. The teacher who had frightened many with his stick martial soul and had also been startled by the golden hoop. Well, everyone is here. I have a few announcements to make, Flinder declared, gravely stepping before the crowd. First, let me introduce the teachers of the academy to the 4 new students. He continued. Lastly, this gentleman, whom you met this morning, is Tang San's teacher and Zhang Ge's fellow disciple, Master Yu Xiaogang. From now on, your education will be entirely under the guidance of Teacher Yu. Due to the student's recent return from the Stardow Forest, a special day off was granted. Simultaneously, the master assigned numbers for the students, with Zhang Ge in 3rd place and others following suit. After the assembly, Ma Hongjun remarked, perfect timing. I plan to wander around Soto City. Who wants to join me? With a mischievous grin, he added, Dai, how about you? The girl shot him disdainful looks, sensing trouble. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth. Go away. Go by yourself. Zhu Xing completely ignored him. Ma Hongjun still hadn't learned his lesson. What is wrong with that? Ma Hongjun nudged Dai Mubai's arm. You mentioned wanting to find the twins, but we were delayed by our trip to the Stardow Forest. Now that we have a day off, it's time to unwind. Dai Mubai was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, reaching out beside him. Only to be stunned. Hey, Zhang Ge, what is going on? Why didn't you pass me the cleaver this time? Zhang Ge approached, saying, I shall accompany you. The group of young women was momentarily taken aback. Ma Hongjun wore a sly grin, clearly discerning that a trip to the city would yield no good fortune. He questioned why one would wish to follow. Ma Hongjun was momentarily startled, then broke into a mischievous smirk. San Yi, have you finally seen the light? No. I wish to visit the Spirit Hall, Zhang Ge replied earnestly. Indeed, he intended to explore the Spirit Hall in Soto City. But he had other matters to attend to as well. The others queried, what purpose could there be in visiting the Spirit Hall? Moreover, Xiao San, accompany me. Zhang Ge is ranked 3rd, and to differentiate him from Tang San, he is referred to as the Old Third, while Tang San is the Little Third. Ma Hongjun is rather casual, as Third Master is merely a spontaneous moniker, although Tang San is uncertain as to why Zhang Ge wishes to include him. He readily acquiesces, very well, Master Uncle. I wish to accompany you, Xiaowu declares. I too wish to explore, Ning Rongrong adds. Oscar remarks. Perhaps a stroll would not be amiss. Zhu Xuqing observes. Dai Mubai interjects. What is happening? This feels distinctly off. Ma Hongjun, visibly perturbed, wonders why when he inquires about companionship, no one responds. Yet upon Zhang Ge's suggestion, everyone desires to join. Are you all merely Zhang Ge's followers? He questions. I will accompany Little Third and return shortly, Zhang Ge states. Then I wish to go as well, Xiaowu asserts, though Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xuqing remain silent. They position themselves beside Xiaowu. Zhang Ge shrugged and said, let us go. Ultimately, everyone departed from the academy, heading towards Soto City. Zhang Ge mused to himself. Oscar hasn't given up yet? Well, this could be more interesting. Along the way, Xiaowu inquired, why do you wish to visit the Spirit Hall? And why bring Little San along? The group turned their attention to Zhang Ge, who replied, I simply wish to see what the Spirit Hall here is like, and whether it can be dismantled. The others were taken aback, exclaiming, you actually want to dismantle the Spirit Hall? That's quite ruthless and straightforward. As for why I brought my disciple along, Little San, is that something we can discuss? Tang San paused for a moment, then smiled, saying, Master Uncle, I understand why you brought me along. It's fine. We can talk about it. After all, we are not strangers. Zhang Ge pointed with a finger and retrieved the Zhuge crossbow from his storage belt. A remarkable creation by Xiao San, the Zhuge crossbow boasts immense power. Amidst the curious and astonished gazes of the onlookers, Zhang Ge demonstrated the might of the Zhuge crossbow. The purpose of bringing Xiao San along was to seek out a blacksmith shop to forge similar intricate concealed weapons, thereby augmenting everyone's combat capabilities. Xiaowu took hold of the Zhuge crossbow and, along with the other 2 girls, examined it repeatedly. This weapon seems incredibly formidable. Yet why have I never seen you wield it before? With a smile, Zhang Ge remarked, Master Uncle possesses formidable strength, easily overcoming any adversaries encountered, rendering such concealed weapons unnecessary. Indeed, Xiaowu gazed at Zhang Ge with a sweet smile. However, for you all, particularly Rong Rong and Xiaowu, as auxiliary spirit masters, the utility of these concealed weapons is significant, Zhang Ge continued. Moreover, with Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu's inherent swiftness, employing such weaponry would make them elusive, akin to a tiger enhanced by wings. With these tools, even Big Dai and Grandfather Ma could substantially augment their combat prowess. At the mention of Grandfather Ma, the group paused momentarily, and Ma Hongjun was taken aback. Third Master, what does Grandfather Ma mean? He inquired. No, wait, you are no longer Grandfather Ma. You should be addressed as Chief Ma now. The others were perplexed. What on earth is Chief Ma? Ma Hongjun was utterly confused. The title Chief is an official designation. I once encountered a high-ranking official who also bore the surname Ma, a rather rotund man, who bore a slight resemblance to you. Thus, I was complimenting you for resembling a high-ranking official. Oh, I see. Haha. From now on, I shall be called Chief Ma. Ma Hongjun exclaimed joyfully. What about me? Is there a high-ranking official who resembles me? Oscar quickly interjected. Zhang Ge shook his head, and Oscar appeared somewhat disappointed. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow was being passed around among the crowd, and everyone marveled at its exquisite craftsmanship. I will strive to craft a set of concealed mechanisms for each of you for self-defense. However, the cost of materials will need to be covered by yourselves. The group immediately agreed without hesitation. At that moment, Ning Rongrong expressed her desire to purchase a substantial quantity of these concealed weapons. As Tang San pondered her request, Zhang Ge interjected, Rongrong, hold off on placing an order for now. Why not wait until Xiao San has crafted a set for you to take back and show your family? If they approve, we can then discuss a bulk purchase. That makes sense. You are indeed thoughtful, Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. Just as Tang San was about to speak, Zhang Ge leaned closer and whispered in his ear. The Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School is not short on funds. This is a lucrative opportunity. With sufficient resources, you can navigate this world more effectively. Do you understand? Tang San paused, contemplating his aspiration to rebuild the Tang sect, and nodded in agreement. Uncle Master makes a valid point. Ning Rongrong beamed sweetly, her gaze lingering on Zhang Ge. She discerned Tang San's initial reluctance, but after a few whispered words from Zhang Ge, he ultimately acquiesced. Zhang Ge is truly remarkable. Upon arriving in Soto City, they sought out a spacious blacksmith shop. The group approached the shop's manager, with Tang San taking the lead to request the crafting of a batch of concealed weapon components. Before long, the deal was successfully struck. As they departed the blacksmith shop, Ma Hongjun took the lead, while the others turned their gaze towards Zhang Ge. Xiao Ge, do tell me if your desire to dismantle the spirit hall is merely idle talk, Dai Mubai inquired. Zhang Ge chuckled, nonsense. Am I truly going to dismantle the spirit hall? I merely ventured out today with Xiao San to find a blacksmith shop and procure some concealed weapons for self-defense. The crowd shared a light-hearted laugh. So, where shall we wander next? Xiaowu inquired. The three young ladies exchanged glances, suddenly donning mischievous smiles. Even Zhu Zhuqing's face bore a hint of amusement. Subsequently, Xiaowu turned her gaze towards Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge's expression shifted abruptly. My wallet. Danger. In the evening, everyone felt a sense of contentment. The three young women clutched an abundance of new garments, of which Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had purchased with their own funds, while Xiaowu had spent Zhang Ge's money. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Zhang Ge had won numerous bets across various encounters, so indulging in some clothing and delicacies was well within his means. Oscar gazed at Zhang Ge with a hint of envy, lamenting, alas, if only I were a battle spirit master, I too would engage in wagers. Tang San interjected, even if you were a battle spirit master, your prowess would ultimately dictate the outcome, for betting carries significant risk. Moreover, there are times when others may not wish to wager with you. Dai Mubai added, thus, betting requires a certain finesse. Zhang Ge elaborated, when engaging in a wager, refrain from declaring what you will gain should you win. Instead, articulate the consequences of your loss first. Additionally, one must possess keen insight to accurately discern what others desire. For instance, if someone covets your talent and wishes to recruit you, proclaiming that you would offer him 100 gold soul coins upon your loss would undoubtedly be met with resistance. However, if you deftly cater to their desires by first stating what you would concede in defeat, they will likely disregard the potential loss they might incur, and the probability of them accepting your wager increases significantly. Oscar remarked, wow, betting entails such intricacies. In truth, it is not overly complicated. It is merely a facet of psychology, seizing upon human desires and vulnerabilities. What is your desire? Xiaowu inquired suddenly. A warm home with a loving family. Zhang Ge replied. The group was momentarily taken aback. You are so formidable, yet your desires are so simple. A warm home with a loving family, surely. This is the life that ordinary people yearn for most? In time, they would come to understand the profound happiness derived from living a simple and joyful life of peace. Silence enveloped them. At times, they felt that Zhang Ge transcended the essence of a 12-year-old boy, embodying the wisdom of a 92-year-old sage. Let us indulge in some delicious fare before returning to the academy, Xiaowu declared, shattering the silence. After dining, the night deepened, the moon hung high in the sky. And the group ambled contentedly towards the academy. As they traversed a secluded street, Zhang Ge suddenly halted, casting his gaze in another direction, in the blink of an eye. He vanished from their midst. The others were bewildered. Where did he just teleport to? Several hundred meters away, in a shadowy corner of an alley. A young girl huddled on the ground, trembling as she hugged her knees. Her clothing appeared to have been violently torn, leaving large swathes of her skin exposed. Are you all right? Zhang Ge inquired. The girl shook her head in fear. Who did this? With tremulous speech, she stammered. A man. I couldn't see his face. Zhang Ge glanced around and murmured, You certainly run quite swiftly. At that moment, the girl realized that Zhang Ge was not in cahoots with that rogue. With her eyes welling up, she gratefully exclaimed, Thank you for saving me. Zhang Ge waved his hand and draped his coat over her shoulders, saying, Let us escort you home. Thank you. The girl stood up somewhat shyly, relieved that Zhang Ge's coat was sufficiently large to cover most of her figure. As she rose, the moonlight illuminated Zhang Ge's features, leaving the girl momentarily stunned. How handsome. Stay close behind me. Upon exiting the narrow alley and turning the corner, they encountered Xiaowu and the others. Zhang Ge, where did you suddenly run off to? Zhang Ge swiftly stepped aside, revealing the maiden behind him. The girl, taken aback by the multitude of onlookers, felt a rush of embarrassment and fear. Hastily retreating behind Zhang Ge once more. The crowd was momentarily stunned. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that you? No. It has not even been a minute. It cannot possibly be your doing. There are rogues in the city. I heard a commotion earlier and instantly came to investigate. Upon hearing my voice, the scoundrel fled. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong promptly approached the girl, whispering words of comfort, while Xiaowu presented her with a newly purchased outfit. That despicable rogue is truly detestable, Xiaowu exclaimed. I have a fair idea of who it might be, Zhang Ge remarked. The most notorious ruffian in Soto City. Who else could it be but Douluo? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhang Ge's eyes. The rogue must perish. In Soto City, there can only be one rogue. No, I cannot coexist with other rogues. Are Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai not rogues? The system inquired. Only those who contravene a woman's will are rogues. These two engage in mutual consent, thus they do not qualify as rogues, Zhang Ge replied. Then what of you? This system is utterly unreasonable. How dare it tarnish my innocence without cause? When have I ever acted coercively? That would make you a mental rogue. Zhang Ge, feeling disinclined to engage further, returned home with the young girl. From a distance, he observed the heart-wrenching sight of her weeping in her mother's embrace, while Xiaowu clenched her tiny fists, producing a crisp sound. I must locate this rogue and teach him a lesson. However, let us postpone that for today. I must rise early tomorrow for Master S lessons, Zhang Ge remarked. The others nodded in silent agreement. As they approached the outskirts of Soto City, the group suddenly halted. For before them stood a figure cloaked in black. Who goes there? Dai Mubai inquired coldly. The dark-clad individual lifted his gaze to Zhang Ge and said, Young Zhang Ge, my master requests your presence. I kindly ask you to accompany me. As he spoke, 8 vividly colored soul rings materialized around him. A soul Douluo. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yet Zhang Ge remained unperturbed. He had anticipated this visit since the conversation with Master the previous night. Let me guess. You hail from the spirit hall? The expressions of the others shifted subtly. The cloaked figure paused before responding. I declined to answer that question. I must clarify that my master has instructed me to politely request your return. However, should you refuse to accompany me, I will have no choice but to employ force. As he spoke, several of his soul rings began to pulse with energy. Unfortunately, you shall not take me. The black-clad figure chuckled. I concede that you youngsters possess considerable potential, yet regrettably, you are not my match at this moment. Dai Mubai unleashed his white tiger martial spirit and whispered, Xiao Ge, swiftly return to the academy and seek the dean. We will hold him off. Zhang Ge waved his hand and said to Ning Rongrong, This is precisely the situation I mentioned to you before. I have not provoked the strong. Yet they seek trouble with me. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly urged, Let us not discuss this now. You must flee. We can hold him off for a while. The figure clad in black remained unperturbed, casually observing them, akin to a colossal dragon surveying mere ants. I told you. He cannot take me away, Zhang Ge replied with a faint smile, proclaiming, Esteemed one, do not merely spectate. I am on the brink of being abducted. The crowd was momentarily stunned, and the next instant, a gleaming long sword soared through the air. Upon witnessing the sword, everyone was left in awe. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up with delight. It's Grandpa Jin. The black-clad figure was momentarily taken aback, hastily unleashing his soul skill in defense, only to have it effortlessly shattered by the sword. With a muffled thud, the sword struck the black-clad man's left leg, causing him to scream in agony as he activated his soul skill and fled without a backward glance. The sword pursued him relentlessly. A figure, clad in white as snow, appeared atop a nearby tall tree. It was the sword Douluo of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Standing gracefully on the slender branch, he seemed unperturbed by the height. As the night wind billowed his garments, resembling a celestial swordsman, Young man, I find myself increasingly fond of you. How did you discern my presence? Sword Douluo inquired. I believe my aura to be well concealed. Even if your aura is well hidden, it will still appear incongruous amidst the surrounding environment. Forgive my candor. Your method of concealing your presence is rather lacking. Sword Douluo furrowed his brow, glancing in the direction the black-clad figure had fled, and beckoned with his hand, summoning the longsword back, which returned with only a few drops of blood staining its blade. He escaped, huh? Hiki, this Sword Douluo possesses commendable evasion skills. With a flick of his wrist, the bloodstains vanished instantly. He gracefully soared through the air, alighting before Zhang Ge. You assert my method of concealing presence is poor? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Aside from Ning Rongrong, the expressions of the others were somewhat awkward. This was the Sword Douluo, after all, a title Douluo. Others would fawn over him, yet here was someone criticizing his technique. Indeed, the more one attempts to conceal oneself, the more conspicuous one becomes. Oh? Sword Douluo raised an eyebrow. The truly masterful method of concealment is not merely hiding within the environment, but becoming one with it. Sword Douluo was momentarily stunned. The others were equally astonished, with Tang San initially taken aback, followed by a look of genuine admiration towards Zhang Ge. Previously, within the Tang sect, the elders had mentioned a similar theory. Hidden weapons, striking from the shadows, the exquisite art of stealth does not lie in hiding, but in merging. If one hides, they will inevitably be discovered, yet if one merges, they become undetectable. Of course, it is one thing to speak of merging with the environment. Achieving it is quite another. To become one with the environment? Fascinating. The Sword Douluo remarked, seemingly re-evaluating his previous perceptions of Zhang Ge. Once the conversation between Sword Douluo and Zhang Ge concluded, Ning Rongrong rushed into his embrace, exclaiming, Grandpa Jian. Oh, my dear. Hiki, let me have a good look at you, Sword Douluo said with a gentle smile, stroking Ning Rongrong's head. Indeed, you appear to have matured somewhat since we last met. As he spoke, he glanced between Ning Rongrong and Zhang Ge. Goodness. They appear so well matched. However, he would not interfere in the matters of the younger generation, so he released Ning Rongrong and inquired of Zhang Ge. What do you mean by merging with the environment? Tang San immediately perked up, eager to listen. Zhang Ge, how would I know? It was only due to the system's prompt that I became aware of your concealed presence. Those earlier remarks were merely for show. I was putting on an act. And even while kneeling, I must maintain the faade. At present, I am not capable of such. Zhang Ge stated that mere theoretical knowledge without practical application is insufficient to convince others. Master, thank you for your offense. Jian Douluo did not press him further. Merely nodding. You rascal, I initially thought you were calm in the face of danger, yet it seems you were merely plotting against me. Even without you, he would not have succeeded in taking me. Zhang Ge, brimming with confidence, remarked, Old man, you aren't here specifically to rescue me, are you? Once the third spirit ring's accompanying ability is unleashed, I assure you that that fellow will either perish or be gravely injured. However, such a move would also harm me, as that ability is a last resort, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 myself. Jian Douluo addressed Ning Rongrong, saying, You and your classmates should leave for now. I wish to have a few words with this young man. Understood, Grandpa, Ning Rongrong replied. The group bowed and departed, while Jian Douluo clasped his hands behind his back. Young man, are you aware of your current predicament? I have some understanding. The individual earlier was a member of the Spirit Hall. I followed him here. Although I managed to repel him this time, the Spirit Hall will not easily concede defeat. Stronger spirit masters will surely seek you out in the future. Thus, it would be wise for you to join our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, with our support. The Spirit Hall will think twice before making a move against you. Zhang Ge contemplated for a moment before producing the emblem of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Upon seeing this emblem, Jian Douluo was momentarily taken aback. You, who are you? I may be a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Jian Douluo's expression grew complex. Maybe. This emblem has been with me since I can remember, but by then my parents had already passed away. And the villagers were unfamiliar with it, so I cannot be certain. With a sigh, Jian Douluo reflected on the notion of excellence, often epitomized by the saying the children of others. Though Ning Rongrong was indeed remarkable, she paled in comparison to Zhang Ge. Suddenly, a thought brightened his eyes. If Zhang Ge and Ning Rongrong were to unite in matrimony in the future, Zhang Ge would essentially become a half-member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, a marriage alliance with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would merge two formidable factions, alleviating any concerns regarding the Spirit Hall. Indeed, this matter requires a thorough discussion with Ning Fengji, as the relationship between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has not been particularly harmonious. However, should Zhang Ge ascend to the position of family head in the Blue Lightning clan, the rapport between the two families is likely to improve significantly. Very well, young man. I never anticipated you possessed such an identity. Today has not been in vain. Do not forget, when Rongrong returns to the sect in the future, you must accompany her. Certainly. As he watched Jian Douluo depart on his sword, Zhang Ge shook his head, feeling it may be time for a visit to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. It was no joke. Even if a title Douluo were dispatched, or two soul Douluos, Flinder and the others would be unable to withstand them. The following morning, after breakfast, everyone gathered on the training ground where the master awaited them. I have come to understand your respective martial souls and abilities. From this day forth, I shall commence rigorous training with you. Zhang Ge, step forward. Under the condition of avoiding any serious injury, defeat them one by one. Zhang Ge had already anticipated the situation, leaving others in a state of astonishment. Goodness, to spar with Zhang Ge? Dai Lada. Zhang Ge turned and called out. You are the strongest. You shall commence. Dai Mubai stretched his limbs, ready for the fight. After the previous encounter at the hotel, where ignorance had led to a significant defeat, he was not about to be caught off guard again. With a surge of spirit, his bones emitted a cracking sound akin to popping beans, muscles bulging so fiercely they threatened to tear through his clothing, and a wicked gleam illuminated his eyes. Fire eyes. Zhang Ge unleashed this soul skill first. Unlike the fire eyes of the monkey from years past, this skill had been transformed into a soul technique that not only pierced through illusions and unveiled true forms but also discerned weaknesses. As flames erupted from Zhang Ge's eyes, everyone froze in bewilderment. What peculiar soul skill is this? Goodness, are you a soul skill factory? Where do you acquire such an array of bizarre techniques? Dai Mubai felt a chilling breeze sweep through him, instantly rendering him vulnerable before Zhang Ge. What an odd soul skill. Why do I feel as if I have been completely laid bare? The master observed with unwavering focus, his eyes fixed on Zhang Ge. The child's performance was entirely beyond his expectations. A plethora of strange yet formidable soul skills emerged, truly a prodigy capable of comprehending such a multitude of techniques. Be cautious. Zhang Ge charged forward with the golden cudgel in hand. He thought it would be exceedingly simple to defeat Dai Mubai. With a mere thought, he could control the cudgel from afar, rendering his opponent unrecognizable in mere moments. However, such an approach would not allow him to test the efficacy of the weakness detection ability. This skill proved invaluable when confronting adversaries of a higher caliber. Thus, Zhang Ge regarded Dai Mubai as the soul warrior he had encountered the previous night, engaging in a cautious battle. Within the realm of weakness detection, Dai Mubai appeared enveloped in a luminescent white aura, yet several red points flickered upon his form. Those points signified the vulnerabilities that had been discerned. Dai Mubai held Zhang Ge in high regard. At the onset, he unleashed his first and third soul skills to augment his own strength. Observing Zhang Ge's methodical approach to combat left him bewildered. What was happening? Shouldn't he first disrobe me, making me break a sweat, before subjecting me to a relentless assault? Or perhaps he could simply fling the cudgel at me from a distance. Why was he engaging me in close combat? Dai Mubai found himself at a loss, hesitant to counterattack, and began to maneuver around Zhang Ge with the aid of his martial spirit. I shall not employ those soul skills. Unleash your full potential, Zhang Ge declared. Taken aback, Dai Mubai nodded and commenced his full frontal assault. With no lingering concerns, he shed his caution, his speed and strength multiplying exponentially. Yet, it was still insufficient. Ning Rongrong enhanced his strength and speed. Ning Rongrong glanced at the master, who nodded in approval. Instantly, she summoned her martial spirit. Now, it was beginning to resemble a true contest. Dai Mubai felt a surge of indignation, sensing a lack of respect directed toward him. Coupled with Zhu Zhiqing's recent neglect and her apparent affection for Zhang Ge, Dai Mubai's frustration intensified, driving his offensive to become increasingly ferocious. Zhang Ge gradually felt the weight of pressure upon him. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. His imagined rival was someone of a higher rank, and the absence of pressure would indeed be abnormal. Bearing this pressure, he composedly began to exploit the vulnerabilities in Dai Mubai's defense. However, Dai Mubai seemed acutely aware of his own weaknesses, consistently taking measures, whether consciously or unconsciously, to shield those particular areas. Nevertheless, Zhang Ge was not merely an individual who wielded a staff to strike. He possessed the ability to manipulate from afar. After a brief exchange of blows, Zhang Ge swiftly retreated, prompting Dai Mubai to advance. In a fluid motion, Zhang Ge swung his right hand back, and the golden staff transformed into an arc, soaring through the air before curving around to strike behind Dai Mubai. A sense of alarm washed over Dai Mubai as he realized the danger. Bang! The strike landed on the vulnerable spot at his lower back, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Zhang Ge's strength was not considerable, and the golden cudgel had not been unsealed in weight. Thus, this was entirely due to striking at the vulnerabilities. At this moment, the tide of battle shifted as Dai Mubai's weaknesses were systematically targeted, and he soon found himself unable to rise to his feet. Zhang Ge approached him and extended his hand. Dai Mubai rose to his feet, profoundly shaken. I never anticipated that even with the aid of the 7 treasures glazed tower and under lenient circumstances, I would still be so thoroughly defeated by you. You are 9 levels above me. Even with that disparity. What? How much do I lag behind you? Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment, while the others displayed expressions of shock. Even the master was taken aback. I am at level 46, which is 9 levels higher than you. Even with leniency, I could still easily overpower you. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. 46. In just a few days, you have reached level 46? How could you have advanced so rapidly? Wait. Dai Mubai quickly regained his composure. Even if I am 9 levels beneath you, with Ning Rongrong's support, our gap should not be insurmountable. With you holding back, There's no way I could lose so swiftly and so devastatingly. Ah, that ice soul skill of yours. Congratulations, blind one. You have discovered a significant aspect. Zhang Ge applauded in praise. With your fiery eyes, my gaze ignites, radiating a blinding golden red light that pierces through illusions, revealing true forms and weaknesses. Upon activating this soul skill, all attributes are enhanced, and my body becomes remarkably resilient. Yet, there will always be vulnerabilities, even without exerting force. Striking at those weaknesses can swiftly incapacitate you. Xiaowu's expression shifted slightly. Powerful. Truly formidable. Dai Mubai conceded. With the ability to detect weaknesses, combined with your remote manipulation and instantaneous movement, along with your various debilitation soul skills, in a one-on-one battle, you are invincible. Zhang Ge shrugged and turned to Xiaowu, saying, all right, it's your turn now, Xiaowu. I think I'll wait a bit longer, Xiaowu murmured. Her gaze somewhat evasive. Zhang Ge approached her, stating, under no circumstances will I harm you. What is there to fear? His words carried a double meaning. Xiaowu understood. Yet it seemed she did not fully grasp the implication. And rest assured, I will not employ the eye of fire upon you. That would be too cruel. Except perhaps for Dai Mubai. Laughter erupted among the group. Of course, without the eye of fire, we are all merely vulnerable in your sight, they jested. The master interjected, now, Xiaowu, Rongrong, and Zhu Zhiqing, you three will form a team. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San, you three will be another team. However, the rules have changed. It is no longer Zhang Ge who will defeat you, but rather, you must work together to overcome him. Let's all attack at once. Zhang Ge suggested. The master's expression hardened. Do not underestimate your opponent. Oscar chimed in. Teacher, it is not Zhang Ge who is being arrogant. You have not witnessed his prowess. Even at level 42, he easily defeated 2 soul masters of higher rank, one of whom wielded a flying martial spirit. Indeed. Ma Hongjun added, even with all 6 of us, we may not be sufficient to challenge him. The master turned to Zhang Ge, pausing thoughtfully. Very well. Let us proceed with this trial. If it fails, we shall regroup. Be wary of his instantaneous movement. And that staff of his. And his soul skills. At the mention of soul skills, the 3 young women paled. They had not forgotten Zhang Ge's ability to instantaneously remove clothing, leaving only undergarments. The thought of being exposed before these men was mortifying, especially for Zhu Zhiqing. The mere idea of her voluptuous figure being revealed made her cheeks flush. If it were only Zhang Ge, it wouldn't be too troubling, but with so many others around. Wait, what am I thinking? Why do I entertain the notion that it would be inconsequential for Zhang Ge to see me? Rest assured, I will not employ death stripping on you 3. But as for you, Ma, Hongjun, and Oscar, Edahe, the trio trembled at his words. Begin, commanded the master. Zhang Ge exclaimed with great fervor. Death detachment. Ma Hongjun and the others were momentarily taken aback. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhang Ge vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Ning Rongrong. Simultaneously, Xiaowu executed a swift teleportation, materializing behind Zhang Ge. There was no error in the calculation. Should Zhang Ge choose to strike Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu's assault would inevitably be directed at Zhang Ge himself. Zhang Ge's lips curled into a smirk. He was aware that Xiaowu's third spirit ability was teleportation. However, her teleportation was far inferior to his own. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhang Ge vanished from his position, and in less than a second, his figure manifested in several locations. Such rapid teleportation. Indeed, there is no cooldown. It is utterly untraceable. A teleportation ability without cooldown is incredibly terrifying. Although Xiaowu's teleportation also lacks a cooldown, it is limited to a mere 5 meters and consumes an excessive amount of soul power, making it impossible for her to teleport as freely as Zhang Ge. You all must exercise caution. The voice of Zhang Ge echoed from all directions, now distant, now near. In the next moment, a sudden thud resounded as Ma Hongjun was unexpectedly struck in the back, sending him tumbling forward in a chaotic fall. The blue-silver grass burst forth from the earth, surging towards Zhang Ge, who elegantly vanished with a swift teleportation, leaving the grass to grasp at nothingness. Disciple, commendable reflexes, but alas, just a fraction too late, remarked Ning Rongrong, her expression one of astonishment, the last word lingering in the air behind her. Yet, simultaneously, the blue-silver grass erupted behind her, only to miss its target once more. A loud bang erupted as the golden cudgel flew from an unknown source, striking Oscar directly. 2 auxiliary soul masters. Must you always fixate on protecting one another? Zhang Ge refrained from teleporting this time, choosing instead to stand before the crowd. Oscar fell to the ground, his internal energy surging violently. Had Zhang Ge not held back, that blow could have shattered 3 of his ribs. Oscar, you're out. Master S' voice rang out. With downcast spirits, Oscar departed. You believe my primary target was Ning Rongrong, but in truth, it was Oscar. Without him, your flight is impossible. Tang San and the others suddenly comprehended that Zhang Ge's aim was to incapacitate the flying mushroom troop. Without flight, you are merely targets. Golden cudgel, go! With a swoosh. The golden cudgel soared, rapidly enlarging mid-air, causing the crowd's expressions to shift dramatically. They could not withstand such a blow. They must evade. As they dodged, they unwittingly played into Zhang Ge's hands. The golden cudgel was but a ruse. Ning Rongrong hurriedly sought refuge, only to hear Zhang Ge's voice behind her, this time. No one will save you. No sooner had he spoken than the blue silver grass shot through the air, ensnaring her waist. Zhang Ge chuckled, disciple. Your reactions are quite impressive. As he prepared to use the void grip, Tang San mistakenly believed Zhang Ge aimed to seize Ning Rongrong from him, only to discover that Zhang Ge's true target was himself. Feeling his body uncontrollably drawn toward Zhang Ge, Tang San squinted as the blue silver grass split in midair. One strand entwining towards Zhang Ge, while the other slithered toward a nearby grand tree. Zhang Ge swiftly evaded, halting his void grasp, while Tang San ensnared the great tree. With a swift retraction of the blue silver grass, he rushed towards the tree alongside Ning Rongrong. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ge let out a mischievous chuckle, exclaiming, You have strayed from your companions. Tang San was taken aback, only to realize that Zhang Ge was standing before the tree, awaiting him, and had initiated the void grasp. There was no time to retract his actions. Coupled with the pull of the void grasp, Tang San was rapidly drawn towards Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge extended his hand, summoning the golden cudgel back to him. It elongated with remarkable speed, striking Tang San squarely in the chest, propelling him backwards. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Tang San released Ning Rongrong, or she too would have been sent flying. Tang San, you are out, he announced. Dejected, Tang San could hardly believe that he was the second to be eliminated. Master, how impressive. With the absence of these two, their flight capabilities and Tang San's control were effectively neutralized, making it considerably easier for Zhang Ge to defeat the remaining four one by one, without a hint of suspense. Remarkably, he had not even employed the technique of death stripping throughout the encounter. The master shook his head. The disparity is too vast. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Should I perhaps go easy next time? Zhang Ge suggested. Before the master could respond, others chimed in. You must not go easy. You've already held back. Not utilizing the two soul skills of shedding clothing and sweating means that if you relent again, winning would hold no significance. Indeed. The master concurred. Next time you must not only refrain from holding back, but you must give it your all. Otherwise, they will never progress. Give it my all? Zhang Ge pondered aloud. As you know, one of my soul skills forcibly strips clothing. If I were to use it against Xiao Wu and the others, will you not face any female soul masters among your foes? The master countered. I certainly will not show mercy to my enemies. After a brief pause, the master continued. Very well, given the distinction between genders, you may refrain from using that skill against your female classmates. However, against others, you must exert your full strength. Understood, replied Zhang Ge. The master addressed the group. Next time, I will have Zhang Ge defeat you in the shortest time possible. And you must endure for a longer duration against him. Only in this manner will you continue to improve. Yes, master. They responded in unison. Shortly thereafter, the master highlighted the shortcomings in their combat strategies, and the group nodded in agreement. Becoming stronger is not an overnight endeavor. We must identify and rectify our issues. However, the mistakes you made today were far too numerous. If Xiao Ge were your enemy, none of you would have survived. As a consequence for your errors, the master declared. At the academy's entrance, there are prepared boulders. Each of you will carry one and run 20 laps from the academy to Suodo City without the use of soul power. Remember, you are a collective. If one fails to complete the punishment, none shall die. Zhang Ge was the first to dash towards the door, with the others closely following behind. Xiao Ge, you performed admirably. Why must you share in the punishment? Asked Dai Mubai. We are a collective, replied Zhang Ge. The group felt a jolt within their hearts. A collective, sharing joys and sorrows, facing honor and disgrace together. This was not merely talk. Upon reaching the entrance, they indeed found 8 bamboo baskets, each inscribed with a name, and the stones within varied in size and weight. Zhang Ge nearly exclaimed in frustration as his basket brimmed with stones, nearly overflowing. The others, even the likes of Dai Mubai, had baskets that were significantly smaller than his. My dear brother, must you truly burden me so? He lamented. How am I to assist the ladies under such circumstances? With bamboo baskets hoisted upon their backs, the group ventured forth, Zhang Ge trailing at the rear. Not long into their journey, fatigue began to show on their faces. Tang San approached Zhang Ge and remarked, Master Uncle, this approach is unsustainable. I am aware, Zhang Ge replied. Master Uncle, I am already sweating profusely. Yet you appear completely dry. Zhang Ge cast a glance at him, remarking, with good teeth comes a hearty appetite. One's health is robust, and food is exceptionally delightful. Tang San interjected, Ahem, Master Uncle, we are managing, yet the pace of Rongrong and the others is somewhat sluggish. At this rate, we shall not accomplish our objectives. Ning Rongrong glanced back at them, and Zhang Ge called out, pause for a moment. Rongrong, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, please share some of your stones with me. However, she replied, but this. We are a team and ought to support one another. That is the essence of brotherhood. Yet, your basket of stones is exceedingly large. Zhang Ge set down the basket and retrieved the golden staff, striking down with it to shatter the stone. The original gaps were filled, and the basket now possessed ample space. One cannot perish from holding in their urine. As long as the weight remains constant, all is well. Zhang Ge withdrew the golden staff. The crowd was enlightened. Indeed, there was no error. 050, Are you human? With mutual assistance, after several hours, they finally accomplished their task. Observing the disheveled individuals at the entrance of the academy, the master remained silent. Zhang Ge, you are truly a marvel. Initially, the others were not overly fatigued and thus refrained from allocating stones to Zhang Ge. However, as time passed, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and their companions could no longer endure, and gradually began to distribute stones to assist one another. Dai Mubai and Tang San were still managing relatively well, but the stones in Zhang Ge's bamboo basket towered higher than his own head. To prevent the stones from tumbling out, he even secured them with a rope. Under such circumstances, while the others lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath, Zhang Ge gracefully removed the bamboo basket and performed a light, effortless dance, continuously swinging his limbs to ease the slight soreness in his muscles. What extraordinary stamina he possesses. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Ge has always adhered to the belief that the body is the foundation of revolution. Therefore, during his time on Earth, aside from his academic studies, he dedicated the majority of his leisure hours to physical training, ultimately earning numerous titles, such as the Cultured Muscle Man, the Marathon Emperor, the 5,000-meter Road Roller, the Devil on the Track, and Are You Even Human? At one point, his physical education teacher endeavored to persuade him to join the school sports team, persistently engaging him in conversation for 2 consecutive months. Ultimately, due to Zhang Ge's adamant refusal, the teacher nearly succumbed to depression. Upon arriving in the world of Douluo Continent and assuming the mantle of the original Zhang Ge, although his physique regressed to that of a child, his physical prowess remained entirely intact. After awakening his martial soul and becoming a soul master, his physical attributes soared exponentially. For instance, upon awakening as a soul master, if we assume a tenfold increase in physical constitution, an ordinary person would progress from a base of 1 to 10. In contrast, Zhang Ge would elevate from 3 to 30. Though both are tripled, the disparity between 1 and 3 is vastly different from that of 10 and 30. Were it not for Zhang Ge, this extraordinary individual shouldering so much burden, the others would scarcely even manage to be sprawled on the ground gasping for breath. Several would surely have fainted. Zhang Ge, please answer me sincerely. The master's voice prompted everyone to laboriously lift their heads, with Ning Rongrong and Oscar appearing somewhat dazed. What? Zhang Ge inquired. The master gazed intently at Zhang Ge. Are you human? The crowd collectively thought. Indeed, we wish to ask the same. Do you need me to remove my clothing as proof? To check if I possess a tail or scales? Zhang Ge retorted. As expected of you. Making cheeky remarks even at this moment. The master cleared his throat. No abandonment, no giving up. Very well, this time you have passed. Return to your dorms. I have prepared medicinal baths for you. I shall escort them. Zhang Ge summoned the golden cudgel, which enlarged in size. As Tang San and Dai Mubai struggled to climb aboard, several young ladies and Oscar, the steward, were effortlessly lifted by Zhang Ge. Watching the cudgel soar into the sky, the master's eyes gleamed with astonishment. Experiencing the remarkable application of Zhang Ge's martial soul firsthand, the master could not help but express his admiration. You truly are a devil, Flander remarked quietly, adding that had it not been for Zhang Ge today, they would undoubtedly have been lying here. And perhaps a few would not have made it. The master shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, nonsense. I have meticulously calculated their stamina. While they might have fainted from exhaustion, there was never any danger to their lives. After escorting everyone back to their respective dormitories, they found several middle-aged women standing outside, presumably the village's matrons. Once everyone was settled, Zhang Ge returned to his own quarters, shedding his clothing and stepping into the bath. Ah, the comfort. Is this what medicinal bathing feels like? Indeed, it is far more pleasant than a hot spring. If only a few young ladies could come to massage my back and legs, it would be a divine existence. And perhaps give you a gua sha treatment, suggested the system. Maybe even realign your bones, Zhang Ge replied. Then I would send you to the ICU, the system retorted. Why bother with that? I would simply book you a spot at the crematorium and hire a small fishing boat to scatter your ashes at sea, Zhang Ge countered. The system responded. I feel our relationship has reached that level of tension yet. Really? You say that now? You're the one who constantly annoys me with your idle chatter and insists on assigning those dreadful tasks, each punishment more devilish than the last. Zhang Ge exclaimed. You are my host, and I am your system. We ought to foster love and support for one another. The system proclaimed with righteous indignation. Not inflict harm with venomous words. You nearly sent me to the ICU. How can I not retaliate? Zhang Ge replied. Enough of this banner. Ahem. Task activated. Enter the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family and obtain the identity of a legitimate heir to the family. Task reward. Increase soul power by 2 levels. Failure penalty. Revoke identity badge and increase the difficulty of Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong's tasks by 5 times. Task deadline. 3 months. I knew you would present this task, Zhang Ge remarked, but I did not expect such a serious penalty this time. The following morning, Zhang Ge awoke invigorated. Upon stepping outside, he found Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong waiting for him at the door. Zhang Ge felt a touch of emotion. After such exhaustion yesterday, he was certain he would awaken today with an insatiable hunger. He had assumed that you would head straight for breakfast this morning, yet to his surprise, you chose to seek him out first. Zhang Ge remarked. No, we have already finished our meal. Ning Rongrong replied. Indeed, we have all dined. And there was nothing left for you, Xiao Wu added. Zhang Ge. Haha, I was just teasing you, let us hurry. I'm truly famished. Xiao Wu stepped forward and grasped his hand. At that moment, Zhu Qing appeared as she usually did, and the group made their way to the dining hall. Upon arriving, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun had already begun their meal. The tantalizing aroma of the food wafted through the air, compelling everyone to abandon all decorum as they rushed in with fervor. After finishing their meal, Dai Mubai remarked, let us quickly wash our dishes and gather. Zhang Ge nodded. And Xiao Wu remarked, washing pots and dishes is not a task suited for you men, let us handle it. How wonderful, exclaimed Ma Hongjun and Oscar, their eyes lighting up, only to be taken aback as they witnessed Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's delicate hands swiftly grasping Zhang Ge's utensils, though Zhu Shiqing remained still. Her gaze upon Zhang Ge's dishes seemed to betray a hint of eagerness. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, ladies, Zhang Ge conceded, turning to exit. The other boys watched as he departed, glancing down at their own neglected dishes. Is the disparity between people truly so vast? Well, they would clean them regardless. So it mattered little. Rising to leave, Xiao Wu's voice echoed from behind, the washing pots and dishes is not for you men. The duty of emptying those large barrels is yours. Don't forget to help us with that. Dai Mubai and the others were momentarily stunned, while Zhang Ge effortlessly soared away with his golden staff. Zhang Ge is indeed the most reliable, Ning Rongrong murmured. Absolutely. Zhang Ge is the most dependable, Xiao Wu echoed. Time passed steadily, and before long, a month of grueling training came to an end. Throughout this month, Zhang Ge had consistently outmatched the Shrek 7. And even when he eased his efforts, he still managed to dominate them. However, he could not let up entirely. Once the weight of the golden staff increased, a single strike could send several away. Nonetheless, there was a positive outcome. Their teamwork had improved significantly, allowing them to endure under Zhang Ge's command for longer periods. In addition, the 8 of them frequently engaged in friendly duels or practiced cooperative tactics together. Zhang Ge cannot perpetually assume the role of the boss, as he is, after all, one of the students. Apart from these 7 individuals, Zhang Ge has made significant progress. The most evident manifestation being his increasingly adept and seamless manipulation of the golden cudgel from a distance, along with his gradually masterful application of various soul techniques, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his combat experience. Combat experience is paramount. In the past, Zhang Ge's fighting style resembled that of a typical street thug, employing a reckless and undisciplined approach. Although the soul techniques he utilized consumed minimal soul power, they often resulted in unnecessary waste. Now, with his elevated combat experience, he has gained a better grasp of the rhythm of battle. On this particular day, the master summoned Zhang Ge to his office. The situation outside the academy has been rather tumultuous lately, the master stated. Yes, I have noticed, Zhang Ge nodded in response. According to Flander's reconnaissance, there are 3 factions that have emerged outside the academy. One is the Spirit Hall, another is the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and the third, as expected, should be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. My identity has reached their ears yet, has it? Zhang Ge inquired. The master nodded. No, however. It is quite natural for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, being one of the upper 3 sects, to take an interest in the emergence of a talent such as yourself. They have remained concealed, merely observing without taking action. It is the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School that has thwarted 2 incursions from the Spirit Hall. The old sword master is quite loyal, Zhang Ge remarked softly. The master continued, we must not delay. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School cannot protect you indefinitely. It is your family that should truly stand to safeguard you. Therefore, prepare yourself today. We shall set forth to True Dragon Mountain early tomorrow morning. Will you not accompany me, older brother? Zhang Ge asked. The master sighed and shook his head. Little Ge, it would be inappropriate to continue using the name Zhang Ge within the family. I have chosen a new name for you. Yu Tiange, which shall serve as your alias within the clan. Zhang Ge nodded. If his name were truly changed, it would be a grave matter, for old Zhang would undoubtedly take drastic measures against him. However, as a mere alias, it posed no issue. Nevertheless, your nephew's generation is indeed named Yutian something. Is it truly acceptable for me to adopt the moniker Yutian Ge? Alas, it seems there is no concept of a next generation in the Douluo Continent. Upon encountering others, he briefly recounted the situation, to which Xiao Wu immediately declared, I want to accompany you. No need. I shall return shortly. With just over a month remaining, he still needed to win over Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. He could not linger indefinitely within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Dai Mubai spoke with gravity. The struggle for rightful status within a clan is often brutal. Xiao Ge, I hope we can go together. Otherwise, returning alone, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Indeed, we can assist you. Ning Rongrong affirmed. We are a team, a unified entity, as you yourself have stated, Zhu Qing added. But the circumstances have changed, Zhang Ge replied. That is one of the 3 great sects. Should I bring you along and something were to go awry, it would be quite unfortunate. Bringing you along would merely be a burden. Zhang Ge hesitated to voice this concern. I possess teleportation and the golden cudgel for flight. If I truly wish to escape, who could restrain me? Tang San interjected with a smile. Indeed, if there were no danger, why would we be concerned? Oscar chimed in. I wish to witness the beauties of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Ma Hongjun said, his face filled with longing. It is precisely because of the peril that we must unite, Dai Mubai asserted solemnly. As one hailing from a prominent family, I am acutely aware of the stakes involved. Just as Zhang Ge was about to speak, the master's voice resonated behind him. Since everyone wishes to go, let us embark on this journey together. Zhang Ge was taken aback. Brother, no, teacher, is this appropriate? The master replied. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is not as ruthless as Mubai described. You will have each other as support. Consider it a training experience. An opportunity to broaden your horizons. Wonderful. The group erupted in laughter. I have already contacted the family scouts outside the academy and informed them of your identities. Tomorrow morning, they will escort you back to True Dragon Mountain. As the master spoke, a shadow of melancholy crossed his face, and he murmured to himself. So many years have passed. I wonder how my father is faring. Let us pack our belongings. Haha. I never expected to have the chance to witness the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Dragon sister. Oh, Dragon sister. Let us return and prepare. We must be in high spirits tomorrow. We cannot bring shame upon Shrek in front of the three great sects. Indeed, observing the vibrant energy of the young people, the master's gloom dissipated, and a rare smile graced his features. Father, I am disappointing. I have brought shame upon you and the family. Little Go. Consider this my way of making amends to the family. He looked up at the sky, speaking softly to himself. The group, filled with excitement, returned to their preparations. The next morning, they rose early, had breakfast, and made their way outside the academy. A luxurious carriage adorned with the emblem of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus had already been waiting. Several soul masters clad in a blend of blue and green attire stood beside the carriage. As the master and Zhang Ge approached, they bowed respectfully. I am Yu Zhang. Paying my respects to the young master. The master waved his hand, saying, I am no longer a member of the family. Please do not address me in that manner. This is the direct descendant of the family, Yu Tiange. Yu Zhang did not insist further and turned to Zhang Ge, saying, please present your identification plate. Zhang Ge presented the nameplate, and Yu Zhang examined it meticulously, nodding in affirmation. The nameplate is flawless. Please, young master, take your seat in the carriage. Zhang Ge's eyes twitched slightly. You are the young master, and your entire family is comprised of young masters. Xiaowu and Oscar, along with others, brightened at this revelation, exclaiming, so he has now ascended to become one of the esteemed young masters of the top three sects. Quite impressive. Upon noticing that Xiao Wu and the others intended to join the vehicle, Yu Zhang's expression shifted subtly, and these individuals are close friends, companions of mine. Zhang Ge replied directly. A warmth spread among the group. They were not merely classmates or acquaintances, but cherished friends, those with whom they shared the deepest bonds. Zhang Ge remains unchanged, his demeanor towards those around him unaffected by any alteration in status. Yu Zhang remarked, young master, I fear this cannot be done. I must insist they accompany us. Yu Zhang shook his head. It truly cannot be done. Zhang Ge squinted his eyes and asked, what? Is my speech ineffective? Yu Zhang met his gaze in silence. Just as the master was about to speak, Zhang Ge leapt from the vehicle, exclaiming, then I shall not go either. You can return and report on your own. This person, who incessantly referred to me as young master, dares to impose a show of authority upon me? Damn it. Have I spoiled you? If I were to submit here and truly join the family, would I not be bullied to death by you all? The crowd was taken aback. As was Yu Zhang. Goodness, this young master is so impulsive that he jumps from the carriage at the slightest disagreement. Such a strong character, so resolute. 052 proceeding as planned in their astonishment, Zhang Ge strode towards the academy without a backward glance. At that moment, the onlookers felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. Since they could not go, Zhang Ge's refusal to go was a true demonstration of solidarity. Yu Zhang hastily called out, young master, please wait. Zhang Ge's footsteps were relentless, prompting Yu Zhang to hastily sprint to his side. Young master, please wait. Allow me to report to the family, if you would. If you truly regard me as a young master, then from this moment forth, you shall heed my commands. Should you not, then be gone at once. Zhang Ge retorted. If you all do not cherish my presence, then I too have no need for you. The onlookers gazed at Zhang Ge, who bore a rather rebellious demeanor, as if they had just met him. Was this truly the same Zhang Ge, typically brimming with positive energy, genteel and courteous? Do you take me for a sickly cat? Zhang Ge exclaimed, flinging the family insignia directly at Yu Zhang's face. Take this insignia and return to inform them that I intend to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Young master, do not be angry. It was my subordinate who misspoke. It was my fault. Please, accept this insignia. Yu Zhang's face turned pale. Ever since learning of a prodigious talent at Shrek Academy, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had, much like the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, set their sights here. Upon discovering that the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had begun to covertly vie for this young genius, the family's upper echelons convened to strategize how to secure him for their lineage. When they learned that this young man possessed the family's direct descendant insignia, The higher-ups were astounded. This was the most legitimate reason to bring Zhang Ge into the family fold. Consequently, Yu Zhang rushed to this location overnight, prepared to offer assistance and escort. Upon encountering Zhang Ge, Yu Zhang initially perceived him as merely a handsome boy, unremarkable otherwise, which led to a degree of disdain. Little did he expect this young master to possess such a fierce and domineering temperament. Indeed, this resolute and assertive nature confirmed his status as a direct descendant. When Zhang Ge declared he would not go and cast aside the insignia, Yu Zhang was nearly paralyzed with fear. If he were to lose such a family genius due to his negligence, his fate would be far worse than death. My young master, it was my error. Please, show mercy, and do not hold it against me, Yu Zhang pleaded, nearly in tears as he clung to Zhang Ge's leg. I ask you now, is there any issue with them accompanying me? None whatsoever. Will you obey me throughout this journey? I shall. If the young master instructs me to go east, I shall not go west. This is your final opportunity, Zhang Ge declared, waving his hand. Now, let us proceed to the carriage. Yu Zhang, his tears transformed into joy, hurriedly dashed to the carriage door, respectfully opening it. Young Master Tianzong, please. He invited, and to you, my young friends, please. Zhang Ge did not cast a sidelong glance as he ascended the carriage, with the others closely trailing behind. As Xiao Wu passed by Yu Zhang, she made a playful face. Yu Zhang thought, these are all the young master's close friends. They are not to be trifled with. After bidding farewell to the master, Yu Zhang mounted his horse, accompanied by a retinue of guards surrounding the carriage. The master turned back, offering a subtle nod, and from the shadows, Flanders soared into the air, silently following the carriage. A beam of sword light followed closely, ascending to the sky. The true peril lay along this journey. The spirit hall would likely not allow Zhang Ge to return to his family without challenge. However, with Flanders and the sword Douluo providing covert protection, the situation should be manageable, provided they reached True Dragon Mountain safely. Inside the carriage, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Wow, Xiao Ge, I had no idea you possessed such a commanding presence." The others turned their gazes toward Zhang Ge, genuinely surprised by his performance that day. Often, your demeanor will determine how others perceive you, Zhang Ge remarked. The group nodded in agreement. Of course, your strength is what truly shapes your demeanor, he continued. The others voiced their strong concurrence. Had Zhang Ge been unremarkable, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would likely have dismissed him rather than respectfully inviting him back into the fold. Thus, it indeed boils down to talent and prowess. If Zhang Ge were to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss for the family. Yu Zhang, your subordinate, is here. Yu Zhang's face promptly appeared at the carriage window. What is your current strength? Reporting to the young master, I am currently at level 71. Aside from myself, there are 12 members in the guard team, 2 of whom are soul emperors above level 60, while the remaining 10 are all soul kings above level 50. You are a soul sage. No wonder you look down on me, Zhang Ge said, raising an eyebrow. Yu Zhang's face turned pale as he bitterly smiled. I dare not. Young master, please spare me. It was my folly. Enough of the excuses. I shall remember this incident. Fear not, I will not report you to the elders. But mark my words, 1 year from now, I shall personally teach you a lesson, so you may understand the consequences of underestimating me. A year from now? Young master, forgive my candor, but you will only be 13 then. You might not even be able to best me. Of course, if you wish to strike me out of frustration, I would not dare retaliate. I am currently at level 46. Even if you are at level 46. That's still. What? You are at level 46? But the family reported that you were only at level 42. How is it possible you have advanced to level 46 in just a few days? Zhang Ge fell silent. Yu Zhang stared at him in astonishment, finally comprehending why the family placed such immense importance on Zhang Ge. When I was 12, I had barely reached level 30. In the entire family, it was rare for anyone to reach level 40 at 12, let alone surpass 35. Zhang Ge, however, has already reached level 46. The comparison between individuals can be disheartening. Nevertheless, the most critical matter now is that, a year from now, this beating seems unavoidable. Yu Zhang, oh Yu Zhang, may you learn the harsh lesson of underestimating others. With urgency, the carriage sped along, entering Tobi City as dusk fell. Zhang Ge appeared momentarily bewildered. This was indeed an entirely new narrative, and he had never heard of Tobi City before. How could he possibly predict the future with such a revelation? Young master, as per your instructions, there exists a family-owned hotel in this city, with a subterranean passage leading outside, Yu Zhang whispered in his ear. Excellent. Let us proceed according to plan, Zhang Ge replied. Certainly, but, upon noticing the change in Zhang Ge's expression, Yu Zhang hastily continued, Young master, I do not dare to defy your orders, but without my escort, I am concerned for your safety. You are merely worried about your inability to report back. Are you not? Yu Zhang fell silent. Rest assured, without your escort, I will be truly safe. Proceed with the plan. At your command, Yu Zhang obediently affirmed. As the clock struck midnight, Zhang Ge and his companions stealthily traversed the subterranean passage of the hotel, emerging quietly outside the city. Report to the host, there are no other presences in the vicinity. Zhang Ge nodded, retrieving the jade tablet from his storage belt to compare it with the map. Summoning the golden cudgel, the group ascended, soaring toward the direction of Jinlong Mountain. Little Gu, that jade tablet belongs to a soul sage. Even if we don't bring anyone else, his presence would significantly enhance our combat strength, Xiao Wu remarked. Foolish child. It is precisely because he possesses the highest level and greatest power that the Spirit Hall will focus their attention on him. The moment he departs from the inn, they will undoubtedly notice, Zhang Ge replied. Upon hearing the term foolish child, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed and her lips pouted. However, Ning Rongrong displayed an expression of envy, while Zhu Zhuqing's gaze revealed something amiss. The Spirit Hall is unlikely to discover our departure in the short term, but it's uncertain for the long run. Zhang Ge stated. Therefore, I will accelerate to maximum speed and will need to concentrate on controlling the golden cudgel. I would appreciate your assistance in keeping an eye on our surroundings. Absolutely, the group responded in unison. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San activated their respective ocular techniques, meticulously monitoring the movements around them. They flew until dawn, and there were no pursuers in sight. The group sighed in relief, yet Zhang Ge furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured with his sword finger, causing the golden cudgel to make an abrupt 90-degree turn. The group was puzzled. Why are we changing direction? The Spirit Hall has certainly realized our departure, Zhang Ge explained. Thus, we cannot fly directly toward Jinlong Mountain. Indeed, it is highly likely that the Spirit Hall will dispatch personnel to intercept us along the essential routes to Jinlong Mountain, Tang San added. The group understood and continued their flight in a wide arc. As evening approached, Tang San was the first to spot a small village ahead. Zhang Ge remarked, originally, if we had maintained our previous pace and traveled straight ahead, we would have reached Jinlong Mountain by this evening. However, now that we've taken a significant detour, I estimate we won't arrive until tomorrow morning. Everyone has gone without sleep for a day and a night. It would be prudent to rest in the nearby village. It's fine. We can manage without resting, Xiao Wu interjected. What if they catch up to us? Ning Rongrong inquired. Rest assured, they will not send pursuers. If they do pursue us, Yu Zhang will sense it and promptly notify his family. It could easily escalate into a conflict between both parties. Besides, I have strayed far from our original path. They are unlikely to follow us in this direction. As the group descended, Ma Hongjun sighed. This journey has certainly been anything but peaceful. Zhang Ge lamented. Were it not for you burdensome lot, I would have requested dozens of sausages from Oscar and teleport to Jinlong Mountain within a mere 12 hours. Upon entering the village, the enticing aroma wafting through the air stirred the group's hunger as it coincided perfectly with dinner time. They casually approached a household and unanimously decided that the charming and lovely girls, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, should knock on the door. However, after several attempts, despite the evident presence of inhabitants, no one responded. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun nearly barged into a random home in their desperation. Finally, upon reaching the 13th house, an elderly voice resonated from the courtyard. Who is it? The gate creaked open, revealing a venerable old woman before them. Good day, dear lady. We are merely travelers, weary and famished from our journey. Might we trouble you for a morsel to eat and a moment to rest? We shall pay for it. The old woman, initially cautious, surveyed the group and, upon realizing they were but a bunch of children, hesitated before nodding. Come in. Thank you, kind lady. Upon entering, they found only a somewhat worn bowl on the table, containing a meager serving of rice porridge. The group remained silent, understanding that in such a remote area, lavish feasts were unlikely. They could always relish Oscar as sausages later. The elderly woman, trembling slightly, picked up some firewood. I only have a little to eat, but I shall prepare more for you. Allow us to assist. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong quickly offered. Zhang Ge rose and commanded, step aside. Xiao Wu was taken aback, suddenly recalling that among their group, Zhang Ge was indeed the finest cook. All right, you shall cook. Zhang Ge is the best chef, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Manager Ma, come and tend to the fire. Zhang Ge instructed. Huh? Ma Hongjun's eyes brimmed with tears. Once it's prepared, you'll be the first to taste it. Certainly. Ma Hongjun immediately sprang into action. Zhang Ge and Ma Hongjun busily attended to their tasks in the kitchen, while Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong engaged in conversation with the elderly lady. Dear madam, do you dine alone? Where are your family members? The old woman sighed, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. My husband passed away early, and my children have fled to escape the chaos. Fled? The group was taken aback. You are unaware, but a formidable soul beast has been wreaking havoc near our village, devastating crops and claiming lives. We cannot afford to hire a soul master for assistance. The young have all escaped, and those of advanced age cannot flee. We are left to await our demise. The group exchanged glances, and Tang San inquired, what manner of soul beast is it? I do not know its name, but it resembles a tiger. Perhaps we could assist. Oscar's words were cut short when Dai Mubai quietly interjected. Xiao Gu is pressed for time. We should not squander it here. We can return to help later. After all, the soul beast's rampage had persisted for some time. There was no urgency to resolve it in the immediate days. Oscar nodded in silence, and the group fell into a contemplative hush. As spirited youths, they all yearned to lend a hand, especially since no one else had offered them shelter, save for this kind-hearted elderly woman. How could they stand idly by in her time of need? Yet, There were indeed more pressing matters at hand. The old lady gazed at them with bewilderment. Can you truly help? Well, Oscar appeared embarrassed. If you could assist us, we implore you to do so. Tears streamed down the old lady's face as she pleaded. Please, I beg of you, please. If not for Xiaowu's quick reflexes. The elderly woman might have fallen to her knees. Zhang Ge's voice resonated from the kitchen. Can you help? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Ge? Zhang Ge, adorned in an apron, peeked from the kitchen and inquired, when and under what circumstances do those soul beasts typically appear? The elderly woman spoke with palpable excitement, her voice trembling slightly. They generally manifest during the twilight hours and at night. Consequently, every household secures their doors tightly come evening. Yet, there are occasions when they burst into courtyards and homes, causing harm. Children, if you can truly assist us, our entire village shall offer you all our valuables. Whatever you desire, we shall gladly provide. Zhang Ge waved his hand, proclaiming, all we desire is peace and tranquility. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Incredible! The brilliance of righteousness. Observing the fervent gazes of those around him, Zhang Ge felt a pang of discomfort. While he wished to resolve matters upon his return, the relentless system had issued a task. To resolve the soul beast incident would elevate his soul power by 1 level, yet failure would result in a week of toothache. 054, Boss Dai, be a bit more audacious. After dinner, Zhang Ge declared, I have a plan. The crowd eagerly inquired, what plan? Boss Dai? I believe you may need to make a sacrifice. Dai Mubai responded, what devilish idea have you concocted this time? Among us? Only your martial spirit is the white tiger, hence. A foreboding sensation surged within Dai Mubai, strong and undeniable. Moments later, at the village's edge, he stood beneath the crooked old tree, bare-chested and embodying his martial spirit, glancing at Zhang Ge with tear-filled eyes. Are you certain this will work? Rest assured it will. You must have faith in your allure alongside the white tiger. Zhang Ge assured him. I believe in nothing. Dai Mubai internally screamed. Standing here bare-chested like a fool at night, can one truly attract that soul beast? Initially, he had vehemently refused, yet Zhang Ge had insisted. Isn't this a splendid opportunity to impress Zhu Qing? To save the weak and punish the soul beasts, making a small sacrifice will surely earn her admiration. As he spoke, Zhang Ge's eyes sparkled with intensity, his tone laced with a devilish allure. Thus, Dai Mubai found himself in this position, stripped of his upper garment, channeling his martial spirit. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of being duped. Don't just stand there like a telephone pole. You need to be more flamboyant. Twist around, let out a roar. Only then can we lure that creature out. I need to be more flamboyant. Dai Mubai shot Zhang Ge a sidelong glance, his expression one of disbelief. Zhang Ge subtly gestured towards Zhu Qing, and Dai Mubai followed his gaze, discovering that Zhu Qing was indeed watching him, summoning his resolve. Dai Mubai felt an exhilarating surge of power within him. Was it merely a matter of being a bit flamboyant, twisting his body, and letting out a few roars? Surely, he could manage that. Thus, he began to sway, his body undulating as he occasionally bellowed. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. If it were the charming and lovely Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Qing performing such a dance, the crowd would undoubtedly be drooling. Yet, witnessing Dai Mubai in this manner, I'm blinded, exclaimed Oscar. It was the first time witnessing the usually composed Dai Mubai in such a light. Previously, it had always been other girls dancing before him, Ma Hongjin remarked. It seems he has learned quite a bit from those girls, Zhang Ge observed. Zhu Qing curled her lips, a flicker of disdain crossing her features, but it quickly morphed into indifference, and ultimately, into mockery. This. Tang San found himself at a loss for words. I'm blinded, Oscar repeated. Initially, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong felt a hint of embarrassment. But soon they were stifling their laughter. Not enough. Be even more flamboyant, Zhang Ge shouted. For Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai, with tears in his eyes, let out a fierce roar that echoed into the night. The villagers were roused from their slumber. What is happening? That roar? Has that beast returned? Quick! Block the doors. Ignite the fires, make them blaze brightly. Hurry. But soon, their fear transformed into confusion. Odd. Why does it seem like there are 2 distinct roars? It sounds different. Could it be 2 soul beasts have arrived? We're doomed. Through Dai Mubai's relentless efforts, the tiger soul beast was finally lured over. He immediately leaped to join the others. The tiger soul beast broke through the night, under the watchful gaze of the great moon, its formidable figure materializing before them. It was the ink tiger soul beast. Tang San whispered, capable of exhaling smoke as dark as ink, and judging by its size, it must be at least 6,000 or 7,000 years old. Everyone, be cautious. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Ge charged forward with his staff. Why exercise caution with such a minor foe? Just act. The ink tiger, seeing Zhang Ge rush towards it, let out a deafening roar, ready to unleash its black mist. But Zhang Ge swiftly executed a great sage's awe. The ink tiger was momentarily stunned, and in the next moment, the golden staff was already upon it. Bang! The staff struck the tiger's forehead, and it instantly saw stars. What followed was a brutal and unrelenting beating. For ferocious, ancient carnivorous soul beasts, the great sages ought typically would compel immediate submission. They required a thorough thrashing before they would acquiesce. However, for this 6 or 7,000-year-old ink tiger. There was a high probability that the all would work directly, yet Zhang Ge preferred to deliver a sound beating first. It was a safer approach. The battle concluded swiftly. The ink tiger knelt, whimpering softly, in a gesture of surrender. Once the golden staff healed its wounds, Zhang Ge leapt onto its back. The task merely required resolving the soul beast incident. It didn't specify that the beast had to be slain, thus taming it sufficed to fulfill the mission. Level 47 achieved. Zhang Ge sighed. What happened to the promised soul skill? He lamented. We've strayed from the topic. Please refrain from official sarcasm. The system remarked. You expect a soul skill reward for such a trivial task? Are you dreaming? The onlookers were no longer astonished by this scene. They had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Riding the ink tiger back to the old lady's home, she opened the door and nearly fainted from shock. Once clarified. Upon learning that Zhang Ge had tamed the soul beast, and that their village was now peaceful and secure, tears streamed down the old lady's face. And she almost knelt before him. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong hurried to support her. Regaining her composure, the elated old lady, undeterred by the late hour, stepped out briskly to share the joyous news with the villagers. Observing her, the group felt a pang of sorrow. For ordinary people, facing soul beasts was an experience of utter helplessness and fragility. Today, they had subdued this particular soul beast, but what if another one appeared in the future? Enough of such thoughts. In the Douluo Continent, such occurrences were far too frequent for them to manage. After a tranquil night's rest, the following morning, the group awoke with renewed vigor, only to find the dining table laden with a sumptuous breakfast. While this feast might not be extraordinary in Soto City, it was indeed a lavish spread for this impoverished village. The old lady entered with a beaming smile, announcing, "This is all prepared by the villagers for you. We've also arranged some dried eggs and provisions for your journey. Old Zhang's family, behind the village, slaughtered their only cow, and we've cooked plenty of beef for you to take along." As she spoke, numerous villagers entered carrying large bundles, leaving the group momentarily speechless. "We may not have much money, but we will offer our finest goods. You have tamed that soul beast. It will no longer bring us harm." "Thank you." The children insisted. "Please accept these gifts." The group repeatedly declined, yet the enthusiastic villagers insisted they take everything. "We will accept it," Zhang Ge finally said. The group was taken aback. Seeing them accept, the villagers departed with satisfaction. "Xiao Ge, why?" The group was puzzled as they looked at the offerings, questioning the rationale behind their acceptance. Zhang Ge stowed these items into his storage belt, then produced several pouches filled with golden soul coins, placing them upon the table. "Having had our fill, we shall proceed," he declared. The sight of the money left by Zhang Ge brought smiles to the faces of the onlookers. The formidable third soul ring's soul skill was at hand. Since they needed to carry the ink tiger along, Zhang Ge enlarged the golden cudgel slightly. With the increase in size, some of its weight had to be unsealed, making it a tad more challenging to control and somewhat slower in speed. Consequently, as noon approached, they finally caught sight of Jinlong Mountain from a distance. The saying "the mountain is near, but the journey is long" held true. Despite the towering peak ahead, it would still take at least half an hour to reach it. This leg of their journey was nearing its conclusion, however, akin to the darkest hour before dawn. The final stretch towards Jinlong Mountain might prove to be the most perilous. Everyone remained on high alert, their senses heightened, as even the slightest rustle of the wind or movement in the grass would cause Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes to gleam with intensity. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhang Ge suddenly halted. The others gazed at him in confusion, wondering why he had come to an abrupt stop. Zhang Ge chuckled softly, pondering whether he had underestimated his own worth or the determination of the spirit hall. Despite his utmost caution along the way, he found himself ensnared within their encirclement. As soon as his words fell, a flurry of movement ensued. 2 figures ascended into the air, while a dozen more emerged from the ground. This was indeed the first time the spirit hall had orchestrated such a grand display for a mere youth. A voice, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, resounded from the flamboyant man directly ahead. "This individual must be Douluo," Zhang Ge mused internally. "Indeed, host. Our members of the spirit hall have secured every route leading to the true Dragon Mountain. It is rare to see such a spectacle, even during previous pursuits of fugitives. Shall we descend?" Douluo remarked with a smile, "For you are merely living targets up there." With that, 9 soul rings erupted from Douluo's body, a terrifying aura sweeping across the scene. Title Douluo. The crowd was momentarily stunned. The arrival of a title Douluo indicated that the spirit hall was resolutely intent on capturing Zhang Ge. Xiao Wu instinctively sought refuge behind Ning Rongrong. However, Douluo's focus was solely on Zhang Ge, completely oblivious to the others present. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment before gently descending. The martial soul of Douluo. The enigmatic chrysanthemum bore a resemblance to Tang San's hidden weapons. Remaining atop the golden cudgel would merely constrict their evasive maneuvers, rendering their situation even more precarious. Zhang Ge was not foolish enough to unleash the golden cudgel at full speed. Challenging the speed of the title Douluo would be tantamount to courting death. "Humph. He possesses a commendable self-awareness. I find myself somewhat fond of you," remarked Douluo with a chuckle. "Pray tell, what brings you here?" Zhang Ge inquired. "His Holiness the Pope has requested that I invite you to Wuhuan City," Douluo replied. "And if I refuse to join the Wuhuan Hall, Is it death that awaits me? Zhang Ge retorted. Douluo merely smiled, remaining silent. I have never claimed that I would not join the Wuhuan Hall, Zhang Ge asserted. The crowd fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances. Here we go again. Zhang Ge was about to commence his verbal onslaught once more. Zhang Ge has always adhered to a straightforward approach. He never engages in needless chatter when victory is attainable, but resorts to verbal sparring when faced with insurmountable odds. Douluo paused momentarily, then beamed with a radiant smile, acknowledging Zhang Ge's keen self-awareness. However, he continued, it is not easy for me to return home. I must be allowed to make a brief visit before accompanying you to the Spirit Hall, correct? Douluo shook his head, asserting. Once you are integrated into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, extricating yourself will prove to be quite a challenge. Zhang Ge countered. What difficulty could that entail? I must return to the academy. Douluo firmly stated. No, you must come with me now. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment and then proposed. How about we place a wager? The crowd's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The betting enthusiast was back in action. What shall we wager? He continued. I am currently at level 47, and challenging a titled Douluo such as yourself is beyond my reach. But I am willing to challenge one of the soul Douluos among you. You may select any soul Douluo of your choice. Should I lose, I will willingly return with you and swear an oath of eternal loyalty to the Spirit Hall. And if you lose, then you shall let us go. Of course. Even if I lose, you must allow my companions to leave unharmed. The chrysanthemum Douluo scoffed. Why should I gamble with you? I could simply take you away without a second thought. If you wish to return with a corpse, that is of no concern to me. A head severed will still be a fine warrior 20 years hence. The chrysanthemum Douluo squinted thoughtfully. The distance to the true Dragon Mountain was not far, and direct confrontation with these youngsters would create too much commotion, likely attracting the attention of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Moreover, if Zhang Ge were to perish, not only would he fail his mission, but he would also incur the wrath of the Tyrant Dragon clan. However, if he accepted the wager, their duel would be discreet and manageable, avoiding unwanted scrutiny. After all, being merely level 47, defeating a soul Douluo, who are typically above level 80, should not pose a significant challenge. This would also provide an opportunity to ascertain whether he was merely a figure of empty reputation. And what if you back out? The chrysanthemum Douluo inquired. Between desperately resisting and willingly accepting the outcome, I would choose the latter. Even if I risk my life, I refuse to endanger my friends. Conversely, I am concerned about what would happen if you were to renege on the deal. I, Yuguan, am a man of my word. And I have no intention of deceiving you youngsters. He retorted. Do you truly believe you can best a soul Douluo? Li Jin stepped forward. From behind the chrysanthemum Douluo, a figure clad in black strode forth with confidence. Allow me to introduce Li Jin, an 87-level soul Douluo, with the martial spirit of the Flame Centaur, towering over you by a full 40 levels. Do you think you stand a chance? The crowd looked at Zhang Ge with concern. While he had the ability to challenge those above his level, this time it was a staggering 40 levels higher. A full 40 levels. Was he truly prepared for this challenge? Zhang Ge maintained a serene expression. If you are certain, then let us commence. Douluo chuckled behind his hand. Hee hee. What an arrogant little fellow. Li Jin, teach him a lesson, but do ensure you do not kill him. As you command. Li Jin responded in a deep voice. The crowd retreated to clear the arena, and the two stood facing each other. Zhang Ge declared, I offer you a chance to concede, otherwise, death awaits you. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, while Li Jin appeared to have heard the most ludicrous jest. What did you say? I needn't even unleash my martial soul to utterly defeat you. Concede? You would do well to concede instead. I fear that even a slight exertion on my part could result in your demise. At the age of 47, Zhang Ge's prowess is indeed formidable. In the future, Li Jin may find himself in a position of reverence towards him. Yet, at this moment, he is merely a child, 40 levels beneath Li Jin. You squander your opportunities. Zhang Ge slowly raised his right hand, aiming it at Li Jin, invoking the blood ritual. This enigmatic third spirit ring was accompanied by a soul skill of unparalleled ferocity. Due to the severe repercussions it imposed upon himself, he had refrained from utilizing it until now. However, today, in pursuit of a swift resolution and to instill fear in his opponent, he unleashed it. A crimson streak shot forth from his palm, transcending the speed of light. Striking Li Jin before anyone could react, Zhang Ge lowered his hand, his complexion ashen, a mouthful of vital blood surged to his throat, which he forcefully swallowed. Li Jin's movements froze as Zhang Ge whispered, It is over. A piercing scream erupted from Li Jin, and in an instant, his garments shattered. Countless streams of blood erupted from every pore of his body, and his facial features began to bleed profusely. Within mere seconds, all his blood was expelled, coalescing in midair into a figure identical to Li Jin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this sanguine entity transformed its right hand into a razor-sharp blade, and a flash of blood surged forth from Li Jin's throat. His screams ceased abruptly, and in the next moment, his head slowly slipped from the neatly severed neck. Devoid of any blood spillage, for all his blood had transformed into the blood figure before him. After this gruesome spectacle, with a cacophony, the blood figure collapsed, reverting to mere blood, splattering across the ground. Thud! Li Jin's headless corpse fell to the earth. Silence enveloped the scene. Every onlooker wore expressions of sheer terror. Even Douluo was no exception. 056J Dragon Lake, Dragon Head Ship Blood Ritual, 3rd Soul Ring Soul Skill. Upon striking the opponent, it extracts all blood from their body in an exceedingly brief span, forming a blood figure that mirrors the opponent. Subsequently, the blood figure delivers a final strike, ending the opponent's suffering and life due to complete blood loss and resultant paralysis. This soul skill necessitates the use of one's own vital blood as a catalyst. The greater the opponent's soul power level exceeds one's own, the more vital blood is consumed, with the current limit being at the soul Douluo level. If employed against a title Douluo, there exists a perilous possibility of depleting all vital blood instantaneously, resulting in immediate demise. Upon surpassing level 50, this soul skill's limit will also elevate to title Douluo level. If the attack fails to hit the opponent, no vital blood will be consumed. This soul ring skill is derived from the rare and malevolent soul beast, the Night Bloodwings, aged 56,000 years. How could this be? Douluo and the members of the spirit hall behind him stared blankly at Li Jin's corpse on the ground, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Li Jin had been a staggering 40 levels higher than Zhang Ge. 40 levels. They had presumed Li Jin would effortlessly dispatch Zhang Ge, yet he found himself eliminated instead. Not only that, but in such a gruesome manner. Why you? How did you achieve this? Zhang Ge's complexion was ashen, yet his expression remained remarkably relaxed. It's merely a soul skill, he remarked. To be honest, esteemed Douluo, had it not been for my desire to avoid a complete rupture with the spirit hall, I would have challenged you today. Did you know that? Douluo's demeanor tightened, and he shuddered slightly. So, I should be grateful that you chose not to challenge me? He retorted, incredulity evident in his voice. It appears I owe you my thanks. The prospect of dying was already daunting enough. To perish at the hands of such a junior would be even more humiliating. Thus, since I have won this wager, may we take our leave? Zhang Ge inquired. Douluo clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently upon Zhang Ge. He had agreed to this bet under the impression that Zhang Ge could not possibly defeat a soul Douluo, yet the outcome had taken him by surprise. Observing Douluo's expression, Zhang Ge feigned fear. Surely, the illustrious Douluo would not renege before us mere juniors? Is it conceivable that a figure of your stature would engage in such disgraceful conduct before the Pope and the Spirit Hall? Or perhaps you wish to test my soul skill. To be candid, this soul skill did inflict some damage upon me. Otherwise, my pallor would not be so pronounced. However, I could manage to unleash it a couple more times without issue. Very well, young man, I shall remember you. The Spirit Hall will remember you. Your prowess is truly impressive. I assure you, I shall not allow you such leniency next time. Now, we take our leave. As they departed with Li Jin's lifeless body, the tension among the onlookers finally eased. Sighing in relief, they turned to Zhang Ge. Just as Xiaowu was about to speak, Zhang Ge's expression abruptly shifted, and he rushed aside to retch violently. The group was startled and hurried to his side. Are you all right, Xiaogu? Please, don't frighten me, Xiaowu exclaimed. Her face paling, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing crouched beside Zhang Ge, their expressions filled with concern and fear. Oscar, quickly, the sausage, Tang San and Dai Mubai shouted. Here it is. I had it ready, Oscar replied, flustered. It's nothing, Zhang Ge waved dismissively. This is the first time I've taken a life. The first time I've encountered a corpse, and such a gruesome one at that. I'm just a bit unaccustomed. You all go ahead. Ugh. Zhang Ge was experiencing the harrowing reality of taking a life for the first time, confronted by the gruesome sight of a lifeless body. The overwhelming stench of blood lingered in the air, a visceral reminder of the violence that had transpired. As a youth who had always lived in an era of peace, coupled with the ritualistic draining of his essence, it was only natural for him to exhibit such a physiological reaction. After retching for what felt like an eternity, Zhang Ge finally began to feel a semblance of comfort. You are remarkably fragile, the system remarked. If I were residing across the ocean, I would never exhibit such weakness. Zhang Ge retorted. Sharp observation. The system acknowledged. Having consumed Oscar's sausage, both his body and stomach began to regain some vitality, and the pallor of his complexion had notably improved. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs and declared, I am fine now. Let us proceed. Shouldn't we rest a bit longer? Xiaowu suggested, her concern evident. Indeed, they are unlikely to return, Ning Rongrong added. Zhang Ge shook his head, urging. Let us not forget that this is the Spirit Hall. We must depart swiftly. After soaring through the air for several minutes, they encountered another group ahead. A sense of apprehension gripped their hearts. However, upon noticing the blue and white robes adorned with the emblem of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family emblazoned on their chests, their worries dissipated. It was indeed the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Finally, they had arrived. Where had they been all this time? The leader, a middle-aged man, inquired, May I ask if you are from Shrek Academy? Zhang Ge, weary of idle chatter, stepped forward and declared, I am Yu Tianga. And these are my dearest friends. A middle-aged man extended his hand, and Zhang Ge tossed over the nameplate. The man examined it briefly, then chuckled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Zhenrong, and I extend a warm welcome to the young master upon your return. Welcome, my foot. I was nearly taken away by the spirit hall right at my doorstep. Where were you all this time? Yu Zhenrong's expression shifted abruptly. Indeed. You two encountered members of the spirit hall? Young master, you are perhaps unaware that our family had already dispatched individuals to escort you. However, they were all thwarted by the spirit hall's forces. The family head was even ensnared by two titled Douluos. Ultimately, it was only through a display of resolute strength, threatening to declare war against the spirit hall, that we managed to drive them back, allowing us to venture forth in search of you, young master. As Zhang Ge listened, he chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. Let us return to the family, he said. Yu Zhenrong glanced at Tang San and the others. Young master, if you utter another word, I shall seek refuge with the spirit hall this very moment. Zhang Ge interjected with a glare. Yu Zhenrong promptly recoiled. Please, esteemed guests, follow me. Indeed, as Yu Zhang had mentioned, this young master's temperament was formidable. At long last, they felt secure. The group swiftly arrived at the foot of True Dragon Mountain at Yulong Lake. Gazing up at the towering peaks that pierced the clouds, Zhang Ge slowly clenched his fists. This shall be the starting point of my dominion over the continent. The first step is to obtain the identity of the heir to the family head. At the lakeside, a dragon-headed boat awaited them, adorned with 3 lanterns, though at that moment, none were lit. Yu Zhenrong inquired, Young master, I have heard that your martial soul is not the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Is that correct? Indeed, I have inherited another martial soul, Zhang Ge replied. Yu Zhenrong nodded. Please wait a moment. He unleashed his martial soul, transforming into a half-human, half-dragon figure, aiming at several small boats. He opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of blue energy, igniting the lanterns at the bow with azure flames. Goodness, is this a gas stove? Zhang Ge mused. Within Yulong Lake, the family kept tamed spirit beasts. Any attempt to traverse the lake in other vessels or by flying would provoke an attack from these spirit beasts. Only the family's dragon-patterned boat could safely cross. Only the family's blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul can ignite the lanterns, allowing the boat to move, correct? Zhang Ge inquired. The young master is astute, Yu Zhenrong praised. Please, board the vessel. This will complicate my comings and goings, Zhang Ge remarked. Rest assured, young master. Yu Zhenrong replied with a smile. Once the family head confirms your identity and you complete the ancestral recognition ceremony, a personal attendant will be assigned to you. With your exceptional talents, it would be unwise for you to be hindered by such trivial matters. Wouldn't you agree? That remains to be seen, Zhang Ge replied. As everyone boarded, the dragon-patterned vessel glided smoothly over the lake, gaining speed and resembling a magnificent dragon as it swam across the water. Within the family, the designated heir was originally young Master Yu Tianheng, a paragon among the younger generation. Besides him, there was also young Master Yu Tianxin, who was equally remarkable. As for the other descendants, it would be best not to mention them. Only these 2 young masters were worthy of mention in front of young Master Tian Ge, as Yu Zhenrong took on the role of narrator. Now that you have returned, should the family confirm your identity and you complete the ancestral recognition ceremony, according to tradition, you would surpass young Master Tianheng in merit, necessitating a contest to determine whether he still holds the qualifications to inherit. So, I merely need to compete with Yu Tianheng? That should suffice. The other descendants do not possess the qualifications to compete, and young Master Tianxin has never shown much interest in this matter. Remarkably simple. At this time, Yu Tianheng was likely around level 38 or 39. Dealing with him shouldn't pose much difficulty. Yu Zhenrong was quite talkative, sharing amusing tales and family traditions during their journey. But he remained tight-lipped about the family's internal structure and coarse secrets, demonstrating commendable discretion. With his narration, the boat ride was rather enjoyable. Upon reaching the opposite shore and disembarking, they were greeted by a grand stone tablet and a magnificent ancient archway, emblazoned with the words Dragon, Might under Heaven. The stone tablet bore the family crest of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, beneath which were inscribed the names of past family heads and those who had made significant contributions to the family. Yu Zhenrong explained. These names commemorate the family heads throughout history and those who have greatly contributed to the family. This tradition has been passed down through generations. Any family head or significant contributor should be eternally remembered by their descendants. As he spoke, Yu Zhenrong and the others placed their right hands over their hearts and bowed to the stone tablet. Zhang Ge smirked and followed suit, while Tang San and the others also paid their respects and deference to Zhang Ge. Proceeding past the stone tablet and archway, they encountered a long staircase leading up the mountain. This is the dragon ascending staircase, the first trial you must face upon returning to the family, Yu Zhenrong stated. Is there any significance to it? Zhang Ge inquired. The experiences of family members and outsiders on the staircase differ. Should a family member ascend, blue lightning will illuminate above their heads, while an outsider will elicit no response whatsoever. Zhang Ge felt a wave of unease wash over him. Damn. Has it come so swiftly? At that moment, Yu Zhenrong interjected, ascending the staircase is a waste of precious time. Allow me to escort the young master directly to the top. Gazing at Yu Zhenrong's countenance, Zhang Ge recalled the words of his mentor. Whether or not you belong to a prominent family is inconsequential. What truly matters is that you possess an identity emblem. Your innate strength and talent are paramount, and in the absence of other kin, the family will cultivate your sense of belonging and recognition. From Yu Zhenrong's demeanor, it was evident that the Blue Electric family indeed held this perspective. At this juncture, the system provided a notification. Host, the identity emblem will disguise your bloodline identity. There is no need for concern. Zhang Ge smiled calmly, gazing at Yu Zhenrong. What, are you testing me? Yu Zhenrong was slightly taken aback. I wouldn't dare, it's just... Zhang Ge interrupted him, saying, no need for pleasantries. Let me demonstrate that I am not merely a fraud here for idle indulgence. Yu Zhenrong, feeling a pang of annoyance, thought to himself, I never claimed you were just a freeloader. With your exceptional talent and prowess, no matter which faction you join, no one would dare to label you as such. Nevertheless, it may be beneficial for you to prove yourself. Zhang Ge ascended the dragon ladder, and a beam of azure light rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body before converging atop his head, transforming into a shimmering orb of blue electricity. Yu Zhenrong let out a sigh of relief, a broad smile gracing his face. Indeed, this young man was of the Blue Lightning family. The dragon ladder had acknowledged his lineage. Tang San and the others displayed expressions of contentment. The dragon ladder had recognized Zhang Ge, without a doubt. Yet, a flicker of disappointment crossed Ning Rongrong's gaze. What are you dawdling for? Come on. Zhang Ge called back to Tang San and the others. They stepped onto the ladder. And indeed, the blue light flickered beneath their feet before vanishing, leaving the staircase unresponsive. As all were skilled soul masters, they swiftly reached the summit. At the top of the ladder, a group awaited them, led by a stern-looking man clad in a blue and white robe, none other than Yu Yuanjin, the current head of the Blue Lightning family. Upon seeing this man, who appeared younger than Yu Xiaogang, Zhang Ge was filled with confusion. Is this fellow truly over 80 years old? Could he really be Yu Xiaojiang's father? I would believe it if you said Yu Xiaogang was his son. As the blue electricity gradually dissipated from Zhang Ge's head, most of the onlookers exhaled in relief. It was not that they doubted the strength of the exiled Kin's descendants, but rather, they were concerned that Zhang Ge might lack a sense of identity and belonging to the family. Now, with the dragon ladder affirming his bloodline, his identity was validated. He was indeed one of them, and no one could speak ill of him. Yu Tiange pays respects to the family head and all esteemed elders and fellow disciples. Zhang Ge said, clasping his fists. Yu Yuanjin scrutinized him from head to toe and nodded in satisfaction. Good. It's wonderful to have you back. He then approached Zhang Ge, placing a hand on his shoulder. Child, you have endured much in your years away. Should I follow the formalities or simply cry? Zhang Ge pondered for a moment, deciding against the pretense. Everyone seemed quite busy. It hasn't been too hard. Being a dragon soaring through the clouds and traversing the seas is quite delightful, he replied. Excellent. Yu Yuanjin laughed heartily. Well said. Come, child. Let us return to our roots and reclaim our heritage. Zhang Ge was taken aback, exclaiming, don't you first check the nameplate to confirm your identity? Hasn't the dragon ladder already verified who you are? There's no need to look at the nameplate. Yu Yuanjin laughed heartily, patting Zhang Ge on the shoulder. Follow me. Just as Tang San and the others were about to follow, Yu Zhenrong suddenly approached, saying, esteemed guests, the ancestral hall is a sacred place, and the ceremony of ancestral recognition is both solemn and significant. Family traditions dictate that no outsiders may enter or observe. We kindly ask for your understanding. The family has prepared accommodations. Please follow me. Zhang Ge halted his steps, and Tang San and the others turned their gaze towards him. He nodded, prompting the group to chuckle. Very well, then we shall trouble Mr. Yu to lead the way. Having arrived at this place, it seemed evident from Yu Yuanjin's demeanor that he harbored no ill intentions towards Zhang Ge. After a long journey, a moment of respite was indeed welcome. As they proceeded towards the ancestral hall, Zhang Ge keenly noticed a young woman stealthily approaching him, maintaining a position half a step behind him at all times. Zhang Ge turned his head and noticed that the young woman dared not meet his gaze, quickly lowering her head, seemingly blushing slightly. From Zhang Ge's perspective, this young lady had long, silky hair, fair and tender skin, red lips and white teeth, delicate eyebrows and charming eyes, a pert little nose, and was, in fact, quite beautiful. Her figure was also commendable, slightly less so than Zhu Zhuqing's, and judging by her appearance, she appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. However, these details were not the crux of the matter. The essential question was, why do you persist in following me? Are you seeking an opportunity to plot against me? He raised his gaze to the people around him, who all bore serious expressions, avoiding eye contact, remaining silent. Although he felt the urge to inquire several times, he ultimately refrained from doing so. They proceeded to the ancestral hall on the back mountain, where they encountered an elderly man dressed in servant attire, attentively sweeping the floor. Upon hearing their approach, the old man looked up at Yu Yuanjin and the others. Yu Yuanjin spoke. Xiao Shi, thank you for your hard work. The man addressed as Xiao Shi bowed respectfully to Yu Yuanjin, quietly stepping aside while still holding his broom. Yu Yuanjin entered the ancestral hall, with the others waiting outside. He picked up several incense sticks, bowed in reverence to the ancestral tablets, and proclaimed loudly, "May our ancestors bless us." The descendant Yu Tiange returns to the sect today to acknowledge his roots. The crowd turned their attention to Zhang Ge, who wore a solemn expression. A sense of survival instinct urged him to maintain composure, for any hint of frivolity could potentially result in dire consequences. The expressions of those around him began to shift towards something increasingly peculiar. Zhang Ge felt a slight perspiration forming on his forehead. Why are you all staring at me? It is one thing to look at me, but why the peculiar expressions? At that moment, the beautiful girl who had been following him closely leaned in and whispered softly in his ear, "Stop dawdling, hurry up." Zhang Ge finally realized that he was being called. Why had no one informed him that he needed to go in? Was it really necessary to give him prior notice? The system could no longer contain itself. Even Yu Yuanjin had shouted his name, proclaiming his return to his roots, while he stood there like a mere telegraph pole. Had all those novels he read been for naught? Oh, my apologies, I forgot that he only read scripts. Frankly, had it not been for the multitude of onlookers, Zhang Ge would have certainly rolled his eyes in exasperation. Zhang Ge walked into the ancestral hall with an upright posture and a solemn expression, his gaze unwavering. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yu Yuanjin extended the incense in his hand to Zhang Ge and nodded in his direction. Zhang Ge emulated his demeanor and bowed before the ancestral tablet of the Blue Electric family. I, Yu Tiange, today acknowledge my ancestors and return to my roots. Esteemed ancestors. Head of the family, what should I say next? Yu Yuanjin sighed, never mind. This young lad has grown up outside and has been briefed on the customs beforehand. The ancestors will surely forgive him. Now, repeat after me, he whispered. Zhang Ge echoed, now, repeat after me. Yu Yuanjin raised an eyebrow in confusion, as did the others present. Good heavens, you're starting to learn from that phrase? The expressions of those outside had turned peculiar, and the young woman trailing behind Zhang Ge even lowered her head, delicately scratching her forehead, seemingly stifling a laugh. Yu Yuanjin cleared his throat, prompting Zhang Ge to do the same. I, Yu Tiange, a member of the 19th generation of the Blue Electric family. Today acknowledge my ancestors and return to my roots. May the spirits of our forebears be aware. As Yu Yuanjin began to recite, Zhang Ge followed him closely, learning each word with diligence. Finally, after completing the recitation, Yu Yuanjin instructed Zhang Ge to kneel, performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows to demonstrate his reverence for their ancestors. Zhang Ge harbored a deep-seated reluctance. He would kneel only to heaven, the earth, and his parents. As for you, never mind, let us consider this mere performance. And the reward for this act shall be the privilege of becoming the future head of the family. After the generalized kneeling, Yu Yuanjin pointed to a spirit tablet and remarked, if my memory serves me right, your father should be my clan's younger brother, Yu Yuanming. In his time, his martial soul underwent a transformation, becoming even more formidable than Xiaogang. Alas, Yuanming is a direct descendant of the lineage of Ancestor Ling Hao. You ought to pay your respects to Ancestor Ling Hao with utmost sincerity. Zhang Ge was momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, it seemed that his father in the Douluo Continent was named Zhang Mingyuan. Now it appeared that Zhang Mingyuan was merely a pseudonym for Yu Yuanming. If that is the case, then I truly am a member of the Blue Electric family. So, during the ascending dragon ladder, it wasn't the nameplate that concealed my lineage. Nevertheless, dwelling on this now seems futile. I shall regard this as the ancestor of my benefactor. Zhang Ge knelt down earnestly, bowing respectfully several times. At last, it was over. Upon leaving the ancestral hall, Yu Yuanjin inquired, Tian Ge, what exactly happened to your father all those years ago? I was too young to remember. But I have heard from the villagers that it seemed to be related to the soul beasts. Yu Yuanjin nodded. Now that you have returned, your family shall no longer let you suffer. He then gestured toward the young girl who had been following Zhang Ge, introducing her. This is Yu Qianqian, the daughter of Yu Zhenrou. By lineage, you should refer to her as your niece. Since your martial spirit is not the blue lightning tyrant dragon, from this day forth, Qianqian will be appointed as your personal attendant. When you leave the family, she will accompany you closely. Otherwise, upon your return, you may find it difficult to pass through Yulong Lake. Yu Qianqian stepped forward, bowed to Zhang Ge, and shyly said, Qianqian pays her respects to the young master. Zhang Ge, why have you assigned a woman to be my personal guard? Is it merely because I'm only 12 years old this year? Goodness. Do you hold the magic youth in such low regard? Moreover, she is the daughter of Yu Zhenrou. It is no wonder that when he mentioned arranging a personal guard for me, an odd and ambiguous expression crossed his face. Wait a moment, head of the family. Zhang Ge interjected. Yu Yuanjin chuckled. From now on, just call me uncle. No need to address me as head of the family. Very well, uncle. Considering that I am indeed a male, shouldn't the family take that into account when arranging for my personal guard and assign a male attendant instead? System. Goodness. I can't believe this. You would forego such a stunningly beautiful woman for a male attendant? Zhang Ge has his own considerations. To have such a beautiful female guard by his side every day, what would happen if Xiao Wu and the others saw? Would I be able to fulfill my duties? The difficulty of the task is already considerable, navigating between Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu without allowing them to perceive me as a heartbreaker is challenging enough. Must they also increase the complexity of my responsibilities? Is it necessary for me to be diminished by 10 centimeters? I am prepared to confront 10 adversaries. Upon hearing Zhang Ji's words, Yu Qianqian's complexion instantly paled, and her hands began to tremble. She felt disliked and rejected. But what had elicited such disdain? Was it my earlier reminder that caused him to feel this way? A profound sense of guilt and remorse surged within her. It was entirely my fault for immersing myself in training, oblivious to the world outside, rendering me naive and unable to read the room or endear myself to others. To be met with disdain upon my arrival today was truly disheartening. The more Yu Qianqian pondered, the more sorrowful she became, her head lowering further, fist clenched tightly. Her nose tinged with a bitter ache, and her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Zhang Ge noticed her unusual behavior, momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Yu Yuanjin also paused for a moment before chuckling. Ah, my dear child, you're quite perceptive for your age. Do you think there is a distinction between men and women? Not exactly, Zhang Ge replied. I wish for my personal attendant to assist me not only in crossing the lake, but also to serve as a training partner. My niece is so fair and lovely that I fear I might inadvertently harm her. It would be better to have a male companion, if he were to get injured. It wouldn't weigh so heavily on my conscience. The others exchanged glances, taken aback. You certainly have a propensity for violence. Yu Qianqian was momentarily stunned. Looking up at Zhang Ge, was the young master truly concerned for her? Afraid of causing her harm? He even complimented her beauty? Well, perhaps it wasn't so disheartening after all. Yu Yuanjin chuckled. Rest assured, your niece, though 5 years your senior, possesses a formidable level of 35. She is not so easily broken. I would like to assign a male attendant for you, but those of a similar age possess insufficient strength. They wouldn't be a match for you. It wouldn't do to assign another young master to serve you, and having an older attendant might create a communication gap. Zhang Ge exclaimed, level 35 is insufficient. I am already at level 47. The crowd was taken aback. 47. The intel indicated it was only 42. Goodness. Has it really surged by 5 levels? How can the level escalate so rapidly? Is the mutated martial soul truly that formidable? Yet, why did Yu Xiaojiang's mutated martial soul stagnate at 29? Yu Qianqian was stunned. She never anticipated that this young master, 5 years her junior, would possess a soul power level 12 level superior to hers. Is he even human? What a remarkable fellow. Yu Yuanjin laughed heartily, clapping Zhang Ge on the shoulder. At this rate, I might have to serve as your attendant. Well then, let us settle this for now. You two should spend some time together first. If it doesn't work out, we can always adjust later. For now, let Qianqian take you to your residence to change into your family attire. And then join us in the main hall. With the matter stated so plainly, Zhang Ge had no choice but to acquiesce, as raising further objections would be disrespectful to Yu Yuanjin. Yu Qianqian led the way, with Zhang Ge following closely behind. To be honest, this young lady was truly beautiful. In terms of appearance, she was not inferior to Xiao Wu and the others. Moreover, at 17, she had matured, lacking the childishness of Xiao Wu and her companions, exuding a certain allure of maturity. However, the pressing question remained, was it too tedious that she hadn't uttered a single word during this entire time? Hello? Is the person leading the way a mere block of wood? Ahem, Qianqian. Yu Qianqian seemed startled, quickly stepping beside Zhang Ge, lowering her head to inquire, young master, have I done something wrong? Zhang Ge was taken aback as well. Goodness, could you refrain from suddenly appearing beside me? Are you attempting to frighten me? He continued. I wish to inquire, do I appear intimidating to you? It seems as though you harbor a fear of me, and you hesitate to engage in conversation. I am not adept at speaking. Ah, I see, Zhang Ge remarked. You are mute, and your silence is merely a facade. Yu Qianqian responded with a look of confusion. Zhang Ge discerned that Yu Qianqian might be afflicted with severe social anxiety. This posed no challenge for him, as he was well equipped to handle such situations. The initial step was to inquire, Qianqian, what do you typically engage in? Eating, sleeping, cultivating. She replied, very well, when you find some leisure, let us spar a little. System, I had anticipated that the host would suggest. Let us take a nap together when you have some free time. Zhang Ge, what happened to the light of the righteous path? Very well, young master. But young master, I am certain I cannot defeat you. Why do you cultivate? To grow stronger. Yu Qianqian lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Ge's, and in that moment, her eyes reflected a sudden absence of fear, replaced by unwavering conviction. Yet, she soon lowered her head, fear creeping back in. Will you truly become stronger by only battling those weaker than yourself? Zhang Ge retorted. Yu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. What of my strength compared to yours? Even before engaging, you believe you cannot overcome me. With such a mindset, even if you were to cultivate to the rank of title Douluo, you would remain a psychological weakling. After a brief silence, Zhang Ge placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Do not think I speak idly. I have just defeated a soul Douluo who surpassed me by 40 levels. Yu Qianqian trembled. He defeated a soul Douluo who was 40 levels above him. She abruptly turned, gazing at Zhang Ge's already departing figure, and in that instant, his silhouette appeared remarkably imposing. In the next moment, the towering figure halted, and Zhang Ge turned to her. Lead the way. I am unfamiliar with my residence. Upon arriving at their lodging and changing attire, Yu Qianqian guided him toward the grand hall. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, Yu Yuanjin commanded, Zhenrong, ensure that you communicate well with Qianqian. It is imperative to establish a strong relationship with Tinga at any cost. Yu Zhenrong nodded. I have already instructed her, rest assured. Head of the family, Zhang Ge, after all, did not grow up within the clan. As the master stated, what Yu Yuanjin must now cultivate is Zhang Ge's sense of belonging and identity towards the family. Although he is reluctant to employ a woman to foster such sentiments in Zhang Ge, given the current circumstances, it appears to be the most straightforward and crude method. This is why he insists on having Yu Qianqian serve as Zhang Ge's personal attendant. Master, what plans shall we devise for the future? Since Tiangu has already drawn the attention of the spirit hall, perhaps it would be best for him to remain within the family? Inquired an elder. We cannot retain him, Yu Yuanjin replied, shaking his head. Did you not hear him say? He aspires to be a dragon that roams the seas. In contrast, the younger generation of our clan seems like dragons kept in captivity. It appears that the Sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School shares a close relationship with him, and Ning Fingji's daughter is his classmate. Having come along as well. Master, I am concerned. Yu Yuanjin waved his hand dismissively. If he wishes to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he will not return to the clan. Everyone, the ancestral recognition ceremony has concluded, and Tiangu has officially become a member of our family. I hope you will regard him with the same perspective you hold for Tian Hang and Tian Xin, rather than constantly worrying about his potential betrayal. The assembly chuckled wryly. That is simply unfeasible. Tian Hung and Tian Xin are not of such excellence. Excellence and beauty, much like wealth, are burdensome, attracting the envy of many. Soon, Yu Qianqian brought Zhang Ge to the Great Hall, where Yu Yuanjin stood to introduce him to the elders and peers present. Once the introductions concluded, Zhang Ge stated, Uncle, since Qianqian is to be my attendant, I would appreciate it if you could find a few capable fighters to train with me for the next few days. Though it may sound a bit arrogant, my classmates are simply not enough for me. Yu Yuanjin had no objections and inquired, what level do you desire? Approximately level 50. I suppose. 47 against 50? Very well. How many do you wish for? Let us start with 10. The assembly was taken aback. You are not merely arrogant. You are exceedingly so. In the training ground, where clan members regularly practiced, a large crowd had gathered. Many were aware of the newcomer, a young master named Yu Tiange, who was a descendant of Yu Yuanjin's brother, who had left the family years ago. The elders of the clan held him in high regard, sparking curiosity about Zhang Ge's true nature. Now, upon hearing that Zhang Ge intends to spar with several individuals of higher spirit power levels, they all flocked to observe. Xiao Wu, Tang San, and others also arrived. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Ge's mind. Mission accepted. Establish your reputation through combat. Defeat your opponents and truly assert your status within the clan. Mission rewards. Increase spirit power by 3 levels and receive a random spirit ring. Failure penalty. Frequent urination for 1 month. Zhang Ge immediately turned to Tang San and the others. Xiaowu. Oscar understood and conjured a sausage. After consuming the sausage, Zhang Ge addressed Yu Yuanjin, saying, Uncle, I just had a skirmish with a Soul Douluo before coming here, and I am not at my peak condition. So I shall start with 3 opponents for practice. The group was momentarily taken aback. You fought a Soul Douluo? Surely, you jest. Surviving an encounter with a Soul Douluo is no small feat. This newcomer seemed to boast rather grandly about his abilities. Yu Yuanjin, aware of the situation, smiled faintly, thinking that this young man was truly eager to establish his reputation. Very well, I shall indulge your ambition. Let us see if you truly live up to your claims. However, once you have recovered, you must face 10 of us. No problem, replied Zhang Ge, stretching his neck as he gazed at the 3 opponents before him. The brothers, Yu Mu, Yu Lin, and Yu Sun, each possessed a spirit power level of 50, and all wielded the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex as their martial spirit. Young Master Tiangu, are you truly certain you wish to challenge us 3 simultaneously? We are brothers, and our coordination is exceptionally harmonious. Would it not be wiser to face us one at a time? They were concerned about causing harm to Zhang Ge, which would be difficult to explain. No need. Zhang Ge waved his hand dismissively. Give it your all. Anyone who dares to hold back will bear the consequences. The trio exchanged hesitant glances at Yu Yuanjin, who affirmed, Go all out. With the head of the family's endorsement, they felt reassured, and after a brief exchange of looks, they unleashed their respective martial spirits. Zhang Ge gazed at Yu Qianqian amidst the crowd and remarked, Now, pay close attention. Yu Qianqian was taken aback, nodding absent-mindedly. Yu Tiange, possessing the martial spirit Ding Hai Shenjin, is at level 47, a soul zone. A resounding roar filled the arena as the 4 soul rings emerged. Purple, black, and yellow. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. At such a tender age, he had already achieved level 47. Moreover, the first 3 soul rings were of a millennium and even a myriad of years. How could this be possible? The Yumu trio stood in stunned silence, further immobilized by the overwhelming aura of the great sage. Zhang Ge would not let this opportunity slip away. The instant the great sage made his imposing appearance marked the perfect moment for his strike. With a sudden fluctuation in the air, Zhang Ge teleported behind Yusin. Under the scrutiny of his fiery eyes, before Yusin could react, Zhang Ge landed a powerful blow to the vulnerable spot beneath Yusin's left armpit. Yusin let out a piercing scream and was immediately sent sprawling. Yumu and Yulin quickly regained their senses and charged towards Zhang Ge from either side, their dragon claws shimmering with resplendent golden brilliance. In a fleeting moment, Zhang Ge vanished from his original position, while Yumu suddenly felt a chill enveloping him. Instantly, his attire was reduced to mere undergarments, and the dragon claws that had emerged during his transformation reverted to ordinary hands. Almost immediately, a wave of scorching wind swept in from behind, causing him to break into a cold sweat, his head spinning, and his limbs growing weak. Yulin's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to retaliate, only to find a resplendent golden staff hurtling towards him. With a resounding crash, the dragon claw collided with the golden rod, eliciting a pained cry from Yulin as he was sent sprawling backward. A fierce dragon roar erupted as Yusin rose, directing his first soul skill towards Zhang Ge, who hovered in midair. Sound waves rippled outward, swiftly converging upon Zhang Ge. With a smirk, he once again vanished. Reappearing behind you, Senator, beware of what's behind you. Yumu shouted in alarm. Yusin spun around hastily, only to discover an empty space behind him. Soon after, both Yumu and Yulin's expressions shifted to one of horror. Zhang Ge had already arrived behind Yumu, the golden cudgel returning to his grasp, striking Yumu squarely on the backside. It turned out that his target was not Yusin, but rather Yumu. The synergy among the Yusan brothers was indeed remarkable. As Zhang Ge appeared behind Yumu, Yulin had already charged towards him. At the moment Zhang Ge swung his staff to hit Yumu, Yulin's dragon claw was also poised to strike at Zhang Ge's back. Zhang Ge, unable to unleash his teleportation in time, maintained an unwavering expression as his golden cudgel unexpectedly elongated in the opposite direction. Just as Yulin's dragon claws were about to grasp him, with a resounding thud, the cudgel sent Yulin hurtling through the air. Yumu had already been struck off the martial arts stage, conceding defeat, and Yulin too was toppled by that very blow, thus surrendering. In mere moments, the martial arts arena was left solely with Yusan. A few seconds later, he was mercilessly battered by the golden cudgel, now under Zhang Ge's remote control, and he howled in submission. 3 soul kings, each exceeding level 50, had been vanquished by a soul master of merely level 47. And all this transpired in such a brief span of time. Zhang Ge gracefully twirled his staff, causing the golden cudgel to shrink to the size of a sewing needle before vanishing from his grasp. Had he known, he would have struck 4 times. Upon hearing this, Yu Engine finally regained his composure. Remarkable. In such a brief moment, he had vanquished the Yumu trio. Yu Engine began to reminisce, wondering if he had been this formidable at the age of 12. After a moment of contemplation, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. No, he truly had not been this powerful. Young Master Tiange is indeed impressive. Suddenly, a voice cried out among the crowd, igniting a wave of excitement. So impressive. So formidable. 1 against 3. The weak triumphed over the strong. Young Master Tiange is majestic. Young Master Tiange is strong. Of course, there were a few who scoffed quietly, believing the Yumu trio had held back and that Zhang Ge had acted unscrupulously by launching a surprise attack while the brothers were momentarily dazed. However, these dissenters were ultimately in the minority. The majority, at that moment, acknowledged Zhang Ge's status as a young master. With such prowess, Yu Tianhing and Yu Tianxin could hardly compare. Just as Zhang Ge had once remarked to Ning Rongrong, in the Douluo Continent, titles hold little weight. True strength is the undeniable truth. Zhang Ge cast a calm glance around before approaching Yu Tianxian, gazing down at her. Do you understand now? What does a high rank signify? What does great strength imply? One can still be defeated. To become a true powerhouse, your heart must first grow resilient. Yu Tianxian looked at Zhang Ge in a daze. In that moment, his figure appeared immensely towering. She felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. After speaking, Zhang Ge turned to leave, and the Yumu 3 brothers stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Young Master Tiange, your prowess is truly admirable. We are completely in awe. Zhang Ge nodded and said to Yumu, make sure to drink plenty of water when you return. Your health will soon be restored. This young man truly surprises me. Yu Yuanjin chuckled. With such a formidable leader guiding the family, my lifelong ambition will finally be realized. The crowd exchanged glances. Realizing that Yu Tianheng's position as the heir was in jeopardy, Zhang Ge leisurely exited the training ground. As the system notification resonated in his mind, task accomplished. Soul power elevated by 3 levels, reaching level 50. The soul ring extraction has been completed. Congratulations. You have obtained a 10,000-year soul ring. Zhang Ge's footsteps abruptly halted. 061. You've taken everything. In the room, Zhang Ge sat cross-legged on the bed, gradually circulating his energy. The aftereffects of the blood ritual were overwhelmingly intense. Even now, he felt dizzy and weak, akin to the aftermath of excessive indulgence. How he wished for a bottle of X-treasure at this moment. Oscar's sausages were commendable in every regard, except for their inability to replenish vitality. Were they capable of such? Zhang Ge would wholeheartedly welcome him as a brother in life and death. Others believed he was truly invincible, which enabled him to resolve the matter with the Yumu brothers in such a brief span. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Zhang Ge had no choice but to act swiftly, unable to afford any delays. Of course, the Yumu brothers were indeed rather incompetent. A knock resonated at the door. Who is it? Young master, it's me, came the voice of Yu Tianxian. Come in. The door creaked open, and Yu Tianxian entered with her head bowed. After taking a few steps, she suddenly exclaimed, ouch, as she clutched her thigh. Who told you to keep your head down while walking? Did you bump into the table? Zhang Ge approached, placing his hand on the teapot resting on the table. What is it? Young master, have you recovered somewhat? Yu Chanqian inquired. Could you lift your head and speak to me? Always looking down makes it seem as though we are performing a wedding ceremony. Yu Chanqian's small face flushed as she slightly raised her head. Yet she still dared not meet Zhang Ge's gaze. Are you feeling better? Somewhat, though to fully recover. I need to consume more eggs and rest for a day or two. Understood. I shall fetch them for you right away. With that, she dashed off like a gust of wind. Fetch? Fetch what? For some unknown reason, an unsettling premonition suddenly washed over Zhang Ge. Approximately 1 or 2 hours later, Zhang Ge was immersed in tranquil meditation, seeking to restore his inner peace, when suddenly a piercing scream shattered the stillness, causing him to shudder in alarm. An enemy attack. A multitude of lightning falcons has appeared. This is dire. There are many that are centuries old, and even some that have lived for a millennium. Ah, look over there. A few are even 10,000 years old. What is happening? The lightning falcons reside on the mountain several miles away, usually keeping to themselves and not encroaching upon our territory. Why have they suddenly turned aggressive towards us? Hurry. Inform the clan leader and the esteemed elders at once. What on earth is going on? Zhang Ge stepped outside and, upon raising his gaze, was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens. The sky was densely populated with no fewer than several hundred majestic eagles soaring above, obscuring the sun. These falcons boasted resplendent plumage, piercing gazes, and claws that shimmered with a brilliant metallic sheen, unmistakably fierce soul beasts. What on earth was happening? Yu Engine, leading a group of esteemed elders and experts, gazed at the hundreds of lightning falcons in the sky, equally bewildered. Reporting to the family head, we are uncertain why these lightning falcons have suddenly appeared above our clan, and they have already injured several of our members. Yu Engine was utterly confounded. Why were these lightning falcons in such a frenzy? Typically, the Blue Electric family harbored no fear of them, but today, due to Zhang Ge's return, many elite disciples and experts had been dispatched down the mountain to guard various critical points, preventing the Spirit Hall from engaging in any covert maneuvers. The interior of Dragon Mountain was alarmingly vacant. Summoning reinforcements from other peaks would take too long, while a few dozen lightning falcons posed no threat. This multitude was rather intimidating. For those with 1,000 years of cultivation or more, Yu Engine and his experienced companions were unfazed. But how could ordinary disciples contend with such swift, agile, and sharp-clawed attackers? Most importantly, Yu Engine was reluctant to engage in a chaotic battle. Could this be the handiwork of the Spirit Hall? Yu Engine approached the largest and most formidable of the lightning falcons, one that had existed for tens of thousands of years, and spoke. Our Blue Electric family has never harassed your kind nor hunted for soul rings in your territory. Might I inquire why you have gathered here today? The largest falcon, exuding an imposing aura, scanned the crowd with a fierce and wrathful gaze before unleashing a deafening screech. Yu Engine immediately summoned his martial spirit, his presence magnified, with 2 dragon horns subtly manifesting beside his temples. The falcons, momentarily subdued by his aura, became somewhat more compliant. However, while the lightning falcons could comprehend human speech, they could not articulate their thoughts, resulting in a stalemate. The atmosphere became thick with tension. The falcons were aggressive, while the members of the Blue Electric family remained on high alert, their expressions taut. At that moment, Zhang Ge unexpectedly summoned the golden cudgel, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy flooding the surroundings. Yu Engine and the others were taken aback. Hey, hold off on the attack for now. If you initiate a confrontation, it might escalate. Yet, everyone soon stood in stunned silence as the lightning falcons did not act rashly. Instead, they stared blankly at Zhang Ge, their eyes reflecting a complex emotion that eluded understanding. Zhang Ge, mounted upon the formidable staff of the great sage, soared into the sky, alighting before the mightiest of the lightning hawks. Below, a collective gasp escaped the throats of those present, cold beads of sweat trickling down their brows. What brings you here? Zhang Ge inquired. The crowd responded with perplexity, wondering, can you truly comprehend the language of soul beasts? Suddenly, many recalled that this young master had indeed returned with a black tiger soul beast, one seemingly capable of conversing with him. Goodness, this is rather impressive. The leader of the Lightning Hawks observed the blazing crimson eyes behind Zhang Ge, an unfamiliar sensation of fear and an impulse to submit stirring within him. Human. What is the nature of those eyes behind you? A coarse voice resonated within Zhang Ge's mind. That is of no concern to you. Answer my question. We wish to avoid an unnecessary conflict. An unnecessary conflict? The leader's voice surged with fury. Our young have been abducted by your kind. Is that what you call an unnecessary conflict? Zhang Ge furrowed his brows in confusion. Your child? Ah, I believe I am beginning to understand the situation. Zhang Ge raised his hands and said, all right. I believe I have a general understanding of the situation now. Thus, you may return first. And I assure you that I will safely return your children. Why should I trust you? He exclaimed, exhaling sharply. Zhang Ge's eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce intensity, catching the lightning falcon leader off guard. The master behind my gaze is a formidable being beyond your imagination. I swear in his name. Should you fail to return your children, he will be diminished by 10 centimeters. System. Host. Are you truly unafraid of Aki crossing over to deliver a beating to you? Zhang Ge rolled his eyes and remarked, why not simply call him Ame? The leader of the Lightning Falcon hesitated for a moment, sensing a formidable beast spirit emanating from behind Zhang Ge's eyes. Very well. I shall place my trust in you this time. However, if you do not return by this evening, we shall seek justice, even at the cost of our lives. With a mighty cry, it soared into the sky, followed closely by the other Lightning Falcons. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Young Master Tang Ge is truly remarkable. Just a few words from him sent them fleeing. Someone shouted, and the crowd soon echoed in unison, Young Master Tang Ge is extraordinary. Young Master Tang Ge is magnificent. Zhang Ge paid no heed to the excited crowd below as he descended slowly, casually commanding, immediately fetch Yu Qianqian for me. Ah, Yu Qianqian. After all this commotion, you went to collect the falcon eggs. How infuriating. You've completely exhausted the falcons. Understood. A female disciple shouted, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, wow. Young Master Tang Ge spoke to me. Your vision is too narrow, the young master remarked. I apologize. I merely wish to find you something nourishing for your body. Never did I anticipate such a ruckus. Yu Qianqian stood before Zhang Ge, her appearance rather disheveled. Her clothing was tattered and her long hair was speckled with feathers. Trailing behind her were 2 large bags, brimming with falcon eggs. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to beauty or grace, resembling more a beggar than anything else. You have completely depleted the falcons. Of course, it had to escalate. Zhang Ge lamented in frustration. You may collect falcon eggs, but a few should suffice. Taking them all leaves them bereft of offspring. And they will surely come seeking trouble with us. Yu Qianqian suddenly knelt, exclaiming, Young Master, I realize my error. Please punish me as you see fit. Rise. Zhang Ge gestured dismissively. The girl's heart was in the right place, yet she lacked discernment, appearing rather naive. I have not informed my uncle and the others why the Lightning Falcon appeared, so this matter is known only to us. Hand me the bags, lead the way. And we shall return the eggs. Return them? Yu Qianqian inquired. Of course. I swore an oath to Ame. If he truly loses 10 centimeters, he will undoubtedly come after me. Monkeys are not particularly long, and if one were to lose 10 centimeters, it might very well turn into a female monkey on the spot, and that would certainly provoke a fierce battle. Yu Qianqian, unfamiliar with who Ame was, felt a pang of reluctance as these eggs were a labor of her toil. But young master, let us keep a few. The eggs of the Lightning Falcon are a great tonic. If it can help restore your health, I am willing to accept any punishment. Zhang Ge found himself feeling a mixture of amusement, frustration, and a touch of emotion. How could this woman be so obstinate? Enough of the nonsense. I shall not allow you to be punished for my trivial desire to restore my health. Come, lead the way. As the two exited the room, they coincidentally encountered Xiao Wu and the others. Xiao Wu immediately dashed to Zhang Ge's side, wrapping her arms around his. Zhang Ge lowered his gaze towards her, only to realize that her actions were not prompted by the sight of Yu Qianqian. Rather, she appeared to be somewhat afraid. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment and suddenly grasped the situation. The head of the Blue Lightning family, Yu Yuanjin, was a titled Douluo. He possessed the ability to see through Xiao Wu's true form. How could he have forgotten such a crucial detail? Immediately, he placed his hand reassuringly on Xiao Wu's and whispered, Do not worry, with me by your side, no one can harm you. If Yu Yuanjin dared to lay a hand on Xiao Wu, when the Spirit Hall eventually sought to eradicate the Blue Lightning family, I would take the lead. Xiao Wu lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Ge's, nodding earnestly in agreement. Zhang Ge perceived that Xiao Wu must have already surmised his awareness of her true form. This mutual understanding was, in its own way, agreeable. Yu Qianqian observed their intimate gestures, her gaze subtly shifting, though she soon lowered her head. A hint of despondency evident in her eyes. We are preparing to visit the Sunling Mountain. Would you care to join us? With my presence, the Lightning Falcon shall pose no threat to you. Of course, we should go together. We have all rested sufficiently, and it is the perfect opportunity to venture out. Sanyi, Ma Hongjun leaned closer to Zhang Ge. Could you perhaps introduce me to a few young ladies from the Blue Lightning family? My expectations are modest. Just someone of the same caliber as her. He gestured toward the girl beside Zhang Ge. Here we go again. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing rolled their eyes. What is the issue? Ma Hongjun retorted. I am merely seeking to enhance my cultivation. I possess a method that will allow you to permanently resolve your fiery affliction. Zhang Ge declared. Please don't tell me it involves self-indulgence again. Ma Hongjun inquired. Cut it out. Zhang Ge brandished a kitchen knife. Big brother Dai, rescue me. Ma Hongjun dashed behind Dai Mubai. Laughter erupted among the group, filling the room with an atmosphere of joy. With the golden cudgel in hand, the group effortlessly reached the summit of Sunling Mountain. The leader of the Lightning Falcons awaited their arrival with his entourage. After retrieving the falcon eggs from his storage belt, the Lightning Falcons counted them, confirming their accuracy and undamaged state. The leader nodded. You humans indeed honor your word. Today's oversight was mine, and I sincerely apologize. Rest assured, such an incident shall not recur. Yu Qianqian, taken aback, quickly interjected, No, young master, it is I who. Zhang Ge waved his hand. You two stole the egg because of me. It is my fault. No need to speak further. Yu Qianqian clenched her fists, her eyes slightly reddening. It is all because of me. I nearly brought great trouble to the family and even caused the young master to misidentify the soul beast. Zhang Ge disregarded her and addressed the leader of the Lightning Falcon. Shall we converse privately? The leader fell silent for a moment before responding. Very well. Out of respect for the owner of those piercing eyes, it was curious to learn what this human wished to discuss. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, one person and one falcon moved to a distant spot. What does Xiaowu intend to discuss with it? Oscar whispered. The crowd rolled their eyes. Who knows? We cannot comprehend the prophecies of soul beasts. It must be that Xiaowu has taken a fancy to some female falcon and wishes to propose an alliance. Ma Hongjun remarked. Do you think he is like you? The crowd retorted in unison. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Am I the one yearning for the grass falcon? Are you interested in joining me? Zhang Ge inquired. The leader of the Lightning Falcon nearly struck him with a claw. Why on earth would I associate with you? If the owner of those eyes were to come in person, perhaps I would consider submitting to him and joining his side. But you? You are nothing. Were it not for the regard I hold for those eyes, I would have already issued you an eviction notice. Zhang Ge smiled faintly, fully aware that this was the expected outcome. Indeed, his current rank was too low. The mighty presence of the great sage could not compel these ancient spirit beasts to submit. However, this did not signify a lack of future opportunities. From the very first moment he beheld the Lightning Falcons, an idea to assemble an aerial force took root in his mind. The Lightning Falcon, swift as the wind, with beaks of purest gold and claws akin to sharp swords, possessed a lightning affinity reminiscent of soul techniques, an impeccable mount for an aerial army. Few soul masters could boast of flying spirit beasts, and their rare appearances invariably commanded attention. In the absence of soul bones and specific soul techniques, ordinary soul masters were rendered incapable of flight. Only those who attained the rank of title Douluo could soar through the skies. This underscores the paramount importance of air supremacy in the Douluo Continent. Is it permissible to share a jest and forge a friendship? Zhang Ge inquired. The leader of the Lightning Falcons fell silent for a moment before asking, Might you disclose the name of your dual-eyed master? The great sage equal to heaven. The Monkey King, Sun Wukong. A monkey? Indeed. It appears I have underestimated the situation. I had never heard of such a formidable monkey spirit beast gracing the continent, with cultivation likely exceeding 100,000 years, perhaps even reaching 1,000,000. Zhang Ge chuckled. This monkey is certainly not from the Douluo Continent. An outsider, or rather, an outsider monkey? The leader of the Lightning Falcon appeared visibly taken aback. Zhang Ge did not respond, but continued. As for the years, have you ever heard of Taichu and Handan? No, the Lightning Falcon leader replied. Still in a daze. What are Taichu and Handan? You are too narrow-minded, Zhang Ge remarked. Is 100,000-year soul ring truly precious? However, one cannot fault this Lightning Falcon leader. After all, he has only existed for several thousand years and cannot possibly comprehend the origins of the universe and the primal chaos. Could you explain? The Lightning Falcon leader inquired. Perhaps next time. The egg has been safely delivered, and I shall not linger further. Farewell. Wait. How can you speak only halfway? Do you consider me a friend? Zhang Ge questioned. Yes, I do. Is that sufficient? All right. I shall inform you when I come to visit again. Hey, wait. You, shameless human. The term shameless human is a vulgarity among the Lightning Falcons, akin to a derogatory expression. Upon returning to the Blue Electric family, it was just in time for dinner. Yu Zhenrong hurried to inform Zhang Ge that Yu Yunjin had prepared a feast in the main hall to welcome him and entertain Tang San and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu hesitated. Perhaps I should not go? Go. You must attend, Zhang Ge insisted. With me here, there is no need for concern. Indeed, Xiao Wu. Do you not adore delicious food? Ning Rongrong chimed in. Let us go together. Tang San remarked. Xiao Wu, ever since you arrived, you seem somewhat distracted. Is something troubling you? The others had also noticed. Ever since Zhang Ge received Yu Yunjin's affirmation, everyone's spirits had lifted. Logically, Xiao Wu, who shared the closest bond with Zhang Ge, should be the happiest, yet her demeanor was peculiar. She was not as lively and seemed slightly apprehensive. Xiao Wu could not elucidate her feelings to them, merely stating, I am a bit fatigued from the journey. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment before leaning close to Xiao Wu's ear and whispering a few words. Xiao Wu's expression shifted slightly. Is this truly acceptable? Then you. Do not worry, Zhang Ge replied with a gentle smile, then leaned towards Tang San and murmured a few more words. A flicker of doubt crossed Tang San's eyes. Yet he nodded, for he never questioned Zhang Ge's words, only followed them. Once he had conveyed his instructions, Zhang Ge turned to Yu Zhenrong and said, My friends will return to their rooms to tidy up promptly, and then we shall proceed. Please take me to meet my uncle first. Understood, young master, Yu Zhenrong replied. As the group made their way back to their quarters, Dai Mubai quietly inquired of Tang San and Xiao Wu. What did Xiao Ge tell you? Tang San responded. My master mentioned that there are differing opinions within the Blue Lightning family. This meal may not be as delightful as anticipated. He wishes to meet Elder Yu first to gauge the situation, and we must be prepared to make a swift exit should anything go awry. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Differing opinions? It seems unlikely. Both the elders and peers within the Blue Lightning family appear to hold Zhang Ge in high regard. Only Xiao understood that Zhang Ge's words were merely a pretext. His visit to Yu Yuanjin was likely for her sake. Could he truly be aware of my true identity? Should I continue to stay here? If he intends to harm me. No, he wouldn't. If he wished to do so, he would have acted long ago. Will he continue to regard me as family? In a private room on the second floor of the main hall, Yu Yuanjin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window, while Zhang Ge remained silently behind him. The atmosphere was thick with a profound stillness, as if the two had maintained this state for an eternity. After a considerable pause, Yu Yuanjin finally spoke. From the moment she arrived on the mountain, I took note of her. And what are your thoughts? Zhang Ge inquired. What are your thoughts? Yu Yuanjin countered. Would you like me to think? Zhang Ge retorted. No evasions. The system interjected. Yu Yuanjin chuckled. You are a dragon soaring through the seas. You should not ask what I wish you to think, but rather tell me your own thoughts. I regard her as family, Zhang Ge stated. And what about us? Yu Yuanjin asked. That depends on your choices, Zhang Ge replied. Yu Yuanjin paused for a moment. 100,000-year soul beast, 100,000-year soul ring. Do you comprehend what that signifies? Do you know how few individuals on this continent possess a 100,000-year soul ring? Do you realize how precious that is? I do not find it particularly precious. Zhang Ge replied, shaking his head. Just as Yu Yuanjin was about to speak, Zhang Ge continued with an impassive expression. Truly. Suddenly, 5 soul rings materialized around Zhang Ge. Purple, black, yellow, red. 100,000-year soul ring. Yu Yuanjin appeared as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. So, you have concealed your strength. You have already reached level 50? And your 5th soul ring is 100,000 years. Yu Yuanjin stammered in astonishment. Goodness, what does a 100,000-year soul ring mean? As a title Douluo, I do not possess a single 100,000-year soul ring. Only rings approaching that age. You know I defeated a soul master of the Spirit Hall, Zhang Ge continued. But what you do not know is that I did so with a single move, eliminating him in an instant. Yu Yuanjin stared blankly at Zhang Ge, realizing that there was not a trace of fear in Zhang Ge's eyes. Indeed, at the moment Zhang Ge reached level 50, title Douluos no longer seemed terrifying to him. What fear could remain when one could be swiftly vanquished by the blood ritual? Zhang Ge continued, the blue electric family, either dominating the continent or facing a dire end. All lies within your contemplation. Dominating the continent? Yu Yuanjin's eyes widened slightly. He valued his family's interests above all, and his lifelong aspiration was to rejuvenate the family. Yet he never anticipated that Zhang Ge's ambitions were even grander, aiming for dominion over the continent, given his character, which prioritized familial benefits. He had indeed contemplated employing forceful measures to detain Xiaowu, to confine her until Zhang Ge or other exceptional disciples reached the esteemed rank of 90, at which point they could eliminate Xiaowu to procure soul rings. However, precisely because of his focus on profit, he refrained from taking such direct action, wishing instead to ascertain the nature of the relationship between Zhang Ge and Xiaowu. At merely 12 years of age, Zhang Ge has already exhibited an astonishing talent and prowess. Should he continue to develop in this manner, the revitalization of his family holds great promise. While 10,000-year soul beasts are indeed precious, they are not entirely absent from the continent. However, a prodigious talent of such caliber is a rarity not encountered in centuries, if not in the annals of history itself. He is acutely aware of the significance of this distinction, now that he has received Zhang Ge's answer. He possesses a clearer understanding. He approached Zhang Ge, locking eyes with him. Zhang Ge, expressionless, met his gaze unwaveringly. Yu Yuanjin's demeanor softened gradually as he reached out to clasp Zhang Ge's shoulder. Look into my eyes and tell me, is it your ambition to dominate the continent? Or is it your family's? Is there a distinction between my dominion over the continent and that of my family? Zhang Ge retorted. Or do you believe that I alone could vanquish the Spirit Hall and overthrow the 2 great empires? Yu Yuanjin was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Tianheng and Tianqi need not return. They are not worthy of comparison to you. Come, my dear nephew, let us dine. Yu Yuanjin astutely noted that Zhang Ge mentioned only the Spirit Hall and the 2 empires, indicating a close relationship with Ning Rongrong, which led him to surmise some of Zhang Ge's intentions. Yet, the absence of any mention of the Haotian clan raised questions. Did the leader of the Haotian clan not have a daughter? Could it be? Alas, the youth of today truly engage in wild pursuits. I feel aged indeed. Yu Yuanjin mused inwardly. As they gathered around the table, laughter and conversation flowed freely, without a hint of disturbance. Xiaowu, who had been anxious, finally felt a sense of relief. When the banquet concluded and everyone began to disperse towards their respective quarters, Xiaowu called out to Zhang Ge. The others glanced at them, but said nothing, each retreating to their own paths. You should return as well, Zhang Ge instructed Yu Qian. She nodded obediently and turned to leave. She is quite beautiful, Xiaowu remarked, observing Yu Qian's retreating figure. It is merely a trivial tactic, Zhang Ge perceived clearly. Yet this fellow suffers from social anxiety. There is no need for us to worry. Social anxiety? Xiaowu tilted her head, questioning curiously. It likely refers to a fear of interpersonal communication, Zhang Ge thought to himself, realizing that if he were to elaborate fully, there would be no need for this chapter. What is it that you wish to discuss? He inquired. Have you begun to think of me already, mere moments after dining? After much internal turmoil, Xiaowu finally mustered the courage to ask, did you seek out Elder Yu? Because of me? Zhang Ge wore a bewildered expression. Goodness, are you that eager? I believe we are still quite young. It seems a bit premature to seek our elders' assistance in matters of courtship at this stage. Xiaowu paused for several seconds before comprehending Zhang Ge's intentions. No, that's not what I meant. I wasn't suggesting anything about courtship. I was referring to. Zhang Ge gently placed his hand on her head, tenderly stroking her hair. As I have always said, keep your heart at ease. We are family. With me by your side, you need not worry or fear anything. Before Xiaowu could utter another word, Zhang Ge enveloped her in his embrace and pressed a kiss on her forehead. Xiaowu was taken aback by this sudden display of intimacy. I will escort you home to rest. I must rise early tomorrow for a ceremony I need to attend, so I shall not accompany you on the 11 bus tonight. Xiaowu's face flushed crimson. Thus far, this was Zhang Ge's first initiative in demonstrating such closeness. It felt quite unfamiliar yet undeniably blissful. Zhang Ge finds himself somewhat unaccustomed. To be honest, had Xiaowu been a mere doll, Zhang Ge would have long since deflated her. However, when confronted with a real person, he always experiences considerable discomfort. Yet, after a decade of habits formed in the Douluo Continent, he is on the verge of transformation. Just wait, Xiaowu. For the day I completely rid myself of this doll dependency shall also mark the time for us to create life together. Zhang Ge has always found the world of Douluo Continent to be utterly fascinating, completely contravening Darwin's theory of species. Take Tang San, for instance. A descendant of a human and a plant. Does reproductive isolation truly exist, or is it merely a whimsical notion? After being gently nibbled by Zhang Ge, Xiaowu was astonished to discover that her previously anxious heart had calmed entirely. She no longer felt worry or fear, but was instead filled with a profound sense of security and happiness. Often, women can be so easily soothed. A kiss, a hug, and they find tranquility. Blushing, she looked up at Zhang Ge, her eyes brimming with a tenderness that seemed almost palpable. In the next moment, she buried her head in his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. The sense of fulfillment in that instant defied description. Zhang Ge's expression shifted dramatically. Damn, my waist. Could you possibly exert a little less force, you ancient lady? He urged for Xiaowu to be sent back. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing as they observed Xiaowu's face, flushed to the point of seeming ready to drip with water. Upon returning to his room, he spotted Yu Qianqian standing rigidly at the door, her gaze unwavering. Hearing his footsteps, she turned her head to see Zhang Ge and promptly approached him with purposeful strides. Young master, you have returned. You should also take some rest. There is no need to stand guard at my door like a servant. Indeed, I was waiting for you. Young master, now that you have returned, I shall retire as well. Until tomorrow, good night. Zhang Ge stifled a yawn and stepped inside. After a day filled with 2 intense battles and a mental spar with Yu Yuanjin, claiming he was not fatigued would be a lie. To his surprise, Yu Qianqian followed him into the room. Do you truly wish to harm me? Why are you still following me? Go rest. Young master, I am your personal attendant, and it is only natural for me to reside with you. That bed is mine, Yu Qianqian declared. Her face flushed as she pointed to the bed directly opposite Zhang Ge's. Is that truly a bed? Zhang Ge was taken aback. He had thought it was merely a decorative item. Speaking of which, is it truly acceptable for an unmarried man and woman to reside in the same room? I prefer sleeping in a single room. Please return to your own quarters. Young master, if you do not obey, I shall change my companion by tomorrow. Yu Qianqian tightly clutched the hem of her garment, biting her lip, and suddenly, with a thud, she knelt down. Zhang Ge, what on earth are you doing? Do not tell me your boudoir has been transformed into a pigsty. If the young master forces me to leave, both the head of the family and my father will impose punishment upon me. I implore the young master not to cast me away. I am aware that today's incident with the lightning falcon has caused trouble for you, and I assure you it shall never happen again. Young master, I beg for your mercy. Please do not expel me. As he helped Yu Qianqian to her feet and observed the red mark on her forehead, Zhang Ge felt a sense of resignation. This woman is indeed formidable, and she truly knows how to inflict pain upon herself. Very well. Let us leave matters as they are for tonight. Tomorrow, I shall speak with Yu Yuanjin regarding this issue. If Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing perceive Zhang Ge as a rogue because of this incident, they may distance themselves from him, and that would be troublesome. There are only 40 days remaining until the deadline for the task. As they each settled down to sleep, Zhang Ge exhaled deeply, finally able to rest. However, the night was filled with the sounds of breath and rustling. Zhang Ge abruptly opened his bloodshot eyes, descended from his bed, and approached Yu Qianqian's bedside while wielding a stick. Oblivious to her surroundings, Yu Qianqian continued to snore, her sounds resembling that of a pig. Awaken! Awaken! For heaven's sake! Stop sleeping. Did your father mistakenly swap you with a pig when you were a child? Zhang Ge abruptly raised his stick. 3 seconds later, he lowered it, his eyes burning with crimson as he stepped outside with the weapon in hand. However, the pressing question lingered. Where would I find a place to sleep? Tang San and Oscar shared a room, Dai Mubai and Ma Gonggang occupied another, while Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were together. Only Zhu Shiqing had a room to herself. Surely, I couldn't seek out Zhu Shiqing? I could go find Yu Zhenrong. His daughter kept me awake, so I would ensure he too would suffer from sleeplessness. Just as I was about to leave, a cool, ethereal voice resonated from behind. Zhang Ge? Zhang Ge turned around to find Zhu Zhuqing. Why haven't you rested? I can't sleep, so I came out for a stroll. Zhu Zhuqing repeated her words. Are you a night owl? Do you struggle to sleep every night? And you, why are you still awake? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing heard a tremendous snoring sound emanating from Zhang Ge's room, and then she understood. Sleeping in the same room as a snorer is a challenge to one's ability to rest. Zhang Ge rolled her eyes in exasperation. You slept in the same room as me? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Zhang Ge elucidated the reasons, and Zhu Zhuqing's expression transformed into one of realization. Her eyes twinkling with a hint of amusement. I knew it. How could Zhang Ge possibly resemble that scoundrel Dai Mubai? Then you. I must seek out Yuzhenrong. His daughter's snoring is so thunderous that it keeps me awake. He won't be able to sleep tonight either. If you go to find him, won't you Chan face consequences tomorrow? You truly possess a kind heart, Zhang Ge mused. I can't even find rest. Yet I am still concerned about so much. Why don't you come sleep in my room? There's another bed available. Zhang Ge was taken aback and lifted his gaze, noticing that Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face had turned slightly red. She averted her eyes, unable to meet his stare. This script doesn't seem right, he thought. Nevertheless, it felt inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together. I shall seek out Yuzhenrong instead. You should rest early, Zhang Ge said, waving his hand to decline and turning to leave. Although he had the desire to go, it truly felt unsuitable. With so many people around in the morning, how could he explain it? It's all right. You may come to my room, and I shall find Xiao Wu. At this hour, both Xiao Wu and Rongrong should still be awake, Zhu Zhuqing kindly suggested. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment. All right, since I have no idea where Yuzhenrong resides, I will have to inquire about it, which is quite troublesome. I will settle the score with him tomorrow. I appreciate your help. He was in dire need of rest. Zhu Zhuqing smiled lightly and turned, saying, follow me. Zhang Ge did not notice the subtle hint of disappointment that crossed her face as she turned away. Indeed, this good man seemed to hold the deepest affections for Xiaowu. If it were Dai Mubai, any other girl inviting him to share a room would have him eagerly agreeing on the spot. Such is the disparity between individuals. Xiaowu is truly fortunate, indeed. Remarkably fortunate. Not far from the shared living quarters, Zhu Zhuqing's room was situated at the farthest edge, a choice she made herself upon arrival, cherishing tranquility. Upon entering, she was greeted by a refreshing and delicate fragrance, reminiscent of the scent that lingered on Zhu Zhuqing herself. Zhang Ge then noticed several garments laid out on Zhu Zhuqing's bed, including intimate apparel, surprising in size. Truly, she is the treasure of Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing, evidently aware of this, felt her cheeks flush and hurried to tidy up. Zhang Ge, however, paid no heed to the matter. Instead, he reclined on another bed, inhaling the soothing aroma that instantly relaxed his entire being. Once she had organized her clothes, Zhu Zhuqing composed herself and said, you rest first. I will go find Xiao Wu. Turning around, she discovered Zhang Ge already sprawled out in slumber, his sleeping posture rather unappealing. In the darkness, Zhu Zhuqing's breathing became slightly erratic. She slowly approached Zhang Ge's bedside, gazing down at the man who was deeply asleep, momentarily mesmerized by his appearance. He was undeniably handsome, surpassing Dai Mubai by countless degrees. A sense of unease washed over her as her heart raced and her breath quickened. This was her first time sharing a room with a man. Reflecting on past events, particularly that night when she and Zhang Ge had fallen from the golden cudgel, she recalled their intimate encounter which had kept her restless throughout the night. At that moment, she felt transported back to that evening, her mind in turmoil, thoughts swirling chaotically, her heart feeling as though it were being pricked by 1,000 tiny claws. What is happening to me? I ventured out not only for myself, but also for Dai Mubai. Should not my thoughts dwell upon him? Yet, why is it that my mind continually drifts to Zhang Ge? He and Xiao Wu are meant to be together. Why am I? At that moment, Zhang Ge stirred, startling Zhu Zhuqing. However, he merely shifted in his sleep. She exhaled in relief and resolved to seek out Xiao Wu. As she reached the doorway, her steps suddenly faltered. Standing in the darkness, she pondered for a considerable time, ultimately choosing not to venture out in search of Xiao Wu, silently turning back into the room and closing the door. The following morning, Zhang Ge awoke, his eyes still heavy with slumber, and sat up, feeling significantly more at ease than before. The disorienting sensation that had plagued him yesterday had vanished. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Xiao Wu's cherubic face and her captivating, large eyes reminiscent of the finest porcelain. Xiao Wu, is that you? Zhang Ge inquired, wiping the remnants of sleep from the corners of his eyes and stifling a yawn. Xiao Wu regarded him with a mischievous glint in her gaze, teasingly exclaiming, oh ho. So you chose to spend the night in Zhu Qing's chamber? Zhang Ge's eyes twitched slightly. Ah, let me explain. No need, Zhu Qing has already informed me. Xiao Wu sat at the edge of the bed, reaching out to embrace Zhang Ge's arm. So, have you managed to rest well now? Zhang Ge nodded. Much better than yesterday. That's great. Let's go eat. Upon stepping outside, they found that everyone had been waiting at the door. Upon seeing Zhang Ge emerge, no one spoke much, as Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu had already clarified everything. As they passed by the group, they noticed Yu Qianqian standing at the front, her head bowed like a child who had erred. Upon spotting Zhang Ge, Yu Qianqian hurried over, young master, I was wrong. This had almost become her catchphrase. Zhang Ge rolled her eyes and said, You. Never mind, let us not dwell on it. Let's go eat. Throughout the journey, Yu Tianxian felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, her heart racing with uncertainty. After finishing breakfast, all individuals, including Tang San and others, were summoned to gather in the grand hall. It was then that everyone noticed two young men standing beside Yu Yuanjin. These two young men were both distinguished and handsome. After inquiring, they learned that these were the outstanding talents of the younger generation from the Blue Lightning family, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin. Yu Tianheng was not alone. He was accompanied by a beautiful young girl clad in a blue and white long gown. Zhang Ge speculated that she must be Dugu Bo's granddaughter, Dugu Yan. Upon Tianji's arrival, Yu Yuanjin's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Come meet your two nephews. Zhang Ge stepped forward, leaving Yu Tianheng, Yu Tianxin, and Dugu Yan momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Zhang Ge would be so remarkably youthful. Zhang Ge was taken aback. Old man, did you not say that those two brothers need not return? Could it be that they are unwilling to concede? Do they wish to compete once more? Very well. Let us proceed. After the formalities were exchanged, Yu Tianxin spoke gently. I have long heard of my esteemed uncle's reputation. Yet I did not expect him to be so youthful. Yu Tianheng added, I once believed myself to be the most talented of the younger generation in our family. But today, I finally realized that there are greater mountains beyond. Zhang Ge, beyond the mountains lie more mountains, and beyond the towers, more towers. The crowd, Tang San and the others suddenly slapped their foreheads in unison. At such a moment, it would be prudent to refrain from frivolous remarks. However, Zhang Ge, unperturbed and with a composed demeanor, continued, By green, I mean the blue surpasses the blue, and I trust you have not misconstrued my words. Tianheng. It is common knowledge that there is always a higher mountain. We must never regard ourselves as the pinnacle. Yet, we should strive to become the highest peak. Yu Tianheng. What you say is profoundly true, uncle. The way you can turn this around is truly remarkable. Yu Yuanjin cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the crowd upon himself, and proclaimed, I have gathered you all here today to announce two matters. First, Yu Tiange has completed the ancestral recognition ceremony, and his name has been officially inscribed in the family genealogy. Henceforth, he shall be considered one of our kin. Second, I officially declare that, effective immediately, Yu Tiange shall be the next heir to the family head. Many young members of the family began to applaud in congratulations, while others were initially indifferent before gradually joining in the applause. Tang San and the others were taken aback, and Zhang Ge was equally bewildered. Oh, so he is directly announced as the heir? They had both returned. Should there not have been a duel first? He looked questioningly at Yu Tianheng, only to find him smiling in genuine congratulations, devoid of any pretense or displeasure. Yu Yuanjin patted his shoulder. Do not dwell on it. I am well aware of Tianheng's capabilities. Competing with you would merely be a waste of time. Yu Tianheng approached as well. Indeed, I am only at level 38 now. To compete with my uncle would be nothing short of self-deprecation. But to concede without a match is not your style, is it? Yu Tianheng whispered. You are also a member of the family. Losing to you is not disgraceful. Moreover, he lowered his voice further. To be honest, uncle, I have long ceased to desire this position of heir. The weight of it suffocates me. Now that you have taken on the mantle, I finally feel a sense of relief. Zhang Ge was bewildered. This script does not align with expectations. Wasn't it promised that there would be fierce competition for power and a bloody, ruthless battle for the position of heir? The pride of inheritance that has been passed down through generations. Beside him, Yu Tianxin whispered, This is true. My cousin even considered handing over the position of heir to me, but I have no interest. I'm fine with fighting for the family. But being the head of the family is quite overwhelming. Though their voices were hushed, they did not escape the keen ears of Yu Yuanjin, who playfully tapped each of their heads, chiding, You two little rascals, while the younger generations of other sects and families are vying fiercely for the position of heir. You two are here debating about it. Yu Tianheng covered his head. Grandfather, I am already this old, and you still hit me. Yu Tianxin, clutching her head, scurried away. A light tap is nothing. I would like to give you a proper thrashing. Yu Yuanjin remarked. Unity among brothers is commendable, yet competition is also essential. Without it, where's the spirit? Yu Tianheng chuckled. At any rate, there is no need to compete now, as I wouldn't stand a chance. Yu Yuanjin shook his head. Yu Tianheng turned to Zhang Ge. Uncle, come to our Tiando Royal Academy. Here, you will receive a superior education. Truly, you are already so strong. As long as you study at the academy, you are destined to soar to great heights. At that moment, Yu Tianxin popped up again. Why go to Tiando Royal Academy? Join us at Thunder Academy. Our Thunder Academy places great emphasis on talents like you, Uncle. Enough of that. Uncle does not possess lightning abilities. What would he do at Thunder Academy? He must come to Tiando. You two schemers, Yu Yuanjin exclaimed in exasperation. When have I ever seen you two actively recruit talents for the family? Yet here you are, diligently vying for talents for your respective academies. Who are you trying to curry favor with? Yu Tianxin quickly replied, Grandfather, recruiting for the academy essentially means bringing them closer to us. Once they graduate, they will undoubtedly enter the family. Indeed, Yu Tianheng added, if we bring them into the family first, and there is no direct academy, they will still need to study at the academy. Zhang Ge waved his hand, expressing contentment with his time at Shrek. Shrek? Is that the academy where my uncle is currently situated? Yu Tianxin spoke somewhat awkwardly. To be honest, I was unaware of such an institution until I heard about my uncle's circumstances. Yu Tianheng interjected. I do know that one of our mentors at Tiando Academy, Qinming, graduated from Shrek Academy. Every time he speaks of it, he is effusive in his praise. Unfortunately, I seem to have surpassed the age for enrollment. However, when the opportunity arises, I shall certainly visit Shrek. Zhang Ge chuckled. Perhaps it won't be long before we come to find you. According to the narrative progression, the time to head to Tiando Academy is approaching. This indicates that Lu Erlong will soon make her entrance. All right, Flower Girl. Indeed, although Lu Erlong is no longer young, she remains a woman nonetheless. Once Yu Yuanjin had concluded his announcements, everyone dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Yu Yuanjin patted Zhang Ge on the shoulder, saying, all matters have been addressed. Now it is time for your performance. Go on, you young ones, engage in your emotional exchanges. Zhang Ge hastily remarked, Uncle, please hold on. He delicately broached the subject of Yu Tianxian, who could endure sharing a room with a pig. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yuanjin ultimately nodded in agreement. Then let us vacate the servants' quarters next door for Tianxian to reside in. Zhang Ge let out a sigh of relief, having resolved a significant matter. As Yu Yuanjin departed with a group of elders, a middle-aged man trailing behind cast a cold glance at Zhang Ge, his expression somewhat frosty. Yet he uttered not a word and followed closely in Yu Yuanjin's wake. Zhang Ge inquired of Yu Tianheng, who is that person? Yu Tianheng cast a glance at the figure's silhouette and replied, that esteemed individual is Grandpa Yu Luomin, the brother of the family head and the second in command of our Blue Electric family. He has been away attending to various matters for the past few days and has only just returned, so you likely have not had the pleasure of meeting him yet. Zhang Ge was momentarily taken aback. Is he truly the father of Lu Erlong? The very one who tore apart the bond between the master and Lu Erlong? The shadowy matchmaker of destiny? In the past, during his time on Earth, he had delved into the original works of Douluo Dalu, including the novels, comics, and animations. In the original narrative, this character played a rather minor role, while in the comics, he betrayed the Blue Lightning family, leading to their annihilation at the hands of the Spirit Hall. Ultimately, he met his demise when Yu Tianheng crushed his head. However, since Zhang Ge's entry into the realm of Douluo Dalu, many plotlines have diverged from the original tale. Thus, one cannot help but wonder, will this character betray his family once more? Zhang Ge contemplated for a moment, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. The entire Blue Electric family serves as my pawns. Yu Luomian, if you remain obedient like in the original tale, you shall live, and indeed thrive. However, should you betray your family as depicted in the comics, I assure you that your demise will be most tragic. Throughout history, those who have opposed the protagonists have met with dire fates. This is an unassailable truth. Tang San and his companions stepped forward to offer their congratulations to Zhang Ge, while Dai Mubai wore an expression that suggested he had been struck in the face. In the Star Luo royal family, the struggle for power is extraordinarily ruthless. With only one victor permitted, the fate of the vanquished is scarcely preferable to death itself. The Blue Electric family, in contrast, is an entirely different entity. The primary objective of this visit to the Blue Electric family has been accomplished. That afternoon, Zhang Ge sought out Yu Yuanjin. Are you leaving? Yu Yuanjin inquired. Yes, that is one reason. Secondly, is Yu Luomian the leader of the Dark Guards? Yu Yuanjin paused, slightly taken aback. Dark Guards? Leader? Zhang Ge remarked. The so-called Dark Guards are an organization in stark contrast to the visible members of the family. They are the individuals within the family's power structure who cannot be exposed to the public eye, tasked with handling some unsavory matters for the family or acquiring additional benefits through less than reputable channels. Yu Yuanjin was taken aback for several seconds. There is no such organization within our family. Then I shall establish one, Zhang Ge replied. Yu Yuanjin was indeed somewhat astonished, thoroughly scrutinizing Zhang Ge from head to toe. Could such thoughts and words truly emanate from a 12-year-old child? He soon confirmed that Zhang Ge's ambition to dominate the continent was not mere rhetoric. If you trust me, I shall proceed. If not, then let it be. Yu Yuanjin pondered for a moment, formulating his response. Our family has always taken pride in the dragon's soul. We have inherited this pride since ancient times and disdain engaging in those dark, unsightly matters. Zhang Ge turned on his heel and departed. Yu Yuanjin was taken aback, exclaiming, is it truly so decisive? Aren't you going to persuade me further? Upon reaching the threshold, Zhang Ge halted, his voice grave as he declared, do you believe that the might of the Wuhuan Temple exists solely on the surface? Its formidable strength is not merely derived from those visible figures. Without those who operate from the shadows, it is uncertain not only whether it could have achieved its current stature, but whether it could have endured until now at all. Yu Yuanjin's expression froze. What if, one day, a blade were to silently descend upon the family? What then of aspirations to develop the clan? Merely surviving would be a cause for celebration. With that, Zhang Ge strode away without a backward glance. 067 The first step towards dominance over the world. Yu Yuanjin sat alone in the patriarch's throne, enveloped in silence for a prolonged moment. The words of Zhang Ge linger in the air, resounding with profound clarity. The Dark Guard. a hidden iceberg beneath the surface of the family. Yu Lumian typically manages the family's external affairs, but those are merely the visible aspects, not the clandestine dealings. To be frank, due to the family's reputation and the intricate web of power among the various factions on the continent, there are indeed many matters that Yu Lumian cannot handle. This is the disadvantage of being exposed to the light. Any misdeeds one commits will inevitably implicate the family. Conversely, a covert organization, supported and shielded by the vast resources and connections of the family, could navigate such undertakings with greater ease. Should one truly consider establishing a Dark Guard organization as he suggested? After much contemplation, Yu Yuanjin's mind ultimately settled on a singular thought: the family's interests must take precedence. The welcome banquet had already been held, thus tonight's dinner did not include Tang San and the others, as they were dining in a designated guest chamber. Only family members occupied the main dining hall. At the table, Zhang Ge and Yu Qianheng, the two brothers, engaged in lively conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Once the meal concluded, Yu Yuanjin retained Zhang Ge for a private discussion. I have considered your suggestion, and it is indeed commendable. Has the elder approved? Zhang Ge inquired. Yu Yuanjin nodded. However, establishing such an organization will require considerable manpower and resources. To be frank, while the family can provide support, I would appreciate it if you could elaborate on your plan to give me a clearer understanding. My initial step is to achieve financial independence, Zhang Ge stated resolutely, which involves engaging in certain businesses that can fully cover the organization's daily expenses. Unless in specific circumstances, I shall refrain from soliciting funds from the family. This was Zhang Ge's consistent style. Once he decided to take action, he was determined to attain financial independence as swiftly as possible. Never to beg for money he could earn himself. What is the specific plan? Yu Yuanjin prompted. Brothels, Zhang Ge replied with an impassive expression. Yu Yuanjin reacted with surprise. You truly are quite precocious. Why brothels? Because I cannot abide gambling and drugs, Zhang Ge declared with righteous fervor, explaining that these ventures yield swift profits and are not illegal on the Douluo Continent. Additionally, there are underground fighting arenas, he continued. The operational model could draw inspiration from the soul fighting arenas in various cities, although the betting and stakes would require a distinct structure. Yu Yuanjin appeared contemplative. Brothels and underground fighting arenas were merely the first steps. The next phase involved cultivating idols. What does idol mean? Yu Yuanjin asked, hearing this term for the first time. Zhang Ge remarked, idols. During my previous participation in the soul duel in Soto City, the first opponent I encountered was Yu Qing, who can be likened to a beloved idol. The moment he stepped onto the stage, numerous spectators erupted in cheers and fervent support for him. With the presence of brothels and fighting arenas, we can harness the resources at our disposal to cultivate courtesans and champions of combat, for these idols are indeed cash cows. As he spoke, Zhang Ge briefly elucidated the intricacies of this relationship to Yu Yuanjin, likening it to the flow economy on Earth. With fame comes fortune. Yu Yuanjin was no fool and quickly grasped the underlying principles. Could this boy, merely 12 years old, truly possess such a wealth of peculiar ideas? This was merely the first step towards economic independence. Once one has money in hand, many matters become considerably easier to navigate. However, Zhang Ge added, all of this requires a foundation. People, Yu Yuanjin replied. Zhang Ge nodded, acknowledging the presence of individuals with minimal visibility, unwavering loyalty, unfamiliar faces, and considerable strength. Within the inner circle, there are several clan members who lead reclusive lives, many of whom meet the first three criteria. However, what precisely constitutes the standard of considerable strength for the fourth requirement? Zhang Ge remarked, many factions have already recognized my presence. Thus I must operate behind the scenes and refrain from direct involvement. Consequently, I require an agent, one who is no less than a soul emperor. Preferably a soul sage or a soul Douluo. This individual must maintain a direct line of communication with me. How much initial capital do you require? 5 million gold soul coins, and within a maximum of 2 years, I shall return 7 million. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yuanjin removed a blue gemstone bracelet adorned with a dragon's head from his left wrist and tossed it to Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge took it and was momentarily stunned. This was the Xiaolang ring, a soul guide device intended for storage, which could also unleash a dragon's roar at a critical moment, capable of intimidating foes and leaving them disoriented, with a ringing in their ears and a haze before their eyes. The cooldown period lasted for 2 hours. Alas, it far surpassed the belt that Xiaogang had given you. Zhang Ge examined the interior of the wristband, which boasted a storage capacity of approximately 40 to 50 cubic units. How disappointing. My system's storage far exceeds this. Additionally, the wristband was filled with a substantial amount of gold soul coins, indicating that Yu Yuanjin had long been well prepared. Zhang Ge was about to retrieve the golden soul coin and place it in his belt when Yu Yuanjin waved his hand, saying, "This howling dragon ring is a gift for you, a token of my regard. From now on, if the spirit hall wishes to contend with you, they must think twice." Zhang Ge smiled, stating, "From now on, the spirit hall will no longer confront me openly." Yu Yuanjin also chuckled, replying, "Therefore, hasten to bring forth the shadow guards you mentioned. Take this money for your use. There is no need to repay it. The Blue Lightning family is not so petty." As long as it serves a righteous purpose, the funds are abundant. No, it must be repaid. Zhang Ge asserted firmly, this is my principle of conduct. With that, he retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from his belt, diligently drafting an IOU, signing and sealing it before presenting it to Yu Yunjin. Please keep this safe. Uncle, I shall fulfill it within 2 years. Upon examining the IOU in his hand, Yu Yunjin smiled, you rascal. Furthermore, allow me to give you this. As he spoke, Yu Yunjin handed Zhang Ge a sky-blue diamond-shaped gemstone earring. Zhang Ge was taken aback. Ah, is this a token to win over a girl? He exclaimed. Uncle, I can handle the pursuit of women myself. Yu Yunjin gave him a light tap on the head. What nonsense. This is one of the twin star earrings. Specifically the blue star pendant, which serves as a soul guiding device. Alongside it is the white star pendant. The sole purpose of the twin star earrings is communication. No matter the distance, they enable real-time conversation. Since you intend to orchestrate things from behind the scenes, you'll need a means to contact your agent. And this will serve you perfectly. Zhang Ge was taken aback. Wasn't this simply a portable walkie-talkie, and one that did not impose any limitations on communication distance? Incredible. Is this inexpensive device truly so remarkable? He had contemplated several cumbersome methods to clandestinely contact the agent, but with this, everything would indeed become much simpler and more convenient. The Gemini earrings had been stored in the treasury for quite some time, never finding a purpose, and now they were perfectly suited for you. Uncle, do you trust me so implicitly? Are you not worried that I might abscond with these items? Zhang Ge inquired. Run if you wish. Go ahead and see which faction would treat you with such sincerity, Yu Yunjin replied with a smile. Zhang Ge gave a thumbs up. The first step towards dominating the world is about to be taken. In the dead of night, Yu Yunjin summoned Zhang Ge to the study once more. This time, Zhang Ge was introduced to a new character, Yu Yonghua. Through Yu Yunjin's introduction, Zhang Ge learned that Yu Yonghua was the captain of the family's rear mountain guard team, who typically roamed the area behind the mountain, obeying only Yu Yunjin's commands. He rarely appeared within the family, and even outside, most, including Yu Luomin, would hardly notice him, rendering his presence exceedingly minimal. To the outside world, he was a complete stranger. He exhibited unwavering loyalty to the family, currently holding a soul power level of 76, a soul saint, on par with Xiao Wu. All conditions were met. Tomorrow, once Tinga descends the mountain, you shall accompany me with those individuals I have selected for you. Tinga's orders are equivalent to my own, and you must adhere to them strictly, Yu Yunjin instructed. Understood. Yu Yonghua bowed to Yu Yunjin and then to Zhang Ge, saying, Greetings, young Master Tinga. From now on, should any matters arise, do not hesitate to command. Zhang Ge retained only 100,000 gold soul coins, while the remainder of his funds was securely placed into a meticulously emptied belt, which he then handed to Yu Yonghua. This is your initial capital. Upon your arrival in Sotua City, reach out to me, and I shall guide you on the subsequent steps. Understood. Yu Yunjin nodded, sensing the meticulousness with which the young man approached his tasks. Moreover, although Yu Qianqian currently serves as my personal attendant, you must remember that henceforth, without my explicit orders, any communication with her is strictly prohibited. Your identity outside can only be known to me and the family head. Understood. A shadow guard must embody the essence of secrecy. From this moment forward, you may find yourself destined to dwell in darkness for the rest of your life. Are you prepared for this reality? My life belongs to the family, and I have long been ready for such an eventuality. Very well. Now return and rest well to rejuvenate your spirit. Understood. Yu Yonghua bowed respectfully before taking his leave. You should also return and get some sleep, Yu Yunjin remarked with a smile. I have already arranged for Jinrong and Yu Zhang to escort you from the family to Sita City at dawn. The spectacle of this procession will be quite grand. Excellent. This will surely attract the attention of the Martial Soul Hall and other factions. Yu Yunjin nodded. Your clever mind is truly impressive. After Zhang Ge departed, Yu Yunjin spoke coldly. Come out. A long sword flew through the window, and Yu Yunjin extended 2 fingers to catch the blade. Sword old ghost. You possess quite the audacity to trespass alone into my territory. With a flick of his fingers, he sent the long sword recoiling back. The door opened, and Sword Douluo entered. Old dragon, it has been a long time. Your words remain as sharp as ever. I have nothing to discuss with your 7 treasures, glazed tile school. Yu Yunjin retorted stiffly. Oh, is that so? Sword Douluo smirked sideways. I have a rather amicable relationship with your little one. Yu Yunjin snorted through his nostrils and replied, Thank you. He was aware that Sword Douluo had assisted Zhang Ge several times before. Despite their past grievances with the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, gratitude was still due for the help rendered. A most unusual tale. This old dragon is indeed capable of expressing gratitude. I understand the principles of reason, Yu Yunjin remarked. Sword Douluo shook his head and plopped down into the chair opposite him. I traveled a great distance to see you, yet you offer no tea? Speak plainly. With the Hautian sect's retreat and the spirit hall's increasing tyranny, have you contemplated the future landscape of the continent? Yu Yunjin turned to face him as he continued. The Blue Lightning family and the 7 treasures glazed tile school harbor no deep-seated enmity. If we could form a defensive alliance, we would have no fear of the spirit hall, would we? Is this what Ningfengji taught you? Yu Yuanjin inquired. Sword Douluo's expression stiffened. What? Do you believe that with my capabilities, I could fail to consider such matters? That is precisely what I think. Sword Douluo nearly drew his sword on the spot. You old fool, do not underestimate my strength, nor my intellect. Perhaps Ning Fingji possesses the magnanimity, but I have no interest in such. Yu Yuanjin teased so. Are you Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School afraid? No need for veiled threats, Sword Douluo huffed, resuming his seat. You are well aware of the Spirit Hall's actions over the years. They seek to dominate, and we shall inevitably become thorns in their side. Do you think the two great empires are mere decorations? Yu Yuanjin retorted. The two empires must mutually restrain one another, Sword Douluo stated. Yu Yuanjin furrowed his brow. Enough. Your attitude has been roughly guessed by Fengji. Fortunately, our primary objective does not involve you. Are you plotting against Tiange? Yu Yuanjin's gaze sharpened. That lad has a good rapport with my Rongrong. Should they deepen their relationship, it would indeed be a splendid affair. Yu Yuanjin's expression softened. As long as it did not harm Zhang Ge, he was content. He had long been aware of Ning Rongrong's identity, although his relationship with Ning Fingji was strained. He would not stoop so low as to harm a young girl. Yet that lad's affection seemed not directed towards your little princess, Yu Yuanjin chuckled. Matters of the youth are unpredictable. Besides, rules are rigid, while humans are dynamic, Sword Douluo teased. You, old dragon, have more than one wife, do you not? Yu Yuanjin fell silent for a few seconds before ultimately asking, what did Ning Fengji say? Sword Douluo mounted his sword and departed, his voice trailing behind. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Yu Yuanjin raised an eyebrow. The following morning, the group embarked on their journey back to the academy. Yu Tianhing and Yu Tianxin were also returning to their respective academies, descending the mountain together. The young masters rode in a carriage while the guards rode horses, with the ink tiger spirit beast leading the way, creating a grand procession. Indeed, those hidden agents of the Spirit Hall, upon confirming that Zhang Ge was in the carriage, discreetly followed. Yu Yanghua and the others stealthily descended the mountain, entirely unnoticed. With matters concluded satisfactorily and so many experts accompanying them for protection, everyone felt remarkably relaxed. Why not visit the village where we stayed before? Xiao Wu suggested. We could also check on that old woman. Now that the spirit beasts are no longer causing trouble, her children might have returned. That sounds good. We need not rush this time, others agreed. However, upon reaching the village and finding the old woman's home, they were met with the unexpected news that she had passed away. Inquiring with the locals about her death yielded vague and contradictory responses. Some said she succumbed to illness, while others claimed she died in an accident while working. It was all rather peculiar, and the money Zhang Ge had left her was nowhere to be found. Dai Mubai and Tang San began to harbor certain suspicions, while Zhang Ge merely thought, is there any need for speculation? Human nature cannot withstand the test. After leaving the village, Zhang Ge seized an opportunity to caress an earring and whispered, I am issuing your first task now. Ensure it is executed with precision. With the instructions conveyed, Yu Yanghua's low voice resonated through the earring into Zhang Ji's ear. Understood. That night, all those in the village with blood on their hands mysteriously vanished. A day later, the group returned to Suodo City. Ultimately, the Spirit Hall did not make a move. The authenticity of Zhang Ge as a genuine member of the Blue Lightning family has become inconsequential. What truly matters is that Yu Yuanjin has announced him as the next successor. To challenge him would be tantamount to declaring war on the Blue Lightning family. Furthermore, with the ambiguous stance of Sword Douluo and his repeated assistance to Zhang Ge, Bibi Dong is compelled to consider the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in her strategies. She must re-evaluate her approach to dealing with Zhang Ge. Without much deliberation, new orders swiftly emanated from the Hall of the Pope. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, the group rested for a day, after which Yu Zhenrong and others promptly departed back to the Blue Lightning family the following morning. Concurrently, Zhang Ge also exited the academy, making his way to the Soul Hall in Suodo City. Having reached level 50, it was time for him to register. He intended to gauge the Soul Hall's attitude, emboldened. He strutted into the Soul Hall, daring those who might challenge him. If you dare to provoke me, I shall demonstrate my prowess by dispatching a title Douluo. He thought. Now, he possessed more than just the blood ritual as his trump card. The two soul skills granted by the 100,000-year soul ring were extraordinarily formidable. As he entered the Soul Hall with an air of confidence, he was promptly approached by a middle-aged man clad in a bishop's robe, completely bald. Zhang Ge greeted him. Hello, I have attained level 50 in soul power and acquired a soul ring. I am here to register. The bald man responded with a gentle smile. Indeed. You are the most talented newcomer in history, reaching level 50 so swiftly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kratos, the bishop of the Soul Hall in Suodo City, and I will personally assist you today. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Ge was momentarily startled. Kratos? The bald man. The legendary figure who single-handedly vanquished the Greek gods and shattered the entire Greek mythology. And now, he had even ventured into the Nordic realms. Why was he here playing the role of a bishop instead of challenging the old deities in the north? Was it possible he had also traversed dimensions? Should he follow protocol or simply flee? Is something amiss? You appear somewhat apprehensive, Kratos inquired, puzzled. Odin must be a formidable opponent, right? Zhang Ge cautiously probed. Kratos replied. What are you talking about? Who is Odin? Seeing the bewildered expression on Kratos' face, Zhang Ge finally relaxed. He genuinely believed that Kratos had also crossed over to the Douluo Continent. After all, if an ordinary person like him could traverse realms, it stood to reason that someone of Kratos' caliber, wielding the authority to obliterate gods, could do so as well. The system promptly notified him, "Do not panic. It is merely a case of sharing the same name." Kratos swiftly assisted Zhang Ge in completing his registration. As Zhang Ge was about to depart, a melodious voice floated from behind. "Wait a moment." Zhang Ge and Kratos turned in unison, and before them stood a young lady clad in the official attire of the Spirit Hall, her features strikingly delicate. Kratos bowed respectfully and said, "Miss Hulaina." Zhang Ge raised an eyebrow. "Hulaina? Please, step aside," she commanded. Kratos bowed and turned to leave. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Zhang Ge inquired. A seductive smile graced Hulaina's lips as she approached Zhang Ge, her enchanting gaze sparkling with allure. "I have long heard tales of your extraordinary talent emerging on this continent, yet I remain skeptical. Having witnessed it firsthand today, I must admit, you are indeed remarkable. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Do you seek to confront me directly, threaten my life, or perhaps pursue a more intimate connection? Hulaina? Each word you utter is familiar to me, yet when woven together, I find myself utterly perplexed." Zhang Ge cast a disdainful glance. "Do you not possess an underground organization? How is it that you fail to comprehend even the most rudimentary jargon? Quite unprofessional." "What did that last statement mean?" Hulaina inquired, her voice slightly stammering. "Speak plainly." Zhang Ge replied. Hulaina wore an expression of skepticism. The previous statement had been lengthy, yet the conveyed meaning was so simplistic. Nevertheless, she chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she flashed a beguiling smile, sensuously extending her hand to caress Zhang Ge's shoulder. "Our Spirit Hall holds great esteem for talents like you. Why not join us? You shall obtain everything you desire," she declared, invoking her alluring soul skill. Zhang Ge suddenly felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind, and the scene before him began to blur and distort. In a daze, he seemed to perceive Hulaina standing before him, utterly bare, her dazzling, pure whiteness igniting a tumultuous wave of emotions within him, causing his breath to quicken and his blood to surge. Observing Zhang Ge, who had fallen under her spell, Hulaina scoffed with disdain. "What genius is this? Even my allure cannot be resisted. Regardless of his talent, he shall obediently become my slave." Zhang Ge gradually closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. In an instant, his gaze blazed with fervor, and he felt a thunderous resonance in his mind, as clarity returned to his consciousness, dispelling the illusions that lay before him. With eyes of fire, he pierced through the deception, unmasking the various enchanting phantasms. Hulaina's expression shifted dramatically. She let out a shriek and collapsed to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The dispelling of the charm inflicted significant harm upon her. Hearing the commotion, Kratos rushed in with his companions, and upon witnessing the scene, he stood in stunned silence. The charm had failed? Furrowing his brow, he exclaimed, "Zhang Ge, what have you done?" "You ought to inquire what she has done to me," Zhang Ge retorted, undaunted in the face of the Spirit Hall guards. With a cold smile, he continued, "Suddenly casting a charm upon me without provocation. Has the Spirit Hall so lost its decorum that it resorts to such underhanded tactics? You." Kratos pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Ge, about to speak, when Hulaina interjected, "This is none of your concern. Leave." After a brief moment of contemplation, Kratos departed with his men. Wiping the blood from her lips, Hulaina rose to her feet. "Indeed, quite impressive. I underestimated you. What do you desire now?" Zhang Ge inquired. "If you remain silent, turning to leave will be your wisest choice." Hulaina shook her head. "I must clarify my intentions. I sought to meet you as per my own volition. My mentor instructed me not to engage in conflict with you, and I disregarded her command by employing the charm. This is my fault, and I hope you will not harbor resentment towards my mentor or the Spirit Hall." To think that someone from the Spirit Hall would acknowledge their mistakes, what a rare sight. Zhang Ge whistled. After a moment of silence, Hulaina softly confessed, "I do not agree with all of my mentor's actions, but she is my teacher and also the Pope. Moreover, not everyone within the Spirit Hall shares her views." After 3 seconds of contemplation, Zhang Ge extended his hand. "Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Zhang Ge." Hulaina's delicate form quivered as she gazed at him in astonishment. Upon witnessing the warmth of his smile, brighter than the sun in spring, her cheeks flushed slightly. With a hint of shyness, she extended her hand. "I am Hulaina. You mentioned that if I joined the Spirit Hall, I could obtain what I desire?" Zhang Ge inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Hulaina replied, her spirits lifting. "You can have whatever you wish. I desire a nuclear bomb, along with the necessary launch silos, underground nuclear facilities, and intercontinental satellite positioning systems, among other things." Hulaina was taken aback. "Could you please speak of something I can comprehend?" 070. How delightful. Awaken, host. The empire of the sun and moon has yet to emerge, and the age of technological revolution has not arrived, the system prompted. "Can you not discern that I am merely jesting with her?" Zhang Ge rolled his eyes. "Even the technology of the empire of the sun and moon is confined to soul-guiding devices. They have barely scratched the surface of electromagnetic advancements. What foolishness to think of nuclear technology. As a transmigrator, he had previously contemplated carrying forward the traditional skills of other transmigrators to develop Earth-S technology in this realm. Setting aside high-end concepts such as electromagnetic pulses, biochemical, and nuclear weapons, the mere introduction of firearms would incite a revolution in Douluo Continent. After all, the formidable destructive power of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus stemmed from gunpowder. However, while the idea is simple, the execution proves to be quite challenging. Zhang Ge's sole regret lies in his university years, during which he failed to explore the tomes pertaining to ammunition engineering, ordnance science, explosives, and missile engineering at the library. What purpose did immersing himself in classical literature serve? What on earth is missile engineering? Surely, this knowledge seemed futile as well. The system could not help but voice its disdain. Zhang Ge chose to disregard him, instead continuing to muse inwardly. Nevertheless, it must be said that their mecha technology is indeed quite impressive. As a seasoned fan of the genre, who does not admire Gundam? I didn't quite understand what you said. Perhaps you could rephrase your request? Hulaina inquired. Let me become the successor to the Pope, Zhang Ge replied. Hulaina, you certainly dare to make a request. However, this matter is beyond my authority. It requires the Master's direct endorsement. Why don't you accompany me back to Seoul City? Perhaps the Master will. You really believe he is just teasing you, don't you, foolish one? Zhang Ge waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Although I am not currently interested in joining the Spirit Hall, I would be open to friendship. Should you wish it, I would very much like that, Hulaina quickly responded. Zhang Ge said no more as Hulaina watched him depart through the door. After he left, a somewhat sinister smile crept across Hulaina's face. After all, he is but a child. To be friends? Friendship is merely the first step. Sooner or later, I shall bring you into the Spirit Hall. Teacher, I shall not let you down. Indeed, she had been merely performing a charade. Her aim solely to draw closer to Zhang Ge. As she realized she could not force the matter, she decided to take a gentler approach, gradually leading Zhang Ge into the Spirit Hall. Yet, unbeknownst to her, while she schemed against him, Zhang Ge was also plotting in return. Little girl, with you around. Perhaps pacifying the Spirit Hall will be simpler. Upon exiting, Zhang Ge too revealed a sly smile. Returning to Shrek Academy, life seemed to revert to its previous ease. Filled with daily training and study, Zhang Ge, however, found himself in a predicament. Yu Yanghua had arrived in Soto City and, following Zhang Ge's instructions, purchased a plot of land to the west of the city. Before long, an opulent structure rose majestically from the ground. The building comprised 7 stories in total, with 5 above ground serving as a bar, hotel, and dance hall, while the 2 subterranean levels were designated for a combat arena. Zhang Ge named his establishment Heaven and Earth. In his vision, it should not merely be an unremarkable tavern. Rather, it ought to be a venue that encompasses dining, leisure, entertainment, accommodation, and customs. Indeed, this embodies the essence of diversification. By attracting talent, enhancing facilities, providing staff training, and engaging in advertising, Heaven and Earth quickly gained a reputation within Soto City, aided by financial support and family connections. During this period, Zhang Ge was not idle. He was diligently working to win over Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. With over 30 days left until his deadline, he felt confident, as the groundwork had been laid effectively. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, securing their affections seemed a straightforward endeavor. Even if obstacles emerged, Zhang Ge had contingency plans in place. One day, during breakfast, Ma Hongjun mysteriously leaned towards Dai Mubai and said, "Boss Dai, did you know? A delightful new place called Heaven and Earth has opened in Soto City." The group's attention was piqued. Oscar, curious, inquired, "What kind of place is that?" "It's splendid," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, animatedly detailing that one could dine, drink, relax, and enjoy performances there. Most enticingly, for a fee, one could have a companion by their side throughout the experience. The others rolled their eyes, realizing it was exactly as they suspected. But that's not all. There are also underground fighting arenas. If you feel competitive, you can battle other soul masters. No monetary stakes for losing, and if you win, you earn a reward. And if you have a companion, she will cheer you on, offering extra services for victories, while providing comfort in defeat. It's simply marvelous. Dai Mubai interjected sternly, "Enough. Spare me these details. I have no interest." His relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had remained strained and cold, leaving him with an unsettling premonition. Ma Hongjun, now more perceptive, glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and quietly advised, "Boss Dai, heed my words, don't pursue what you cannot have." For this statement, Zhang Ge's regard for him increased significantly. Dai Mubai glared, ready to unleash his ire. But Ma Hongjun quickly added, "Just take a glance at that courtesan, and you will understand what true beauty is. Honestly, none of the beautiful women we have encountered hold a candle to her." The expressions of the boys shifted sharply. Trouble was brewing. Instantly, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing slammed their hands on the table, rising in protest. "What do you mean by that, Ma Hongjun?" Xiao Wu fumed. "We are not interested in competing with such women, but you need not belittle us while praising her." Ning Rongrong's gaze was frosty. "Unbelievable." Zhu Zhuqing was direct. Xiao Wu, her temper flaring, declared, "Rongrong, Zhuqing, Let us go dismantle that so-called heaven and earth. Wait. Zhang Ge quickly intervened, pointing out that it was Ma Hongjun who had incited their anger and that they could simply reprimand him. After all, he is just running a business and has wronged us. What nonsense. That's my business. Ning Rongrong nodded. Then let us give this chubby fellow a lesson. Hold on. Before Ma Hongjun could finish, Zhu Zhuqing had already darted forward like a streak of black light. Xiao Wu followed closely behind. Ma Hongjun stood no chance against the combined might of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, especially with Ning Rongrong providing support. He was swiftly overwhelmed. After confronting Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu tightly grasped Zhang Ge's arm and warned, Xiao Gu, I must insist, you are not to visit that place. Zhang Gu immediately declared, I, Zhang Ge, swear to the heavens that even if I were to leap from a mountain and perish outside, I would never set foot in such a place. 071 the boss. He took the bait. The speaker spoke with intent, while the listener listened with attention. Zhang Ge swore vehemently that he would never go, and Tang San showed little interest. Oscar remained silent, yet Dai Mubai felt an insatiable itch within his heart. For the sake of Zhu Zhuqing, he had long refrained from indulging in carnal pleasures. Indeed, it had been an eternity. How lavishly he once lived, surrounded by affection, leading a life akin to that of deities. However, ever since Zhu Zhuqing entered his life, he had resolutely suppressed such desires to maintain his image. Yet now, the distance between him and Zhu Zhuqing had grown alarmingly vast. He was nearing the brink of desperation. Wolves devour flesh while sheep graze on grass. A wolf may temporarily subsist on grass, yet it cannot forsake its nature forever. It must return to meat. On several occasions, he had even contemplated storming into Zhu Zhuqing's dormitory for a clandestine rendezvous. After listening to Ma Hongjun's description of the courtesan, while still in the cafeteria, his thoughts had soared to ethereal realms. He simply had to see for himself. As long as he proceeded stealthily, Zhu Zhuqing would remain unaware. Moreover, even if she discovered his ruse, he could easily claim he was merely training in an underground fighting arena to hone his skills. Yes, that was the perfect excuse. He truly was a genius. The proprietor of that ethereal realm was also a genius, for the fighting arena served as the ultimate guise for a man. Zhang Ge remained silent, for everything unfolded precisely according to his meticulous plan. That very night, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai covertly slipped away from the academy, heading towards the renowned Tianshanrenjian. Believing themselves to be inconspicuous, they failed to notice the vigilant eyes discreetly tracking their every move. Upon receiving Mohu's report, Zhang Ge nodded approvingly and waved his hand. Mohu respectfully withdrew. Tianshanrenjian, a newly established multifaceted hotel, had swiftly garnered widespread acceptance among the denizens of Sotoa City. Here, patrons could indulge in an all-encompassing suite of services, concealing their identities. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun each paid 10 golden soul coins to acquire VIP badges, as per Zhang Ge's instructions. The admission fees were tiered into 3 levels, 1, 5, and 10 golden soul coins respectively. Those who paid the highest fee were granted the rare privilege of beholding the courtesan's enchanting visage. Furthermore, passing subsequent trials could lead to dining with, or even spending an intimate evening alongside, the courtesan. Guided by a female attendant, the duo ascended to the 3rd floor, which was divided into eastern and western halves. The eastern segment housed the dance arena where the courtesans performed publicly, while the western half comprised 3 dining halls and 3 lounges, reserved for those who succeeded in the trials and were escorted there by the courtesans. Indeed, there were 3 courtesans in total. Upon their arrival, the eastern half was nearly at capacity, filled with eager spectators yearning to witness the courtesan's allure. Despite the steep 10 golden soul coin fee merely granting access to a performance, the 100 seats available across 3 daily shows yielded a substantial daily revenue of 3,000 golden soul coins from this venue alone, testament to the irresistible allure of celebrity. No sooner had they settled than a resplendently attired female host ascended the stage, offering brief pleasantries before announcing, "Please welcome our courtesan, Lili Shui." Ma Hongjun exclaimed excitedly. "That is her. Among the 3 courtesans here, she is the one I saw last time. Absolutely stunning." Dai Mubai frowned, retorting, "How stunning can she be? Even if she is, 10 golden soul coins only gets you 1 show. It's a poor investment. You could have more fun at a tavern for less." Ma Hongjun countered. 10 golden soul coins can buy either a steamed bun or a feast of chicken and fish. Which would you choose? Dai Mubai merely shook his head, content to satisfy his curiosity this once, vowing never to return given the exorbitant cost. Yet the moment the courtesan appeared on stage, Dai Mubai was utterly captivated. Bathed in gentle light, a peerless beauty gracefully emerged, causing the male audience to widen their eyes in awe, some even exhaling in astonished gasps akin to panting bulls. Her visage was flawless, a smooth, pale oval face, exquisitely sculpted features, cascading, silky tresses, a delicately slender figure, and an impossibly supple waist that seemed to vanish beneath his grasp. Dai Mubai's hands involuntarily clenched, gripping his seat with audible creaks. Could such perfection truly exist in this world? Compared to her, all previous beauties paled into insignificance. Even Zhu Zhuqing herself was eclipsed. In truth, while the woman's looks were undeniably commendable, Her extraordinary allure was chiefly the result of Zhang Ge's mastery of one of Asia's 4 arcane arts, makeup magic. Though girls on Douluo Continent commonly adorned themselves, their efforts paled beside genuine makeup artistry. Such enchantment could transform the plainest maiden into a radiant beauty in moments. Thus, a naturally attractive woman enhanced by these arts appeared utterly breathtaking. As melodious strains filled the air, Liu Shui danced with celestial grace, her movements reminiscent of a descending goddess, leaving the men utterly spellbound. Suddenly, a man leapt to his feet, eyes blazing, panting fiercely as he declared, "I offer 5,000 golden soul coins. This beauty is mine tonight." With a thunderous roar, 5 soul rings erupted around him as he lunged toward the stage. Yet Liu Shui remained unperturbed. For a black-clad soul master bearing 6 soul rings swiftly intervened. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged startled glances. An imperial soul master was guarding the establishment. Nearby, 4 or 5 similarly attired soul masters, faces concealed beneath black scarves, scanned the crowd with impassive expressions, evidently disinclined to intervene. Their assistance was unnecessary. An imperial soul master versus a soul king was an overwhelming mismatch. To conceal their identities, these guards were hired mercenaries. Hence their soul powers were not the fearsome blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. The disruptive soul king was swiftly subdued, publicly beaten, and then unceremoniously cast out the 3rd-floor window. Order was immediately restored, and the audience obediently resumed their seats to enjoy the performance. Upon concluding her dance, Liu Shui parted her ruby lips softly. "Esteemed guests, we warmly welcome your presence. However, we implore all to observe the house rules diligently, lest they suffer the consequences." Her voice was gentle and sweet, stirring a delightful restlessness within the listeners. At this moment, a corpulent merchant-like man inquired, "Miss Liu Shui, what price must one pay to spend an evening with you?" Liu Shui smiled demurely. "Should anyone offer 10,000 golden soul coins, I shall dine with him and even feed him personally. Yet, to share the night together is not a matter of mere coin. 10,000 golden soul coins. How exorbitant. Yet to dine with such a beauty and be fed by her would surely be divine." Someone murmured, "How does one qualify?" Another asked. "Firstly," Liu Shui explained, "a distinguished guest must prove his prowess by achieving 30 consecutive victories in the underground fighting arena. Then, he must spend at least 100,000 golden soul coins here." Finally, Dai Mubai abruptly rose, demanding, "Finally, what? Speak quickly." "Boss," he hooked, a low voice whispered in his earring. It was Yu Yanghua's deep tone. Zhang Ge revealed her signature sinister smile. 072. "I shall compose a poem for you. Ultimately, it hinges upon whether the esteemed guest can touch my heart." Liu Shui flashed a charming smile at Dai Mubai, adding, "So far, no guest has managed to win my affection." That enchanting smile nearly melted Dai Mubai's heart. Ma Hongjun was on the verge of a spontaneous outburst. The two abruptly rose and swiftly made their way to the underground fighting arena, eager to fulfill the condition of achieving 30 consecutive victories. The following morning, Tang San and Oscar looked at the sleep-deprived Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun with puzzled expressions. "Boss Dai, what happened to you? Did you not sleep well last night?" I was cultivating," Dai Mubai replied vaguely. Zhu Zhuqing seemed oblivious, not casting a glance at Dai Mubai throughout. After finishing their meal, the group gathered on the training field, where the master inquired, "Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, what is going on with you two?" "Master, we were cultivating last night." "Nonsense," the master retorted with a stern expression. "There must be limits to cultivation. Without sufficient rest, how can one possibly have the energy for training the following day?" "Master, I can manage," Dai Mubai insisted. "So can I. Today's training will be no problem." Ma Hongjun chimed in. "Very well, then let us continue with the paired sparring. First, you 7 must work together to endure longer under Xiao Ji's hands. Xiao Ge, you 2, defeat them at the fastest speed possible." Zhang Ge offered a serene smile as he stood before the 7 individuals, declaring, "The challenge has intensified. You must proceed with caution." The group exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the nature of this increased difficulty. Suddenly, 5 soul rings erupted from Zhang Ge's being purple, black, yellow, and red. 100,000-year soul ring. The onlookers gasped in shock and disbelief, their astonishment palpable. Even the master wore an expression of profound astonishment. 100,000-year soul ring was an extraordinary rarity. Although there were numerous titled duelyuos across the continent, few possessed such illustrious soul rings. Yet, here it was, manifested on the form of a mere 12-year-old soul king. My heavens, what is happening in this world? Could it be that Zhang Ge is the fated child of destiny? That esteemed figure hinted at a surprise, and when I sought clarification on what constituted such a surprise, he remained silent. Eventually, he presented me with a 100,000-year soul ring, proclaiming, "This is the surprise." The crowd could only respond with incredulity. "You must confess. Is that esteemed figure your son?" "No, but are you not his son? Surely only a biological father would show such favor." This was simply. The master stammered for a lengthy moment before finally articulating a coherent thought. "Little Ge, this is truly extraordinary. Who else is aware of your 5th soul ring?" "The family head," Zhang Ge replied. The master nodded gravely. You must ensure that this remains a secret. Even in future battles, strive to conceal this fifth soul ring. If the Spirit Hall were to discover it, the consequences would be dire. At that time, the Spirit Hall had merely assessed his soul power and had not required him to manifest his soul rings, allowing him to fabricate a tale of a 1,000-year soul ring. After all, he had several 1,000-year rings previously, and the Spirit Hall would hardly be alarmed. Zhang Ge nodded and turned to face the crowd, who were now rendered utterly dazed. Indeed, they were in a state of astonishment. A soul ring of 100,000 years, which was only supposed to exist in legends, was now witnessed before their very eyes, and astonishingly, it adorned one of their classmates. Gradually, the crowd regained their composure and began to extend their congratulations. Xiao Wu looked at Zhang Ge with palpable excitement. My Zhang Ge is truly remarkable. How extraordinary to have obtained a soul ring of 100,000 years. If that esteemed individual could assist him in acquiring such a soul ring, perhaps he would no longer regard my own soul ring of 100,000 years with any significance. Yes, he surely wouldn't, if he desired mine. He would have acted long ago. Ning Rongrong's face also flushed with exhilaration. Zhang Ge has become even more formidable, and she is filled with joy. Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting gaze flickers, as Zhang Ge continuously performs miraculous feats, astonishing her time and again. Such excellence makes her wonder, do I truly deserve him? This thought suddenly crossed Zhu Zhuqing's mind, causing her to blush momentarily due to its inexplicable, yet bold nature. Everyone's attention was captivated by the soul ring that had existed for 100,000 years, thereby overlooking Zhang Ge's astonishing rate of advancement. At last, little Ge has grown stronger, ascending yet again in such a brief period to reach level 50. My goodness, little Ge. How do you train on a daily basis? What accounts for your rapid progression? The master finally noticed and inquired. I am uncertain. Perhaps it is due to the mutated martial soul, Zhang Ge replied. The master wept. We all possess mutated martial souls. Why is your rate of advancement so swift? So unencumbered by any bottleneck, while I remain stagnated at level 29? This is a cruel torment. Struggling to hold back tears, the master declared, let us begin. Turning away, he departed in sorrow. Perhaps I should find a place to end it all. I would have been better off not encountering Zhang Ge. For every day spent in his presence feels like a dagger to the heart. That night, beneath the colossal moon, the night enveloped the world like water. Zhang Ge continued to practice the art of remote manipulation of the golden cudgel in the open space before the dormitory. He had always been an exceptionally diligent individual. Even with the advantage of his extraordinary ability, he understood that hard work remained imperative. In fact, it could be argued that the possession of such a remarkable gift necessitated even greater effort. Only those devoid of hope would relinquish their endeavors, succumbing to apathy and resignation. Beneath the silvery moonlight, a sultry and exquisite silhouette stealthily emerged from the shadows at the corner of the dormitory wall. Zhang Ge was oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, completely engrossed in his practice. In the shadows, Zhu Zhuqing observed quietly. After a while of training, Zhang Ge retracted his golden cudgel, wiped the sweat from his brow, and muttered to himself, the farthest distance I can manipulate from a distance is 36 meters. This is inadequate. If my opponents are Soul Douluo or Title Douluo, they could take my life from 50 meters away. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Ge's hypothetical adversaries were indeed of the caliber of Soul Douluo and Title Douluo. He truly surpassed us by leaps and bounds. Despite his formidable strength, rapid cultivation, assistance in obtaining soul rings, and being the heir of the Blue Lightning clan, he still worked tirelessly. In contrast, Dai Mubai, who had been at level 37 when we arrived, remained at the same level even after all this time. His mind is perpetually consumed with thoughts of women. With mediocre talent, a poor background, and no connections, these are all bearable. But the most intolerable aspect is his indulgence in pleasures without any aspiration for progress. Zhang Ge enlarged the golden cudgel, allowing it to hover in midair as he reclined upon it to rest. He gazed up at the colossal moon and then surveyed the verdant bamboo grove in front of the dormitory, feeling the refreshing night breeze. Exhaling the impurities from his chest, he proclaimed aloud, the bamboo grove, lush and unpretentious, leans against my staff as I observe the moon, with the gentle wind caressing me. Lying here quietly, I behold the moon, utterly serene. Hidden in the shadows, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. The bamboo grove, lush and unpretentious. Zhuqing, this. Zhang Ge composed a poem using my name. By chance, I overheard an appealing young man crafting verses with his own name, and like many young girls, Zhu Zhuqing was overwhelmed by a singular thought, romance. Her breath quickened in response. Zhang Ge abruptly exclaimed, who? A setup. It's all a ploy. Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the shadows, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Ge exhaled in relief upon recognizing her. Zhuqing, it's you. You startled me. I thought I was facing an assassin from the Spirit Hall. Host, did you think I had perished? The system interjected, somewhat displeased. If there were truly an assassin, I would have issued a warning. Moreover, Yu Qianqian is also concealed in the shadows, safeguarding you. Zhang Ge leaped down with the golden cudgel, inquiring, what is the matter? Can't you sleep again? Zhu Zhuqing, her cheeks flushed, nodded shyly. Your face seems a bit flushed. Do you have a fever? Zhang Ge instinctively reached out to touch her forehead, then his own. Admittedly, Zhang Ge was seizing the opportunity to indulge in a moment of intimacy. Zhu Shiqing did not resist or shy away from this affectionate gesture. "You're not running a fever," Zhang Ge remarked. Just now, I heard you." Zhu Shiqing stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed, unable to continue her sentence. Zhang Ge inquired him, "Did you hear the sound of my practice? Did I disturb you?" "No. It's just that I couldn't sleep and wandered over. I caught a glimpse of you reciting a couplet of poetry just now." By the end of her words, Zhu Shiqing's voice had dwindled to a whisper. "Oh, you mean the couplet I recited earlier? It is a poem title lacking a title by the Ming Dynasty poet Tang Hu. I modified a couple of its lines, finding them quite fitting, and recited them casually." Zhu Shiqing lifted her gaze, cast a fleeting glance at him, then lowered her head once more. "Is there something amiss with the poem?" Zhang Ge, perplexed. Read the lines repeatedly in his mind. "The bamboo grove is lush and elegant. Bamboo Ching. Goodness, could this little lady possibly think I penned those verses using her name? How fortuitous. An unexpected stroke of divine assistance. Who claims classical literature is of no value." Step forward. With this thought, Zhang Ge immediately donned a countenance that was both earnest and slightly bashful. I used your name without your consent. Primarily because I find the bamboo grove to be verdant and refined, much like you." Zhu Shiqing's face flushed deeper, and she dared not meet Zhang Ge's gaze. "If you find it inappropriate, I can revise it." "No need to change it," Zhu Shiqing exclaimed suddenly, only to realize she had lost her composure. I think it's quite lovely. I didn't expect you to possess such remarkable talent and literary flair. Needless to say, from primary school to university, I have consistently excelled academically, a bona fide scholar from the Chinese department, achieving full marks in classical literature. How could I lack literary talent? Otherwise, how would I have earned the title of cultured muscle man? If you like it, that's what matters, Zhang Ge replied gently. Could you write it down for me? You can't write? Zhang Ge nearly blurted out, but thankfully restrained himself. Otherwise, he would have lost 5 centimeters in height. All right. The two entered Zhang Ge's dormitory, where he retrieved paper and pen from the Xiaolong ring and meticulously inscribed the modified lines of poetry. As he composed, Zhu Shiqing stood by his side, and he could distinctly perceive the enchanting fragrance of orchids emanating from her, stirring his senses. How delightful! He longed to embrace her and breathe in that lovely scent. Once finished, Zhu Shiqing accepted the paper, scrutinizing it earnestly, her eyes brimming with tenderness, her cheeks flushing anew. She tucked it close to her heart and, gazing into Zhang Ge's eyes, inquired, "May I ride your martial spirit once more?" "Of course, that's no problem." The two stepped outside, where Zhang Ge summoned the golden cudgel, enlarging it for their ascent. As they soared into the night sky, Zhu Shiqing suddenly remarked, "I increasingly find the words you spoke that night to be quite profound." "Is that so?" Zhang Ge asked. "What did I say that evening?" "You said that living is about seeking peace of mind, that one should live in accordance with their inner self to find joy and alleviate life's burdens. Why do you find that so meaningful?" Zhang Ge inquired. Zhu Shiqing turned to face him, her small face still flushed and somewhat bashful. Yet she summoned the courage to meet his gaze directly. Zhang Ge gazed intently into her eyes. She did not respond. Instead, she inquired, "In whose company do you feel the most at ease?" Zhang Ge fell silent. This was a question of life and death. If he answered Xiao Wu, Zhu Shiqing would undoubtedly feel disheartened, perhaps even relinquishing any hope of being with him. Conversely, if he replied you, Zhu Shiqing might perceive him as fickle, having Xiao Wu yet still harboring thoughts of her. Thus, the most fitting answer was you all. Zhang Ge expressed, "In your company, I always feel a sense of tranquility. Free from the treachery of deceit, unafraid of being stabbed in the back, unburdened by schemes, it is all so effortless. Does your conscience not ache? You are constantly devising ways to win them over." The system interjected with sarcasm. "Isn't this all due to the cursed tasks you assigned? Why not shorten yourself by 10 centimeters and show me?" The system feigned deafness, pretending not to hear. Zhu Shiqing fell silent, and after a moment, she spoke, "You know, I have been contemplating who I would feel truly at ease with." "And the answer?" Zhang Ge inquired. Zhu Shiqing gazed at him, biting her lip, hesitant to continue. "It should be Big Brother Dai. He seems to care for you," Zhang Ge suggested. This was an age-old strategy of feigned indifference to entice a girl, a method that had proven effective time and again. Zhu Shiqing's expression shifted, shaking her head. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Ge suddenly pointed below, exclaiming, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Is that not Big Brother Dai?" Zhu Shiqing looked down and indeed spotted Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun sneaking towards the realm of heavenly pleasures. Where could they be heading? Zhang Ge questioned, perplexed. Zhu Shiqing's expression turned frosty as she narrowed her eyes. Zhang Ge, with a sense of curiosity, quietly maneuvered the golden cudgel, trailing behind them, while Zhu Shiqing watched helplessly as they entered the heavenly realm. Indeed, it was when Zhu Shiqing expressed her desire to ride the golden cudgel that Zhang Ge conceived this plan on the spur of the moment, deliberately flying along the route between the academy and Soto City. Ideally, he hoped to encounter Dai Mubai. If not, it was of little consequence, as this was merely a spontaneous plan. To his surprise, Dai Mubai did not disappoint him, having sneaked out to the heavenly realm. Finding a secluded spot, the two gradually descended. On the third floor, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were utterly captivated by the performance of Lulixu, cheering and reveling like the other spectators, completely oblivious to Zhu Zhiqing standing not far behind them. If there had been the slightest glimmer of hope in Zhu Zhiqing's heart before, it had now vanished entirely. Concealed by the crowd's jubilant uproar, Zhang Ge quietly issued a command through his earpiece. Soon, a maid approached Lulixu, whispering a few words in her ear. Lulixu understood and, looking down at Dai Mubai, smiled as she asked, Dai Xiao, you've come to see me these past few days. Do you truly like me? Upon hearing the beautiful maiden speak to him, Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with affection, and he exclaimed, Like? Of course, I do. Just how much do you like me? Lulixu inquired. For you, I would do anything. I have already achieved 12 consecutive victories. Ma Hongjun also stood up, declaring, I have won 11 in a row. Miss, you should pay more attention to me. Dai Lauda is already spoken for. Nonsense. I am single, Dai Mubai retorted. Zhu Zhiqing turned and walked away, no longer harboring any lingering attachment. Zhu Zhiqing is mine. Beneath the great moon, the golden cudgel soared through the night sky over Soto City, flying away from the city. Zhu Zhiqing remained silent. Zhang Ge remained silent, leaving Zhu Zhiqing to ponder on her own. Upon reaching the forest outside Soto City, where the two had previously fallen, Zhu Zhiqing suddenly exclaimed, Stop for a moment. Zhang Ge halted, and Zhu Zhiqing turned to gaze at him. Do you remember? Last time, we fell down from here. Zhang Ge's face displayed an expression of remorse. I almost caused you harm. Zhu Zhiqing responded with a serene smile, gradually rising to her feet. In the astonished gaze of Zhang Ge, she gracefully leapt down. Zhang Ge was taken aback and swiftly teleported to grasp Zhu Zhiqing's shoulder. What are you doing? He exclaimed. Embrace me like last time, Zhu Zhiqing gently replied. Zhang Ge was taken aback. Goodness. This was something he never anticipated. Zhang Ge embraced her. And this time she did not respond with the same reticence as before. Instead, she reciprocated by wrapping her arms tightly around Zhang Ge, burying her head in his embrace. Bang! Zhang Ge fell to the ground once more. However, this time the fall was not as severe, and having reached level 50, his physical condition was significantly enhanced. After activating various protective measures, he emerged unscathed. Zhu Zhiqing still held onto him tightly, her eyes closed and her head resting against his chest, softly whispering. The answer is you. Zhang Ge was taken aback. It is only when I am with you that I truly experience a profound sense of tranquility and ease. Do you perceive me as rather indiscreet? Despite being betrothed to Dai Mubai, and fully aware of the deep bond you share with Xiao Wu, I still act in this manner and utter these words to you. Zhang Ge spoke slowly. You may have been affected by something. I believe today's incident might be a misunderstanding. Dai Lada. Zhu Zhiqing interrupted him, saying, I used to think that Dai Mubai could still be saved. There was a flicker of hope in my heart for him, but today, I have truly come to understand. When I witnessed his madness for another woman, surprisingly, I felt neither anger nor sadness. I realized that this is his authentic self, and I finally comprehend that I have no feelings for him any longer. Zhang Ge fell into a moment of silence before speaking. But you are bound by a marriage contract. I shall not return to my family. That engagement. If he does not mention it, I will consider it non-existent. If he brings it up, I shall declare that I will no longer be constrained by my family or this engagement. My lifelong aspiration has been freedom. The time I have spent at Shrek Academy has been the happiest of my life, for it is a period of freedom, and also because of you. Congratulations. Task completed. Spirit power increased by 5 levels. Obtained random soul skill, Cosmic River. Cosmic River, area attack soul skill. Harnessing the power of the cosmos. It calls down the light of the stars from the heavens to bombard targets within a 50 by 50 range. If used at night, its power and range are doubled. Spirit power consumption, minimal. Before Zhang Ge could fully relish this moment of joy, the system abruptly instigated another task. Task received. Push away Zhu Zhiqing. Task reward. Spirit power increased by 2 levels. If Zhu Zhiqing becomes sad or angry, the task will fail. Failure penalty. A reduction of 2 centimeters. Are you kidding me? Is this some kind of joke? Just as I was about to celebrate, you doused me with cold water? At a moment like this, pushing her away would earn me her lifelong resentment. If I were to knock her unconscious, she certainly wouldn't be angry or sad anymore, the system suggested. Curse the system. You expect me to comply? Not a chance. Just watch how I accomplish this task. Zhang Ge suddenly slapped his thigh, his expression one of astonishment. Zhu Zhiqing was taken aback, perplexed by the situation. What is the matter with you? She inquired. Zhang Ge abruptly pushed her aside, and before she could react, he exuberantly exclaimed, Zhiqing, this is incredible. Do you know, I have just suddenly comprehended a soul skill. Zhu Zhiqing, perplexed, responded with a questioning look. The system, equally bewildered, inquired, what's soul skill? Zhu Zhiqing displayed no signs of anger or sorrow. Her attention was entirely captivated by Zhang Ge's newfound ability. Watch closely, I shall demonstrate, he proclaimed, directing his focus towards an open space ahead. With that, Zhang Ge unleashed the Wanxiang Xinghe. A resplendent brilliance erupted from his hands, and starlight converged in the sky, weaving into a vibrant ribbon of celestial light. Gaze upon it, and it appeared as though a river of stars spanned across the heavens. A sight both breathtaking and magnificent. Subsequently, the celestial river erupted into a cascade of twinkling starlight, transforming into a colorful meteor shower that fell gracefully from the sky. Zhu Zhuqing stood entranced by such a stunning spectacle. The system was left in a state of shock. Goodness, is this even possible? I never anticipated such a development. This is the random soul skill I assigned as a task reward, and yet you wield it against me? This troublesome host remains as challenging as ever. How beautiful. Zhu Zhuqing murmured, her gaze lingering on the vibrant meteor shower cascading through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was pounded into massive craters. A clear indication of the skill's formidable power. What immense strength. Zhu Zhuqing remarked once more. Zhang Ge turned to her. This is a soul technique I comprehended because of you. What name shall we bestow upon it? System. Ah, on this day? The system finally grasped the meaning of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Zhang Ge. I am not skilled in naming. Perhaps you could choose one? Let us call it Clear Shadow of the Starry River. What do you think? Zhu Zhuqing, her cheeks flushed, nodded gently. Any name you choose is perfect. System. Do you see? She is neither angry nor saddened. Now, where are the task rewards? In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ge reached level 57. The system was on the verge of crashing from frustration. In such moments, a woman being dismissed without anger or sadness was truly a sight to behold. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhang Ge's brilliant mind utilized the newly acquired task reward soul technique, perfectly resolving the situation. The system was utterly astounded. If you dare to play me like this again, Zhang Ge warned, I will undoubtedly explode with fury. Do you believe it? With that, Zhang Ge disregarded the system and turned to Zhu Zhuqing. It's getting late. Shall we return? Zhu Zhuqing, like a dutiful little wife, nodded and reached out her small hand to grasp Zhang Ge's. Can we walk back together? Of course. Thus, Zhang Ge held Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand as they strolled back to the academy. Her hand was truly delightful, smooth and soft. As they neared the academy, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly halted and asked, Can I call you Little Ge from now on? Certainly. Then, will you take me out for a drive at night often? Absolutely. By day, you belong to Xiaowu. By night, you are mine. Is that agreeable? This progression seemed rather swift, indeed. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment and nodded. However, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, summoning her courage to gaze at Zhang Ge. As long as I can be with you for even a brief moment each day, I would be content. Zhang Ge reached out and gently caressed her hair. Zhu Zhuqing embraced Zhang Ge and whispered, This is our little secret. See you tomorrow. With that, she trotted away with a light heart. Zhang Ge watched her depart, and just as he was about to leave, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Am I lacking in intelligence? Upon hearing the footsteps, Zhang Ge was momentarily startled, but he quickly adopted a bemused expression and turned to say, with such clumsy footsteps, How do you intend to conceal yourself and protect me? You sound as heavy as a pig. Yu Qianqian was taken aback. Huh? Isn't it the snoring that resembles a pig? How has it transformed into footsteps? Zhang Ge, is this the crux of the matter? Then what should I do, young master? To diminish the sound of my footsteps, I must move silently, akin to a ghost? Yu Qianqian inquired. Ah, precisely. Yu Qianqian began to remove her shoes. What does taking off my shoes imply? Once the shoes are off, the sound of my footsteps diminishes. Yu Qianqian asserted with conviction. See, the noise is indeed quieter now. She walked around barefoot, carrying her shoes, and indeed, her footsteps were significantly softer. Zhang Ge, feeling disinclined to engage with her, replied, I am going back to sleep. Please do not speak of what transpired tonight. What happened tonight? Yu Qianqian inquired, perplexed. Zhang Ge gestured dismissively with his hand and turned away. Just a few steps later, a piercing cry erupted from behind. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Turning back, he saw Yu Qianqian had stubbed her toe, clutching her foot and wailing in pain. Zhang Ge is truly exasperated with this foolish individual. The following morning, bang, the door to Zhang Ge's dormitory was violently flung open, startling him awake as he sat up abruptly, only to be greeted by the sight of Xiao Wu bursting in. Zhang Ge was taken aback. Could it be that Xiao Wu has learned about what transpired last night? However, Xiao Wu's next remark was, Zhang Ge, where are you hurt? Show me quickly. Zhang Ge, what? I'm not injured. What's the matter? You're not hurt. If that's the case, then why is there blood on the ground outside your dormitory? And quite a lot of it. Ning Rongrong remarked from behind. Zhang Ge, so much blood. What the hell? After putting on proper attire and stepping outside, Zhang Ge fell into silence. Indeed, there were some bloodstains on the ground, and beside them, there were footprints. Yes, not shoe prints, but bare footprints. It must be that foolish Yu Qianqian, walking barefoot and injuring her feet. If you've hurt your feet, hurry back and bandage them. Why are you meandering around at my doorstep? Anyone unaware would think I've been visited by Aunt Flo. The vacant room behind Zhang Ge's dormitory was originally intended for storing miscellaneous items. Flanders had not planned for Yu Qianqian to reside there. Instead, he had prepared another single dormitory for her. However, she insisted on living closer to Zhang Ge for the sake of his safety. Consequently, the storage room was tidied up and transformed into Yu Qianqian's dwelling. Upon entering her room, one was immediately struck by a pungent medicinal odor. Looking up, Zhang Ge saw Yu Qianqian seated on the bed, her small feet wrapped in bandages. What are you trying to accomplish? Zhang Ge asked, exasperated. Young master, I have resolved to diligently toughen my foot skin. I must make it as tough as the soles of shoes, so that I won't suffer from blisters. Yu Chanchan's gaze was resolute. What use is that? Walking will still produce the sound of shoe soles. You might as well just wear shoes, Zhang Ge remarked. Genuinely baffled by her thought process. Can we not be so absurd? He added. Young master does have a point, she conceded. You've been practicing so much that you've dulled your wits, Haven Yu? At that moment, he felt a twinge of pity for Yu Yuanjin. Fortunately, I harbor no ulterior motives towards the Blue Electric family. Otherwise, sending such a dimwit would not only fail to win me over, but would also fortify my resolve to eliminate you. You might as well change her name from Yu Chanchan to Yu Han Han, he quipped. After bidding farewell to Yu Han Han, Zhang Ge joined the others for breakfast. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he found Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai already present, their dark circles under the eyes appearing more pronounced than ever. Tang San and Oscar, concerned, inquired, Are you two all right? Are you practicing or cultivating immortality? Matters concerning men are beyond your comprehension, Ma Hongjun replied. Oscar could only respond with silence. Zhang Ge cast a glance at Zhu Xing, only to discover that Zhu Xing was also gazing at him, their eyes meeting in a moment of perfect alignment. Zhang Ge shrugged his shoulders and continued to eat. After finishing their meal, they gathered on the playground. The master looked at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, reiterating his warning. Training must be balanced with rest. Regardless of the pressures or motivations you may face, it is essential to take proper breaks. Only with adequate rest can you train and cultivate more effectively. Yes, master, the two replied weakly. The master sighed and shook his head. The day's training commenced. Upon its conclusion, the master announced, You may disperse now. Take some time to rest. Xiao Ge, please come over with Ning Rongrong. The others cast curious glances at the two. The master addressed Zhang Ge, stating, Your weapon spirit is the most extraordinary I have ever encountered. It can even exert various influences on other weapon spirits. I have heard that Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glaze tile has evolved due to your weapon spirit? Zhang Ge nodded. This is not a secret. Everyone is already aware of it. Moreover, it is precisely for this reason that the sword-fighting Douluo has repeatedly extended his assistance to Zhang Ge. Both sword-fighting Douluo and Ning Fengji are acutely aware that Zhang Ge, having attained the position of heir to the Blue Lightning family, is unlikely to join the 7 treasures glazed sect. Their continued emphasis on Zhang Ge, including sword-fighting Douluo personally meeting with Yu Yuanjin to extend goodwill on behalf of Ning Fengji, stems from the potential of his golden cudgel to aid in the evolution of the 7 treasures glazed tower. Ning Fengji is currently the premier support soul master on the continent. Should his 7 treasures glazed tower undergo evolution, he would become even more formidable, potentially ascending to the rank of a title Douluo in the support category. Furthermore, if Zhang Ge could facilitate the evolution of the 7 treasures glazed towers for all direct disciples of the sect, Ning Fengji would be ecstatic beyond his wildest dreams. The master nodded. I have heard Ning Rongrong speak of this. Her martial soul possesses a unique affinity for yours. Although the notion that martial souls can have emotions is something I have never encountered before, I was initially skeptical. However, given the extraordinary nature of your martial soul, I find it plausible. Moving forward, I hope you can dedicate some time each day to harmonize your martial souls. If you manage to develop a martial soul fusion technique, it would significantly enhance your combat prowess. Zhang Ge longed to embrace him and planned a kiss. What is this called? It is aptly termed as being granted permission to pursue romantic interests, with a master directly endorsing him. He would henceforth be able to spend time alone with Ning Rongrong without hesitation. Given any opportunity for solitude, how could he possibly fail to win her affection? Moreover, Ning Rongrong was now ripe for the taking. With a little more effort from Zhang Ge, success was assured. I often pondered why he had shown no urgency over the past few months, why he had not taken the initiative to pursue them. Little did I know, he had been meticulously setting the stage all along. With the right groundwork laid, even if he did not actively seek them out, they would eventually come to him. The system remarked, It is akin to playing chess. Zhang Ge replied, A true master is someone whose every move remains incomprehensible by the time you grasp the strategy. Their plan is already in motion. Are you implying that my intelligence is lacking? The system inquired. That is a statement you made yourself, Zhang Ge retorted. As evening descended, the sun set like a blood-red orb. Zhang Ge and Ning Rongrong sat facing each other, with Ning Rongrong's delicate face flushed and brimming with excitement. At last, they could explore the profound art of spirit fusion. At long last, she could spend time alone with Zhang Ge. She steadied her mind, dismissing any distracting thoughts. Focus, Zhang Ge instructed. Oh, Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue and began to concentrate intently on sensing their respective spirits. Spirit fusion is not an enigmatic phenomenon. As long as both spirits resonate harmoniously under the meticulous coordination of the soul masters, there exists a substantial probability that this resonance will manifest in extraordinary ways, unleashing what seems like tangible energy. This energy can take the form of external attacks, alter states, or even enhance one's own abilities. The manifestation of this energy is what is known as spirit fusion. Zhang Ge, Ning Rongrong, and the 7 treasure glazed tile tower pose no issues. The sole concern lies with the golden cudgel. This staff is undeniably formidable, yet it possesses a temperament that is equally formidable. It harbors a deep-seated disdain for the seven-treasure glazed tile tower. It is not merely averse to any fusion techniques, but it is also reluctant to spend even a moment in its company. The seven-treasure glazed tile tower is akin to a warm face pressed against a cold rear, yet it remains persistently enthusiastic. In Zhang Ge's eyes, the actions of the seven-treasure glazed tile tower exemplify quintessential servile behavior. After several failures, Zhang Ge could no longer contain his frustration. "You wretched staff, do you truly refuse to show your master any respect?" he exclaimed. "I have no desire to pursue any soul fusion techniques, but I must fulfill my romantic endeavors. Otherwise, will you compensate by shortening my height by 5 centimeters? To which the golden cudgel replied, "Certainly, as I fluctuate in length daily." Zhang Ge, I never anticipated that despite my illustrious intelligence, I would be outwitted by the system, only to be thwarted by a mere stick in the end. Truly, it is a stick that has emerged from my own hands. It rendered the host speechless, thus avenging me. The light of righteousness. The system was elated. Golden cudgel. Hooray. You two are quite peculiar. Just look at the treasures and systems that accompany others, and then glance at what I have. What on earth are these things beside me? Is this still insufficient? Ning Rongrong felt a tinge of disappointment. Despite several attempts, success remained elusive. She could sense the profound compatibility between the 8 treasures glazed tower and the golden cudgel, yet it still did not yield results. Do not lose heart. This is not a matter to be resolved overnight. Take your time. Soon, Ning Rongrong revealed a radiant smile. Indeed. This way, if the fusion technique were completed too swiftly, there would be fewer opportunities for solitude in the future. In that moment, Ning Rongrong even wished for the soul fusion skill to be delayed a little longer. "Shall we go have dinner first? After dinner, may I come to find you this evening?" Ning Rongrong inquired, as Zhang Ge was about to acquiesce. He suddenly recalled that he still needed to contend with Zhu Zhiqing that evening. He hastily remarked, "You heard what the teacher said. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest, and the same applies to the martial soul fusion technique. We must both ensure we rest well tonight." "Indeed. I will heed your advice." Such a good listener. That night, the golden staff soared beneath the moonlight, and Zhu Zhiqing remained seated before Zhang Ge, though this time, their proximity had significantly increased. "At that moment, it was the time I anticipated the most each day," Zhu Zhiqing expressed. "Only during this moment can I truly experience a sense of freedom." Zhang Ge remarked, "To attain true freedom, one must exert greater effort." Zhu Zhiqing lifted her gaze to meet his. "When you become a titled Douluo and traverse the continent, the vastness of this world will be yours to explore. Only then will you experience genuine freedom." Zhu Zhiqing nodded, affirming, "I shall strive harder." "Miss Cat, where shall we wander today?" Zhu Zhiqing cast him a captivating sidelong glance and replied, "As you wish. Let us explore Soto City and admire the city's nocturnal splendor." Zhu Zhiqing nodded in agreement. Upon their arrival in Soto City, Zhang Ge retrieved 2 masks from the dragon's roar ring. They meandered through the city, indulging in delectable snacks and purchasing trinkets. A rare smile graced Zhu Zhiqing's typically frosty countenance throughout the evening. After approximately an hour, Zhang Ge remarked, "It is getting late. We ought to return." Zhu Zhiqing nodded, and the pair ventured into a secluded alley, intending to summon the golden cudgel for their departure. However, as they approached the alley's entrance, they were startled by a faint sound of sobbing and pleading. Frowning in concern, they hastened into the alley, only to discover a lecherous middle-aged man grasping the wrist of a young woman, his intentions unmistakably sinister. Zhang Ge suddenly recalled that this individual must be Douluo. He had encountered him once before, but on that occasion, Douluo had hastily withdrawn his hand, narrowly sparing the girl from peril. This time, however, Zhang Ge happened to witness the unfolding event. Zhang Ge was filled with exhilaration. "Goodness, today my rod shall finally taste blood." It is worth noting that although Zhang Ge often wielded the golden cudgel in combat, the majority of the time it had not seen bloodshed. The one occasion he vanquished a soul Douluo from the spirit hall, he did so not with the cudgel, but through a blood ritual. The golden cudgel had protested to him several times for the lack of bloodshed. After spending ample time alongside the monkey, this rod had become imbued with a ferocity of its own, and today, he would finally appease the golden cudgel. "Stop crying. Don't be sad," he chuckled. "My dear little one, soon uncle shall make you call out joyfully." Suddenly, upon hearing a noise, he spun around. To his surprise, he saw a man and a woman approaching, causing a momentary flutter of anxiety in his heart. Yet when his gaze fell upon Zhu Zhiqing's figure, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! Such a figure, absolutely stunning. Although her face was veiled, those large eyes and her fair, smooth skin suggested that beneath the mask lay a beauty. Tonight promised to be quite enjoyable. Zhu Zhiqing cast a cold glare at Douluo. Harboring a deep disdain for such ruffians, Zhang Ge tentatively inquired, "Not happy?" Douluo was taken aback. "Kid, do you know me?" No sooner had he spoken than a beam of golden light surged toward him. Startled, Douluo hurriedly unleashed his soul technique, and a pink, hemispherical barrier materialized before him. The golden staff pressed against it, indenting the barrier but failing to shatter it. "Remarkable!" Zhang Ge mused, thoroughly entertained by Li's extraordinary talent. Even his martial soul was exceptional. Wait a moment. This barrier soul, combined with my staff soul. Damn it, I can't dwell on that. I must swiftly defeat him. With a resounding boom, the golden staff expanded in size, its weight unshackled to a staggering 3,000 pounds. Wu Li's remarkable barrier was rendered ineffective, collapsing under the sheer force of the staff, taking him down with it. With a sickening crunch, 3 ribs fractured, and Bulu spewed a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid splattered onto the golden staff, which instantly erupted in a mesmerizing golden-red radiance. Zhang Ge sensed it, the exhilaration and ferocity emanating from the golden cudgel, as if a wolf, starved for decades, had finally tasted fresh flesh. Before Zhang Ge could even react, the staff suddenly expanded in size, its weight automatically unbound. With a resounding crack, an ominous thud echoed through the air, leaving Zhang Ge stunned. Zhu Zuqing and the young woman beside her also froze in shock. The fusion technique of the martial soul, 077, had been unleashed, and it was deadly. The staff had crushed him alive, flattening his entire chest cavity, causing a torrent of blood to spurt from his mouth. The golden cudgel radiated an even more dazzling and sinister crimson gold glow, as if imbued with life itself, transforming back to its normal size and joyfully soaring back to Zhang Ge's side. Zhang Ge furrowed her brow, her gaze icy as she regarded it. In the collective understanding of everyone on the Douluo Continent, martial souls are devoid of independent consciousness, entirely controlled by the soul masters. Thus, to the onlookers, it appeared as though Zhang Ge had brought about the demise of Bulu. Zhang Ge's hands were already stained with blood, and regarding the act of taking another life, his emotions remained remarkably unperturbed. What truly unsettled him was the fact that the golden cudgel had taken it upon itself to kill without his consent. The death of one insignificant individual was inconsequential, but what if, in the future, the golden cudgel slipped from his control and took the life of someone he wished to spare? What if, during a training session with Tang San and others, the golden cudgel suddenly turned ferocious and acted on its own? How could he possibly respond? The young woman stared blankly at Zhang Ge, her gratitude for his timely intervention evident. However, having never witnessed such a brutal scene before, she was momentarily rendered speechless with fear. Zhu Zhiqing, mistaking Zhang Ge's silence for remorse over the death of the insignificant one, gently reassured him, "Such a rogue is not worth mourning. Let us depart." Zhang Ge sighed, nodded, and cast a complex glance at the golden cudgel before stowing it away and turning to leave. That wretched creature, having spent so much time with the monkey, had become rather untamed. Zhu Zhiqing coldly regarded the girl, instructing, "You should leave as well. Let tonight's events remain unspoken. Remember that." The girl trembled, nodding incessantly. On the way back to the academy, Zhang Ge remained silent. Zhu Zhiqing faced him and inquired, "Are you still pondering the earlier events?" Zhang Ge nodded. Zhu Zhiqing remarked, "The girl you saved last time was also harmed by him, right? You have indeed rid the world of a menace." Zhang Ge shook his head. "That was not my intention. I did not exert control, yet the golden cudgel struck him down." Zhu Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback, a hint of a smile gracing her face that indicates your martial soul possesses a strong sense of justice. Zhang Ge sighed with relief at the words spoken. Upon returning to the academy and watching Zhu Zhiqing depart, he retreated to his dormitory, summoning the golden cudgel. The cudgel trembled like a misbehaving child under his gaze, making several attempts to retreat into the safety of his palm, only to be firmly restrained by him. "Usually, you are quite eloquent, aren't you? To be frank, your collaboration with that insufferable system irritates me. I do not mind, in truth, that you possess wisdom, engaging in dialogue and playful banter with me, which I find rather enjoyable. However, regarding today's matter, I must issue you a stern warning. Killing is permissible. Those scoundrels, I too have a desire to eradicate, but you cannot take it upon yourself to kill. You may only do so at my behest. You must understand who your master is. Such incidents as today must never occur again. Listen carefully, and remember this. Should you dare to kill without my permission again, I will renounce my status as a soul master and regard you as nothing more than a mere nuisance, stirring trouble daily." The golden cudgel quivered in trepidation. I understand. The message resonated within Zhang Ge's mind. "Excellent. Whether you accompany me to glory and conquer the world, or wallow in the mire, is entirely up to you." The cudgel, terrified of becoming a mere tool of chaos, was firmly ensnared by Zhang Ge's grasp of its weakness. He sighed internally, hoping it would behave. If that monkey were aware of how he threatened the cudgel, it might very well come after him. "Then you might as well change my martial soul. Shall we revert to the scythe?" "Very well. No matter how inferior the scythe may be, it will at least comply. An unruly weapon is of no use, regardless of its quality." The system fell silent for a moment before responding. "Having been with the monkey for so many years, its character has been established. With your control, it will change, and in the future, when a second martial soul is unlocked, the situation will improve considerably." Zhang Ge suddenly sat up with a start. "If we are to discuss this, then I am no longer weary. What is the second martial spirit? When will it be revealed to me?" "In due time, the host shall naturally come to know," came the response. The following morning, Zhang Ge awoke with renewed vigor. Life at Shrek was delightfully leisurely, rising, dining, training, and resting, reminiscent of the simple routine of his school days. Alas, the absence of a classroom and the scarcity of classmates deprived Zhang Ge of a sense of nostalgia that could have been profound. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjin appeared to be in better spirits today. As Xiaowu informed Zhang Ge that they had not spent the night reveling at Tianshan Renqian, Zhang Ge chuckled softly. Even if Dai Mubai had undergone a transformation, it mattered little now, for Zhu Zhuqing's mission had already been accomplished. Days passed, one after another. Zhang Ge felt as though he had been compelled to become a master of time management. During the day, he indulged in romantic outings with Xiao Wu. In the evening, he engaged in discussions regarding martial soul fusion techniques with Ning Rongrong, and at night, he accompanied Zhu Zhuqing. Amidst this whirlwind of activities, he also needed to carve out time to devise plans and issue commands to Yu Yanghua, gradually establishing the Shadow Guard organization. It was utterly exhausting. Yet, with effort comes reward. His relationships with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong grew increasingly intimate, and the Shadow Guard organization steadily progressed towards his envisioned goals. Although minor issues arose along the way, they were ultimately resolved smoothly. Zhang Ge felt that the moment had nearly arrived. It was time to finalize the undertaking and accomplish Ning Rongrong's mission. The relentless efforts of recent days had significantly enhanced the compatibility of their two martial souls. Progress brought joy, and Ning Rongrong was currently enveloped in happiness, believing her hard work had finally borne fruit. However, in reality, this was merely a coordinated performance orchestrated by Zhang Ge, with the golden cudgel playing its part. The two martial souls did not inherently need to harmonize. All auxiliary martial souls across the continent would unconditionally acquiesce to the dominance of the golden cudgel. The previous failures were solely due to the cudgel's lack of cooperation. Now, under Zhang Ge's meticulous guidance, the golden cudgel was gradually yielding, which to Ning Rongrong appeared as incremental advancement. At last, today was the day to reap the rewards. Having almost succeeded yesterday, she felt optimistic about their chances today. Ning Rongrong's cheeks were flushed with excitement and anticipation. Zhang Ge nodded, affirming, "Today we shall undoubtedly succeed." They unleashed their martial souls, and like before, both individuals settled their minds, focusing intently on the harmonious fusion of their powers. A mysterious energy materialized between their two martial souls, gradually intensifying until it enveloped them in radiant light. The brilliance escalated, and the two martial souls began to draw closer, eventually merging seamlessly. This was the final step, a stage where they had faltered several times prior. Ning Rongrong and Zhang Ge remained steadfastly focused, their eyes unblinking. At last, the two martial souls erupted in a dazzling display of light, fully amalgamating into one. They had triumphed. A torrent of information surged into their minds. The martial soul fusion technique, glazed sea suppression, was theirs. Ning Rongrong is mine. Ning Rongrong's face lit up with ecstatic joy. At long last, they had achieved success. And not just any success, but a formidable martial soul fusion technique. In that moment, overwhelmed with elation, Ning Rongrong could not contain her happiness and embraced Zhang Ge fervently. Zhang Ge gently patted her shoulder, summoning the golden cudgel, and together they soared into the skies, accelerating away from the city. The master and Flinder, along with the others, watched the radiant golden light vanish into the distance, their faces betraying a hint of joy. It appeared that the soul fusion technique had been successfully completed. Upon reaching the desolate outskirts, they descended slowly. Gazing at the vast expanse of open land before them, they exchanged a knowing glance and nodded. The 8 treasures are renowned. The stabilizing divine needle. The 2 formidable soul spirits materialized, emanating a dazzling brilliance. In unison, they proclaimed, Liulijin Hai. With a powerful gust, the 2 great souls ascended, spiraling and intertwining in midair, resembling a miniature sun radiating its glorious light. The golden cudgel plummeted from the heavens, striking the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Golden red energy erupted from the cudgel, instantly forming an illusory sea of crimson. The stones and trees on the ground were swept up by this ethereal ocean, crashing and shattering into fragments. Simultaneously, the 8 treasures Liuli Tower expanded rapidly in the air, transforming into a colossal tower shimmering with the hues of glass, roaring downwards with a sonic boom. Boom. The ground quaked violently once more, and all the debris was instantaneously reduced to dust. A massive crater was left in the earth. Such power. Truly, this was the might of the soul fusion technique, capable of inflicting such terrifying damage when unleashed to its fullest potential. Ning Rongrong understood that this was merely a fraction of the full power of Liulijin Hai, as her current level was far too low. If she, like Zhang Ge, were a soul king above level 50, then unleashing this strike with all her might would make it difficult for even a soul emperor or soul sage to withstand. And even a soul Douluo would be left wounded. Hidden in the shadows, Sword Douluo displayed a look of astonishment. What is the 7 treasures Liuli Tower? It is a support-type soul spirit. Yet now, within the soul fusion technique, the Liuli Tower showcased a terrifying offensive capability. The golden cudgel wreaked havoc while the Liuli Tower descended with formidable force. A dual assault. How fearsome indeed. Zhang Ge and Ning Rongrong possess relatively low ranks, particularly Ning Rongrong, whose level is exceedingly modest. Yet, the potency of their fusion technique is remarkably formidable. This young man is indeed a treasure. The Sword Douluo exclaimed with admiration. Alas, it is a pity that they cannot align with the 7 treasure glazed tile school, otherwise it would undoubtedly rise to become the foremost sect. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence for now. as long as Ning Rongrong and Zhang Ge maintain a harmonious relationship. Should they wed in the future, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will still gain strength through Zhang Ge. Indeed, this power is commendable, Zhang Ge remarked with a smile. Yes, truly impressive. Ning Rongrong suddenly felt her body weaken, teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhang Ge hurriedly reached out to support her. What is the matter? Ning Rongrong's complexion turned somewhat pale. This soul skill is incredibly powerful, but it exerts a significant toll on my soul power. Zhang Ge, there is a reason the golden cudgel looks down upon you. I have expended merely about 1% of my soul energy, while you have already consumed 2/3. Nevertheless, it is fine. Take a moment to rest. As Zhang Ge was about to assist her in taking a seat, she unexpectedly reached out and grasped the sleeve of his garment, imploring, please, just hold me like this. Very well. Embracing you is no loss to me. At last, we have accomplished our goal. Ning Rongrong lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Ge's, her eyes slightly reddened. I had always believed that you were deceiving me, merely indulging my whims, yet I never anticipated that we would truly achieve this. Zhang Ge, am I truly that kind of person? Now I understand, you are not. Ning Rongrong rested her head against Zhang Ge's chest and said, do you know how elated I was when the teacher instructed us to study the martial soul fusion technique? On the very first day we delved into it, I returned to my dormitory, unable to sleep through the night, filled with joy, for I finally realized that you were not deceiving me. That you were not merely placating me. It was simply that you had been overwhelmed with matters during this time. I am so delighted to finally have the opportunity to be alone with you. But, Ning Rongrong suddenly embraced Zhang Ge tightly. Now that our martial soul fusion technique is complete, I shall have no further reason to be alone with you. Just hold me like this. I fear I may never have the chance to embrace you again. The sword Douluo concealed himself in the shadows, observing quietly the affairs of the young. He chose not to interfere. Zhang Ge fell silent for a moment before enveloping Ning Rongrong in his embrace. Ning Rongrong, with her eyes closed, leaned in closely against Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge cast a furtive glance around, his eyes darting with anxiety. At this moment, it was imperative that no one intruded, particularly not Xiao Wu or Zhu Zhuqing. What? Yu Qianqian is nearby? That is of little concern. What? Jian Douluo is also in the vicinity? That should be inconsequential. If it were significant, he would have emerged to strike me down with a sword long ago. Ning Rongrong nestled closely against Zhang Ge, casting aside thoughts of martial soul fusion techniques, sect affiliations, and Xiao Wu. In this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility and happiness. How splendid it would be if this moment could be eternal. Notification. Congratulations. Task completed. Soul power increased by 5 levels. Random soul skill acquired. Acquired soul skill. Unity of heaven and earth. Unity of heaven and earth. A surge of demonic power erupts, manifesting as 2 hands, one representing heaven, the other representing earth. When these hands converge, they inflict tremendous damage upon enemies within the area of effect. The golden cudgel must be summoned to utilize this soul skill, with a minor soul power cost. Upon activating the second martial soul, the power doubles, and the soul power consumption is reduced. Zhang Ge was initially bewildered. Had the task been accomplished? Had he successfully dealt with Ning Rongrong? She had said nothing, merely holding on to him, and yet the task was deemed complete. The silence here spoke volumes. The system announced, and upon hearing its voice, Zhang Ge was momentarily startled. Only after realizing it was not a task being issued did he let out a sigh of relief. He had been frightened into a state of anxiety. He felt utterly vexed, while the system seemed equally perturbed. Was there truly a need to issue such a trivial task? After the task was completed, it resorted to some trivial maneuver, deviating from my expected course of action, and as a result, the soul skill I bestowed upon you has now been perceived as something acquired through others' assistance. Merely contemplating this infuriated him to the core. With the task concluded, Zhang Ge finally felt a sense of relief. After all, considering the extensive period of build-up, although he had not explicitly conveyed his feelings to Ning Rongrong, the gradual accumulation of emotions was more than sufficient to form a river. Everything unfolded just as Zhang Ge had anticipated. He would not take the initiative to express anything. He would observe how Ning Rongrong perceived and acted on her own accord. The carrot and stick approach? The system inquired. More akin to the donkey effect, Zhang Ge replied. Upon reviewing his attributes, Zhang Ge felt a wave of nostalgia. In just a few days, he had ascended to level 62, acquiring 2 new soul skills, both of which were area of effect techniques. Meanwhile, his contemporaries, including Tang San, were still languishing around level 30. Should I perhaps wait for them? Zhang Ge pondered for a moment before his gaze sharpened with determination. Wait for what? I aim to level up swiftly, once I reach the rank of title Douluo. I shall lead 7. It seemed that there was one not quite human, with an actual level of 62 but a displayed level of 60. One soul ring was missing. What if we struck a deal? Perhaps you could issue me another task. No, I mean, grant me a soul ring as a reward for a task. Zhang Ge proposed. May I inquire, host, are you not concerned that leveling up too rapidly might attract undue attention? The system countered. Concern is futile. My level has already surged. Am I to let it drop? Zhang Ge replied, asserting that since he had reached level 60, acquiring a soul ring would be most advantageous. Oh, it is indeed possible to decrease your level, the system remarked. What nonsense you speak. At such a critical juncture, you just about selling cuteness? A whoosh echoed as the sound of wings disturbed the air. Zhang Ge and Ning Rongrong instantly recognized the sound. It was the unmistakable flutter of wings that accompanied Flinder's martial spirit manifestation. They stepped back, releasing one another. Ning Rongrong's delicate visage was flushed with a vibrant hue, while Zhang Ge, with his thick skin, displayed no signs of discomfort whatsoever. Before long, Flinder materialized before them. Had the martial spirit fusion technique been completed? What was its efficacy? Had it been any ordinary student, he would have shown little interest in their martial spirit fusion technique, but this was the work of Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge, from the very beginning, has been remarkably impressive, exuding an alluring charm that is simply captivating. His array of dazzling soul techniques is astonishing, and Flinder has taken a keen interest in his initial martial soul fusion skill. Most importantly, the commotion created by the Zhenhai Liuli Pagoda was so significant that he felt compelled to witness it firsthand. Xiao Wu, the master, Tang San, and others soon arrived, all wearing expressions of eager anticipation as they gazed at the two. Zhang Ge smiled, pointing towards the area devastated by the fusion technique not far away. You may go see for yourselves. Whoosh. Flinder was the first to dash out. Soon, his voice echoed, did you create this? Xiao Wu and others, who followed closely, stood aghast at the massive pit before them, their expressions frozen in shock. How terrifying. Everything within the pit had been utterly obliterated. They could barely make out fragments of trees and stones, good heavens. Even without witnessing the release of the martial soul fusion technique, the sheer destructive power was enough for them to envision its might. What about the consumption? The master inquired. When fully unleashed, my soul power will be depleted by around 70 to 80%, Ning Rongrong replied, her complexion somewhat pale. I fared a little better, Zhang Ge remarked. The others thought to themselves that his little better appeared to show no signs of depletion whatsoever. The master nodded. Ning Rongrong, in comparison to you, has a much lower level. Once she attains a higher level, it will pose no significant issue. Moreover, as a support-type soul master, she must meticulously calculate her soul power when employing this fusion technique. If her soul power is excessively drained and she cannot assist her teammates, it would result in considerable trouble. Indeed, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhang Ge, beaming with a radiant smile. I will certainly strive to cultivate even harder in the future. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Zhang Ge, their eyes glimmering with envy. How wonderful it would be if they could also perform a fusion technique alongside Zhang Ge. The potency was secondary, as the mere act of creating it together would bring immense satisfaction. Alas, typically, beast martial souls and weapon martial souls do not exhibit compatibility. Concealed in the shadows, Sword Douluo glanced in the direction of the group, remaining silent for a moment before turning to depart. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the brilliance of swords cleaved the sky, and countless disciples of the school paused to gaze upward in reverence. The grand hall doors were thrust open by a gust of wind, and Sword Douluo gracefully soared in on his flying sword. Inside the hall, two figures were present. One was tall and robust with a resolute countenance, while the other was of a balanced build, possessing striking features. The tall man furrowed his brow. Chen Xin, could you not walk in like a normal person? Must you always blow open the doors? You're about to ruin them. Old Bone, Fingji hasn't complained. Why are you making a fuss? You old ghost. All right, Uncle Bone, Uncle Jian, Ning Fingji said with a wry smile. On what day do you two refrain from squabbling? The sun has risen in the west. Both men huffed simultaneously. Ning Fingji turned to Sword Douluo, Uncle Jian. What news do you bring? Sword Douluo sighed. Ning Fingji smiled slightly. Yu Yunjin has that temperament. Did we not anticipate this? Why the sigh? I lament that the lad isn't one of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Sword Douluo expressed regretfully. Not to worry, Ning Fingji replied with a smile. Given his relationship with Rongrong, even if he is not a member of our sect, he should not refuse if we seek his assistance in the future. Sword Douluo sighed again. You old ghost, why not speak plainly instead of lamenting? Bone Douluo shot him a sidelong glance. Surprisingly, Sword Douluo refrained from retorting and instead addressed Ning Fingji. Fingji, do you know what I witnessed this time? Ning Fingji asked with a smile. Could it be that he helped Rongrong transform her martial soul into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda? Sword Douluo shook his head. Rongrong's 8 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda now possesses offensive capabilities. What? Both Ning Fingji and Bone Douluo were taken aback. What is going on? After listening to Sword Douluo's account of the martial soul fusion technique, the two fell into silence. After a moment, Bone Douluo remarked, with Rongrong's level of soul power. If those two's martial soul fusion technique can wield such formidable force, if that lad were to fuse his martial soul with yours, Fingji. Even if it cannot vanquish a title Douluo, it would surely inflict severe damage. Ning Fingji nodded in quiet agreement. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda is the strongest support martial soul across the continent, but possesses no offensive capabilities, an everlasting regret. Now, a martial soul fusion technique has enabled the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda to exhibit such immense offensive power, it is impossible for Ning Fingji not to be intrigued. He finally comprehended why Sword Douluo felt such regret. It truly is a pity. If Zhang Ge could join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the sect would gain an immensely promising offensive soul master. Furthermore, Zhang Ge could assist the evolution of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, an invaluable asset. Lastly, If Zhang Ge and Ning Fingxi were to perform a martial soul fusion technique, then Ning Fingxi would possess an attack capacity rivaling that of a titled Douluo. This fusion technique need not be used for direct confrontation. Its mere existence would serve as a deterrent. Alas, there is no if. Why not just capture that lad? Bone Douluo suggested. If he dares disobey, we shall eliminate him. Sword Douluo frowned. Have you thought this through? The consequences of clashing with the Blue Lightning clan would be dire. Both sides would suffer, ultimately benefiting the Spirit Hall. Ning Fingxi interjected. Uncle Bone, this matter cannot be handled in such a manner. And do you truly believe that lad is an easy target? Sword Douluo continued. When he returned to the Blue Lightning clan, he encountered an obstruction from the Spirit Hall. Yet he, with his 47th level of strength, defeated an 87th level Soul Douluo with a single blow. I suspect he possesses the ability to slay a titled Douluo. Bone Douluo's expression shifted. How is that possible? That is impossible. Even at 74 levels, it's inconceivable to defeat an 87th level Soul Douluo. A single blow to defeat. Absolutely impossible. Ning Fingxi shook his head. Uncle Bone, just because we haven't witnessed it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Bone Douluo fell silent, his expression darkening. Sword Douluo suddenly remarked. However, I have discovered something intriguing. What is it? Among those young ones. It seems there is one who is not human. 080, a wise choice not human. The two were taken aback. What do you mean? Soul beasts that cultivate for 100,000 years can transform into human forms. Upon Sword Douluo's revelation, the two understood. Are you implying that within that Shrek Academy, there is a 100,000-year soul beast? Bone Douluo became animated. Precisely, Sword Douluo affirmed. Previously, my attention was solely on Rong and Zhang Ge, neglecting the others. But in recent encounters, I focused on her and ultimately confirmed that she is indeed a 100,000-year soul beast. Bone Douluo immediately moved towards the exit, prompting the others to call out. What are you doing? What do you think? Bone Douluo retorted. That is a 100,000-year soul ring. If I don't collect it, what am I waiting for? Wait. Sword Douluo intercepted him. You cannot go. Why not? Ning Fingxi inquired. Uncle Jian, who is that little one? Is it male or female? Female. I believe her name is Xiaowu. What is her relationship with Zhang Ge? Very good. Upon saying this, Sword Douluo inwardly muttered. 3 young ladies. None with a poor relationship with him. This lad possesses strength and charm with women, making it quite vexing. Ning Fingxi continued. When Zhang Ge returned to the Blue Lightning clan, did she accompany him? Yes, she shared a carriage with Zhang Ge. Ning Fingxi nodded. Uncle Bone. Do not entertain thoughts of that 100,000-year soul ring. Why? The value of a 100,000-year soul ring is undoubtedly precious. You are all well aware of this. Now is the perfect opportunity to seize her. Once she takes human form, her strength will undoubtedly be formidable. Ning Fingxi interrupted, raising his hand. Bone Uncle. Yu Engine is also a titled Douluo. She has gone to Yu Engine's territory with Zhang Ge. Is it possible that Yu Engine would not notice? Bone Douluo paused momentarily. Yu Engine would certainly notice and likely share your sentiments. Yet why did he ultimately refrain from taking action and allow her to leave? Because Yu Engine is a fool. Bone Douluo retorted. Jian Douluo could no longer contain himself. I believe you are the fool. Bone Douluo raised an eyebrow. Dare you insult me, Jian old ghost? Come. Let us battle to the death. Who fears whom? Jian Douluo immediately drew his sword. Ning Fingxi felt overwhelmed. Yu Engine prioritizes family interests above all else. With a 100,000-year soul ring presented to him, he cannot remain indifferent. The only reason he would let it go is due to one person. Zhang Ge, Jian Douluo stated. Indeed, in his eyes, Zhang Ge's worth to the family far surpasses that of a 100,000-year soul ring. Beyond that, I cannot conceive of any other rationale, Ning Fingxi continued. If we truly laid hands on that little Wu, Zhang Ge would undoubtedly become our sworn enemy, and Rong's bond with him would be irrevocably severed. Jian Douluo concurred. Killing the chicken to obtain the egg, and success is not even guaranteed. Bone Douluo understood this principle as well. Yet he was unwilling to yield before Jian Douluo, snorting coldly. Oh, so you know idioms now? Bone Uncle, Ning Fingxi addressed Bone Douluo, his expression grave. I understand. Bone Douluo sighed. I am not a fool. On one hand lies a tremendous opportunity. One that could enable the evolution of the 7 treasures glazed Tao Pagoda for our disciples, significantly enhancing the overall strength of our sect. On the other hand is a 100,000-year soul ring that could greatly augment an individual's power. From the perspective of the sect, it is clear which choice holds greater importance. Jian Douluo asserted, I believe in doing good unto the end. We must not only refrain from harming her but also protect her well. Rong owes him a favor, which is tantamount to us, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, owing him a favor. Moreover, we will need to rely on his assistance in the future. So we should make every effort to befriend him. Bone Douluo inquired, have you not also helped him quite a bit? Thus, we should assist him even more. Jian Douluo replied, what kind of logic is that? Bone Douluo scoffed. Ning Fingxi contemplated for a moment and stated, what Jian Uncle says holds merit. Since it has become clear that we cannot win him over, we must certainly cultivate a good relationship with him. The closer he is to our sect, the better. With Ning Fingxi's declaration, Bone Douluo ceased further argument. You are the sect leader. Your word is final. Zhang Ge finally enjoyed a peaceful and restful slumber. There is a saying that goes, without tasks, one feels unburdened. My wife no longer has to worry about my 10-centimeter shortfall upon receiving the mission to secure Flandre. The reward for this endeavor is none, while the penalty for failure is a 10-centimeter deficit. Zhang Ge, are you truly messing with me? This is utterly relentless. You've even managed to bring Flandre into the mix. Why not mention getting Xiao Wu as well? Just do me a favor and put me out of my misery. Just kidding. The system advises that the host should not become too complacent. For this world is far more perilous than the penalties presented by the system. Spare me your nonsense. Zhang Ge can hardly contain his frustration. Compared to your punitive tasks, this world is infinitely more charming. Even those who wish to harm me merely seek my demise, while you seem intent on making my life unbearable. As system and host, we ought to cherish one another. How can you hurl insults at me? To strike is to show affection. System. After breakfast, everyone is to gather at the training ground. The master announced, during this period, your practice sessions with Xiaogu have yielded significant progress. And your performance in physical training has also been commendable. From this day forth, I shall alter our teaching strategy. Mornings will be dedicated to physical training, followed by an hour of paired practice in the afternoon, after which you will rest. In the evenings, you will proceed to the Grand Soul Arena to continue your battles. Additionally, you are required to sign up for team battles to hone your skills against other teams. The group nodded in agreement. In the past, such a packed schedule would have been overwhelming, but now, with the foundation laid by their previous training, they eagerly anticipated engaging in thrilling matches against equally matched opponents. Battling Zhang Ge every day felt akin to facing a formidable boss, and the constant defeats became tedious. Team battles consist of 5 to 10 participants, and all 8 of you may register. At this moment, Zhang Ge suddenly raised his hand. Well, I shall opt out. The other 7 can participate in the team battles. Team battles are matched according to the highest level within the team. Should he register, they would face opponents above level 60, which is utterly pointless. The master nodded. That works too. Facing foes of such high levels poses a greater risk of injury rather than mere defeat. The others nodded in agreement. Should they team up with Zhang Ge against such formidable enemies, he would be burdened with both confronting the foes and supporting them, placing him in a precarious position. Although Zhang Ge is formidable, he cannot shoulder every responsibility. They must strive on their own. That evening, at the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City, it is time to assess your teamwork. Let us witness your performance in the team battle. The master patted Tang San on the shoulder. Go forth. 081 Nameless Zhang Ge firmly believes in the existence of fate. The team battles at the Soto City Soul Arena are a hallmark of the Shrek 7 monsters. However, this is of little consequence, as he will still have the opportunity to compete in the upcoming Soul Master competition. There are no stringent regulations dictating that the opponent must be chosen based on the highest-ranking team member, as long as one is a student of the academy. Even a titled Douluo must concede, attributing their own inadequacies to their lack of exceptional talent. Zhang Ge's presence has induced numerous alterations in the original narrative. The most significant change being that Tang San no longer possesses the 8 spider lances. Nevertheless, their performance in team battles has been commendable. After serving as a formidable boss for nearly 2 months, Zhang Ge has honed their coordination. Although the original trio has been disbanded, their synergy remains intact. Upon concluding their battle, the group joyfully made their way to the audience seats, only to discover Zhang Ge was absent. Xiaogu has also entered the competition. It is likely about to commence. If we hurry, we can still catch it, Master remarked. Consequently, they hurriedly proceeded to the 9th arena. Upon their arrival, they were met with the host's astonished voice resonating throughout the venue. Not long ago, when contestant Zhang Ge first arrived, he was merely a soul master of over level 40. Now, he has ascended to the rank of a soul king at level 50. This rate of advancement is utterly astonishing. Moreover, contestant Zhang Ge has achieved an unprecedented 19 consecutive victories. The group had been exceedingly busy during this period, leaving them little time to participate in competitions. Zhang Ge occasionally ventured out to compete on his own, and now he had completed 19 matches, emerging victorious each time. Upon hearing the host's announcement, the audience erupted into deafening cheers, predominantly from female spectators. Zhang Ge has evidently embarked on the irreversible path of an idol. With striking looks, exceptional aura, formidable skills, and remarkable talent, who could possibly resist such a young man? Suddenly, the spotlight shifts to another side, where a tall figure ascends the stage. Enveloped in a voluminous black robe, complete with a hood that obscures his face beneath a dark mask, rendering his features unrecognizable, the contestant remains nameless. A soul king of level 52, wielding the beast martial soul, the blood spirit mongoose. This enigmatic contender has achieved an impressive 9 consecutive victories. Today, we shall witness whether Zhang Ge can attain his 20th consecutive win, or if the nameless fighter can secure his 10th. Let us eagerly anticipate the outcome. The match begins. Dai Mubai furrows his brow, exclaiming, "It's the blood spirit mongoose." The crowd turns to him, and Oscar inquires, "What is the matter?" Dai Mubai replies, "The blood spirit mongoose is an exceedingly rare soul beast, akin to the spatial mouse. I never imagined someone could awaken such a beast martial soul." Master nods in agreement, solemnly remarking, "Most human beast martial souls originate from soul beasts. It's truly remarkable to witness such a martial soul in our lifetime." While the host continues to elaborate, The system swiftly introduces the blood spirit mongoose. It is a mysterious and unique soul beast, its rarity comparable to that of the spatial mouse. While the spatial mouse governs space, the blood spirit mongoose wields control over blood. Upon awakening the blood spirit mongoose as a beast martial soul, one gains the ability to manipulate blood. However, should the opponent's level be lower, without a special soul skill, they cannot exert distant control over your blood. Yet, one must remain cautious of the crimson halo surrounding the opponent, which is the boiling blood river domain inherent to the blood spirit mongoose. It is imperative not to step into the opponent's domain. Otherwise, one may experience surging blood, diminished clarity of thought, and the risk of having blood forcibly extracted by the opponent. Nevertheless, this domain is limited to a range of approximately 2 to 3 meters. Zhang Ge inquired, "Why does my golden cudgel soul weapon possess such formidable prowess, yet lacks a domain? The great sage's might indeed serves as a domain, otherwise. Do you think the overwhelming aura that engulfs the battlefield every time the golden cudgel is summoned comes from nowhere? However, it is merely an incomplete domain for the time being, as the system elucidates." Zhang Ge was about to inquire how to achieve completeness in the domain when his opponent had already summoned their martial soul and launched an attack. The martial soul manifested by the adversary bore a resemblance to Xiao Wu's. However, unlike Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, who underwent a transformation into a bear and a tiger respectively, this individual did not exhibit any muscular inflation. Instead, from beneath the hood emerged a pair of fluffy red ears, accompanied by a soft and bushy red tail sprouting from behind. Zhang Ge grasped the golden cudgel and aimed it at his opponent, suddenly extending it. However, his adversary seemed to have anticipated this move, effortlessly evading the strike. Zhang Ge felt that this maneuver was becoming increasingly ineffective. He had no expectation that it would defeat his opponent. As the adversary evaded, he swiftly executed a sweeping strike. Yet the opponent gracefully leapt away once more. Zhang Ge confirmed that the individual was female. As she leaped away, her black robe fluttered, revealing a pair of pink shorts and 2 exquisitely fair legs. He found it hard to believe that a grown man would wear pink shorts, let alone possess such beautiful legs. If such a man existed, he would go to great lengths to perform cupping on those legs. Even in such moments, he couldn't help but notice these details. It was an old habit of traditional skills, the system remarked sarcastically. As Zhang Ge was about to speak, he suddenly narrowed his eyes, for the opponent had unexpectedly seized the golden cudgel. In an instant, a streak of crimson light surged towards him along the weapon. There was no doubt this was her soul technique. The consequences of allowing that blood light to reach him were all too clear. However, dear sister, this move holds no sway over me whatsoever. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the golden cudgel away and, with a gesture of his finger, sent it hurtling towards her with incredible speed. Manipulating it from a distance, I need not grasp the golden cudgel with my hands to deliver a thorough thrashing. "Oh, it's happening," the host exclaimed. It's Zhang Ge's remote manipulation. Though they had witnessed it before, each instance evoked an involuntary sense of wonder. Remote manipulation, elusive and unpredictable. How would the unnamed contestant respond? Yet, the unnamed showed no signs of panic, gracefully evading the golden cudgel's relentless assaults. What astonishing reflexes! Zhang Ge became increasingly serious, and the speed of the golden cudgel intensified. Wu Ming's evasion speed also accelerated, her form shimmering due to the swiftness of her dodges. The azure blood spirit weasel exhibited such agility, encountering a formidable challenge. The system remarked, "Here, there is no formidable challenge." Zhang Ge raised his hand, invoking the soul skill wooden giant. This first soul ring ability was designed to provoke his opponent, temporarily driving them into a frenzied state, compelling them to launch an attack against him. However, as soon as the skill was unleashed, a crimson halo suddenly materialized above Wu Ming's head. Upon its appearance, it shattered with a resounding crack, yet Wu Ming remained completely unaffected, continuing to evade the golden cudgel with effortless grace. What? It was actually broken? Zhang Ge was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time wooden giant had been countered. The soul skills associated with soul rings could indeed be nullified by more potent abilities, while those acquired from the system were far superior, as they were immune to such countermeasures. This girl possesses remarkable talent. It seems I must reveal my true prowess. With a swift gesture, he summoned the void, causing Wu Ming's evasive maneuvers to slow dramatically, her body being irresistibly drawn towards Zhang Ge. Yet, in a deft motion, she swung her arms, sending 2 small fragments of stone hurtling through the air, which were subsequently absorbed into the void's black hole. The black hole would vanish after consuming just 2 items. Regardless of their nature, Wu Ming's form regained its lightness and agility once more. Zhang Ge's gaze sharpened. It was evident that his opponent had thoroughly assessed him, clearly. This confrontation was aimed directly at him, a true prodigious talent. From the onset of the battle until now, every strike he had attempted was effortlessly countered by his adversary. It was apparent that the opponent possessed a comprehensive understanding of his capabilities and had seemingly made ample preparation specifically to contend with him. Zhang Ge's mind raced with thoughts. In the next moment, he unleashed 2 powerful attacks, sending forth a torrent of heated air and 2 strands of black silk representing death. However, all were deftly evaded by his opponent with an uncanny and swift agility. Although these 2 soul techniques were instantaneous, And the heated winds and black silk traveled at remarkable speeds. They were not of a tracking nature. Rather, they moved in a direct line, requiring a precise hit to take effect. Zhang Ge silently nodded, confirming his suspicions. The opponent's movements were both enigmatic and swift, rendering the two soul techniques ineffective. Moreover, this individual was skillfully evading the elusive strikes of the golden cudgel while simultaneously dodging, showcasing a level of agility that was unparalleled in the Douluo Continent. It was likely that even certain titled douyuos would not possess such formidable speed. Was this a soul technique, or merely an enhancement of pure velocity bestowed by the spirit of the blood spirit mongoose? In the audience, the members of Shrek displayed expressions of astonishment. To withstand Zhang Ge's onslaught for so long without suffering any disadvantage was unprecedented. This person's speed was both strange and rapid, surpassing even my ghostly shadow stealth. Tang San felt a surge of shock within. Zhu Zhiqing gazed at the nameless figure with wide eyes, her own speed being her forte. Yet she was utterly outclassed by this individual. Even at level 52, she could not compete. This nameless one is formidable. Is this all you are capable of? The nameless one suddenly spoke, her voice ringing clear and melodious, imbued with a sweetness characteristic of youth, bringing comfort to those who heard it. A woman? The members of Shrek were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Ge, with an air of leisure, gracefully gestured in midair, manipulating the golden staff to strike, while chuckling, "Dear sister, I offer you a chance to concede. Otherwise, you may find yourself in harm's way." "Then do come at me," replied Wu Ming with a smile. With her remarkable speed, she effortlessly evaded the assaults of the golden staff, and attacking Zhang Ge would be a mere trifle. Her reluctance to initiate an assault stemmed from her curiosity to discern whether Zhang Ge possessed any additional skills. Zhang Ge abruptly raised his hands, with his left palm facing upward and his right palm facing downward. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from both him and the golden cudgel, causing the surrounding air to become momentarily stagnant, as if frozen in time. Boom. Two enormous, ethereal hands manifested above the arena. The left hand below and the right hand above, completely enveloping the entire stage. The audience was plunged into silence, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they beheld the colossal hands, the overwhelming presence emanating from them instilling a profound sense of dread. The members of Shrek were utterly bewildered. When did he comprehend such a soul skill? Are you truly a conjurer of soul techniques? How could one possess such an array of chaotic abilities? A figure, similarly clad in a black robe, abruptly rose, their gender indistinguishable. With a slight curve of his lips, Zhang Ge declared, "Let me demonstrate the soul technique I have recently comprehended, heaven and earth unification." His palms came together with a thunderous force, summoning two colossal, ethereal hands that produced a resonating sonic boom as they collided. Boom. A brilliant radiance compelled everyone to shut their eyes, and as the brilliance faded, they reopened their eyes to a scene that left them utterly astonished. Wu Ming lay on the ground like a docile rabbit, while Zhang Ge stood before her, his right hand hovering above her head. What had transpired? What was the outcome? Who emerged victorious? The host, equally bewildered, exclaimed, "What exactly happened in that fleeting moment?" Wu Ming lifted her gaze, her bright eyes fixed on Zhang Ge, and expressed, "I sincerely thank you for your mercy, I concede." Apart from Zhang Ge himself, the technique of heaven and earth unification would have inflicted severe damage upon all targets within its range. Had it not been for Zhang Ge's protection, Wu Ming would have either perished or been left grievously wounded. Zhang Ge smiled and said, "If you were to take this seriously, the outcome is far from certain." He discerned that although Wu Ming had approached him with intent, there was no malice behind it. Otherwise, when he had unleashed the power of heaven and earth, Wu Ming would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack the moment the golden cudgel ceased its assault. This Wu Ming appeared to be more interested in gauging his true strength. Rising to his feet, Wu Ming gazed toward the audience, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Zhang Ge, oblivious to her gaze, remarked, "Let's consider this a draw. Next time, we shall engage in a more serious match." A draw? Everyone paused momentarily in surprise. Unexpectedly, Wu Ming turned to him, whispering, "Brother Zhang Ge, you have won." With that, she gracefully descended from the stage. Zhang Ge was taken aback. "Zhang Ge, brother? What is this? Do we know each other? Are we that familiar? In ancient times, Tang San recognized his sister, and now you recognize a brother?" However, by the time Zhang Ge regained his senses, the nameless figure had already vanished at the end of the corridor. In the audience, the figure cloaked in black also rose to depart. Upon returning to his companions from Shrek, they all stepped forward to offer their congratulations. This match was far more captivating than previous ones. Earlier contests typically concluded in mere seconds, lacking any excitement. Today, at least the two fighters exchanged blows with vigor. The master provided some guidance, and just as the crowd was about to disperse, a clear voice rang out from behind. "Zhang Ge, brother." The crowd paused and turned around. It was the nameless one. "It seems we are not acquainted. Why do you call me brother?" Zhang Ge inquired, puzzled. The nameless one lowered her head. "I wish to speak with you for a moment." The crowd exchanged doubtful glances at Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge wore a pained expression, questioning, "Who on earth are you? Why so mysterious?" Xiaowu stepped forward, asking, "What are your intentions? Why do you call him brother?" The nameless figure remained silent. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment and said, "Please wait for me here." Just as Xiaowu was about to speak, Zhang Ge shot her a glance, causing her to helplessly shrug. He then accompanied the nameless girl to a secluded spot and inquired, "My lady, do we know each other?" "Indeed. It seems you have forgotten me." Upon uttering these words, the nameless girl lifted her hood and removed her mask, revealing a delicate, fair, and charmingly innocent visage before Zhang Ge. Gazing upon her face, Zhang Ge felt a flicker of familiarity, yet he could not quite recall who she was. "I am Xiaogang," the nameless girl said, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. "And I'm Xiaogang. What does Xiaogang even mean?" "Wait a moment, Xiaogang?" A glimmer of light suddenly flickered in Zhang Ge's eyes. "Are you the little sister of the Yang family from Nujiakan?" The little Yang raised her head, her face alight with joy, and immediately leaped into Zhang Ge's embrace. "You remembered. That's wonderful. I knew you would never forget me." Zhang Ge, in my recollection, the original owner indeed used to play with the village children during their childhood, comprising both boys and girls. Among them was a little girl affectionately nicknamed Little Lamb. Zhang Ge possesses a striking appearance, a gentle temperament, and a nurturing disposition towards children, which endears him to them. To his astonishment, Xiaogang has become a soul master, awakening the exceedingly rare martial spirit known as the blood spirit weasel. Remarkably, Xiaogang is a year younger than him, yet has already attained the impressive level of 52. This is truly the hallmark of a prodigious talent. Without any system or advantage, one can cultivate to such heights. In the year you and your two classmates returned to Nyo family village, I yearned to share the news that I too had awakened my martial spirit and could pursue studies at the Soul Master Academy like you. However, I lacked the courage to speak up. Why did you hesitate? This is splendid news. Zhang Ge inquired, puzzled. The ability to awaken a martial spirit and become a soul master is a monumental blessing, especially for the impoverished children of the village. How could one possibly feel reticent about such a fortune? At that time, I simply did not understand. The blood spirit weasel is small and lacks considerable power. And I feared you would mock me. Silly girl, Zhang Ge chuckled in exasperation. It is evident that she is a rural child, her thoughts adorably naive. Regardless of the martial spirit, the very fact of awakening it and possessing soul power signifies a remarkable gift. Having missed the registration, I intended to wait for the following year to seek you at Notting Academy, but unexpectedly, I soon encountered my teacher. Your teacher? A feminine voice called out from behind. Xiaogang hurriedly released Zhang Ge, her cheeks flushed, and obediently stood aside, addressing her with a respectful, "Teacher." Zhang Ge turned around to behold a woman clad in a black robe approaching him. She was strikingly beautiful, with an oval face and delicate features, exuding an air of valiant grace. "Are you the Zhang Ge whom Xiaowu has been yearning for?" she inquired. "Well, judging by your earlier performance, you hold promise." The woman appraised Zhang Ge from head to toe as she spoke. "The esteemed Xiaogang is actually named Niu Xiaoyu. Greetings, esteemed senior." Zhang Ge replied with a bow. The woman waved her hand dismissively. "What do you think about taking me as your mentor?" Zhang Ge declined, saying, "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of apprenticing at the moment." The woman smiled and remarked, "I have heard that you are currently studying at that esteemed Shrek Academy. Under the tutelage of Yu Xiaogang?" "Indeed," he replied. "I have heard of Yu Xiaogang's illustrious title. His theoretical prowess is unmatched, yet his practical skills leave much to be desired." Zhang Ge. She spoke the truth, leaving no room for rebuttal. The woman continued, "Is your refusal rooted in your ignorance of my identity? I would appreciate your enlightenment, esteemed elder." A serene smile graced her lips as 9 soul rings emerged sequentially from her being. Yet, none of them were of the 100,000-year variety. A title Douluo? Zhang Ge was momentarily taken aback. "My teacher, titled Douluo Ling Xiao, is a reclusive figure, living away from the world," Xiaowu elaborated. Zhang Ge suddenly realized that this was an extraordinary person, which explained why he had never heard of him before. "Become my disciple and alongside Xiaowu, embark on a journey of cultivation with me. In the future, you could even become a pair of celestial lovers. What a delightful prospect," said Ling Xiao Douluo. "Teacher." Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson as she stamped her foot. "What is there to be embarrassed about? Aside from your training, your mind is always occupied with thoughts of your brother. Moreover, in just a year or two, you two will be wed," Ling Xiao Douluo remarked. His gaze towards Niu Xiaoyu filled with tenderness, akin to that of a parent watching their child. Xiaoyu lowered her head, her small hands covering her face, though through her fingers, one could see her cheeks reddened like a ripe apple. "Ah, this is," Zhang Ge stammered, feeling quite awkward. However, upon reflection, he deemed it impossible to truly become a disciple, but perhaps he could bring Niu Xiaoyu to his side as a valuable aid. Despite his formidable strength, he was ultimately but one individual. Power multiplies with numbers. Niu Xiaoyu, being a year his junior, already possessed such terrifying strength, revealing her exceptional talent, far surpassing the likes of Xiaowu and others. If he could recruit her into his shadow guards and keep her close as a formidable ally, their combined strength would be unstoppable. But how could he bring Niu Xiaoyu into his orbit? Enrolling her in the academy? That was indeed a splendid idea. Yet, judging by Ling Xiao Douluo's demeanor, it seemed unlikely he would allow her to leave. At least not until he deemed her strong enough to venture into the world independently. This matter required careful deliberation. "Young man, what are you gazing at so aimlessly?" Ling Xiao Douluo inquired. "Let me earnestly ask you once more, do you wish to become my disciple?" You must understand that within the ranks of Shrek, there is not a single title Douluo. By being at my side, I can provide you with superior resources and guidance. Zhang Ge suddenly had an idea and said, Senior Ling Xiao, why not join us at Shrek? Both Douluo Ling Xiao and Niu Xiaoyu were taken aback. What an audacious proposition. Not only did you decline, but you also aim to persuade me? Douluo Ling Xiao modestly shook his head. It was only due to Niu Xiaoyu's fondness for Zhang Ge that she did not retaliate. For had it been anyone else daring to make such an overture, she would have swiftly dealt them a resounding slap. With her formidable strength as a title Douluo at level 97, once she stepped into the world, countless factions would vie for her allegiance. Joining the Tiando royal family would undoubtedly be more advantageous than aligning herself with this obscure Shrek, of which she had never even heard before. Zhang Ge remarked, Senior, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish for you to lend your name as an honorary advisor. You would have complete freedom, unencumbered by any restrictions, allowing Xiaoyu to join the academy and train alongside me. As you mentioned, while the master may lack practical prowess, his teaching abilities are undeniably formidable, after all. I'm a product of his tutelage. Ling Xiaodouluo countered, and how many students like you has he produced? Just you. He chuckled, thus. Your remarkable strength is not solely attributable to him. It is a testament to your own exceptionalism, akin to Xiaoyu. I have now reached the 60th level, he declared. An aura of immense power erupting from him, as 5 soul rings manifested. Although the master had advised against revealing a 100,000-year soul ring in public, he prioritized winning over Niu Xiaoyu. In the world of Douluo Continent, one must ultimately rely on strength to command respect. In truth, he had surpassed the 60th level. However, due to the absence of a soul ring, he remained at this threshold. Both Ling Xiaodouluo and Niu Xiaoyu were taken aback. Subsequently, Ling Xiaodouluo smiled faintly. I did not expect that your 5th soul ring is also of the 100,000-year caliber. Is it? Zhang Ge was momentarily stunned. You two are indeed a perfect match, Ling Xiaodouluo continued with a grin. At that moment, Niu Xiaoyu trembled, and 5 soul rings erupted forth. To Zhang Ge's astonishment, her 5th soul ring was also a 100,000-year one. What the hell? Is she also your host? Zhang Ge pondered inwardly. What nonsense. You are the only host I recognize, the system retorted. You cannot be the sole beneficiary of fortuitous encounters. Mere chance can lead one to a willing 100,000-year soul beast for a sacrifice, thus acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring. Come on. Do you think 100,000-year soul beasts grow on trees? What makes you think they would casually offer themselves up? I am quite curious about the origins of your soul ring. And I believe you are as well, Ling Xiaodouluo said. Zhang Ge nodded foolishly. Naturally, I was filled with curiosity. I wondered what kind of fool that spirit beast truly was. I can tell you that I took Xiaoyu to the vast sea. The sky Douluo said. Do you understand now? Zhang Ge was taken aback. The Sea of Sands. Good heavens. Could it be that the plot of the Sea of Sands is about to unfold ahead of schedule? This progression seems rather swift. Is it possible that this century-old soul ring was acquired in the Sea of Sands? Zhang Ge inquired. The Douluo Ling Xiao nodded. It is indeed a stroke of luck for Xiaoyu. I took her to the Sea of Sands to reunite with an old friend. And fortuitously, she obtained a century-old soul ring. Zhang Ge was taken aback. This was truly a remarkable individual. 084 doubt. Now, could you enlighten me about the origin of your 5th spirit ring? Inquired Ling Xiaodouluo. Well, there was an extraordinary person. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaodouluo wore an expression of skepticism. What does this extraordinary person look like? Zhang Ge recounted the tale, dressed in a black robe. Ling Xiaodouluo pondered for a moment. I do know someone who always wears a black robe, but he is only at the 92nd rank. However, let alone the 92nd rank, even a 99th rank limit Douluo would lack the ability to compel a 100,000-year soul beast to sacrifice itself for a soul ring. Could it be that you encountered a similar circumstance as we did? Only at the 92nd rank. Indeed, the words of the esteemed were markedly different from ours. Perhaps. And that individual may not even be a title Douluo, but possibly a deity, suggested Zhang Ge. Ling Xiaodouluo's expression turned grave. Throughout history, deities had remained mere legends. Although title Douluos were considered the strongest beings closest to divinity, the notion of an actual god descending upon the continent was difficult for her to accept. Yet, apart from this possibility, she could not fathom any other explanation for how a youth, surrounded by no title Douluos, had acquired a 100,000-year soul ring at merely the 50th rank. It seems you have also experienced remarkable fortunes, Ling Xiaodouluo remarked. Her face serene while her heart surged with tumultuous thoughts. To have such fortuitous encounters is beyond mere luck. Being recognized by such an extraordinary individual signifies that this young man's talents are truly exceptional. Zhang Ge inquired again. Elder, should you reconsider? There exists a notable advantage to having Xiaoyu join the academy. It would allow for frequent practice and sparring with us, particularly with me, thereby enhancing our practical combat skills and fostering personal growth. Ling Xiaodouluo observed Niu Xiaoyu, noticing the sparkle of anticipation in her eyes. Alas, one cannot retain a woman of such caliber. Ling Xiaodouluo sighed inwardly. You may return for now. I shall confer with Xiaoyu, he declared. Whether to accept or decline will be determined after our discussion. Very well, Elder. Zhang Ge performed a respectful bow. The mere fact that he did not outright reject her was a positive sign. He turned to Niu Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, even if you cannot join the academy, it is perfectly fine. You can visit me often, or I can come to see you. Yes, brother. Niu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. I shall take my leave now. As he watched his departing figure, Ling Xiao Douluo felt a twinge of regret. Yet, that feeling dissipated shortly thereafter. With Niu Xiaoyu in his life, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. For the majority of soul masters, life revolves around two primary pursuits, strength and legacy. Great strength enables one to live better and ascend higher, while a worthy successor ensures the perpetuation of one's illustrious name. After all, who does not wish to be remembered for eternity? Reuniting with the others, Xiao Wu inquired, what were you discussing? Does she truly know you? Zhang Ge nodded, candidly admitting that it was a younger sister from Niu family village, a year his junior, with whom he used to play every day during their time in the village. To his astonishment, she had now become a soul master of considerable strength. The others were taken aback. A year younger than you? Oscar exclaimed, his eyes widening. 52 levels? Ma Hongjuan's mouth hung open like that of a frog. Her martial soul is the azure blood spirit ferret? Dai Mubai stared in disbelief. Zhang Ge nodded. I never anticipated this. My heavens. What sort of village is Niu Jiasi Yuan, producing such extraordinary talents? You are merely 12 years old, yet already over level 50. And she is 11, also exceeding level 50. How is one to compete in such circumstances? The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Could it be that Niu Jiasi Yuan is a village of monsters? Flanders, with his eyes darting about, inquired of Zhang Ge. Have you spoken to her about joining the academy? If this remarkable young lady were to enroll as well, the academy would house two super prodigies. With one Zhang Ge, they would find themselves dreaming in delight. If another were to join, they might not find sleep at all. I mentioned it casually, but I am unsure if her teacher will consent. They are currently deliberating, and a decision should be forthcoming shortly. Perhaps we should return now. At that moment, a sense of pressure and urgency enveloped everyone. The mere presence of one Zhang Ge was nearly suffocating. The addition of another powerhouse would truly overshadow them all. This feeling was particularly acute among the three sisters. A genius girl, nearly on par with Zhang Ge, and with a shared history, they must strive harder. Otherwise, as the two ascend to the rank of title Douluo, basking in their triumph, they would be left gazing up in despair, a thought that weighed heavily on their hearts. Upon returning to the academy, everyone dispersed to their respective dormitories. Zhang Ge had not taken a break. Zhu Qing would almost every evening seek him out, accompanying him for leisurely strolls to deepen their bond. However, as midnight approached, Zhu Qing had yet to arrive. Huan. No, Qian. Come here for a moment. As soon as Zhang Ge's voice faded, a figure appeared outside the window. Although Yu Qian was somewhat simple-minded, she was genuinely earnest, diligently honing her ability to walk silently. Now, even when wearing shoes, her footsteps were significantly quieter than before. I'll go see what Zhu Qing is up to. Yu Qian clasped her fists and turned to leave, quickly returning with news. Young master, Miss Zhu Qing is in the midst of her training. Zhang Ge found it peculiar. What could prompt such a late-night practice? Well, since you have chosen not to come, I shall not wait any longer and will retire for the night. On that morning, during breakfast, everyone appeared somewhat lethargic, including the three sisters. Goodness, have you all ventured off to the realm of immortals? Upon inquiring, they all claimed to be engrossed in their cultivation. Zhang Ge found it truly perplexing. What on earth were they thinking? Why were they collectively practicing in the dead of night instead of sleeping? It was likely that Niu Xiaoyu had provoked them. The system analyzed that although she was younger than them, her level was significantly higher. Zhang Ge believes it is possible. However, you are merely inviting suffering upon yourselves. Zhang Ge is considered to be at a disadvantage, although Niu Xiaoyu has not faced such a predicament. She has awakened the blood spirit mink and is under the protection of a formidable title Douluo of level 97. Furthermore, she has the fortune of acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring, making her akin to a fated daughter blessed with numerous strokes of luck. She can compare herself to anyone. But it would be unwise to measure herself against those who are truly unfortunate or against fated daughters. After their training session, Zhang Ge and Tang San departed from the academy, heading towards Soto City. The batch of concealed weapon components they had crafted was due for delivery, and Zhang Ge was eager to accompany Tang San to oversee the process and retrieve the items. After all, Tang San lacked a proper belt and was forced to carry a tattered bag around his waist. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, they collected the finished goods and, after a thorough inspection, Tang San nodded in satisfaction. The next step was to find an opportunity for Ning Rongrong to transport some items back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which would pave the way for a lucrative venture. On their way back, Zhang Ge led the way, with Tang San following closely behind. As he gazed at Zhang Ge's retreating figure, Tang San fell into a prolonged silence. He had always been perplexed by the uncanny ability of Zhang Ge to know everything. As if he possessed the gift of foresight, this enigma had troubled him for an extended period. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to keep this mystery to himself. There were many matters he did not need to understand in depth. It sufficed for him to know that Zhang Ge treated him well. Upon returning to the academy, Tang San distributed the concealed weapons among his peers. They examined them with curiosity and delight, marveling at their novelty. Tang San demonstrated their potency, which brought immense joy to the group. With such devices in their possession, not only would their strength be significantly enhanced, but they would also possess a crucial means of self-preservation in dire moments. At that juncture, Teacher Li hurried over to find Zhang Ge, exclaiming, "Xiaogu, quickly. There are people outside the academy looking for you." Zhang Ge pondered for a moment before summoning the golden cudgel, propelling it towards the entrance of the academy. The onlookers exchanged glances and followed suit. Upon arriving at the entrance, they beheld, as expected, the presence of Ling Xiaoduo and Xiaowu. He promptly descended, stowed away the cudgel, and clasped his fist in greeting. "Greetings, esteemed seniors, Xiaowu. Your weapon spirit, indeed, is quite extraordinary," remarked Ling Xiaoduo. "Although it is a tool spirit, it can remarkably serve as a means of flight." Zhang Ge remarked, "It is not as extraordinary as it seems. If I were to use it for flight, I would be unable to engage in combat." Ling Xiaoduo nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and stated, "I have conferred with Xiaowu. She is quite eager to join, and I honor her wishes." Zhang Ge keenly observed that Ling Xiaoduo did not say for her better development or so that she can achieve certain things in the future, but rather to respect her wishes. For this statement alone, Zhang Ge immediately held Ling Xiaoduo in high regard. How many elders in this world truly respect the wishes of their children? How many live according to the desires of their parents and elders? Growing up on Earth, he had encountered far too many such parents. Although Ling Xiaoduo was not Xiaoyu's biological mother, the years of nurturing and guidance she provided were comparable to that of a parent. Yet, she did not impose her own preferences and intentions onto Xiaoyu, nor did she force her to remain by her side, acting according to her own wishes. Instead, she respected Xiaoyu's thoughts, which was indeed commendable. "There are few enlightened elders like you," Zhang Ge sincerely praised. Ling Xiaoduo, much like his own parents, seldom interfered with his choices and respected his personal desires. Whatever he wished to pursue, his parents would support him, though he would bear the consequences of his decisions. Just as his parents had told him, "We can present you with several paths, but you are free to forge your own. The road you choose is yours to walk, and you must embrace the outcomes, whether good or bad." Ling Xiaoduo waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for flattery. Regarding your proposal, I have given it some thought and have no objections. I have only one student, Xiaowu, and as she remains here, I will naturally keep an eye on her. However, as you mentioned, I do not wish for anyone to disturb me, nor do I want anyone to impose limitations on me. Of course, you are a 97-level title Douluo. How many in the entire continent can rival you? How could a mere 70-something level Flander ever restrict you?" Then the question arises. Ling Xiaoduo teased, "Can you, young man, speak on behalf of your dean?" No sooner had he spoken than Flander's voice echoed from a distance. Yes, he can make decisions." The three turned to see Flander rushing over, having sprinted the moment he learned of Xiaoyu's arrival. Behind him were Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Master Xiao Wu. Flander landed gracefully and bowed to Ling Xiaoduo. "May I ask for your name, esteemed senior?" "Ask him." Ling Xiaoduo gestured towards Zhang Ge. "Arrange a better accommodation for me and Xiaoyu." After speaking, she ignored the others and led Xiaoyu into the academy. Xiaoyu eagerly glanced at Zhang Ge, wishing to establish a closer rapport, yet felt restrained with her teacher present. Xiao Wu, understanding the situation, promptly extended his hand. "Please follow me. I shall arrange the finest quarters for you." As they departed with Xiao Wu, all eyes turned to Zhang Ge. "Xiao Ge, what is the relationship between that woman and Xiaoyu? What is her name? What is her strength? Why does she seem so powerful?" Flander inquired. Xiao Wu, having sensed her formidable aura, had been particularly courteous to her. Everyone gazed intently at Zhang Ge, awaiting his response. "She is Xiaoyu's teacher," Zhang Ge began slowly. "A 97-level title Douluo, known as Ling Xiao." The crowd fell into a stunned silence. A title Douluo? Ma Hongjun was left speechless. Ling Xiaoduo was breathtakingly beautiful, with a captivating figure and mature charm. He had just indulged in some fanciful thoughts about her. But upon hearing the title of title Douluo, he nearly lost control. To dare to entertain such thoughts about a title Douluo was tantamount to courting disaster. 97 level? Flander's glasses nearly slipped off his nose. Everyone was astonished, except for Xiao Wu, whose expression began to shift uneasily. Zhang Ge smiled faintly to himself. Since one dared to bring the esteemed Douluo Ling Xiao here, he naturally possessed the means to ensure Xiao Wu's safety. At that moment, Flander regained his composure and hastily inquired, "What does this esteemed Douluo intend? Are you planning to reside here? I propose that she serve as an advisor here." And she has graciously consented. "Of course, she is absolutely free. Esteemed Dean, please refrain from issuing her any orders." The crowd collectively gasped. What an extraordinary honor this is. Zhang Ge's influence is truly remarkable. To have a title Douluo of the 97th rank serving as an advisor at the academy, and for them to have agreed to it. This is simply astonishing. As for giving her orders, one would not even entertain the thought. Flanders certainly would not be so foolish. From this point forward, Shrek Academy is under the protection of a formidable deity. Flanders was in an extraordinarily jubilant mood, celebrating a double blessing. Naturally, everyone else shared in the joy, recognizing it as a splendid development. Yet for Xiao Wu, This was a harbinger of misfortune. Not only had a rival appeared, but also a titled Douluo capable of discerning her true identity. In that moment, Xiao Wu contemplated leaving this place altogether. To be in constant proximity to a titled Douluo was tantamount to courting danger. Not only would she be at risk, but Zhang Ge and others would inevitably be implicated as well. That afternoon, while everyone was engrossed in their training, Xiao Wu stealthily departed from the dormitory and made her way to the academy's entrance. Casting a backward glance at Shrek Academy, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Such is fate. Though reluctant to part, she understood that she must go. Turning away, she wiped the corner of her eye. Just as a familiar voice resonated behind her. Shall we go shopping? Startled, Xiao Wu spun around to find Zhang Ge. Perfect timing. Let us stroll together, Zhang Ge said, stepping forward to grasp her hand. Xiao Gu. Zhang Ge smiled and said, let's go. Along the way, Xiao Wu remained silent, devoid of her usual vivacity. Zhang Ge inquired, do you recall the words I spoke to you that night in Sacred Soul Village? Xiao Wu gazed at him and nodded. Do you believe I have changed over the years? Zhang Ge asked. A flicker of light ignited in Xiao Wu's eyes. It is often said that people change, but I shall remain unchanged, Zhang Ge asserted. You are not human, the system interjected. Silence, you insolent creature, Zhang Ge retorted internally. 086, forever trust. This system truly is a troublesome entity, disrupting all my intended words. Yet, it was exhilarated, having finally turned the tables on its dog-like host. Xiao Wu's expression soon darkened. Since her mother's passing, she had struggled to find joy for an extended period. It was only upon arriving in the human realm and encountering Zhang Ge that she began to rediscover her former lively and cheerful self, the gentle rabbit she once was. She had often thought how fortunate she was to have met Zhang Ge. However, the divide between humans and soul beasts remained insurmountable. Their union seemed exceedingly difficult. In that moment, she found herself envying the ordinary human women, for at least they could be with those they genuinely cherished. While these thoughts swirled in her mind, Zhang Ge was internally sparring with the system. You insolent creature, must you suddenly spew forth repugnant words? It is merely a heartfelt expression, the system explained. Express this instead, Zhang Ge exclaimed. Did we not agree that host and system share a loving bond? Did you not also say that to scold is to show affection? You, Zhang Ge, do you know that meeting you has been the happiest moment of my life? Xiao Wu interjected at that moment. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment. With low emotional intelligence, he said, so am I. With high emotional intelligence, he declared, the happiest moment of my life is to be with you forever. Upon hearing this heartfelt response, Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself and rushed into Zhang Ge's embrace, tears streaming down her face. The sense of helplessness and fear she felt during the Seoul Douluo incident had left her utterly exhausted. She yearned to be with Zhang Ge for eternity as well. Yet, the word forever is always easy to utter, but profoundly challenging to realize. Zhang Ge gently caressed her hair, patiently waiting for her tears to subside. At that moment, words held no significance. She needed to release her emotions. Soon, Xiao Wu ceased her weeping, yet clung to Zhang Ge tightly. Let us indulge in some delectable food and take a stroll, he suggested, releasing her just enough to grasp her hand. All right, Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. However, she was unprepared for Zhang Ge to lead her to a place of opulence and extravagance. As she beheld the towering edifice exuding an air of indulgence, confusion clouded her mind. What are your intentions in bringing me here? She questioned, her brow furrowing. Isn't this an inappropriate place? You had previously mentioned you would not come here. Zhang Ge did not respond directly. Instead, he stated, I have never changed. You will always be my family, and I shall forever place my trust in you. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. These sudden words seemed to carry a deeper significance. The establishment Heaven and Earth operates 24 hours, albeit solely for dining, entertainment, and underground fighting arenas. The brothel opens only in the evening. Thus the afternoon hours witness a sparse crowd. After 3 knocks, the doors swung open, revealing a figure clad in black, with a mask concealing his face. A Soul Emperor enforcer standing before them. He gestured with his hand, indicating, take me to your leader. Zhang Ge smiled, presenting 10 gold coins. The enforcer, already briefed by Yu Yanghua's orders, nodded promptly, saying, yes, please. Xiao Wu stood there, bewildered. What was unfolding? What does Zhang Ge's words signify? The Soul Emperor's henchmen escorted the 2 individuals through a secret passage to the side entrance of the office where Yu Yanghua resided. Respectfully returning 10 gold coins to Zhang Ge, then standing aside with hands lowered. The boss has been waiting for quite some time. Please enter. Xiao Wu was taken aback. Goodness, is it truly acceptable to meet the boss directly? Moreover, it seems that this henchman holds Zhang Ge in high regard. Zhang Ge nodded and pushed open the door. Stepping inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by an opulent desk and a tiger-like soul beast pelt laid upon the exquisite floor. The room's decor exuded extravagance. And before them stood a masked man accompanied by several masked subordinates. This masked figure was Yu Yanghua, and his followers, loyal confidants from the Blue Electric family, were well acquainted with Zhang Ge. The aura emanating from these individuals was formidable, leaving Xiao Wu slightly breathless, and their swagger only heightened her anxiety. Fear gripped her. She could not comprehend why Zhang Ge had brought her to this place, nor why he would approach the boss directly. This boss and his entourage clearly did not appear benevolent. Feeling her small hand clutching his sleeve tightly, Zhang Ge smiled, maintaining a calm demeanor as he led her to the chair behind the desk, casually taking a seat. He remarked, "Goodness, this decor must have cost a few thousand gold coins. You certainly embody the demeanor of a boss." Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Yu Yanghua and his subordinates knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Boss." Initially, upon seeing Zhang Ge enter with an outsider, Yu Yanghua was uncertain and chose to remain silent. However, upon witnessing Zhang Ge assume the position of authority, he quickly understood the situation and promptly paid his respects. Xiaowu stood frozen in astonishment. What was happening before her eyes? The boss of the realm was bowing to Zhang Ge and addressing him as boss. Her mind was utterly bewildered. Zhang Ge did not engage her in conversation. Instead, he casually began to peruse the accounts, inquiring, "Have you risen? How have the recent profits fared?" "Very well." Yu Yanghua replied respectfully, rising to her feet. "Approximately 1/3 of the initial investment has been recouped. The fame of the courtesan and the golden belt is gradually increasing, and various revenues are steadily rising. It is anticipated that within 2 months, we shall recover roughly 3 times the initial investment's profit. Have the extraordinary circumstances been accounted for? Are you referring to the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall is but one of the concerns. At present, they have yet to engage with us, though individuals associated with the Spirit Hall have already come seeking us out. Regarding the Spirit Hall, I have devised certain countermeasures. Have you found the agent I instructed you to locate? It has been arranged. He is currently managing affairs on stage. Would you like to review his work? There's no need. Just ensure he is aware of your presence behind the scenes. There is no necessity for him to comprehend the intricacies of our operations." Yu Yanghua nodded. "Understood. Have you procured the items I requested?" "I have." As she spoke, Yu Yanghua gestured to a subordinate behind her, who promptly presented a brocade box with reverence. Placing it before Zhang Ge and opening it, inside lay a stunning azure ring, intricately carved with lifelike butterflies that radiated a crystalline brilliance. This soul guide, known as Butterfly Whisper, originated from Gangshin City and had been inscribed by Master Zhang Ge. When worn, it could flawlessly conceal one's aura, rendering even a titled Douluo incapable of discerning it. Little Wu was momentarily taken aback. The astute girl had already gleaned some insights and surmised the implications. Could this be? Excellent, Zhang Ge affirmed, placing the brocade box into the Xiaolang ring. This expenditure is supplementary. Please charge it to my account and deduct it from my funds henceforth. Yu Yanghua hastily interjected, "Boss, it truly need not be this way. After all the money is yours. It must be this way. Clarity is essential in all matters." Zhang Ge stated in an irrefutable tone. Even among brothers, accounts must be distinctly settled. An organization can fracture due to differing beliefs, but it must never succumb to internecine strife over finances. To achieve our goals, we must stand united without discord. Indeed, Yu Yanghua nodded, her gaze filled with admiration. 087 Do not attempt to seize my son-in-law. Arrange a banquet for us, Zhang Ge commanded. Understood, Yu Yanghua responded, turning to her subordinate. Convey the order to prepare a top-tier banquet. Zhang Ge waved his hand and said, "A standard meal will suffice." That type of set meal is beyond the financial means of the two of us students. Yu Yanghua immediately understood. "I apologize for my oversight." Zhang Ge smiled gently and patted his shoulder, saying, "The road ahead of us is still long. Let us take our time." Yu Yanghua and the others bowed respectfully before exiting the room. Zhang Ge retrieved a brocade box from the dragon's roar ring and unveiled the butterfly whisper ring, extending his hand toward Xiao Wu. Although she had already surmised his intentions, the moment was so profound that her heart began to race uncontrollably. A soul guidance device. How precious it is. In many respects, the value of a soul guidance device is on par with that of a soul bone. Zhang Ge simply gifted it to her. Xiaowu stammered with excitement. We have known each other for a long time, yet Zhang Ge had never given her anything substantial. Despite holding her delicate, fair hand, he placed the ring on her right middle finger. Indeed, the soul guide was remarkable. Although it was evidently larger than her finger, it magically resized to fit her perfectly. It looked splendid, Zhang Ge remarked. Xiao Wu's eyes glistened with emotion. Why did you give me this? Xiao Ge. Do you know that I? She almost blurted out her identity as a soul beast. However, Zhang Ge interrupted her. A ring is the most suitable gift for a dear girl, and this is my first present to you, so it must be precious. I had him find me a soul guide ring. Although it serves merely to conceal one's aura, it is still a soul guide. Xiao Wu paused slightly. Is it just because of that? Of course, Zhang Ge replied with a smile. Otherwise, what would I do? Have you wear this to become an assassin? When it comes to feigning ignorance while being fully aware, I would gladly deem the host the strongest, the system commented. Xiao Wu fell silent. She increasingly sensed that Zhang Ge must be aware of her true identity, yet he chose to feign ignorance. It was a form of respect, honoring her and the secrets of her heart. In that moment, Xiao Wu was so moved that she broke into tears, throwing herself into Zhang Ge's embrace and holding him tightly. What girl could resist such a boy? With this ring, she no longer had to fear being seen through by the titled Douluo. She could stay and continue to be with Zhang Ge. All right, I know you have many questions. Feel free to ask, Zhang Ge said. Xiao Wu shook her head. I have no questions. I only know that you are Zhang Ge, my Zhang Ge. And that is enough. Zhang Ge smiled gently, caressing her long hair. She held Zhang Ge tightly, as if embracing the entire world. After finishing their meal, the two emerged from the heavenly realm. Xiao Wu cheerfully remarked, the food here is exquisite, Xiao Ge. Shall we come here often in the future? Zhang Ge. Although it is delicious, it is rather expensive. Xiao Wu shook Zhang Ge's arm, but we have the Soul Master subsidy. And we can also compete in the soul fighting arena. We can come here often to dine. Won't that be wonderful? Zhang Ge wore an expression of helplessness. Well, it's rare for you to like it. Yay, Xiao Ge is the best. Xiao Wu exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Zhang Ge. A few individuals, concealed in the shadows, silently turned and departed. The group returned to the spirit hall to report to Quitus and Hulaina. It was confirmed that the two had merely gone out for a meal, and the girl was quite pleased with the food, even playfully requesting Zhang Ge to take her there more often. After thoroughly relaying all the information, Quitus and Hulaina waved them off, and the group resumed their covert surveillance. What do you think, Lord Quitus? Hulaina inquired. Quitus replied, it seems that young man has no ties to that establishment. The true mastermind behind it must be someone else. Hulaina nodded thoughtfully, yet I still harbor some doubts. Shortly after his return from the Blue Lightning clan, that establishment opened and rapidly gained prominence, indicating thorough preparations. Quitus remarked, based solely on this, we cannot ascertain that he is the true mastermind. Hulaina's expression darkened. If not him, nor the Blue Lightning clan, then which faction could it be? Xiaowu, with her keen intelligence, performed her role exceptionally well. Zhang Ge didn't even need to prompt her, as she seamlessly enacted the previous scene herself. This way, she and Zhang Ge could frequently visit the place without raising any suspicion. As evening approached, they decided not to return to the academy and instead remained at the plaza in Soto City's Grand Soul Arena, awaiting the arrival of others. Soon, they spotted Tang San and his companions from a distance. As they drew closer, they were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the two together, before Tang San smiled and said, I was wondering where you two had gone. Turns out you were here waiting for us. We had some delicious food first before coming here to wait for you. Xiaowu replied, her spirits lifted thanks to the Diyu ring, restoring her lively demeanor. Ling Xiaodoluo cast a glance at her, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing his eyes, yet he remained silent. Niu Xiaoyu approached, asking, Brother, Xiaowu, where did you go for good food? Xiaowu cheerfully responded, Heavenly Human. The group was momentarily stunned. You went to that place? Ning Rongrong asked, bewildered. Isn't it said that it's not a good place? Oscar glanced at Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, while Zhu Zhuqing's gaze also appeared peculiar. Though there are entertainment venues there, they only operate at night. During the day, it resembles a grand hotel, and the food is delicious, Xiaowu explained. As long as we avoid going at night, it's perfectly fine. Niu Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Ge with eager eyes. Brother, will you take me there next time? Zhang Ge chuckled as he affectionately patted her little head. All right, no problem. Ahem. Flander cleared his throat and said, let us proceed to register for the competition. Upon entering the Soul Arena, the master gathered everyone and stated, we will generally adhere to the previous rules. Xiaowu, although you and Zhang Ge participated in the doubles battle before, your levels now differ significantly. Forming a team with him would be disadvantageous for both of you. Therefore, I recommend dissolving your partnership and having Zhang Ge team up with Niu Xiaoyu instead. Though Xiaowu felt a twinge of discomfort, she understood that it was unavoidable. At level 31, she stood no chance against opponents exceeding level 50. Moreover, Zhang Ge's trump cards had already been largely revealed, making a victory without effort highly unlikely. Niu Xiaoyu, of course, had no objections, and Ling Xiaodoluo nodded slightly, agreeing with this decision. It was evident that Niu Xiaoyu and Zhang Ge were a more suitable pair. As for Xiaowu and her companions, don't even think about stealing my son-in-law. After everything was arranged, everyone went off to register for the competition. Zhang Ge and Niu Xiaoyu arrived at the service desk to register for team battles. The receptionist paused momentarily upon seeing Zhang Ge. Just recently, he had teamed up with a rather dim-witted girl, and now he had chosen another partner? Yet, what did this have to do with her? Please give your team a name, she requested. Niu Xiaoyu turned to Zhang Ge and said, Brother, you can name it. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Ge remarked, Flawless. Very well, replied the young lady. The primary surname of the Blue Electric family is Yu, and the character Yu in Niu Xiaoyu's name also signifies beautiful jade. Therefore, let us simply name it Flawless, representing exquisite jade. After all, as someone who struggles with naming, I cannot conjure a more fitting title. Surely, it cannot be called the Mischievous Brigade of Niu Village, can it? Or perhaps the Yanga Troop of Niu Village, suggested the system. Yanga Star, Zhang Ge exclaimed. I shall dye your hair a brilliant yellow, the system proposed. Zhang Ge, does the system comprehend these memes as well? Zhang Ge was already quite extraordinary, and now another peculiar individual has joined him. With two such oddities teaming up, who could withstand their combined prowess? After the individual, team, and group battles concluded, everyone gathered at arena number 3 to witness the team match between Zhang Ge and Niu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing the name Wuxia, Xiaowu's expression darkened slightly, a feeling akin to that of an innocent girl watching her former crush embrace another. However, she quickly regained her composure. I possess the ring gifted to me by Zhang Ge. Does she have one? She does not. Moreover, with this ring, I need not fear nor worry anymore. Allowing me to focus on my cultivation, I shall strive diligently, and when I catch up to Zhang Ge in the future, I will once again form a team with him. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's keen eyes spotted the butterfly language ring on Xiao Wu's hand, prompting a low gasp of admiration. Wow, what a beautiful ring. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Indeed, it was stunning. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled as well. I did not see you wear it this morning. Could it be? Ning Rongrong's gaze sharpened. In the afternoon, Xiao Wu and Zhang Ge must have encountered something significant. This ring was undoubtedly a gift from Zhang Ge. Xiao Wu candidly replied, this afternoon, while shopping with Xiao Ge, we happened upon a vendor selling this ring by the roadside. I found it exquisite, and Xiao Ge bought it for me. It must have been quite expensive. Indeed. It is so beautiful, the butterfly seems almost alive. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of envy. No, it's merely a lovely ornament. It cost less than 100 gold coins, Xiao Wu stated nonchalantly. Really? Such beauty for under 100 gold? Ning Rongrong lamented. Wishing she had also ventured out that afternoon. Several boys exchanged sidelong glances at the girls. Less than 100 gold? My goodness. What can one do with 100 gold soul coins? Purchasing such a trinket, which serves no purpose other than its looks, is only valued by you girls. I could have visited the brothel several times and engaged in meaningful discussions with several fine ladies, Ma Hongjun scoffed. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and asked Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, do you remember what that person looked like? Did he have any other rings? Xiao Wu shook her head. I do not know. He appeared quite shabby. Looking like a poor man. He hurriedly left after receiving the payment, so I suspect he likely had only this one. A hint of regret flashed in Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's eyes. Dai Mubai cleared his throat and remarked, this ring is indeed beautiful, but acquiring one is not particularly difficult. At the very least, I could procure one. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, only to find her expression unchanged. Her gaze still fixed on Xiao Wu's ring. In that moment, Dai Mubai felt a wave of unease wash over him, whether out of disdain or dislike. It ultimately indicated concern. Yet, if there were no reaction at all, it suggested indifference. Having interacted with various women over the years, he understood this principle well. But why did she seem utterly unconcerned? Their relationship had seemingly warmed in recent days, with occasional exchanges even during battles. He had believed they had made progress. Wait. Could it be? A sudden realization struck him. If their connection was merely that of friends, comrades, or classmates, then it was entirely normal to communicate and adjust tactics during battles. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu would also communicate with him in the heat of the moment. Upon reflection, Zhu Zhuqing would also engage in timely discussions with Tang San and the others when necessary, not just him. This meant, I have truly lost my standing in her heart. At that instant, Dai Mubai felt a chill envelop his hands and feet. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, completely disinterested in Dai Mubai's comments. Were they truly focused on the ring itself? Certainly not. Ma Hongjun patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder and whispered, Boss Dai, don't strain yourself. If it's someone you truly care for, a mere dogtail grass ring would bring joy. For those you do not, even a mountain of gold holds no meaning. You should understand this well, Boss Dai. Dai Mubai fell silent. Just as I once pursued a girl, offering her numerous valuable gifts, yet she wouldn't even let me touch her hand. After receiving my gifts, she turned to sleep with the man she favored, who had given her nothing. Ma Hongjun's frustration grew. That is how women are, Boss Dai. Don't look so forlorn. The courtesan is still waiting for us tonight, haha. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, his expression softening somewhat. In this cold world, only the courtesan could provide him with a sliver of warmth. The group eventually moved on from the topic of the ring and turned their gaze back to the arena. The host concluded his preamble, both sides prepared, and the battle officially commenced. Everyone's spirits heightened as they faced a world beyond level 50. Although both Zhang Ge and Xiaowu possessed formidable combat prowess, the synergy between them would be crucial in this team battle, and they had never fought together before. Thus, the outcome of this battle was unlikely to be resolved swiftly. And then it ended. Zhang Ge hurled the golden cudgel, controlling it remotely. Taking advantage of the moment when his two opponents were preoccupied with defending against the initial assault, Zhang Ge swiftly teleported behind them, pulling Xiaowu along. With the might of a warrior, he unleashed the powers of Death Severance and the Boiling Blood River domain simultaneously. The two adversaries were immediately disoriented by the domain's influence. Not only did their capillaries begin to bleed profusely, but after Zhang Ge and Xiaowu teleported away, they also turned on each other. Under the effect of the Boiling Blood River, their blood surged and boiled, clouding their judgment and inciting an uncontrollable urge to attack or be attacked. Witnessing the chaotic confrontation between the two, the members of Shrek were taken aback. Xiaowu was truly formidable. The powerful cerebral connections were evident as they descended to join the others. Ling Xiaodoluo, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, approached Xiaowu and affectionately patted her head. The master spoke gently, stating, I initially anticipated some disarray in your coordination. Yet it is evident that your combat experience and skills are commendable. Even without prior discussion, you instinctively know how to react at the right moments. Among your peers, few are likely to match your prowess. As long as you continue to refine your skills and cultivate your synergy, acquiring the Silver Soul Badge will be a straightforward endeavor. Ling Xiaoduo nodded slightly. Her purpose in bringing Niu Xiaoyu here was not solely for the Master's guidance, but to nurture the bond between Niu Xiaoyu and Zhang Ge, fostering their relationship. To her, their teamwork and growing synergy were preparations for their eventual union. In the future, as a couple of dual Douluos, their harmonious cooperation would surely render them invincible. Contemplating this, Ling Xiaoduo sighed. Niu Xiaoyu's future seemed secure. But what of her own? Who would be her groom? Who would be her bride? It was not that she held high standards and dismissed her early suitors. Rather, she believed that partners should be equally matched. A genius should be paired with a genius, and a title Douluo as counterpart should also be a title Douluo. Otherwise, if she were to outlive her partner, the solitude would be unbearable. Being single was undoubtedly preferable to being widowed. Zhang Ge and Niu Xiaoyu exchanged a glance. With Niu Xiaoyu smiling sweetly and radiating joy, the two eccentric individuals formed a team, with their objective seemingly to engage in an extraordinary endeavor that surpassed their current level, as competing at the same rank appeared trivial. Moreover, Zhang Ge had already reached level 60, albeit lacking the 6th spirit ring, thus enjoying a certain advantage. This evening, everyone's performances were commendable. Now, let us retire for the night and reconvene tomorrow. The moon hangs delicately among the branches, and the sky is adorned with a multitude of stars. Zhang Ge wielded the golden cudgel, carrying Zhu Zhuqing away from the academy. Behind their dormitory, Ling Xiaoduo watched them depart alongside Niu Xiaoyu. A sense of melancholy enveloped Niu Xiaoyu. It appears your brother sees you merely as a sister, Ling Xiaoduo remarked. It's all right, Niu Xiaoyu replied softly. As long as I can see him every day, I'm content. Stop speaking nonsense, Ling Xiaoduo gently ruffled her hair. You possess comparable strength, your talents are nearly equal, and you are most suited for one another. Having grown up together, why would you willingly watch him pair off with another girl? But, if you truly have feelings for him, take the initiative to pursue him. Ling Xiaoduo advised. Do not end up like me at this age, not only lacking descendants or a family, but even deprived of a confidant to share my thoughts with. This is precisely why Ling Xiaoduo cared for Niu Xiaoyu so dearly. She genuinely regarded her as a daughter. Niu Xiaoyu embraced her, saying, Teacher, you are not old at all. You look merely 20. Such flattery from you. Ling Xiaoduo teased, lightly tapping her forehead with her slender finger. Outside the city, the forest stood serene. Zhang Ge perceives this place as an extraordinary catalyst for unfolding narratives. Each visit unveils a novel storyline. Is the ring on Xiaowu your gift? Upon soaring above the forest, Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing cast her gaze downward, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of loss. It seems, in your heart, Xiaowu holds the utmost significance. Yet, before she could finish her thought, a hand emerged from behind her, extending towards her. In that hand, there lay a black choker adorned with a resplendent pink gem. This is for you, came Zhang Ge's gentle voice from behind. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, her excitement palpable as she grasped the choker in her hand. What a jest! How could Zhang Ge possibly engage in such favoritism? Back when there were 3 dolls at home, he devoted an entire hour to each one. Balance must be maintained. I believe you would look exquisite wearing the collar, Zhang Ge remarked with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing, with her alluring physique, always clad in form-fitting attire that accentuated her figure to an enticing degree, often evoked in Zhang Ge a sensation akin to that of a detective. A detective adorned with a collar, a perfect match. An unusual experience point has increased, the system announced. Holding the collar, Zhu Zhuqing felt as if all her previous discontent had been swept away. In that moment, her mood resembled that of someone who had enjoyed a restful slumber, awakening to the brilliance of the morning sun, so relaxed and content. Could you help me put it on, please? Zhu Zhuqing shyly inquired. As Zhang Ge was about to speak, the system suddenly issued a notification. Task received. Decline her request. Task reward. Increase in soul power by 1 level. Failure penalty. Grow a bushy beard. If Zhu Zhuqing feels sad or distressed, the task will fail. Remaining silent will also result in failure. I exclaimed in frustration. She was pitifully asking me, and to directly refuse her, how could one avoid causing her heartache? I could knock her out. If she were unconscious, I could decline her 1,000 times without her hearing it, thus sparing her from sorrow. The system chimed in once more. Zhang Ge felt a twinge of anxiety within, yet a moment later, he devised a countermeasure. He scoffed internally, resolved to defy expectations. Just you wait and see. As he maneuvered the golden hoop to descend gradually, Zhu Zhuqing turned to him and implored, Would you help me put it on? Zhang Ge accepted the neck ring, offering a faint smile. Daga, Kutuwl, however, I refuse. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily speechless. The system remained silent. As Zhang Ge lifted her long hair, he couldn't help but notice the exquisite beauty of Zhu Zhuqing's neck, evoking an almost irresistible urge to take a gentle bite. After securing the ring, Zhang Ge remarked with a smile, It looks splendid. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face flushed deeply with shyness, avoiding Zhang Ge's gaze. The moment Zhang Ge's hand brushed against her neck, an electric sensation coursed through her, causing her body to tremble and her heart to race. Task accomplished, reward received. The system declared, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? What is this? Zhang Ge retorted. The task required me to say refuse, not to refuse placing it on her. So I said refuse, the task is complete, now hand over the reward. The system hesitated, but she didn't understand. Why does it matter if she understood or not? I said it, and the task didn't specify she had to comprehend, Zhang Ge countered. The system was left speechless and nearly despaired. This is unbelievable, anything goes. Reluctantly, it granted the task reward, nearly collapsing under the strain. This stubborn hostess logic was infuriating after all these years. Zhang Ge mused. If you wanted me to knock her out, why not just assign a task to do so? The system sighed in frustration. I wish I could. But my programming forbids issuing tasks that involve directly incapacitating the girls. Everything must be accomplished by the host himself, or I'd have done it long ago. Gently caressing the gem embedded in the neck ring, Zhu Zhuqing whispered softly, this is the finest gift I have ever received in my life. She then embraced Zhang Ge and planted a tender kiss upon his cheek. At last, the three sisters of old Shrek had all left their marks upon Zhang Ge's face. Previously, Zhang Ge had been quite proactive. But that was understandable. If those dolls were animated, it would be a terrifying tale. Now, however, he found passivity rather pleasant, especially when suddenly ambushed by the girls. He had once pondered when some company might launch fully electric, fully automated dolls, though such black technology seemed distant. Yet now, reflecting on it, the girls themselves were fully automatic. Goodness, why was his mouth watering? Had he been searching for a donkey while riding one all these years? Gazing upon the tender, bashful, and alluring Zhu Zhuqing before him, Zhang Ge felt a familiar surge of desire. Having been in Douluo for a long time, this was a sensation he had never experienced before. Compelled by this impulse, Zhang Ge instinctively reached out and grasped Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder. She offered no resistance. Not even a symbolic struggle, as if she were a doll entirely at his mercy. Zhang Ge's breath quickened as he slowly leaned closer to her delicate face. Her slender figure trembled slightly, and then she gradually lifted her head, facing Zhang Ge with her eyes closed. Oh, the temptation. Even a pig would succumb to such allure. In the deep of night, under the ambiguous moonlight, in a small grove, a solitary man and woman, with passion igniting like dry kindling. Everything seemed perfectly aligned. The time, the place, and the circumstances. Zhang Ge abruptly enveloped Zhu Zhuqing in his embrace, burying his head as he fervently kissed her. Zhu Zhuqing responded somewhat clumsily. Zhang Ge initially presumed that he would feel somewhat awkward when confronted with a genuine woman. Yet he was taken aback to find himself exhibiting a remarkable proficiency akin to that of a seasoned rogue. Well, it seems these instincts are deeply ingrained within him. As he grasped a tender, supple form, the fullness of the sensation prompted Zhang Ge's movements to become increasingly coarse. However, at that moment, his earring began to vibrate unexpectedly. News from Yu Yanghua had arrived. Zhang Ge, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, regained his composure. In his heart, his career would always eclipse any romantic entanglement. The dark guard represented his vocation, an obligation that must take precedence. Thus, he resolved to answer any message sent by Yu Yanghua without hesitation. Consequently, he halted his actions and released Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhang Ge, somewhat dazed and bewildered. Zhang Ge gently caressed her long hair and said, I apologize for being a bit too hasty. My actions now seem rather irresponsible towards you. Zhu Zhuqing shyly smiled and replied, It's all right. Zhang Ge often speaks of responsibility, and in moments like these, it is characteristic of him to cease action. Naturally, she also admires his ability to pause at such a time. Had it been someone like Dai Mubai, known for his lecherous tendencies, she fears they would have already begun to frolic in an undignified manner. Zhang Ge's face flushed with embarrassment. Moreover, there is another reason. Zhu Zhuqing paused, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Is it because of Xiaowu? No, it is. I need to relieve myself. I drank too much water tonight. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly. Go ahead, I shall wait for you here. All right then. Zhang Ge swiftly ventured deeper into the woods. Once he was certain he had left Zhu Zhuqing's auditory range, he caressed his ear pendant. And the voice of Yu Yanghua reached his ears. Boss, the people from the Spirit Hall have made contact with Liang Guanan. Liang Guanan was the agent selected by Yu Yanghua, serving as the ostensible owner of the establishment known as Heavenly Halls. Understood. I am currently outside. I will reach out again once I return, he replied. All right, boss. Upon returning to Zhu Zhuqing's side, an air of awkwardness enveloped them both. Indeed, halting midway through such matters was undeniably uncomfortable. It's getting late. Let us return for now and reconvene tomorrow evening, Zhang Ge suggested, gently caressing Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face. She nodded obediently. Upon arriving back at the academy, they parted ways. Zhang Ge entered his dormitory, ensuring no one was around. And once again touched the ear pendant. Please elaborate on the details. The business of Heavenly Halls is flourishing, which has caught the attention of the Spirit Hall. Material wealth is the foundation of all, and the Spirit Hall is not exempt from this reality. Naturally, they are intrigued by lucrative ventures, especially since Heavenly Halls has begun to influence some businesses controlled by the Spirit Hall. Consequently, they have approached Liang Guanan, expressing their desire to covertly acquire Heavenly Halls. Yu Yanghua explained, Liang Guanan is to remain as the front. while the Spirit Hall operates from the shadows to reap the profits, consistent with their dual role of authority and influence. What did Liang Guanan say? Zhang Ge inquired. He stated that he lacks the authority to make decisions, so he merely advised the Spirit Hall to contemplate it further and then sought my counsel. Leading me to consult you, Yu Yanghua responded. The business is ours. We cannot simply hand it over to them, Zhang Ge asserted. That is also my sentiment. However, given the Spirit Hall's formidable power, a direct refusal might invite suppression or future troubles, his subordinate cautioned. Zhang Ge harbored a strategy in his heart. Yet he still wished to inquire of Yu Yanghua. What are your thoughts? After a brief moment of silence, Yu Yanghua replied. Perhaps we could offer them a share in the equity? Zhang Ge chuckled. Not bad, just as I anticipated. I didn't expect you to possess quite the business acumen. Yu Yanghua felt a tinge of embarrassment, responding, actually, this is not my idea. It originates from Liang Guanan, who is indeed a shrewd businessman. After all, Liang Guanan is an outsider, and I find it difficult to place my trust in him. I have already regarded you as my second-in-command in the Shadow Guard. So moving forward, you will predominantly be the one making decisions. Make sure to learn diligently from him. If you can handle it, there is no need to consult me. Understood. I shall study earnestly and not disappoint your expectations. Yu Yanghua exclaimed with excitement. Second in command of the Shadow Guard. Although the Shadow Guard has yet to be fully established, one can already foresee its future scale from the current developments. I cannot allocate too many shares. My bottom line is 5. Discuss this with Liang Guanan and ensure he understands this limit. 5%? Yu Yanghua was taken aback. 5% is nonsense. I mean 5%. All right, I understand. The negotiation with the Spirit Hall was fortuitously aligned with Zhang Ge's intentions. A mere 5% share would only result in slightly diminished profits. But the advantage lies in having the Spirit Hall's backing in the future. This is a force that can be openly utilized with the Spirit Hall's protection. Troubles are bound to diminish. Even if complications arise, there would be no need for Yu Yanghua and others to intervene. They could remain effectively concealed in the shadows. From this moment on, the establishment known as the Celestial Realm in Soto City could be considered firmly grounded. The next step would be opening branch stores. As the number of branches increases, the demand for various personnel will grow, but correspondingly, the profits will also swell. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall in Soto City, Hulaina inquired of her fellow members. Did Boss Liang say he would think about it? Is that certain? Yes, those were his exact words. Hulaina let out a cold laugh. I fear it is not a matter of consideration. He is likely consulting his master. Do you truly believe Boss Liang has someone backing him? Questioned Kichuos. There most certainly is someone, and their influence cannot be underestimated, Hulaina replied. As I expected. They will surely refuse to sell us the storefront, but they will undoubtedly relinquish shares. Kichuos glanced at Hulaina, pondering her intentions. Haven't you been training? Aren't you returning to the Pope's palace? Why are you spending your days here? When did you begin to concern yourself with business matters? Shouldn't you, the golden generation, prioritize cultivation? Such affairs should be managed by dedicated personnel. This seems rather unprofessional. Unbeknownst to him, Hulaina's intuition suggested that the true mastermind behind the Celestial Realm was Zhang Ge. Her purpose for this visit was to keep a close watch on him, seeking to understand him thoroughly. Her instincts warned her that allowing the Celestial Realm to flourish unchecked might not bode well for the Spirit Hall in the future. Discussing finances is rather mundane, especially for a soul master of her elevated status. Yet, the reality is that everything hinges on money. Without the financial support from the Spirit Hall, she could not afford to focus solely on her cultivation. Impoverished soul masters toil daily in pursuit of monetary gain. Thus, the origins, scale, and profitability of the Celestial Realm have always kept her on guard. Just wait, Hulaina stated. I suspect the representatives from the Celestial Realm will seek us out by tomorrow. With that, she turned gracefully and departed. The following morning, Zhang Ge awoke to the peculiar realization that Xiao Wu was absent. Glancing down at a certain spot, he stifled a yawn, letting out a resigned sigh. The events of the previous night with Zhu Xing had been quite exhilarating, leading him to experience some rather vivid dreams that most youths might encounter, leaving him particularly invigorated today. Unlike his usual habit of sleeping on his side, he had, on this rare occasion, lain flat on his back, causing the blanket to billow up significantly. After dressing, he stepped outside, only to discover that Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were waiting for him at the door. Xiao Wu's little face was flushed a deep shade of red. Zhang Ge finally realized something. Goodness, Xiao Wu must have entered the room as usual, only to discover something significant, and then blushed deeply before retreating outside. It could not be any other way. Xiao Wu, you are quite unusual today, waiting for me outside. Zhang Ge remarked. Why you? Please, don't say anything more. You men are truly. Xiao Wu's face turned even redder as she covered her cheeks, bashfully stomping her foot before turning and fleeing. It was confirmed, that was indeed the case. Ning Rongrong looked puzzled and asked, Xiao Ge, what happened between you and Xiao Wu? Nothing at all. I just woke up, he replied. Then that's strange. Xiao Wu went in just now to call you. But shortly after, she rushed out, her face flushed and looking quite flustered. When I asked her, she wouldn't say a word. I thought perhaps you had done something to her. Zhang Ge, this is not my fault. It's typical behavior for a normal boy. Xiaowu, her face flushed and heart racing, dashed towards the cafeteria. Tang San, seated cross-legged on the rooftop in meditation, opened his eyes upon hearing the footsteps. Spotting Xiaowu, he greeted her. Xiaowu, what brings you here? However, she ran past him without acknowledging his presence. Tang San was left perplexed, wondering what had transpired. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Xiaowu finally halted, but her face burned even more, and her heartbeat quickened. Her mind was consumed by the scene she had just witnessed in Zhang Ge's room. Being an innocent young girl, the more she pondered, the more her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. Inside the cafeteria, Oscar, still bleary-eyed, was already there, somewhat dazed as he munched on breakfast alongside the sausages he had conjured. Hearing the commotion, he turned to glance back. Oh, Xiaowu. Why aren't you with Zhang Ge and the others? Xiaowu ignored him and proceeded to her seat, preparing to eat. Oscar conjured another sausage. Would you like some? Upon seeing the sausage, Xiaowu's previously calm demeanor spiraled into turmoil once again. Take it away. I don't want to see it. She swiftly turned away. Oscar was baffled. What is going on here? Usually, you eat it without a second thought, and now you want to even look at it? Well then, I shall eat it myself. Before long, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun arrived. With dark circles under their eyes, they exchanged curious glances at Xiao Wu, who sat alone eating her meal. Xiao Wu, why are you here by yourself? Where are Zhang Ge and the others? Dai Mubai inquired. Xiao Wu buried her head in her food, ignoring them. The two exchanged bewildered looks. This is strange, very strange indeed. Typically, Xiao Wu was always glued to Zhang Ge. Yet today was distinctly unusual. Zhang Ge and others subsequently arrived at the cafeteria. Ma Hongjun hastily inquired. Hey, third master, what is going on today? What? Zhang Ge asked. Why isn't Xiao Wu with you today? Dai Mubai questioned. Everyone turned their gaze toward Zhang Ge. Xiao Wu's unusual absence must surely be connected to Zhang Ge. What else could Zhang Ge possibly express? Surely, one cannot merely state that she has witnessed certain indescribable objects, can one? Is this book still worth keeping? Or should I consider the preservation of my own dignity? It was not until the commencement of the class that Xiao Wu began to regain a semblance of normalcy. The arrival of Xiaowu brought about certain alterations to the course. Zhang Ge first engaged in a spar with Xiaowu, serving as a demonstration for Dai Mubai and the others of the world beyond level 50. Subsequently, Zhang Ge and Xiaowu united to confront the Shrek 7 devils. One formidable opponent is already quite challenging. Facing two such extraordinary individuals rendered the Shrek 7 devils utterly devoid of any chance of victory, leaving them with no option but to exert their utmost effort to prolong the inevitable. After enjoying a midday meal, everyone returned to their respective quarters to rest. In front of the dormitory door, Zhang Ge reclined comfortably upon the broad back of the hexagon bowl, enjoying the cool shade beneath the trees. Observing the languid Imo who sprawled beside him, he casually inquired, if you two were to engage in a battle, who would emerge victorious? Imo who replied, if Xiao Lu still had his horns, the outcome would be uncertain. However, now, I would undoubtedly prevail. The hexagon bull, with his endearing simplicity, nodded in agreement. Indeed, even if I had my horns, I could not surpass Lao Imo. Why not have a match and find out? Zhang Ge suggested, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Goodness, I have been guarding a treasure trove without even realizing it. Observing battles between soul masters in the soul arena is quite a popular pastime on the Douluo Continent, enjoyed by many. However, the spectacle of combat between soul beasts is absent. Furthermore, while ordinary individuals can interact with soul masters, encounters with soul beasts are exceedingly rare. What if I were to procure more soul beasts and establish a beast fighting arena? My word, that would surely become an immense sensation. Moreover, I alone possess the ability to control soul beasts on this continent, which means I alone can create such an arena. Others would find it impossible to replicate. When the time comes, wouldn't the wealth come pouring in? Yet, the system cautioned it is precisely because you alone possess the ability to control soul beasts that, should such an arena come to fruition, others will undoubtedly attribute it to you. Isn't that simple? Zhang Ge mused with delight. Why can't I collaborate with Tianshang Renjian? The system fell silent. I could publicly declare a partnership with Tianshang Renjian, where I supply the soul beasts, and they provide the funding. Isn't that a perfectly legitimate business arrangement? Who would suspect that I am the mastermind behind it all? There's silver to be had here, 300 taels. The system conceded, impressive. Opportunities are fleeting, akin to inspiration. Yet, once seized, they promise a bright future. Soul beasts possess insatiable appetites. The hexagon bull and Imo who consume vast quantities daily. The hexagon bull is manageable, as fresh and clean forage is not overly costly. But Imo who is a carnivore. The amount of meat he consumes in a single day surpasses what all members of Shrek Academy would eat in 3 days. Zhang Ge felt a pang of regret. Moreover, it was a one-way expenditure. Having it by his side served no purpose other than as a mere decoration. It would never see action in battle. It had previously sparred with the Shrek 7, but due to terrain and other factors, the experience was lackluster and devoid of significance. However, if placed in the arena, it could potentially yield substantial profits. Zhang Ge promptly contacted Yu Yanghua, urging him to invest significantly to expand the scale of Heavenly Realm, acquire the adjacent land, and establish a gladiatorial arena. Yu Yangwo was no fool. Upon hearing the term gladiatorial arena, he immediately recalled the time he accompanied Zhang Ge to the Blue Electric family with the Ink Tiger Soul Beast. Understanding Zhang Ge's intentions with remarkable accuracy, he became exhilarated and energetically set about executing the command. Meanwhile, Zhang Ge shared his vision with the two soul beasts. Upon hearing his words, the slow-witted six-horned ox could not grasp the concept and innocently inquired, "Master, what does performance mean?" Before Zhang Ge could respond, the Ink Tiger interjected, "You simpleton, you don't understand this? Come, give me a gentle nudge." Six-horned obediently butted the Ink Tiger lightly with his head, sending the latter flying with a loud yelp. Six-horned was taken aback, astonished at his own strength. The Ink Tiger, lying on the ground and moaning for a moment, eventually stood up, shook his head, and declared, "That is what we call a performance. Do you understand now?" "I understand, but not entirely," replied Six-horned. Zhang Ge mused to himself, "This is akin to staging a scam." Nevertheless, it was close enough to the mark. He recalled how, back on Earth, a certain wrestling show abroad operated on similar principles. The essence lay not in the authenticity of the performance, but in the audience's enjoyment, enticing them to purchase tickets, all while ensuring no one was genuinely harmed. An ideal scenario. Of course, with soul beasts possessing tough hides and robust physiques, a display of bloodshed was essential, as long as there were no severe injuries. Minor wounds and bloodletting merely added to the excitement for the spectators. It was perfect. However, two soul beasts were far from sufficient. A single match would lack thrill. Thus, while Yu Yangwo was busy acquiring land for the arena, Zhang Ge took a leave of absence and, accompanied by the two indigenous creatures, ventured towards the Stardow Forest. He aimed to amass a greater number of participants, setting a modest initial goal of securing 20 soul beasts, 10 aged a century and 10 a millennium. Alongside the ox and tiger, the inaugural event at the gladiatorial arena would surely be a resounding success. The system, rarely offering practical suggestions, proposed that the arena need not solely host soul beast battles. Contests between soul masters and soul beasts could also be captivating. "I am aware," Zhang Ge replied. "But this requires a contract with the soul masters, strictly prohibiting the killing of soul beasts during matches. Should a soul beast be slain or a soul ring harvested, appropriate compensation must be provided. Indeed, these aspects require refinement," the system acknowledged. After completing his leave, Zhang Ge returned to his dormitory without attracting any attention, intending to take the two soul beasts and depart. Just as he was about to leave, a lively figure appeared not far from him. It was Xiao Wu. With a flushed face, she hesitated to speak, but upon noticing his neatly packed belongings, she curiously asked, "Are you going out?" Zhang Ge pondered for a moment and smiled. "Would you care to join me?" "Where to?" "You'll find out when we arrive. I shall request a leave of absence." 10 minutes later, the two individuals and their beasts departed from the academy. On the golden staff, Xiao Wu still felt somewhat flustered, hesitant to initiate a conversation with Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge did not take the initiative to converse with her. His mind was entirely consumed with plans for the future arena. Soto City, a veritable paradise on Earth, served as a testing ground for him. He aimed to uncover every potential avenue for profit and ascertain the most effective methods. Once established, he would proceed to open branches in other cities and recruit personnel for the shops. At this stage, there was little to discuss. His sole focus was on generating revenue and accumulating initial capital. With wealth comes influence. With influence, the foundation of his shadowy forces would be laid. Concurrently, Zhang Ge pondered whether, upon establishing the branches in other cities, he should also consider allowing the local spirit hall to take equity stakes. The question arises, how can one inspire others to willingly make sacrifices for your business? The answer lies in making them perceive your enterprise as their own. Equity participation embodies this principle. The accumulation of initial capital does not warrant moral scruples, while Zhang Ge could never resort to murder and plunder. He believed that if there were profits to be gained, involving the spirit hall as stakeholders was a viable option. By allocating a mere fraction of the profits, he could enlist the spirit hall as enforcers, deterring those with nefarious intentions. Why not seize such an opportunity? Once the business stabilized, a dividend of less than 5% would amount to a mere trifle. Reflecting on this, he absently stroked his ear pendant. Had the discussions with the spirit hall taken place today? Report to the boss. The meeting has been scheduled for 3 o'clock this afternoon. Indeed, the spirit hall had substantial appetites. A 5% stake might not suffice. However, that was inconsequential. Inform Liang Guannan that we would be opening branches in other cities in the future, and should our collaboration prove fruitful, those branches could also offer a 5% stake. Yu Yanghua paused momentarily before saying, "Boss, this morning when I briefed Liang Guannan, he expressed similar sentiments, but I did not respond as I lacked your directives. He is a businessman, and such thoughts are to be expected. Should the spirit hall remain unyielding and demand a larger share, let Liang Guannan articulate this. We could then forego collaboration with the spirit hall in favor of alliances with the two great empires, as well as the Blue Lightning family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Yu Yanghua was taken aback. Must we invoke the families? Won't that raise suspicions? Zhang Ge found himself at a loss for words. What a thick-headed fool. It is imperative to mention the family. Otherwise, If all other factions are acknowledged but the family is not, it not only raises suspicion but outright clarifies the matter. The Haotian sect remains reclusive. Hence it may be omitted. Yu Yonghua blinked a few times, finally grasping the point. The boss meant that it was her oversight. Very well. Relay my complete thoughts to Liang Guannan. He is a businessman and knows how to negotiate. Upon ending the communication, he noticed Xiao Wu gazing at him with wide eyes. What is it? He inquired with a smile. I could never have imagined that you, of all people, would be the owner of such a vast establishment between heaven and earth. However, seeing your earlier demeanor of deep contemplation and strategic foresight, yes, that indeed befits a boss. As she spoke, Xiao Wu embraced Zhang Ge, giggling. My little Ge is a big boss. Oh, indeed, your little Ge wields a mighty stick, Zhang Ge replied. Instantly, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson. 094. Enemies do not gather without reason. Afternoon, starry forest. Zhang Ge retrieved some provisions and water, allowing both of them to replenish their strength before following the two spirit beasts into the forest. With the guidance of the native hexagon bull, the task of capturing was rendered relatively effortless. The hexagon bull, having long roamed the outskirts of the forest, possessed extensive knowledge of the habitats of both century-old and millennium-old spirit beasts. Although the ink tiger was not a native of the Stardow forest, its nature as a carnivorous feline spirit beast endowed it with an innate dominance over the weaker spirit creatures. Thus they encountered few who dared to provoke them along their journey. Zhang Ge's primary objective is the blue spirit wolf. This species of wolf is relatively large, capable of growing over 2 meters long in a century, yet its individual combat prowess is comparatively weak, a characteristic inherent to wolves. However, this is of little concern. As long as it possesses a sufficiently imposing size, it will captivate the audience in the arena. Spectators are not particularly concerned with combat strength. What truly entices them is the grandeur and ferocity of the creature's appearance, which strikes a chord with their primal instincts. Although seasoned soul masters may see through this facade, the main audience of the arena consists of ordinary individuals who rarely encounter soul beasts. Under the guidance of the six-horned bull, Zhang Ge swiftly approached the habitat of the blue spirit wolf. Yet, when he was merely 4 or 5 miles away from the pack's dwelling, the sounds of a struggle and shouts suddenly erupted from another direction. It could be that someone was attempting to capture a soul beast, or perhaps a conflict had arisen among the soul beasts themselves. Nonetheless, Zhang Ge deemed it irrelevant to his mission and instructed the six-horned bull to continue leading the way. Unexpectedly, the sounds of the fray grew closer, prompting Zhang Ge to curse under his breath. He commanded the six-horned bull and the ink tiger to find a concealed spot, while he and Xiao Wu climbed a tree. Before long, several figures appeared below them. To his astonishment, one party consisted of Meng Yiran and Chao Tianxiang, accompanied by a youth who appeared to be of similar age to Zhang Ge. In contrast, the other group comprised several soul masters clad in various garments, their faces obscured by hoods and black veils, rendering their features indistinguishable. Is it them? Xiao Wu whispered. Zhang Ge nodded, reflecting on the notion that indeed, it is often the case that adversaries are drawn together. The last time he assisted Oscar in acquiring a soul ring, he had encountered Meng Yiran and Chao Tianxiang. To his surprise, he was confronted with them once more. Could it be that Meng Yiran had swiftly ascended to level 40? Unlikely. Then, was it possible that Chao Tianxiang had reached level 70? That too seemed implausible. If Chao Tianxiang were hunting for soul rings, there would be no need for Meng Yiran, the diminutive red-haired one, to accompany her. The only remaining possibility was that Zhang Ge's gaze fell upon the young man. The youth bore but a single century-old soul ring, and at that moment, his complexion was ashen, his attire somewhat tattered, suggesting he had sustained injuries. The two parties were engrossed in a fierce battle, showing no inclination to exchange banter, yet the opposing group comprised several soul masters above level 50, with 2 exceeding 60. Chao Tianxiang found herself entirely outmatched, retreating steadily under the pressure. Zhang Ge expressed his disdain for Long Gong, remarking that he truly is unreliable. During the last incident when his wife faced difficulties, he was absent, and now he is once again nowhere to be found. What should we do? Xiao Wu inquired. Although there had been some discord previously, it ultimately concluded amicably, fostering a semblance of camaraderie. Xiao Wu felt a twinge of sympathy at the thought of them enduring hardships. Zhang Ge cast a glance at her. The youth's blood ran hot. After years of living on Earth, Zhang Ge had long grasped the essence of human indifference. Better to avoid trouble than to confront it. And who would dare to act heroically? Even helping the elderly required a cautious glance around for surveillance cameras. However, he was no longer on Earth, and his strength was formidable. Dealing with the few minor adversaries below posed no challenge, especially with his golden finger. So, what are you waiting for, golden finger? Issue the task. I seek to maximize my benefits. Not only can I save the damsel in distress and impress Xiao Wu with my gallantry, but I can also reap the rewards of the mission. In the blink of an eye, Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran had already been beaten into a colorful mess, with Meng Yiran being captured by a soul master. Chao Tianxiang gasped in horror. Yiran. Meng Yiran panicked. Grandma. The soul master holding Meng Yiran chuckled sinisterly. This little girl is quite lovely, with delicate skin, just right for... Wait, what is up with your back? Why is it so red? The system did not disappoint him. Delivering a prompt. Task received. Rescue Ming Yiran. Task rewards. Before the task was even fully announced, Zhang Ge shot forth. Stay put. Release that girl. The several soul masters were taken aback. Who? What manner of person is this? Bang. The soul master gripping Ming Yiran had yet to react when a powerful kick connected with his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Tears mingling with blood streaming from his nose. Bang. Another kick struck his face, rendering him unconscious, his cries abruptly silenced. What? Xiao Wu. The remaining soul masters were aghast. Just as they began to move, the figure before them flickered and struck twice more with dull thuds, sending 2 soul masters of over 50 ranks flying. All were reduced to a state of tears and blood. In an instant, 3 soul masters of over 50 ranks were incapacitated. The last 3 soul masters stared blankly at this suddenly appeared masked figure, their hearts racing with panic. Who is this formidable presence? We, the Spirit Hall. Detest those who bully others with their might. Zhang Ge shouted with righteous indignation, his face concealed. The Spirit Hall was not to be trifled with. Thus it was most fitting to cast blame upon them. The soul masters stood frozen, as did Xiao Tianxiang and Ming Yiran. Why you are from the Spirit Hall? Zhang Ge ceased his idle chatter and directly unleashed the cosmic river of stars. In an instant, the once brilliant sky became illuminated by a multitude of shimmering stars. Countless beams of starlight cascading like a celestial rain, presenting a scene both divine and majestic. With a thunderous roar, the stars fell from the heavens. Zhang Ge seized Ming Yiran and, in a flash, transported himself beside Xiao Tianxiang and the young lad. The cosmic river of stars merged seamlessly with the essence of the universe, delivering indiscriminate devastation. Safety only resided in proximity to Zhang Ge. Meanwhile, Xiaowu found herself beyond the reach of this formidable power. The soul masters gazed in horror as the stars descended. Their faces drained of color as they fled in panic. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to that of the falling stars, and in an instant, they were mercilessly struck. Cries of anguish echoing through the air. As the dust settled, apart from one level 60 soul master who managed to escape with injuries, the rest lay wounded beneath the celestial onslaught. My lord, spare my life, pleaded the other level 60 soul master, who, having injured his leg, found himself unable to flee. His voice tinged with desperation. Zhang Ge cast a glance around, noting that the other soul masters had either been injured or rendered unconscious, leaving only himself alert. He approached and swiftly knocked the last one out with a kick. Turning his gaze towards Ming Yiran and the others, he observed their evident tension. Xiao Tianxiang, panting heavily, remarked in disbelief, I never expected to be rescued today by individuals from the Spirit Hall. Her words hinted at a lack of fondness for the Spirit Hall. Zhang Ge smiled gently as he removed his mask. Both Xiao Tianxiang and Ming Yiran were momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, Ming Yiran's face lit up with surprise. It's you. Are you really going to take on a whole group by yourself? Had it not been for Xiao Wu's timely leap from the branches to stand beside Zhang Ge, Ming Yiran would almost certainly have rushed to his side, perhaps even clasping his arm in an embrace. Upon realizing it was Zhang Ge, Xiao Tianxiang was momentarily stunned before a trace of a smile graced her features. It's you rascal. It seems you've grown considerably stronger since we last met. Although Xiao Tianxiang wore a smile, her heart was tumultuous. Not just stronger, but remarkably so. With just a few moves, he effortlessly dispatched 5 or 6 soul masters of level 50 or 60. Goodness, she would believe it if someone claimed he was a soul Douluo. What a pity. If they could recruit this young man into their family, it would ensure prosperity for at least 3 generations. Zhang Ge clasped his fists in greeting, Senior. Xiao Tianxiang nodded in acknowledgement. What brings you here? Have you joined the Spirit Hall? Not at all. Merely bearing the brunt of blame, Zhang Ge replied. Xiao Tianxiang chuckled, finding it plausible. If Zhang Ge had truly aligned with the Spirit Hall, he would never have ventured alone into the Star Doe forest with a mere girl. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Ming Yiran. As a grandmother, she knew her granddaughter best. From Ming Yiran's demeanor, it seemed she harbored some interest in this young man. If she were to play matchmaker between Yiran and him, well, a grandson-in-law would certainly be a valued addition to the family. However, upon glancing at the petite figure of Xiao Wu standing beside Zhang Ge, she sensed that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. I haven't seen you in a while, which deprived me of the opportunity to properly express my gratitude, Xiao Tianxiang remarked. Since our last encounter, I have employed the methods you taught to help Yiran detoxify. Over this period, her health has indeed improved significantly, and her cultivation has accelerated compared to before. Though there remains this issue with her back, Zhang Ge had long since noticed. Although Ming Yiran no longer wore those back-revealing garments, traces of a dark crimson mark could still be discerned from the neckline and seams of her attire, such as the aftermath of gua sha treatment. However, to one's surprise, it appears you all persist in this practice daily. Zhang Ge remarked that even the mightiest, such as a titled Douluo, would bear such marks post-treatment. Yet, in the grand scheme of health, I believe this trifling matter is inconsequential. Xiao Tianxiang nodded in agreement, stating, My husband and I share the same sentiment. Today, I owe you another favor. Who are they? Why did you engage in conflict with them? Xiaowu inquired with curiosity. Xiao Tianxiang sighed and called out, Huaner, come here and greet these 2 elder siblings. The young lad obediently stepped forward and clasped his fists in respect, saying, Meng Huan greets elder brother and sister. How do you do? Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu responded politely. Xiao Tianxiang continued. Huaner is my grandson and Iran's younger brother, having cultivated to the 20th level. I brought him today to hunt for a soul ring, but unexpectedly found ourselves in conflict with the Black Dog Mercenary Group. Black Dog Mercenary Group? A mercenary group? A sudden inspiration struck Zhang Ge. Meng Iran, fuming, pointed at the lifeless body strewn across the ground. It was them. We had finally cornered that 700-year-old golden-haired spirit monkey, injuring it severely, and were just about to claim it for my brother when they appeared, declaring their intent to seize the monkey for themselves. How outrageous. This is nothing short of blatant robbery. Xiaowu exclaimed indignantly. Isn't the esteemed dragon lord absent? Zhang Ge inquired. Is the formidable reputation of the dragon and serpent couple insufficient to deter a mere mercenary band? Ko Xiangxiang shook her head with a sigh. The Black Dog Mercenary Corps is hired by a powerful figure to assist a descendant of theirs in capturing a soul beast. Even if they recognize us as the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matron, they remain unafraid, bolstered by their patron's influence. In addition to these individuals, there are 2 skilled fighters who have engaged the old man. Does the old gentleman require assistance? Zhang Ge immediately asked. At this moment, it was imperative to maintain the facade of goodwill and offer substantial favors. Ko Xiangxiang smiled slightly. That won't be necessary. The old man is, after all, a soul de law. Meng Iran added. We were merely a burden to our grandfather at that place. He allowed us to leave first to safeguard my brother. Yet we had scarcely departed when these individuals pursued us. Then these people were lying in wait, Zhang Ge remarked. Could there be others concealed in the shadows, poised to ambush the old man? Ko Xiangxiang and Meng Iran exchanged startled glances, their expressions shifting. Ko Xiangxiang quickly said, Young man, I must trouble you to look after Iran and Huan while I seek out the old man. Before Zhang Ge could respond, a voice resounded. No need for that. The group turned to see an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, striding towards them. It was none other than Dragon Lord Meng Shu. Grandfather, they exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up as they rushed to greet him. The Dragon Lord was their pillar of strength. Noticing the Dragon Lord's tattered clothing and disheveled appearance, concern washed over them. Meng Iran asked, Grandfather, are you? It's nothing. The Dragon Lord waved his hand and turned to Zhang Ge. Young man, it seems we meet again. Such fate, Zhang Ge replied. The Dragon Lord laughed heartily, surveying the surroundings, and remarked, I owe you yet another significant favor. Zhang Ge smiled quietly, remaining silent. Long Gong continued. It seems today is not quite suitable for hunting soul rings. Let us first return and recuperate. Young friend, we shall remember this favor. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to speak. As long as it is within the capabilities of the peerless dragon serpent, we shall exert our utmost effort. As Zhang Ge smiled and was about to speak, a chilling howl of a wolf suddenly pierced the air. The expressions of the crowd shifted slightly, and soon Meng Iran and Meng Huan, filled with trepidation, realized that pairs of glistening green eyes had emerged around them, unbeknownst to when. The blue spirit wolves. They were surrounded by no less than 100 of these formidable creatures. Zhang Ge suddenly recalled that this location was perilously close to the territory of the blue spirit wolves. The ruckus they had caused, coupled with the scent of blood wafting through the air, would undoubtedly attract the attention of the wolves. A gleeful expression spread across Zhang Ge's face. How splendid. They need not seek out the wolves, for the creatures were coming to them unbidden. Ha ha ha. However, Long Gong and Shi Po's expressions turned grave. In their prime, not even 100 blue spirit wolves would pose a significant threat. They could handle hundreds without concern. Yet now, having just engaged in a fierce battle with the Black Dog Mercenary Group, their soul power was greatly depleted, and they bore substantial injuries. 100 blue spirit wolves now represented a formidable challenge. Moreover, among this pack were 3 wolves exceeding a millennium in age. Meng Huan trembled in place, rooted to the spot. It was his first visit to the Starry Forest, and he had never witnessed such a spectacle. A particularly robust blue spirit wolf, boasting over 1,000 years of age, ambled over to a comatose member of the Black Dog Mercenary Group and bit into him, feasting with abandon. Upon witnessing this scene, Meng Huan was so frightened that he began to cry, covering his mouth to stifle the sound, whimpering like a frightened child. After all, he was merely a 10-year-old boy, unaccustomed to such turmoil, and Zhang Ge could empathize with him. Long Gong cast a glance at him and said solemnly, Huana, Iran, Zhang Ge, and that little girl. Come stand behind us. Xiao Tianxiang added, though both of us are somewhat fatigued, we are still capable of protecting you. No need, Zhang Ge interjected, stepping forward. You all retreat. I have come here today to confront them. Ha ha ha. The others stared in disbelief. You intend to take on a pack of wolves alone? Seriously? Are you putting on a show, or do you truly possess such confidence? The pack of wolves, perceiving only a solitary human before them, felt insulted. The wolf leader howled to the heavens, and the pack's eyes glinted with menace as they crouched low, ready to pounce. At the slightest command, they would surge forth to rend Zhang Ge to shreds. The onlookers felt a wave of apprehension wash over them. Meng Iran clenched her small fists, her large eyes brimming with worry as she gazed at Zhang Ge. Xiaowu felt similarly, had Zhang Ge instructed her to remain still. She would have been at his side in an instant. Xiao Tianxiang exchanged a knowing glance with Long Gong. They understood that Zhang Ge possessed a remarkable ability to control soul beasts, yet with so many blue spirit wolves, how could he possibly wield such power? As Zhang Ge was about to summon the golden cudgel, a thunderous roar reverberated through the forest. What an audacious creature! The ink tiger and the six-horned bull charged forth. Bellowing at the wolf pack, the imposing aura of the feline spirit beasts immediately quelled the wolves' bravado, with many of the younger blue spirit wolves retreating in trepidation. The three ancient blue spirit wolves were momentarily taken aback, pondering the sudden appearance of these two beasts. Isn't this our territory? Upon witnessing the emergence of two more spirit beasts, both exceeding a millennium in age, Long Gong and his companions were struck with astonishment. Truly, they were besieged by wolves in front and tigers behind. Long Gong's expression darkened as he prepared to speak, but Zhang Ge abruptly waved his hand. Stand aside. In the astonished gaze of Long Gong and the others, the six-horned bull obediently stepped aside, and astonishingly, the ink tiger followed suit. What a revelation! They recognized the six-horned bull, but this ink tiger was also one of his spirit beasts? The pack of wolves was equally bewildered. What was happening? Why did it seem like the ink tiger was obedient to this human? You've come to me willingly, saving me quite the effort. Zhang Ge chuckled, flicking his wrist as the golden cudgel materialized in the air. Boom. The might of the great sage, infused with a terrifying demonic aura, swept across the scene. All the blue spirit wolves were overwhelmed by this malevolent energy, instinctively yearning to submit. The moment the scarlet eyes emerged, the weaker, younger blue spirit wolves fell to their front legs, prostrating themselves upon the ground in obedience. Under the relentless pressure, more and more blue spirit wolves knelt in submission, until only the three ancient ones remained, still resisting stubbornly. TSK, still defying? Remarked the ink tiger. Such arrogance, scoffed the six-horned bull. I am of similar age to the leader, yet I bowed my head willingly. Just wait and see, it shall surely face punishment. Disobedience warrants a beating. Such nonsense. The ink tiger recalled its own past experiences, and tears welled in its eyes. Back in that little mountain village, it had already expressed its submission. Yet it still received a beating. Fortunately, after following Zhang Ge, this master had treated it rather well, as they witnessed the wolves submit. Long Gong and his companions gaped in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. No wonder this young man could command spirit beasts. It was all due to the prowess of his extraordinary martial soul. Realizing this, the two exchanged glances and sighed. There was no hope left. A martial soul belongs to its possessor. It cannot be stolen or taken by force. Only lamented that this young man was indeed extraordinarily fortunate to awaken such a powerful and wondrous martial soul. Meng Iran, resembling a lovesick maiden who had encountered her dream prince, clasped her small hands to her chest, her large eyes sparkling with adoration as she gazed unblinkingly at Zhang Ge. So impressive, so majestic, so powerful. Still resistant? Zhang Ge squinted. Damn human, we shall never submit. The voice of the wolf leader echoed in Zhang Ge's mind through the golden cudgel. Zhang Ge let out a cold laugh, waving his hand dismissively. Go. Teach them a lesson. The golden hoop staff whistled through the air, and piercing howls echoed throughout the forest. Master, you are the most handsome. Are you tired, master? Allow me to be your chair for a moment. Your shoes are dirty, master. Fear not, I shall clean them for you. Mo Hu and Lu Jiao stood in stunned silence, watching the three millennia-old azure spirit wolves fawning over their master. It was hard to fathom that not long ago, they had refused to yield even unto death, yet now they lay prostrate, eagerly licking the ground. Indeed, one must be taught a lesson to comprehend obedience. Look at our master, he seems to be relishing it, Lu Jiao remarked. Shall we learn from them? Learn what nonsense, Mo Hu retorted firmly. Can we be compared to mere dogs? At that moment, the trio of wolves glared at Mo Hu with indignation. What are you staring at? Want to challenge me? Mo Hu let out a fierce roar. Zhang Ge gently patted its head and said, enough of that. Once we arrive at the arena, you may engage in a proper contest. Upon hearing these words, Long Gong and the others finally regained their senses. For a formidable soul master, annihilating 100 low-level blue spirit wolves in the blink of an eye is trivial. Even a titled Douluo could accomplish such a feat, however. To subdue over 100 blue spirit wolves in an instant, that is simply terrifying. Zhang Ge learned through inquiry that this dwelling of the blue spirit wolves was modest in size, housing a total of 137 wolves aged over a century, with only 3 exceeding a millennium. The alpha wolf was 4,600 years old, slightly inferior to the hexagonal bull. The second wolf was 4,300 years old, while the third had just surpassed 4,000. All were over 4,000 years old, possessing colossal physiques. Exceeding 3 meters in length, with heads resembling commodes, their muscular forms presenting a striking visual impact. Excellent, excellent. As Zhang Ge explored the alpha wolf, he nodded in satisfaction. The hexagonal bull and the ink tiger, observing from the side, felt a chill run down their spines. What is wrong with the master? The hexagonal bull inquired, recalling how he had previously caressed Xiaowu and was now doing the same with the blue spirit wolves. Does he perhaps have a fondness for spirit beasts? It is possible, the ink tiger replied. Look at those women in the academy. They all seem to be interested in the master, yet he has never reciprocated. So, will he touch us in the future? Hasn't he been doing so already? The ink tiger retorted. The hexagonal bull suddenly recalled how Zhang Ge had frequently stroked them in recent days, a stark contrast to before when he hardly did so. He had been particularly attentive lately, often exclaiming Yaxi while doing so. They did not understand the meaning of Yaxi, but it certainly felt quite sinister. With a sigh, the hexagonal bull resigned himself to the situation. After all, Zhang Ge was the master. If he wished to touch, then let him. You three shall accompany me. The three wolves exchanged glances. Where to? To the human city. The three wolves hesitantly replied. Following the master to the human city is not an issue. But if all three of us leave, there will be no Millennium Spirit Beast to maintain order, and the youngsters will be bullied. Zhang Ge found it somewhat peculiar. How is it that the three of you have existed for over 4,000 years, while the other wolves are all under a millennium old? What accounts for this disparity? The alpha wolf sighed deeply. Our clan was once quite formidable, but then the ink tiger coveted our territory and engaged us in battle. We three provided cover for the younger ones to retreat, leading us to this present location. Many of our powerful kin perished in that conflict, thus giving rise to this generational gap. Zhang Ge immediately turned to look at Mo Hu, who appeared utterly bewildered. Master. It wasn't me. I'm not the only black tiger in this world. Wolfair exclaimed, it's not this particular black tiger. It's the indigenous black tiger clan from the Starry Forest. We cannot contend with them, neither in the past nor in the present. Point the way, and I shall seek vengeance for you. Those who bully my wolves have lived far too long. Zhang Ge mused to himself, thinking that one black tiger was insufficient for the beastly battle, and now another clan of black tigers had arrived. Forget it, master. That clan of black tigers harbors many who have lived for over 10,000 years. Very well, Zhang Ge replied. The crowd responded with astonishment. Both the onlookers and the beasts alike. Ah, such a decisive promise. Zhang Ge felt a sense of helplessness. If there were only one or two ancient beasts over 10,000 years, the intimidation of the great sage would suffice, however. If a dozen ancient Mo tigers were to emerge simultaneously, the great sage's deterrence would prove inadequate, and he might find himself in dire straits. In the past, even the leader of the Lightning Falcon, who was several tens of thousands of years old, was hardly affected by the great sage's intimidation. Long Gong cleared his throat. It is good that the matter has been resolved. As he spoke, a beam of white light shot forth from his hand. Zhang Ge reached out and deftly caught it. It was a silver-white token, embossed with a dragon emblem, and felt weighty in his palm. This is the insignia of our Ming clan, signifying that you are an esteemed guest of our lineage. In the future, should you encounter members of the Ming clan on the continent, presenting this token will ensure their unconditional assistance, Long Gong elaborated. Thank you, Zhang Ge replied with a respectful clasp of his fist. Compared to the help you have provided us, this is but a trifle. Long Gong nodded courteously. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. We shall meet again. Zhang Ge, do visit our clan when you have the opportunity, Meng Yiran urged. Zhang Ge nodded affirmatively. After watching a few individuals depart, Xiaowu cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Ge and remarked, wow, Meng Yiran is truly beautiful. At this moment, there was no need for any flirtatious banter. Zhang Ge embraced Xiaowu in his arms, teasingly stating, you owe me a kiss. Instantly, Xiaowu's cheeks flushed. Stop it. There are others around. Who else is here? Zhang Ge turned his head to survey the surroundings, only to find the six-horned bull, Mo Hu, and Blue Spirit Wolf all staring intently at him. What are you looking at? If you dare, go ahead and kiss too. He retorted to Xiaowu, assuring her. Don't worry, they are not human. The beasts collectively sighed in exasperation. Ultimately, when Zhang Ge decided to depart, he chose to take the wolf leader and the 10 most robust Blue Spirit Wolves with him, leaving Wolf No. 2 and Wolf No. 3 behind to protect the young ones. With the Blue Spirit Wolves secured, Zhang Ge's next target was the Earth Bear. This sole beast, towering and formidable, could stand upright like a human. An Earth Bear over 100 years old could reach nearly 3 meters in height and possessed Earth-based abilities, though it might seem ostentatious. Such spectacles captivated the audience. The Earth Bears resided 30 miles southwest of the Blue Spirit Wolves' territory, riding on Mo Hu and the six-horned bull. Zhang Ge quickly approached their dwelling. Glancing at the sky, he noted the sun had begun its descent. After securing the Earth Bear, he would need to temporarily leave the Stardoe Forest to spend the night in a nearby town. However, he was confident that the following day would allow him to capture the remaining soul beasts. Next, he anticipated spending around 10 days leading an impressive procession of soul beasts back to Soto City, a venture he deemed perfect. Yu Yanghua relayed that the land had been purchased and construction had commenced, with skilled soul masters adept in architecture. Erecting a beast arena within half a month posed no challenge. Having spent years in the Douluo Continent, Zhang Ge's earthly mindset had nearly dissipated. Constructing a sizable arena on Earth would take at least a year and a half, while here, it would require at most a month. It could all be summed up with a simple goodness. Returning to his thoughts, Zhang Ge leaped from the back of the six-horned bull and strode toward the territory of the Earth Bears. This settlement was marginally stronger than that of the Blue Spirit Wolves, yet under the formidable presence of the Great Sage, it was hardly a challenge. And he swiftly resolved the matter. The bear leader was a 6,900-year-old soul beast, slightly weaker than Mo Hu, but his physique was truly imposing. Standing over 4 meters tall like a black iron tower. Should he appear in the arena, he would undoubtedly become a sensation. Excellent. Marvelous. Zhang Ge exclaimed, thoroughly pleased as he examined the bear leader from head to toe. Soon after, he selected 11 bears to take with him, leaving Mo Hu in the six-horn bull at the Earth Bear settlement, before heading out of the forest with Xiao Wu. In Creekwood Town, as the sun set, its radiant golden light bathed Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu, making them appear as ethereal beings. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at the pair. What do you feel like eating? Zhang Ge inquired. Anything delicious is fine, Xiao Wu replied with a sweet smile. In truth, she wished to express, as long as I am with you, I would be happy with anything, but her shyness kept her from voicing it. After meandering about, Zhang Ge finally led her into the most exquisitely decorated hotel in town. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu's absence left the 3 young women feeling an unsettling emptiness in their hearts. If only Zhang Ge were the sole one missing from the academy, it might have been bearable. However, with both of them gone, the 3 girls couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. Niu Xiaoyu remained relatively composed, able to maintain her usual training regimen under the supervision of Ling Xiaodoluo, but Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves somewhat restless. After finishing their meal, the 2 ascended to their respective rooms. Although this was not the first time they had shared a hotel stay, having even shared a room at the Rose Hotel previously this time. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Xiao Wu experienced an inexplicable sensation. As she lay on the bed, her mind involuntarily drifted back to the scene she had witnessed that fateful morning in Zhang Ge's dormitory. Xiao Wu felt her cheeks flush once more. Zhang Ge reclined on his bed, contemplating his next course of action. Rarity breeds value. Once the arena is established, the business should flourish. The subsequent step would be to replicate the successful business model of Tianshang Renjian in the arena in other cities, thus proliferating and reaping substantial profits. However, one must consider all possibilities. What if, after the arena's establishment, it remains neglected? Often, one holds firm beliefs about the popularity of an idea, only to find that upon its unveiling, it garners little interest beyond oneself. The intricacies of human sentiment are notoriously elusive, much like the craft of novel writing. One may conceive a brilliant idea, only to discover that upon its execution, it fails to attract an audience. Yet, this is not the most exasperating aspect. The true frustration arises when others produce similar works that achieve widespread acclaim, leaving one without recourse. The success of Tianshang Renjian was merely a result of Zhang Ge's replication of the operational strategies of the brothel and the arena, supplemented by a comprehensive suite of hotel and entertainment services. Ultimately, it remained rooted in the foundations of the former establishments. Conversely, the arena represented a path untraveled by anyone before. Acquiring land and commissioning construction entails a financial burden. Venturing into the starlit forest to capture soul beasts represents a cost in life and time. With such significant investments, failure would be a most disheartening outcome. A knock at the door interrupted Zhang Ge's reflections. Upon opening it, he found Xiao Wu standing there. The moonlight streamed through the corridor's window, mingling with the flickering candlelight on the walls, casting a gentle glow upon Xiao Wu, who appeared as pure and ethereal as a celestial maiden bathed in moonlight. What troubles you? Zhang Ge inquired. Shall we take a stroll? Xiao Wu suggested. The town of Shimu was named for its clear, flowing stream. Under the moon's glow, the 2 nestled beside the river, the night breeze caressing them as they listened to the gentle babble of the water and gazed at the vast moonlit sky. Enveloped in silence, savoring a rare moment of tranquil solitude. Do you remember our time at Notting Academy? Xiao Wu suddenly asked. Zhang Ge nodded, saying, Indeed. You cannot best me, yet you persistently compel me not to retaliate. This exemplifies a defeat in the competition, yet a triumph over her. Xiao Wu, with a mischievous smile, softly remarked, I find myself somewhat nostalgic for those times, and I miss those individuals, Xiao Qinyu, Wang Sheng, Su Yu, Xiliana. Xiao Wu was not merely feigning a lament. She genuinely yearned for that era. Back then, they were all merely children. Although, strictly speaking, they still are. That time was far more innocent. They did not have to confront the title Douluo, nor did they need to worry about their identities being revealed. Time indeed flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, they have all grown so much, and the people around them have changed as well. Zhang Ge fell silent for 2 seconds before speaking. Oftentimes, we assume that those around us will always remain by our side, only to discover the next day that they were merely transient figures in our lives. Xiao Wu tightened her embrace around Zhang Ge's arm, a hint of melancholy in her demeanor. Xiao Ge, I have some words I've longed to share with you. If you do not wish to speak, it is entirely acceptable. Zhang Ge thought to himself, do not reveal your identity just yet. We have not reached that stage in our journey. If you disclose too soon, the narrative may become even more surreal. So many new characters and altered plots have emerged that I can no longer predict the course of events with certainty. At times, I feel an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Xiao Wu nestled closer to Zhang Ge, conveying her fears. I am afraid of many things, but most of all, I dread the day when you are no longer by my side. In moments of fear and uncertainty, as long as I can behold you, I feel an invincible strength coursing through me, rendering me fearless. Indeed, I am a totem, radiating confidence, courage, and an aura of power, Zhang Ge mused. The system shouted with fervor, orcs shall never be enslaved. For the horde, Zhang Ge retorted, you wretched alliance dog. The system fired back, horde swine. Take this blizzard attack. Alliance mutt. I shall crush your skull. While Zhang Ge engaged in this playful banter with the system, Xiaowu reminisced about her mother's words. If in the future you encounter someone who brings you profound peace, alleviating your fears and doubts, that person is the right one for you in this lifetime. Observing the silent Zhang Ge, Xiaowu's face softened with affection. Mother. That person has always been by my side. She gazed tenderly at Zhang Ge, who remained absorbed in his mental exchange with the system, horde swine. Drained of blood and wit. Alliance dog. Only capable of ambushing low-level players. Nonsense. We cannot be bested in our own tier. Ah, how shamelessly they admit it. Horde swine. We fight to protect. Wait a moment. Aren't you the system? You play games too? Zhang Ge questioned, perplexed. Ah. In times of boredom, I would connect to the computer and surf the web. Even systems can experience ennui. However, since being with you, I have never felt bored again. Xiaowu gazed at the silent Zhang Ge, pondering, what occupies his thoughts? Why is he so focused? Is he thinking of me? Surely not, for I am right here. Perhaps he is contemplating. Rong and Zhuqing? That could be plausible. He is so exceptional. And both Rong and Zhuqing are quite fond of him. It is evident to anyone with eyes. And then there is Niu Xiaoyu. Not to mention Meng Yiran. Will he always be by my side? No, perhaps he is preoccupied with his business. He approaches his ventures with utmost seriousness. Even more so than his training and battles, he must be considering his business affairs. He could easily indulge in the life of a young master. Destined to lead a grand family, yet he chooses the path of entrepreneurship. Not only is he remarkable, but he is also incredibly diligent. My Xiaogu is forever the best. Upon reflection, she realized she could not chastise the horde swine, for she too had a character in the horde. I am, indeed, an alliance character. In truth, the horde is splendid. Everyone is quite earnest and endearing. Ah, the alliance is equally admirable, fostering mutual assistance and love. Thus, the panda is the true friend of the swine. The burning legion is worse than dogs and pigs. Consequently, Zhang Ge and the system reconciled joyfully once more. Only then did Zhang Ge remember that Xiaowu was seated beside him, her arm still linked with his. He glanced at her, and she returned a sweet smile, resting her head on his shoulder. Thank goodness, she has discerned anything unusual. I wish to sleep in your room, Xiaowu suddenly declared. What? Zhang Ge exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? We used to share a bed. But that was long ago, and we were quite young. You said we are family, yet family should not sleep in the same bed. Then I shall move my bed to your room. I don't care. I simply want to sleep in your room. Zhang Ge. Prodigal young ladies. If you had mentioned it earlier, I would have reserved a grand double room instead of two separate ones, which is an unnecessary expenditure. Although I am capable of earning money now, I do not squander it so frivolously. Those who have cultivated a habit of diligence and thrift tend to be this way. The more one earns, the more frugal one becomes. It is only when spending their parents' money that they tend to be extravagant. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Ge moved Xiao Wu's bed into his own room, positioning it directly across from his own. No, the two beds must be pushed together, Xiao Wu insisted. Just like in the days of yore. Zhang Ge, is it truly acceptable for girls to be so uninhibited? No, we must stay closely together. Just as we did before. Ah, yes, precisely like that. Here, this marks the boundary. Do not cross it, or I shall scold you. Very well. I shall heed your words. Zhang Ge spread his hands. Xiao Wu chuckled, covering her mouth with delight. As the night deepened, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Two beds, two individuals, face to face, hands entwined. In this moment, it felt as though they had genuinely returned to the days of Nottingham Academy. Two orphan children, adrift in a foreign institution, holding hands and providing one another with warmth akin to that of family. From that moment onward, these two children became each other's support. A familial reliance that has endured to this day. What are you pondering? Xiao Wu inquired. With a lack of emotional depth, he replied, I was thinking of you. Zhang Ge expressed, I often ponder, if many years from now, when we have aged, there comes a morning when I awaken to still hold your hand and gaze upon your face, how delightful that would be. Xiao Wu, overwhelmed with emotion, dashed into Zhang Ge's embrace. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the room as Xiao Wu gradually stirred from her slumber, rubbing her eyes. Upon opening them, she realized that Zhang Ge was no longer present, leaving her feeling somewhat despondent. He rises so early and does not even call out to me, she thought, slightly irked. Approaching the bedside, she stepped down, her small foot landing on something soft. Startled, she looked down and discovered that it was, in fact, Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge lay sprawled on the ground, snoring loudly, his sleeping posture exceedingly ungraceful. The shadow of gloom on Xiao Wu's face dissipated in an instant, and she stifled a giggle behind her tiny hand. She had thought he had risen early and left on his own, only to discover that he had tumbled beneath the bed, Such a restless sleeper. Zhang Ge, bleary-eyed, rubbed the corners of his eyes and mumbled, damn, this wretched hotel. Such exorbitant room rates, and yet the bed is so hard. What a nuisance. Xiaowu could not contain her laughter. Xiaogu, how did you end up on the floor? It was only then that Zhang Ge realized something was amiss. Xiaowu's delicate little feet were perched upon his chest. And from this angle, he had an unobstructed view of a man's morning vigor was indeed quite pronounced. In such a situation, Zhang Ge, whose temper was already flaring, felt his irritation escalate further. Xiaowu noticed a particular detail, and her eyes widened in astonishment as she swiftly covered her mouth, her face flushing crimson like a ripe apple. She hurriedly averted her gaze, flustered, her heart racing wildly. Zhang Ge became aware of something and sat up. I'm going to wash my face. Xiaowu covered her face, peering through her fingers as she watched Zhang Ge head towards the restroom, her heartbeat quickening with each passing moment. Was he doing this intentionally? It seemed unlikely. He had just awakened. So why had he revealed himself to her in such a manner on 2 occasions? Was it truly unintentional? As a soul beast, and one who had never interacted with adults, her understanding of such matters was quite nebulous. After all, the academies of Douluo Continent did not offer biology courses. She only knew that men and women engaged in some extraordinary activities that resulted in offspring. Therefore, such actions should only occur between 2 individuals who were genuinely in love and married. Engaging in such acts without the bond of love would be deemed improper. I have a fondness for Xiao Gu, and Xiao Gu likely harbors feelings for me as well. Thus, if we were to partake in such activities, it wouldn't be considered wrong, would it? What am I thinking? Xiao Wu's face grew even redder. After washing his face, gargling, and using the restroom, Zhang Ge finally returned to a state of normalcy. Wait a moment, the order of using the restroom and washing his face seemed reversed. Do not follow my example, Zhang Ge thought, reminding himself to always relieve himself before washing his hands and face. Upon exiting the restroom, Xiao Wu panicked and quickly turned her gaze elsewhere. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding against discussing the topic. In this world, individuals are exposed to almost no physiological education prior to adulthood, rendering a comprehensive explanation a formidable challenge, potentially exacerbating misunderstandings. Would informing Xiaowu that this is a normal occurrence not make him appear lewd in her eyes? You should wash your hands and face as well. Let us go dine, Zhang Ge suggested. We still have tasks to attend to today. Xiaowu hurriedly rose and entered the bathroom. After completing her grooming, she emerged, and Zhang Ge took her hand. She shivered momentarily, but soon relaxed. Following their breakfast, the pair ventured towards the starry forest, bathed in the morning sun. Upon arriving at the habitat of the blue spirit wolves, the unconscious mercenaries, who had been subdued, began to awaken. After the departure of the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch the previous day, Zhang Ge had instructed the wolf leader to bring these mercenaries to their territory, securely binding them and ensuring close supervision by twisting their ankles. Upon seeing Zhang Ge, the mercenaries erupted in frantic cries, akin to children calling for their father. Hero, save us. I have elderly dependents and young ones. I beseech you, spare my life. We did not intend to trouble the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch. It was merely the command of our captain that we were bound to obey. Please, noble hero, rescue us. Upon awakening, they were aghast to find themselves bound, their ankles throbbing with excruciating pain, surrounded by blue spirit wolves, some of which were feasting on their fallen comrade from the previous day, nearly scaring them to death. Now, confronted by the formidable Zhang Ge, their thoughts of the previous day's humiliation were cast aside, as they believed this valiant figure could indeed rescue them from the jaws of the blue spirit wolves. Zhang Ge waved his hand, causing the blue spirit wolves to immediately disperse to either side, leaving the mercenaries in a state of bewilderment. The blue spirit wolves actually obeyed his command? No wonder they were bound with ropes. It was no surprise they had awakened in the territory of the blue spirit wolves. They had assumed Zhang Ge had abandoned them, allowing the wolves to drag them away. They were still puzzled over how the wolves had managed to bind them. Do you know why I spared your lives? Zhang Ge inquired. The mercenaries shook their heads in confusion. I intend to establish a mercenary group, Zhang Ge declared. The mercenaries were taken aback, and Xiaowu was equally surprised. Since yesterday, upon hearing the name of the Black Dog Mercenary Group, Zhang Ge had contemplated the formation of his own. He yearned to cultivate a force that was uniquely his. The Dark Guards were essentially a familial power, while Yu Yonghua was a trusted aide of Yu Yunjin, rather than his own confidant. Human intentions are often inscrutable. Although Yu Yunjin currently treated him with kindness, the future remained uncertain. Should he choose to dismiss Yu Yonghua and select another as his agent, it could lead to further complications. Thus, he required a dedicated armed force as a safeguard. For one can never have too many contingencies. Zhang Ge turned to the black-clad soul master, who appeared to be in his 60s, and inquired, "What is your name?" "Wang Ba," the soul master replied obediently. "What a splendid name." Zhang Ge's eyes sparkled. "What level are you? What position do you hold within the mercenary group?" "I am at level 62, with a martial soul of the snow leopard. I serve as the vice-captain of the 3rd team. The one who fled yesterday was the captain." "Name Xiefeng, at level 66, Wang Ba divulged, pouring out information like a bamboo tube spilling beans. He sensed an opportunity before him, if he cooperated well. Not only might he survive today, but perhaps this young man would also value him in the future. You are quite familiar with the operations of the mercenary group, I presume? Zhang Ge asked. Fairly familiar, Wang Ba quickly replied. Indeed, this young man truly intends to establish a mercenary group and plans to utilize my abilities. Splendid. I shall live to see another day. Excellent. Zhang Ge clapped his hands, and the wolf leader obediently picked up a yellow blade of grass. Placing it on Zhang Ge's palm, Zhang Ge plucked a leaf from the grass and pinched Wang Ba's mouth, commanding him to consume it. Wang Ba, detecting the fragrant aroma of the leaf, swallowed hard in trepidation. Would he refuse? Then they would feast upon him. Eat. I will eat. Wang Ba promptly chewed the grass leaf into fragments and swallowed it down. An uncomfortable sensation surged within his stomach. The plant, known as the heartbreaking grass, was highly toxic. Zhang Ge twisted the stem in his fingers, proclaiming, "But I possess the antidote, provided you remain obedient. I will certainly obey." Wang Ba understood that the moment he ingested the grass leaf, he was aware of the impending consequences. Yet, there was no alternative. A miserable existence was preferable to a swift death. Very well, now divulge all the information regarding your Black Dog Mercenary Corps. Willingly, for a mere 100, he replied. The Black Dog Mercenary Corps comprises over 500 members, divided into 5 teams, each designated by numerical codes. Each team has a captain and a vice-captain. The lower the rank, the later the team number. I am the vice-captain of the 3rd team. The 2 individuals who besieged Longgong yesterday were the captain and vice-captain of the 1st team, both nearing level 80 as formidable soul saints. The captain and vice-captain of the 2nd team have just crossed the threshold of level 70 as soul saints. High-ranking captains lead high-level soul master mercenaries, while the 5th team consists mostly of ordinary individuals, tasked primarily with logistical duties and not engaging in combat. This pattern continues throughout. The leader of the Black Dog Mercenary Corps, Lu Zhan, is an esteemed soul Douluo at level 83. Zhang Ge felt a sense of relief. Level 83? I need not even invoke the blood ritual. This time, their mission to capture the soul beast was commissioned by a mysterious individual, who communicated directly with Lu Zhan. While Wang Ba's status was too low to discern the identity of that enigmatic figure, Zhang Ge pondered for a moment. The Dragon Lord and Snake Lady were indeed somewhat renowned on the continent, and there were few forces that could completely disregard face and act with such decisiveness as to kill at will. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility of hidden sections. Boss, Wang Ba inquired cautiously, do you have any other questions? Zhang Ge inquired, if I eliminate your leader, can I take his place? Wang Ba was momentarily taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Eliminate the leader? Good heavens. Is this a display of bravado or mere folly? At that moment, he perceived Zhang Ge as a likely madman, his mind questionable. Boss, the leader is an esteemed level 83 soul Douluo, the strongest entity within our mercenary group. I have slain foes of level 84, Zhang Ge remarked nonchalantly. And at that time, my level was not as high as it is now. Wang Ba thought to himself, keep boasting. As for the response, it was likely impossible. Wang Ba replied, the leader treats us well, especially the captains of the 1st and 2nd squads, who were his staunch confidants. Moreover, many of their loyal followers reside within those squads. Should you slay the leader, the outcome would be singular. Chaos would ensue. Once the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Zhang Ge stated. Wang Ba nodded obediently, realizing that the shortcut was no longer viable. Zhang Ge whistled, conceding. Let us first capture some soul beasts and ponder the rest later. He instructed Wang Ba to remain steadfast at the base of the blue spirit wolf while he and Xiaowu ventured into the territory of the earth bear. He had 5 targets in mind, the unicorn rhinoceros, brown hyena, snow leopard, golden-haired hound, and fire lion. The brown hyena, though a type of hyena, is notably larger. The golden-haired hound, a species of tiger-like soul beast. These formidable creatures, large and seemingly intimidating, are harmless and devoid of venom, and the 6-horned ox knows their habitats well. As for the renowned soul beasts, Zhang Ge wished to avoid capturing them for the time being, as they would require extensive searching and were located in the perilous central region. Thus, he opted to capture these simpler and harmless beasts first, to test the waters at the beast arena. Should business thrive there, he would then pursue other soul beasts. Under the guidance of the 6-horned ox, Zhang Ge effortlessly gathered the requisite numbers of these 5 soul beasts. Alongside the blue spirit wolf and earth bear, he amassed nearly 100 of 7 different soul beasts. A commendable haul. Additionally, he made an unexpected acquisition, a 2,300-year-old Honghu. This Honghu was distinct from its earth counterpart. It is a moderately sized bird, renowned for its exceptional memory, remarkable speed, and formidable strength, making it ideal for message delivery. Certain prominent families and sects frequently procure Honghu eggs to hatch and train them as specialized messenger beasts. A Honghu of over 2,000 years could easily traverse thousands of miles daily. Most importantly, this bird greatly appealed to Zhang Ge. From this night forth, I shall be the master of this bird, proclaimed the Honghu, patting its chest with its wings. Birds follow their masters, the system chimed in. Zhang Ge, content. Gently caressed the bird's head before retrieving a map to chart his return route. The Xiaolong ring could not accommodate living beings. And in order to transport nearly 100 sizable soul beasts, the golden cudgel would need to expand considerably, a feat that Zhang Ge found quite challenging to manage. Consequently, he resolved to lead them back on foot, allotting himself 10 days for the journey back to Suodo City. Furthermore, he understood that their path must avoid any towns or villages. For the sight of 100 soul beasts marching in unison could easily instill terror in the hearts of onlookers. Both the beast arena and the heavenly realm had constructed broad, concealed passageways leading directly beyond the city's bounds, thus ensuring that upon reaching the outskirts of Suodo City, his mission would be deemed a success. Additionally, he intended to take Wang Ba with him. Leaving only Wang Ba behind was prudent, as the other mercenaries had overheard their conversation, making it imperative that no witnesses remained. As night fell, a procession of soul beasts trailed behind Zhang Ge as he departed from the Star Do Great Forest, hastening towards Suodo City. The stamina of soul beasts surpassed that of humans, enabling them to gallop tirelessly throughout the night. Therefore, Zhang Ge opted to travel exclusively under the cover of darkness, seeking refuge in a concealed spot during the day. At that moment, the system unexpectedly issued a quest. Mission received. Ensure a safe return to Suodo City. Reward: 1 random soul skill. Penalty for failure: mandatory female attire for 1 week. Zhang Ge. Once again, I am faced with an absurd task and its accompanying punishment. This time, it is particularly severe, forced to don women's attire? How outrageous. Are you attempting to strip me of my right to choose a partner? If I were to dress as a woman, wouldn't I outshine even the likes of Xiao Wu and the others? They would surely feel inferior and would no longer wish to associate with me. Where do you derive such confidence? You certainly have a fondness for the world of anime, do you not? The system retorted, insisting that by dressing as a woman and embodying a beautiful anime character, it aligns perfectly with your desires. Must one transform into what one admires? What kind of reasoning is that? Zhang Ge gritted his teeth, thinking, you just wait, dear system sister. If you ever take on a human form, you'll see what happens. He heard a peculiar sound echoing in his mind akin to a golden staff. You two are insane, he mused. Despite the banner, Zhang Ge dared not let his guard down. The rewards are intrinsically linked to the difficulty of the tasks. Thus, the system's issuance of a mission accompanied by a random soul skill could only signify turbulent times ahead. I absolutely cannot dress as a woman. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun would surely lose control. He promptly adjusted his strategy, instructing the blue spirit wolf and the brown weasel to spread out and utilize their keen senses to detect any danger. The Honghu soared into the sky to monitor the surroundings. The hexagon bull led the unicorn rhinoceros squad at the forefront, ready to charge at the slightest hint of peril. The ink tiger, snow leopard, golden-haired hound, and fire lion remained within the inner circle of the group, poised to provide support at a moment's notice. The earth bear walked alongside Zhang Ge and Xiaowu, serving as a protective shield for their commander. Following the meticulously planned route, they marched cautiously. And around 4 o'clock in the early morning of the 6th day, they returned to the outskirts of Suodo City, where they encountered Yu Yanghua, and through the secret passage, made their way back to the nearly completed arena. Zhang Ge is bewildered. Thus, was the journey smooth? Did he encounter no peril? Was the task accomplished successfully? Indeed, congratulations on the completion of the mission, earning a random soul skill reward. Zhang Ge. This random soul skill is simply a gift. Upon seeing the reward, Zhang Ge was momentarily stunned. 101 The culprit. Acquired soul skill. Art of 72 Transformations. The art of 72 transformations is not the earthly fiend's 72 changes. It is merely a transformation technique. One can metamorphose into any person or object, flawlessly replicating every characteristic of the target, including height, weight, aura, soul power, and martial spirit. If engaged in combat during the transformation, one can mimic the target's martial spirit and soul skills, although the power will only match one's own level of strength. Soul power consumption, minimal. Note, items akin to Tang San's hidden weapons cannot be replicated. In other words, if one were to fight, the ruse would be exposed. Zhang Ge remarked. 3 seconds later. Ha 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 ha. The sudden outburst of laughter startled Xiao Wu, Yu Yanghua, and others nearby. The group stared at Zhang Ge, bewildered and slightly alarmed. What on earth just happened? Transformation technique. Is this truly what I wished for? With this soul skill, I could eliminate Lu Zhan, transform into Lu Zhan, and take control of the Black Dog Mercenary Corps. Furthermore, this soul skill is nothing short of divine. No matter whom I become, I can perfectly replicate the other party. As long as I do not reveal my true self, no one will discern the deception. It will be extraordinarily convenient for devious schemes. Please note, host, that the transformation technique cannot replicate the other party's memories or daily behaviors. These are the most likely areas to expose the ruse. I know. Do you think I'm that foolish? Zhang Ge chuckled. This is easily resolved. I will inquire with Wang Ba regarding Lu Zhan's hobbies and habits, as well as the names, backgrounds, personalities, and behaviors of everyone in the Black Dog Mercenary Corps. Damn, what a hassle. Thus, the transformation technique can only serve as a temporary disguise, For a long-term masquerade, extensive and tedious groundwork must be laid. If exposed, all efforts would be in vain. Ultimately, it would be more efficient to invest time and effort in establishing my own mercenary corps. Zhang Ge then wore a dejected expression. The crowd. What is wrong with this guy? One moment he is laughing like a lunatic, the next he is sulking. At that moment, Zhang Ge's expression suddenly froze. Wait a moment. He meticulously examined the soul skill description. One can transform into any person or object. Objects can also be transformed. The term object encompasses many things: items, entities, animals, plants. In summary, everything except for ephemeral things like air and flames can be transformed and perfectly replicated. Transforming into a mosquito, wouldn't that allow me to go anywhere? Zhang Ge slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Good heavens! Isn't this akin to the great sage's 72 transformations?" Not entirely the same, the system interjected. This is merely a transformation technique and can only involve your own change and cannot become nothing. Still, that is quite remarkable. Zhang Ge became excited once more. If I could transform into a chair, and when someone sits upon it, direct the golden cudgel at a certain part of their anatomy. 1,000-year kill. Damn. Just imagining it is exhilarating. Creator of hemorrhoids. What on earth is a creator of hemorrhoids? The system retorted, seeing his expression shift to one of exhilaration again. The crowd thought, should we keep our distance? Xiaogang could no longer contain himself and spoke up, boss. While the beast pins for the soul beasts have been completed, the arena is still under construction, and there will be workers here daily. With so many people around, I fear the soul beast's existence may be exposed. Should we clear the underground fighting arena temporarily to house these soul beasts? Certainly, Zhang Ge replied. You may proceed with the arrangements. At your command. How are the negotiations with the Martial Spirit Hall progressing? After several days of tedious discussions, we have settled on a 4% stake, but the Martial Spirit Hall insists that each branch in every city must also possess their 4% share. That's acceptable within my parameters. Let Liang Guanan handle it. Understood. Additionally, the Martial Spirit Hall has been covertly monitoring us, including during the construction of the arena, sending numerous individuals to watch from the periphery. This matter undoubtedly relates to Hulaina. It would not be her style to refrain from surveillance. That little vixen harbors ill intentions. So, shall we allow them to continue their surveillance? Yes, no need to concern ourselves with them. Aside from that, was there any significant occurrence while I was away? Due to the cautious and swift march, Zhang Ge had expressly instructed Xiaogang not to contact him unless something extraordinary arose before departing from the Stardow Forest. Now that he has returned safely, he naturally wished to inquire thoroughly. There haven't been any other major events. Our business has been thriving, with even officials from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando Empire coming to patronize us. Beyond that, some larger families and sects have sought us out as well. This is both a blessing and a potential complication, Zhang Ge remarked. Attend to them well, but do not indulge them, understand? Those of noble birth may possess great refinement and cultivation. Such individuals must be treated with care. However, there are also those who are arrogant and full of flaws. Such individuals should not be coddled. Understood, you can rest assured. Zhang Ge conveyed a few more instructions, commanding the soul beasts to temporarily obey Yu Yanghua's orders before turning to leave with Xiao Wu. Watching Zhang Ge depart, Yu Yanghua felt overwhelmed by the multitude of soul beasts. How much food would they consume in a single day? Just the cost of their sustenance would amount to a significant expense, an undeniable burden on finances. It was imperative to expedite the establishment of the beast fighting arena. Moreover, advertisements needed to be launched. Starting tomorrow, he instructed, let the courtesans and the Golden Belt promote the arena's affairs. It is essential that the entire city becomes aware. Understood, his subordinates replied in unison. At Shrek Academy, beneath the bright moonlight, a tranquility enveloped the campus. The surrounding village had closed its doors, with every household extinguishing their lights as if all had succumbed to slumber. Yet, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Yo Xiaoyu tossed and turned, unable to find rest. When they could see Zhang Ge every day, they merely appreciated his constant presence. Now, in his absence, they truly recognized how significant he was to them. The psychological phenomenon of playing hard to get emerged. When a boy regularly appears before a girl, showering her with kindness and attention, she may grow weary of it. But if he suddenly disappears, she experiences a profound sense of loss. This effect is common between ordinary boys and girls, let alone for these three young women, who already held a fondness for Zhang Ge, particularly since he had ventured out with Xiao Wu this time. In the initial days, their reactions were not particularly intense. However, as time passed, they found themselves lost in wild thoughts. As soon as they closed their eyes, it felt as if they could envision Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu. Sleepless. They simply could not sleep. Insomnia plagued them. Oscar and Dai Mubai also found themselves restless. They had been acutely aware of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing's behavior over the past few days. Oscar had finally relinquished his illusions. Dai Mubai felt a tumult of emotions within him. And tonight, the root cause of it all, Zhang Ge, returned. Zhang Ge has finally grasped the meaning of I wish to sleep until the end of time. For the past few days, he has been active at night and resting during the day, although the soul beasts took turns guarding him, allowing him to sleep without worry. How could one possibly enjoy restful slumber during daylight hours? Fortunately, his Xiaoling Huan serves as a treasure chest containing various items, including a tent and sleeping bag for outdoor use. Otherwise, after several nights on the ground, he would surely develop some ailments of old age. Now at last, he has returned to the comfort of his own bed. However, scarcely had he drifted off when a knocking sound interrupted his rest. Bleary-eyed and resembling a zombie, he staggered to the door, where he found the excited Ning Rongrong on the verge of tears, waiting for him. Ah, Rongrong. With a swift motion, Ning Rongrong leaped into his embrace, clinging to him tightly. You're finally back. Where have you been these past few days? She held on to Zhang Ge with such fervor. It seemed as if she wished to merge their very beings. As he pondered amidst a haze of thoughts, Xiaowu returned to the dormitory. After exchanging only a few words with her, exhaustion overcame her, and she collapsed onto her bed, only to rush to Zhang Ge's room upon realizing his return. In the throes of longing, Ning Rongrong finally voiced the feelings she had bottled up. Zhang Ge, I truly like you so much. These past few days without you felt like I had lost my soul. From now on, whatever you do, wherever you go, please take me with you, all right? I am an auxiliary soul master. I can be of assistance. I really cannot. Suddenly, the sound of snoring filled the air, causing Ning Rongrong to halt mid-sentence. Turning her head, she discovered that Zhang Ge had fallen asleep on her shoulder. He was asleep, standing up. The system could only marvel at the situation. With a beautiful woman in his arms and such intimate proximity, he chose to doze off on her shoulder. If one must sleep, they ought to lie down together on the bed, perhaps shedding a garment or two. Surely, sleeping in such a manner would be more comfortable. Exhausted, Zhang Ge had only removed his outer jacket before succumbing to sleep. Thus, an excellent opportunity slipped away. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Ning Rongrong assisted Zhang Ge inside. Laying him on the bed, observing him in deep slumber, she clenched her small hands and bit her lip. After a moment of silence, she leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on his cheek before turning to depart. No matter what, as long as Zhang Ge had returned, that was enough. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if he and Xiaowu had. Ning Rongrong shook her head, choosing not to dwell on such thoughts. After her departure, a graceful and curvaceous figure emerged from the shadows. Zhu Shiqing had also arrived. She often found herself wandering at night when she couldn't sleep, and during Zhang Ge's absence. Her insomnia had worsened, leaving her with no desire to train. She frequently roamed near Zhang Ge's dormitory. She had witnessed the earlier scene in its entirety. The mutual understanding of each other's feelings between her and Ning Rongrong was palpable. Thus, she was not surprised by Ning Rongrong's visit. Quietly entering Zhang Ge's dormitory, she gazed at the rather ungainly manner in which he slept, and a smile of genuine happiness broke upon her lips. It's good that you are back. It's truly good. In the days when Zhang Ge was absent, she even began to believe that he and Xiaowu had departed for a more prestigious academy and would never return. Leaning down, she softly kissed Zhang Ge's face before silently slipping away. Soon after, Yu Qianqian also arrived. She entered the room, conducted a thorough examination, and upon confirming that Zhang Ge was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Only Niu Xiaoyu was absent. Ling Xiaodala had employed a few subtle tactics to ensure her restful slumber, and at that moment, she was sleeping soundly. After an exhilarating night had passed, the next morning, a knock resonated. Master Uncle, are you awake? The door creaked open, and Tang San stepped inside. Zhang Ge turned over and mumbled indistinctly. Bring me a steamer of buns, a portion of seaweed soup. Tang San, what on earth are you saying? Zhang Ge, in a state of drowsiness, found himself drifting into a dream reminiscent of his university days. As he stirred, he noticed the sound of Tang San's voice, which bore a striking resemblance to that of his roommate, Lao Wu. In his half-asleep state, he inadvertently uttered the words from his dream. Master, Master, Tang San is calling. No, it was Tang San by the bedside, urging him to rise, for the teacher awaited him in the dining hall. Zhang Ge, without even opening his eyes, sat up and exclaimed, Ah, everyone has arrived. Only you and Xiaowu have yet to show up. Rong went back to the dormitory to fetch Xiaowu, and I came here to call for you. Zhang Ge gradually regained his consciousness, forcing his eyes open. I understand. I shall wash my face. Tang San, fearing that he might succumb to slumber once more, remained by his side. As anticipated, while washing his face, Zhang Ge suddenly plunged his head into the sink with a splash. Despite Tang San's swift reflexes in rescuing him, he still choked on a mouthful of water. This sip of water finally roused him completely. After tidying himself up, he joined Tang San in heading to the cafeteria, where Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong had already arrived ahead of them. As Zhang Ge entered the cafeteria, all eyes were instantly drawn to him. Oh, long time no see. Zhang Ge greeted. The crowd remained silent. Suddenly, Dai Mubai bellowed, Homewrecker. Zhang Ge was taken aback as the ground beneath him suddenly fractured, and the blue-silver grass erupted from the earth, swiftly ensnaring his limbs. Zhang Ge was taken aback, exclaiming, What on earth are you doing? Dai Mubai swiftly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Zhang Ge's neck, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar charged in, starting to tickle Zhang Ge's armpits. Oh no. Stop it. You're driving me crazy with laughter. What is this all about? You went out to play without us. Tickle him. Xiao San, tighten your grip. Don't let him escape. The four young ladies observed their playful antics, smiles illuminating their faces. Even the master rarely displayed a hint of amusement. When Zhang Ge requested leave, neither he nor Flander probed further. It mattered not where Zhang Ge had ventured, as long as he returned safely. After their playful banter, Tang San retracted the blue silver grass, and Zhang Ge remarked, "Goodness, is this how you welcome me? Leaping upon me at first sight? Little San, I truly misjudged you." Tang San chuckled, "Indeed. Indeed. What? Who taught you to be so cheeky?" The group settled down for a meal, and Dai Mubai inquired earnestly, "Little Ge, where have you been these past few days?" "I caught a soul beast." The others were taken aback, and Oscar asked, "What purpose did you have in capturing a soul beast?" The proprietor of the Heaven and Earth establishment conceived a novel idea, wishing to create an arena for beast fighting to generate profit, and he sought my assistance in procuring some soul beasts. Previously, we encountered Long Gong and Shipu in the Stardow Forest, and they are aware of my ability to control soul beasts. I surmise this matter was relayed from them. By voluntarily admitting this, it was akin to saying, "There are 300 taels of silver here." And it made logical sense that the information came from Long Gong and Shipa. Otherwise, it would have seemed too abrupt. Ma Hongjun queried. "Then they must have compensated you handsomely, right?" "It was acceptable, and furthermore, once the arena begins to profit, I shall receive a share. Should the business thrive, they will likely commission me to capture more soul beasts." The prospect of abundant wealth glimmered in Oscar's eyes. The several young men exchanged mischievous glances, then cast their dubious gazes towards Zhang Ge. "What are you plotting now?" Zhang Ge instinctively clutched his chest. "Does this mean I must treat you all?" Oscar grinned slyly. "Our demands are modest. A royal package from heaven and earth will suffice." Ma Hongjun arched an eyebrow. "A royal package? Why don't you go at X instead?" Zhang Ge retorted. P.S. Gratitude to the reader for their generous support. Despite his words, treating them was, of course, inevitable. With the capture of the soul beast as a pretext, Zhang Ge would possess a more plausible excuse for future visits to heaven and earth. By the way, little Ge, now that they are aware of your ability to control soul beasts, could it pose a threat to you? Dai Mubai asked earnestly. Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Leader Dai, have you forgotten little Ge's current status? Who would dare act against him on the continent?" Dai Mubai slapped his forehead and laughed. "Right. I completely overlooked that little Ge is now the heir of the Blue Lightning family." Tang San added with a smile, "Now that he has become an heir, our master remains as humble as ever, which is why we often forget his esteemed status." Zhang Ge waved his hand dismissively, asserting that identity is but an illusion, while true strength is the only reality. He added that without strength, one could be a pope or an emperor and still be vulnerable to bullying. The master sighed inwardly and remarked, "All right, let us hasten our meal and commence our training for the morning." The group quickened their pace. Upon the conclusion of the morning training, they departed the academy and soared towards Soto City on a golden staff. Upon arriving at heaven and earth, the proprietor personally welcomed them, and Zhang Ge finally encountered the businessman named Liang Guanan. Liang Guanan was portly and adorned in luxurious brocade robes, his eyes gleaming with a sharpness that evoked little warmth in the heart of an observer. Nonetheless, he possessed a commendable manner of hospitality, making everyone feel valued without appearing obsequious. Regarding Zhang Ge's identity, Yu Yanghua provided only minimal information, merely informing Liang Guanan that he was a distinguished guest involved in the capture of soul beasts, and that he should be treated with the utmost respect. Liang Guanan indeed regarded Zhang Ge with high esteem. In his eyes, the arena suggested considerable profit. Thus the sole individual capable of providing obedient soul beasts deserved his utmost service. They were ushered into the second VIP box, where an imperial banquet was arranged, and Liang Guanan politely excused himself. The box was spacious, even featuring a small stage, allowing diners to enjoy performances while they feasted. Once Liang Guanan departed, the group felt less constrained and gazed at Zhang Ge with wide-eyed admiration. "Wow, little Ge, you must be quite esteemed to have the boss personally attend to you, and to dine in such a lavish box. The fee for this box alone must be several hundred to 1,000 gold soul coins, right? And the imperial banquet costs 9,888 gold soul coins." Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his expression exaggerated. Thanks to Sanye, although they frequented this place, he had never indulged in such a meal until today. Aside from Xiao Wu, the others displayed expressions of astonishment. This meal alone costs over 10,000 gold soul coins? What does that even signify? Zhang Ge chuckled, having just assisted them in capturing so many soul beasts. If they do not serve us according to this standard, I shall cease my aid in the future. The group erupted into laughter. As they awaited their meal, an extraordinarily beautiful woman entered the box, accompanied by 7 or 8 other lovely young ladies. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun immediately gasped in awe, their eyes widening. The stunning woman was none other than the object of their fervent admiration, Liu Lishui. The others, upon seeing Liu Lishui, also displayed expressions of surprise. The several young ladies among them no exception. Zhang Ge furrowed his brows slightly. What was Yu Yanghua up to? It was Zhang Ge who had imparted the art of makeup to these 3 courtesans, although he had taken meticulous measures to disguise himself at that time. It was impossible to ensure that Liu Lishui wouldn't pick up on some subtle clues, while many matters could be approached with a degree of carelessness. The issue of identity concealment could not be treated lightly. A shadow guard must embody the essence of a shadow guard. Every risk must be considered with utmost gravity. Lu Lixue, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone was taken aback. This was the renowned courtesan, Lu Lixue. No wonder she was so stunning. It must be said, she was truly beautiful. Lu Lixue raised her head and offered a faint smile. Young Master Ma, young Master Dai, esteemed guests, greetings. With that smile, she exuded an enchanting charm, leaving several young men utterly captivated, as if spring had suddenly blossomed around them. They were instantly entranced. A few young women were also nearly spellbound, but suddenly recalled something and promptly turned to look at Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge lowered her head to sip her tea. And only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, I concealed my face, revealing only my eyes, donned in different attire, and deliberately disguised my voice. She should not be able to discern any clues. Should she uncover anything, I would have no choice but to silence her. Liu Lixue skillfully poured tea for the guests, personally delivering it to everyone. When she approached Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, both were taken aback, feeling honored. For so long, they had only been able to observe from a distance. They never expected to be so close today, enjoying tea served by such a beautiful woman. Dai Mubai managed to maintain his composure, but Ma Hongjun, cradling his teacup, was on the verge of tears. The imperial banquet required some time to prepare. In the meantime, we kindly ask you to enjoy our performance to alleviate any impatience among our esteemed guests. Liu Lixue smiled charmingly, leading the 8 young ladies onto the stage. As the music played, the dance commenced, captivating the audience, particularly the young men. For girls watched the performance while keeping an eye on Zhang Ge. When they noticed her apparent disinterest in the dance, they felt a wave of relief. Observing the other boys, who were completely entranced, the 4 girls collectively snorted internally. Zhang Ge is the best. She remains impervious to those alluring temptations. After sipping tea for a while, Zhang Ge stood up and said, I'm going to the restroom. This statement jolted several boys back to reality. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Shiqing and quickly cleared his throat. The girls, however, paid no heed to them and watched Zhang Ge depart. Upon reaching the restroom and confirming she was alone, Zhang Ge pondered while fiddling with her earrings. What is going on? Why did you send Liu Lixue to the private room? Are you not afraid she might uncover something? Please, calm your anger. Yu Yanghua replied, somewhat flustered. This was all arranged by Liang Guanan. By the time I learned of it, Liu Lixue had already entered. If I were to call her out now, it might raise even more suspicion, especially since the people from the Spirit Hall are also in the establishment. Zhang Ge fell into a brief silence before responding. All right, I understand. Let's leave it at that for now. Upon returning to the private room, the dishes began to arrive in succession. Lu Lixue and her companions were quite considerate, pouring wine and toasting. With 9 individuals on each side, it was a perfect match. And each person catered to another. As Liang Guanan had specifically designated Zhang Ge as the protagonist of the evening, it was Lu Lixue who attended to him. Observing Lu Lixue pouring wine for Zhang Ge, the boys couldn't help but wear expressions of envy, particularly Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were nearly driven to madness by jealousy, while Xiao Wu and the others felt a pang of bitterness. As Lu Lixue filled a glass and presented it to Zhang Ge, she gently inquired, Little brother, am I not beautiful? Why do you seem reluctant to look at me? This immediately provoked a reaction from Xiao Wu and her friends, who were well aware that the woman had ulterior motives. Just as they were about to take action, Zhang Ge chuckled, if I look at you a little longer, will you pay me? I taught you your makeup skills. Without it, you pale in comparison to Xiao Wu and the others. Why should I bother looking at you? Lu Lixue. The boys. Xiao Wu and her friends nearly burst into laughter. Dai Mubai and the others were astonished. Was he truly an ironclad straight man? Lu Lixue, who had taken the initiative to be friendly, would have countless men swooning over her, yet he retorted with such words. Remarkable. They were unaware that Lu Lixue was merely a subordinate of Zhang Ge, allowing him to disregard her entirely. His sole intention was to amuse Xiao Wu and her friends. You jest, Lu Lixue replied with a forced smile, clearly displeased. I'm not joking. If you were to pay me, I could gaze at you all day. Zhang Ge stated matter-of-factly. Lu Lixue, Dai Mubai, and the others. Are you truly that obsessed with money? Xiao Wu and her friends struggled to suppress their laughter. Lu Lixue felt indignant. As one of the 3 renowned courtesans, with her popularity reigning supreme among them, the entry fee for her performances had already soared to 20 golden soul coins. Countless men had gone mad for her, yet this inexperienced boy dared to ignore her? Observing the dynamics in the room, Lu Lixue, who was adept at reading the atmosphere, noticed the unusual affections displayed by the other girls towards Zhang Ge. A sly smile crept upon her lips as she thought to herself, today, I shall demonstrate how to captivate this audacious boy who dares to overlook me. With that, she poured herself a glass and declared, Little brother, I heard from the boss that you're our esteemed guest, so I toast to you. Xiao Wu and her companions exchanged alarmed glances. What was this? Open flirting? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun turned green with envy. They longed to switch places with Zhang Ge immediately. Sharing a drink with Lu Lixue was a dream come true. Up until now, only Dai Mubai had been able to spend a mere dinner with Lu Lixue, and even that was conducted with strict decorum. Devoid of the intimate proximity Zhang Ge enjoyed at this moment. Ma Hongjun was even more unfortunate. lacking the funds to join in and having to admire from afar. To their astonishment, Zhang Ge glanced at the drink in her hand and proclaimed loudly, "Charge this drink to Lu Lishue's tab." Lu Lishue? Everyone else. Lu Lishue was momentarily flabbergasted. You. I still need to drive everyone home later, so I cannot drink. You may enjoy it. And charge it to your account, Zhang Ge insisted. Xiaowu could no longer contain her laughter. Lu Lishue's face darkened. To charge the drink to the courtesan's tab? This was the first time she had encountered such a brazen guest. And he claimed to be an esteemed patron? The boss had ordered that this private room would be entirely complimentary. Though Lu Lishue's heart simmered with resentment, she maintained a facade of charm and grace. Then I shall refrain from drinking, Zhang Ge stated. You need not serve me any longer. Go attend to others. He wished to no longer waste time with her and urged her to move on. However, Lu Lishue was resolute. The boss has instructed me to attend to you, and I must do so properly. No need, Zhang Ge replied curtly. Lu Lishue attempted to continue speaking, but Zhang Ge shot her a fierce glare. In that instant, Lu Lishue felt a jolt of electricity, a chill coursing through her heart. That gaze. It was terrifying. Moreover, it felt oddly familiar. She had undoubtedly encountered such a look in the past. Finally, Lu Lishue conceded, refraining from further pursuit of Zhang Ge. Instead, she ascended the stage and began to dance solo. This left Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had eagerly awaited the performance, feeling utterly disappointed. They turned their envious gazes toward Zhang Ge. Meanwhile, a demurely beautiful girl promptly stepped out to order several drinks. While doing so, she thoughtfully inquired if Xiao Wu and the others would also like refreshments, as they were not partaking in alcohol. Zhang Ge gazed at the delicate girl, silently nodding in approval. This was what one called perceptive and considerate, since she regarded Zhang Ge as the primary guest. Her immediate reaction upon his declaration of abstaining from alcohol was to swiftly summon refreshments. In contrast, Lu Lishue exhibited a haughty demeanor, disregarding Zhang Ge's request for her assistance with others, and instead, she boldly took to the dance floor. It seemed that her recent popularity had inflated her ego. Nevertheless, Zhang Ge remained unfazed, indulging in the meal and drink as per usual. Overall, the dining experience was quite enjoyable, leaving everyone in high spirits. As they prepared to depart, Yang Guanan personally escorted the girls out, yet Lu Lishue continued her display of arrogance, ignoring Zhang Ge and his companions entirely as she retreated to the second floor. The clock had struck 3 in the afternoon, and with just over an hour remaining before their visit to the Seoul Duel Arena, the group decided against returning to the academy, opting instead to leisurely wander through the streets of Suatua City. Zhang Ge excused himself to the restroom, seeking a secluded spot to contact Yu Yanghua. The next step was to cultivate the young lady named Qing Yun while simultaneously instilling a sense of awareness in Lu Lishue. It was imperative that she comprehended her own identity and status. She must not let her modest fame lead her to arrogance. Furthermore, it was crucial to meticulously monitor her every action. Should she uncover my identity or contemplate approaching me, immediate measures would be necessary, including silencing her if required. Understood, responded Yu Yanghua. An idol? Ultimately, she is merely a tool for generating profit. Without the backing of Tian Shangrenjian, she is destined for the life of a courtesan. Moreover, how is the promotion for the beast fighting arena progressing these days? It is going smoothly. That is reassuring. Recently, explosive news has circulated within Soto City. The continent's very first beast fighting arena is set to open, centered around battles between spirit beasts. It will later incorporate performances featuring both spirit masters and spirit beasts. In accordance with Zhang Ge's initial vision, every city will host a spirit fighting arena. While many have witnessed the captivating displays of various soul skills and martial spirits in competitions, it is essential to remember that both combatants are still human. However, battles between spirit beasts are a rarity, primarily seen only by spirit masters, leaving ordinary people in the dark. Human curiosity is insatiable, and the prospect of witnessing spirit beast battles has certainly piqued the interest of many. The 5,000 advance tickets released by Tianshang Renjian were sold out within a day. Due to the opening performance, the ticket price was set low at 1 gold coin each. Once the inaugural show makes a resounding impact, ticket prices will naturally rise thereafter. The anticipation is palpable, and in 4 days, the beast fighting arena will open as promised. Zhang Ge, under the pretext of being a business partner and soul beast provider, led the members of Shrek directly through the VIP entrance into the arena. Witnessing the long queue at the ticket booth, everyone experienced a thrill akin to that of taking a shortcut. Once the tickets were checked, the grand arena, capable of accommodating 5,000 spectators, was completely filled. In the VIP section, it came as no surprise that Zhang Ge encountered Hulaina and Kratos. A nod exchanged with Hulaina served as a greeting, and Zhang Ge's gaze shifted away, joining others in their eager anticipation of the expansive arena below. The success of the arena's debut and its future prosperity hinged upon today's events. Yu Yanghua and Liang Guanan had invested considerable effort into the arena's design, which exuded a wild aesthetic, complemented by an untamed ambience within. The host, a level 52 Soul King with the martial spirit of a colorful spirit chicken, had been specifically hired for the occasion. The defining trait of the colorful spirit chicken was its resounding and robust voice. making it ideally suited for hosting in such a wild setting. At that moment, the host had completed the martial spirit manifestation, sporting a vibrant crest that made him resemble a colorful mohawk-wearing rogue from a distance. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the arena. I am your host, Shihi. The voice was indeed loud and robust, easily cutting through the din of the crowd, resonating clearly in every ear. The audience responded enthusiastically with applause and cheers. Today marks the grand opening of our arena, with all drinks and snacks at half price. Most importantly, you will witness spectacular battles the likes of which you have never seen before, battles between soul beasts. The crowd erupted in cheers, for this was the very reason they had come. Meanwhile, the beast tamers prepared to present their soul beasts, but first, the beautiful dance troupe was invited to grace the stage with a celebratory performance. Upbeat and wild music filled the air as the dancers, clad in revealing outfits adorned with vibrant body paint, made a dazzling entrance. Zhang Ge felt a twinge of exasperation at this unexpected display. It was evident that these performers had been hastily summoned from some earthly paradise to fill the gaps. What was Yu Yangwu thinking? Could they not simply release the soul beasts? Nevertheless, the audience was thoroughly captivated, showering the stage with cheers, whistles, and applause. Zhang Ge nodded silently. Typically, the audience is accustomed to delicate and dainty performers, so this wild style was a rare and refreshing spectacle. Overall, it had not resulted in any adverse effects. Soon, the performance concluded, and the atmosphere was electrified, with the audience growing increasingly exhilarated. Shihi, microphone in hand, expressed gratitude for the stunning performance by the beautiful ladies. Next came the long-awaited soul beasts. First up was the blue spirit wolf. A brief silence enveloped the venue, as everyone eagerly gazed at the entrance, many even standing on their toes, eyes wide and unblinking, fearing to miss a single detail. A beast tamer clad in black made his entrance, wielding a long whip, followed closely by 10 robust blue spirit wolves, led by the alpha wolf. Wow! The audience erupted in astonished gasps. Soul beasts. Genuine soul beasts. Ordinary individuals may never encounter such creatures in their lifetime. Many wore expressions of excitement mixed with fear. Incidents of soul beast harming people were not uncommon, and it was natural for the public to harbor trepidation towards them. Yet now, they could safely sit here, witnessing the very beings that once instilled terror, which heightened their thrill to an ecstatic peak. The beast tamer cracked his whip, and the pack of wolves instinctively raised their heads, letting out a haunting howl. The wolves' cries reverberated throughout the arena. Some timid spectators felt their legs weaken, nearly toppling from their seats, while others trembled with exhilaration. Even without witnessing the upcoming battles, they could boast about this moment to their family and friends upon returning home. Under the tamer's guidance, the blue spirit wolves paraded around the arena, basking in the spotlight before exiting through the designated exit. She bellowed. Next up, the fire lion. Similarly led by a beast tamer in black, 10 imposing fire lions made their entrance. The fire lions were of comparable size to the blue spirit wolves, their coats adorned with fiery red manes that danced like flames with each stride, intensifying the audience's excitement. As they completed their circuit around the arena, the spectators' emotions were fully ignited. While they anticipated the next appearance of soul beasts, she announced, "Today, we have showcased both combatants. Next, there will be 2 one-on-one battles and 1 group battle." Many looked bewilderedly at Shihi, wondering if this was all there was for today. Shihi chuckled. "I understand that many esteemed guests desire to see more soul beasts, but our arena primarily focuses on soul beast battles. If you wish to see other soul beasts, please return tomorrow, as new creatures will make their debut." This revelation left everyone intrigued, some feeling dissatisfied, while others appreciated the suspense. Many believed that the 2 showcased today were sufficient and urged for the battles to commence. The first round would feature the best performer selected from the wolf pack and the lion pride. Indeed, it was a performance. Zhang Ge had long entrusted Mo Hu with his intentions, and Mo Hu conveyed Zhang Ge's thoughts to all the spirit beasts in full. Over the past few days, the spirit beasts had been diligently rehearsing their performances. They endeavored to appear as if they were exerting every ounce of strength in battle, with both sides drenched in blood and covered in wounds, yet without inflicting any real harm. After several days of training, they achieved remarkable results. As soon as the 2 sides took the stage, it was as if they were confronting their sworn enemies. At the trainer's command, both parties erupted with a deafening roar and lunged at each other in a flurry of bites and scratches. To the untrained eye of ordinary people and novice spirit masters, it seemed like an all-out brawl, with blood spilling in no time and flesh visibly torn. However, seasoned spirit masters recognized that the 2 beasts were merely play-acting. A bite here, a scratch there. It appeared they were striving to deliver fatal blows, but in reality, they merely grazed each other's skin, stopping short of any serious injury. "Boring," Kratos muttered under his breath. Yet they found the spectacle exhilarating. Hulaina turned to scan the audience, chuckling. "This arena's performance is not meant for our amusement." Kratos surveyed the crowd and noticed that nearly all the spectators were as animated as if they had been injected with adrenaline, roaring with excitement. Such a visceral and blood-soaked display of combat could never be experienced in a duel between spirit masters. Even the children were flushed and cheering exuberantly. After a moment of silence, Kratos nodded. Judging by the audience's reaction, the proprietor of this establishment had struck gold once again. he truly knew how to profit. Commercial monopolies always proved lucrative. However, Hulaina remarked, if we can win Zhang Ge over and enlist his help in capturing spirit beasts, we could establish our own arena. Kratos shook his head. That may prove difficult. Hulaina narrowed her eyes and licked her lips. We must at least attempt it. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the audience, the fire lion clamped its jaws around the blue spirit wolf's neck, toppling it to the ground, concluding the first match. In the second match, the giant wolf, second only to the wolf leader, faced off against the one-eyed lion, second only to the lion king within the fire lion pack. The sheer size of both beasts ignited the crowd once more. The second match concluded with the giant wolf triumphing over the one-eyed lion, also amidst fervent cheers. The third match featured the wolf leader and lion king leading their respective teams in a group battle, once again electrifying the audience. It was not until the group battle ended that the cacophony of cheers began to subside, and many spectators realized their throats were hoarse from the shouting. Zhang Ge glanced at the time. From the initial dance performance to the final bow of the host, the entire event lasted just over an hour. This duration aligned perfectly with Zhang Ge's expectations. Anything under an hour would feel too brief, leaving the audience unsatisfied and feeling it unworthy. Conversely, exceeding an hour could lead to fatigue, diminishing their enthusiasm significantly. An hour seemed just right, providing ample enjoyment while leaving them yearning for more. Judging by the overall atmosphere and the added spectacle of the newly introduced soul beasts, tomorrow's business prospects appeared promising. As they exited the arena, everyone was animatedly discussing the thrilling and dramatic scenes they had just witnessed. Even the members of Shrek could not resist the excitement, despite their own experiences battling soul beasts. They rarely had the opportunity to observe combat between soul beasts themselves, which left them quite exhilarated. Oscar inquired, Xiaogang, with such fierce fighting, do you think they might sustain serious injuries, or even perish? Ma Hongjun echoed, indeed, if they were to perish, wouldn't you have to capture new ones? Zhang Ge chuckled, casting a glance around to ensure no one was paying attention to them. In a hushed tone, he reassured, rest assured, I've already explained everything to them. It's all part of the performance. I would never truly put them in danger. After all, they are following me. How could I betray them? The group displayed expressions of realization. Xiao Wu gazed at Zhang Ge, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Were it anyone else possessing the ability to command soul beasts, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly worry for their safety. Yet, with Zhang Ge, her concerns dissipated. It is undeniable that Zhang Ge utilizes the soul beasts, but this utilization is benevolent, ensuring no harm befalls them. At the very least, it is far preferable to their demise at the hands of other soul masters. As the group ambled along, discussing where to dine, Zhang Ge abruptly halted, prompting the others to do the same. A contingent from the Spirit Hall, led by Hulaina and Quitas, stood silently ahead. Observing them, the group exchanged glances, furrowing their brows in unison. What could the Spirit Hall personnel be doing here? Given their prior attempt to forcibly abduct Zhang Ge in front of them, the group held a palpable aversion towards the Spirit Hall. Zhang Ge let out a cold laugh inwardly, displaying a calm smile on his face as he took the initiative to greet, Nana. Nana, are we acquainted? And it appears we are rather familiar? The expressions of the crowd subtly shifted, as bewilderment reflected in their faces. Hulaina smiled charmingly, Xiao Ge. You truly have astonished me beyond measure. She approached with intent, while Kratos attempted to follow, only to find her petite hand gesturing behind her to stay back. Kratos furrowed his brow slightly, raising his hand to signal the members of the Spirit Hall behind him to remain still. Zhang Ge chuckled. My elder brother often tells me this. Your elder brother? Oh, is it Master Yu Xiaogang? Hulaina replied with a smile. What a pity that I have already joined the Spirit Hall Academy. Otherwise, I would surely visit your Shrek Academy. To be taught by the master would undoubtedly be the greatest fortune in a soul masteress life. Zhang Ge pondered. Are you not afraid of being accused of flattery by others for saying that? The system remarked, if you were to say it, others would deem it as flattery, however. If she expresses it, they would perceive it merely as polite conversation. Zhang Ge sighed. Being the protagonist is no easy task. Rash boasting is merely thoughtless. And insincere flattery is akin to sycophancy. The system concurred. Thus, you must hold yourself to the standards of a sage. Otherwise, you are unworthy of playing the lead role. Zhang Ge chuckled. Let us be straightforward, Hulaina said, as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. How much did the boss from Tianshan Renjian pay you? Goodness, Zhang Ge, aren't you going to beat around the bush even a little? She continued. Since we are friends, there is no need for pretense, is there? Hulaina inquired. Zhang Ge nodded solemnly and said, what you say is indeed true, however. How shall I put it? The matter at hand is not solely due to wealth. What other reasons could there be? Hulaina inquired. Zhang Ge made a gesture of please, leading Hulaina aside, and whispered, the elusive mastermind behind Tianshan Renjian possesses extraordinary influence and connections with various powerful factions. They have recently approached an elder of my family to request a favor, which is why I intervened. Hulaina's pupils constricted slightly, as her intelligence had suggested. There indeed existed a hidden figure operating behind Tianshan Renjian. However, despite her exhaustive efforts, she was unable to uncover the true identity of this enigmatic mastermind. It appeared that their reach was indeed formidable. Yet, the fact that Zhang Ge confided in her indicated that he was not the mastermind she had suspected. Nevertheless, it could also be a clever ruse. Now, I only shared this with you because I consider you a friend, so please refrain from spreading this information recklessly. Do you know the identity of this mastermind? Hulaina inquired eagerly. Zhang Ge spread his hands, saying, his influence is such that even the elders of his family have personally intervened to request my assistance. Just think about it. If I were aware of this, would I still be standing before you? Observing the bewildered expression on Hulaina's face, Zhang Ge chuckled. It is not that I lack the desire to help. I too have a fondness for wealth. However, aiding you would merely serve to establish an adversary for that esteemed individual in the business realm. Not only would I be placing myself in peril, but I would also be undermining the dignity of my family's elders. Thus, I must apologize. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Hulaina in a state of astonishment. What a remarkable display of a blend of reality and illusion, executed with such finesse. The system pondered whether it was truly acceptable to disclose the existence of the behind-the-scenes benefactor. When it comes to intelligence, one might argue that the likes of Liang Guannan, the apparent owner, is merely a transient figure without roots. No matter how astute his business acumen may be, in this world dominated by soul masters, he is destined to be nothing more than a subordinate. Without a powerful backing, the Spirit Hall would not engage in discussions with him. They are fully aware of the existence of a hidden patron, which is precisely why they have refrained from recklessly attempting a takeover and instead opted to negotiate for a 4% stake. What significance does it hold if I provide them with information they are already aware of? The system, struck by this revelation, fell silent. Zhang Ge, weary of further discussion, noted that this feminine system, much like women, lacked rationality and problem-solving and was only concerned with the unpleasant aspects of his words. As they strolled some distance away, he glanced back to find Hulaina still standing there, lost in thought. Ma Hongjun, with eyes gleaming, inquired, is that woman named Nana? Although she may not be exceptionally beautiful, there is an inexplicable allure about her. Tang San asked, Master Uncle, who exactly is she? A disciple of the Pope. Zhang Ge replied. The group was taken aback. If you dare speak again, I'll give you a whack. They all stared blankly at Zhang Ge. How do you know the Pope's disciple? You're quite impressive. Zhang Ge offered little explanation, simply stating, let us proceed to the Soul Arena. In the lounge of the Soul Arena, everyone was taking a respite when a middle-aged man approached, accompanied by two female attendants who each carried a tray draped in golden silk. The crowd recognized this man as the proprietor of the Soto City Soul Arena. Is there something you require? Flander inquired. Esteemed Soul Masters, greetings, the owner said, bowing politely. Since your arrival at the Soul Arena to engage in battles, we have been closely monitoring your progress. Today, I humbly seek your assistance with two matters. With a wave of his hand, the attendants removed the golden silk, revealing two gleaming gold cards on the trays. In this era of the Douluo Continent, soul-guiding devices, particularly those for storage, are exceedingly rare, and thus, most individuals carry gold soul coins in pouches. When the quantity of coins exceeds 5 digits, gold cards are utilized for storage, implying that these two cards each possess a minimum value exceeding 10,000. Flander, perpetually in need of funds, felt his eyes brighten upon seeing the gold cards. Here are 20,000 gold coins, the owner announced. Now, what is it you wish to discuss? The master interjected, preventing Flander from speaking further. Indeed, as you may know, a new establishment named Heaven on Earth has opened in Soto City. This hotel features not only an underground fighting arena, but has recently established a beast fighting arena, significantly impacting our business at the Soul Arena. Dai Mubai and his companions exchanged glances with Zhang Ge, their eyes gleaming with amusement. Flander asked, are you suggesting we create some disruption? The underground fighting arena, which both Flander and the master had visited, was notorious for its brutal outcomes, with defeated contenders often facing dire consequences, akin to the life-or-death matches at the Soul Arena. However, the rules there were scant, rendering the fights even more ruthless, appealing to spectators who relished such blood-soaked spectacles. For the sake of the students' safety, both Flander and the master had strictly forbidden participation, and Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had been sternly warned. Fortunately, they had already fulfilled the requirement of 30 consecutive victories, rendering further participation unnecessary. This was also the result of Zhang Ge's discreet machinations. Had they been matched against a formidable opponent, their fates would have been sealed. The owner waved his hand dismissively. No, we at the Soul Arena do not resort to such underhanded methods to attract business. We wish to arrange a team battle between these young heroes and our star team, the Frenzy Squad, to draw in spectators. Furthermore, he continued, directing his gaze towards Zhang Ge and Xiaowu. Though young, these two possess exceptional strength, particularly you, young Zhang Ge, who has become a star soul master at our arena. I propose an advanced challenge for these two to serve as a spectacle to entice the audience. Of course, such a challenge carries risks, but I will ensure their safety is paramount. This 20,000 gold coins shall serve as compensation. What are your thoughts? The master was the first to respond. As long as we can guarantee absolute safety, undertaking an advanced challenge could transform pressure into motivation, which is indeed a beneficial endeavor. Zhang Ge and Xiaowu are indeed two remarkable individuals, The master has already discerned that opponents of the same caliber fail to satisfy their extraordinary aspirations. As long as their safety can be assured, allowing them to challenge those beyond their level is not out of the question. However, Flander interjected. Guaranteeing safety is merely a matter of words. There are students, all prodigies. Should anything untoward occur, the ensuing loss would be incalculable, no matter how much you assure. It remains ineffective. The crowd immediately turned to him, their eyes wide, as if encountering him for the first time. With 20,000 gold coins laid before you. Are you truly going to decline? This is utterly uncharacteristic of you. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, visibly moved. Teacher, you truly care about us. We need more funds. Flander replied sternly. Ma Hongjun. The crowd. What a situation. They awaited the outcome. Eventually, the proprietor consented to pay 30,000 gold coins. And both parties reached an agreement. Zhang Ge found himself at a loss for words. In the preceding narrative, the frenzied squad had not been particularly formidable. They merely left a memorable impression as the initial adversaries faced by Tang San and his team. However, with Zhang Ge's arrival, the storyline underwent a drastic transformation. The Shrek team's first opponent was no longer the frenzied squad, which had now metamorphosed into a celebrated team within the Seoul arena. It was indeed a moment where one could hardly predict the unfolding events with any semblance of certainty. The proprietor casually presented the opponents' profiles to everyone. Offering a courteous smile, thank you all, I shall promptly arrange the pertinent matters. Flinder, clutching 3 golden cards, beamed with uncontainable joy. A sense of betrayal lingered in the air among the group. A day later, the promotional efforts for the Seoul arena proved effective. As the allure of the star-studded teams and renowned Seoul masters was unparalleled, the arena, which had previously languished in a state of desolation, finally regained its vibrant atmosphere. Team battles and group matches were the main attractions, thus the scheduling favored later time slots. Nevertheless, the arena's owner displayed a commendable understanding by prioritizing Shrek's team battle first, followed by the duo match between Zhang Ge and Xiaowu, ensuring an orderly sequence without lingering concerns amongst the participants. In the lounge of Arena 3, the spacious room felt rather desolate, occupied only by the members of Shrek and the opposing frenzied squad. The gazes of both sides met intentionally and unintentionally, as if sparks might ignite in the air. Heavy footsteps echoed, and a towering figure entered, draped around an alluring young woman. It was none other than the frenzied squad's wild rhinoceros and the spider woman. True to the original plot, Shrek remained an enigma, their masked members donning disguises since the commencement of the team battles. Wild Rhinoceros, upon spotting the masked Zhu Qing, approached with a teasing demeanor. Echoing the original storyline, little girl, quite a figure you have. Why hide your face? Let me take a look. The atmosphere shifted instantly as the members of Shrek darkened their expressions. Zhu Qing retorted coldly, get lost. Enraged, Wild Rhinoceros raised his massive hand. Prepared to strike, do you have any idea who I am?